Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, it was happy morning with A&M, happy afternoon with A&M. Now it is happy evening with A&M. I think, sir, happy night. Good night. Right, sir. So, my dear lovable students, from today onwards, we are starting with the question and answer session of assessment procedure. It's like a 20 question challenge. Biryani challenge கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க இல்லையா? அது மாதிரி 20 question challenge. One day 20 question will solve. It's a package of 10 days. 10 days means 200 question will be solving from the assessment procedure. You'll be feeling so much comfortable. So I'll be start reading question number 1. The AO within the powers vested in him under 142 subsection 2A. What is 142 2A? Special audit. Assessing officer is having the power, special audit. While examining the accounts of PNF Limited as ordered to get the same auditor. That means assessment போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது books of accounts பார்த்துட்டு போயிட்டு என்ன பண்ணிட்டுவான்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க, ஆடிட் பண்ணிட்டுவா, ஸ்பெஷல் ஆடிட் பண்ணிட்டுவா. Company challenges this order on the ground that the opportunity was not provided to them by the AO prior to passing of the such order. It is mandatory in nature. Before ordering for special audit under 142 subsection 2A dash should be provided. Opportunity of being heard should be provided. Without providing opportunity of being heard, there is no need that 142 2A should be complied with, right? Yes, to decide the correctness of the action of the AO as per proviso to section 142 subsection 2A, AO shall not direct the assessee to get the accounts audited unless the assessee has given an opportunity of. Therefore, in this case, the order of AO is not valid since assessee was not given an opportunity of being heard prior to passing of such order. So, what is the takeaway from the question number 1? Before ordering for special audit under section 142 2A, sir, opportunity of being heard is mandatory, right? Yes, question number 2, for facilitating expeditious resolution of disputes relating to any transaction involving transfer pricing and foreign companies, Income Tax Act has provided for alternate dispute resolution mechanism. Yes, we are having DRP, dispute resolution panel. Under section 144C, in this context, you are required to answer the following. So, by thinking the base, you have to answer this. What meaning have been designed to DRP and eligible assessee under the mechanism? So, they are asking who is DRP and who is the eligible assessee. When can a grievance for resolution be filed by an assessee? First, the draft order will be passed. Within 30 days of receipt of the draft order, assessee can either accept the variation or he can file a objection with the DRP and also one copy with the AO. What evidence are being considered by the panel to redress the grievance of the assessee? They will be going through various documents. Already when I am taking class, I have highlighted those and we will be learning. DRP has been defined to mean a collegium. It's what? Collegium. Collegium means group, like a small group, comprising of 3 principal commissioner or commissioner of income tax. That means they are the second layer. They are the second layer. 3 principal commissioner or commissioner of income tax constituted by the board. Board na? CBDT for the purpose. The term eligible assessee means any person in whose case the variation referred to in section 144C subsection 1 arises as a consequence of order of TPO passed under 92CA subsection and non-corporate, non-resident or any foreign. That means when I take the class itself, I have highlighted that you can go to DRP if you are having variation based on an order passed by the TPO. Yes, but in case of a non-corporate, non-resident or any foreign company, there is no need that variation has to be arises to go to the DRP. Straight away you can go to the DRP. This is the difference. This is the difference in the eligible assessee. So eligible assessee classified into 2 categories. Any person who is having variation arises. Variation because of an order passed by the TPO. Or the second category is non-corporate, non-resident or any foreign company. Number 2, the AO shall forward a draft of the proposed order of assessment. The eligible assessee shall within 8 days of the receipt of the order file his objection to such variation with the DRP and So, after getting the order from the transfer pricing officer, hello,
Yes, sir.
AO will pass the draft order. This draft order will be handed over to the assessee, and assessee has to, sir, either accept or he has to go to the DRP within 30 days. Within 30 days. Within
30 days.
my dear lovable students, sir, if you don't like 143 subsection 3, you can go to the CIT appeal, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the time limit for CIT?
30 days.
The same time limit, only they have made in line with the DRP also. The main difference between CIT appeal and DRP is, to CIT appeal you have to go to appeal for item other than transfer pricing cases. Other than transfer pricing. Sir, you have to go to the DRP for transfer pricing cases. They are also appellate authority.
Yes, sir.
Who are also? DRP also appellate authority, because there it is CIT appeal. Here it is a collegium of 3 commissioners. They are also commissioner, man. So actually they have bifurcated the appellate route into 2 categories. Hello. Number 1, relating to transfer pricing, go to the DRP. Other than transfer pricing, go to the CIT appeal. That's why both are having the same time limit of 30 days. The DRP shall, in a case where no obligation are received, take into consideration this item. Number 1, the end order. Who will pass the draft order? AO. The objection filed by the assessee. The evidence furnished by the report, if any, of the AO, VO or TPO or any other. The records relating to the draft order, the evidence collected by or cost to be collected by it, and result of any inquiry made or cost to be made by it. After considering these things, my dear lovable students, DRP has to pass their final order, sir, under section 144C. Hello? Yes, sir. Are you really with me? I'm moving into question number 3. Discuss the correctness of the following statement in the context of the provisions of the Income Tax Act. The Joint Commissioner of Income Tax, JC, is empowered to issue direction to the AO as he thinks fit for guidance of the AO during the assessment proceeding to complete the assessment in a specific manner. Specific manner. Joint Commissioner is having certain power. Under section 144A, they are talking about 144. This is one question. Second part of the question. AO may direct for the audit of accounts under 142(2)A of the Act during the assessment proceedings on the basis of certain grounds. Yes, we are experts in the certain ground. Yes, sir. So shall we answer, sir, one by one?
Yes, sir.
The first one, I just want to read it. The Joint Commissioner of the Income Tax is empowered to issue to the AO as he thinks fit for the guidance of AO during the assessment proceeding to complete the assessment in a specific manner. Yes, the statement is correct.
Yes, sir.
As per section 144A, Joint Commissioner is having the power. So as per section 144A, Joint Commissioner may either own his or a reference being made to him by the AO or an application by the call for and examine the records of any proceedings in which the assessment is pending. Having regard to the end of the case or MI involved or for any other reason, if he consider it is necessary or expedient, he may issue such direction as he thinks fit for the guidance of the AO during the assessment proceeding to complete the assessment in a Appo. Joint Commissioner is having the power to guide the AO. When assessment is going on, such direction shall be binding on the அப்படி direction கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா அது binding, right?
Yes, sir.
Can the assessing officer is having the power to issue special audit?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The statement is correct, sir. Under section 142(2)A expressly include within its scope the following reasons on the basis of which AO may direct an audit. Special audit of accounts of the assessee with the previous approval of the commissioner or chief commissioner. That is very important, man. Previous approval is very important under section 142 subsection 2A. Number 1, based upon complexity involved in the accounts, volume of accounts, doubt regarding the correctness of accounts, multiplicity of transactions in the accounts, specialized nature of the business activity of the and assessee and the interest of the revenue to get the special audit done. Are you comfortable?
Yes, sir.
These are the proprietary works of AO, my dear lovable students. I am moving into the self-assessment under section 139. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is an ICA question. Here we are having question number 4. So we have done question number 3 up to question number 3. Srimati Gandhi, aged 49. That means not a senior citizen. Aged in the business of growing, curing, roasting, sir, grounding, boosting Horlicks of coffee. After mixing chicory, had a total income of 10 lakhs. from this business which has our only source of income during the year under 31/3/2024. அழகா என்ஜாய் பண்ண என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா growing, curing, roasting, grounding coffee. That means the coffee is an abnormal coffee, not a normal coffee. We are having three rules: rule number 7A, rule number 7B, rule number 8. Rule number 7A applicable to rubber. Rule number 7B, sir, classified into two category: coffee, normal coffee. If the coffee is a normal coffee, what is the percentage? 75/25. What is the abnormal coffee? 60/40, because more percentage will come to the business income, right? Yes, sir. So 60/40 plus 60% is the agriculture income and 40% is the 6 lakh into 40%. 2,40,000, correct? Because 60% is exempted. 60% is, sir, exempt income na paaka vendiya avasiyam illa. Taxable income is 2,40,000, which is less than 2,50,000. Which is less than. She consult you to have an opinion whether she is required to file the return of income for assessment year 24/25 as per provisions of 139 subsection 1. No, she is not required to file the return of income. Don't see 6 lakh, my dear lovable students. See only the taxable portion of that 6 lakh, right? Would your answer change if you had traveled to USA during the previous year 23/24 and incurred 2.2 lakhs for the same? Yes. If an assessee has incurred more than 2 lakh in a particular previous year, then they are compulsory liable to. Right, man. The clarification regarding filing of return of income by the coffee growers being individual covered by rule number NB of the income tax rules 1962 in given in circular number something bar something. According to the circular, an individual deriving income from growing, curing, roasting, grounding of coffee with or without mixing chicory would not be required to file the return of income if the aggregate of what? Of his or her income from growing, curing, roasting and grounding of coffee with or without mixing chicory and income from all other sources shall be liable to tax in accordance with the provisions of is equal to or less than the basic exemption limit prescribed in the first schedule of the Finance Act of the relevant. So 6 lakh sort of 40% போட்டேனா எவ்வளவுதான் வருது, which is less than basic exemption limit, right? அதனால return file பண்ண வேண்டிய, in this case Srimati Gandhi has a total income of from his business which was only source of income for previous year. 40% of her total income works to, which is less than basic exemption of 3 lakh under 115 back being default, or 2,50,000 if opting for normal provision in respect of individual assessee. This is how you have to write the answer. Yes, sir. This examination, this part is an amendment part. Hello? I am giving you the updated amended answer. Hello, sir? Yes, sir. Therefore, Srimati Gandhi is not required to file return of income for assessment year 24/25 as per the provisions of 139 subsection 1, whether under the normal provisions or 115 BAC default tax rule. If Srimati Gandhi has travelled to where? During the previous year 23/24 and incurred 2.2 lakhs on such travel, should be required to mandatory file a return of income for assessment year 24/25 on or before the due date under section 139 subsection 1, even though her total income does not exceed the basic exemption limit. That means if she's traveled to engeki, sir, foreign country, hello sir, if she traveled to foreign country by incurring 2 lakhs by incurring foreign travel expenses, then compulsory liable to file the return of income under section 139 subsection 1. Clarity? Yes, sir. I'm moving into question number 5 for the day. State whether the following assessee have to file the return of income, and if so, the due date for the assessment year 24/25. A public charitable trust, we know that they are special return cases: 139(4)A, 139(4)B, 139(4)C, 139(4)D, 139(4)E, 139(4)F. Right? Yes, sir. So public charitable trust, my dear lovable students, is liable to file the return of income under 139 subsection 4A. 139 subsection 4A. 139 subsection 4A. Right? 139 subsection 4A. Or 139 subsection 4C if they are registered under the first regime, which is 1023C series organization. Yes, registered under the act, running an education institution, with aggregate annual receipt of 2 crore, which is less than 5 crore. Yes, and total income is how much? 3,20,000. Total income is Is the accounts of the trust liable for audit under section 44AB of the Act is the question. Is there compulsory liable to do? Tax audit is the question, correct? What is the total income? 3,20,000. What do you mean by total income? Gross total income minus chapter 6A deduction. That's what? Total income. Is the total income exceed basic exemption limit? Is the total income exceed basic exemption limit? Yes, sir. Because 2,50,000 is the basic exemption limit. The total income comes to 3,20,000. Now, this is very important part. You should listen very carefully. Pay attention. The requirement to file the return of income in respect of following assessee are as under. As per 139 subsection 4A of the Act, if the total income of a charitable or religious trust or institution before claiming exemption under what and what? Because we know that 11 and 12 are the exemption available to the exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax. That means basic exemption limit. That means without claiming exemption under section 11 and 12, if the income exceed, then the trust or institution is under an obligation to furnish the return of income within the time allowed under, and all provisions of Income Tax Act shall apply as if it were a return filed under section. Even though you are filing a return under 139 subsection 4A, it will be treated as if you have filed the return of income under 139 subsection 1. Clarity.
Yes, sir.
Therefore, in the present case, charitable trust is required to file the return of income under what section? Because their total income exceed basic exemption limit. The due date for filing the return is 31st October of the NIR. I will tell you why. The reason. Because a charitable trust will be claiming exemption under section 11 and 12. In order to enjoy exemption under section 11 and 12, audit is mandatory. Audit is mandatory. Without audit, government will not provide you the exemption under, because if a charitable trust is getting 100 rupees, 15% is the blanket exemption.
Yes,
as per section 11, subsection 1, clause A. The remaining 85% should be spent for the purpose of charitable purpose in India.
Yes, sir.
That someone should check. That someone should check. That we are going to check. That's why even at night we are having live. Are you all really with me? So we have to check and say to the government that yes, that 85% has been spent for the purpose of charitable or religious activity, right? So due date for filing the return is 31st October of the assessment year. The accounts of the trust are liable to be audited as per requirement of what and what. However, tax audit under 44AB is not required since trust is not carrying on any what? Business or profession. Business or profession. That means in order to claim exemption under section what? 11 and 12, you have to mandatorily do the audit. But 44AB audit, hello sir, is for business or profession. Is the charitable trust doing business or profession?
No, sir.
No, sir. So they have to do audit. They have to do audit, but not under section. So however, the tax audit under 44AB is not. Hey, tax audit business or profession. You have to do a general audit checking the condition that whether the income derived from property held under trust has been used for the charitable purpose in India or not. And audit 44AB tax audit பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்ல. 44AB tax audit யார் பண்ணனும்னா business or profession engage பண்ணவங்க தான் பண்ணனும். What a beautiful question, இல்லையா? Moving to the second part of the question. A registered trade union 10 subsection 24 1024 registered in a union. We have discussed in the class. That is 1023. Sir, அங்க 139 subsection 4C various association இருந்துச்சு இல்லையா? I'll 1024 is a registered in a union. Having income from letter property of 1 lakh. 1 lakh. They are having only income from letter property of 1 lakh. So before claiming exemption under 1024, their income does not exceed. As per section 139 subsection 4C. What is 139 4C? Various associations. Every specified institute shall, if the total income without giving effect to the provisions of section 10 exceeds the maximum amount which is not chargeable to income tax, furnish a return of income of the previous year in the prescribed form and verified in the prescribed manner, and setting forth such other particulars as may be prescribed, and all provisions of this act shall for as may be applied as if a return required to be furnished under 139 subsection 1. I will tell you one thing. Sir, these are the special return 139 subsection 4A, 139 subsection 4B, 139 subsection 4C, 139 subsection 4D, 139 subsection 4E and 139 subsection 4F. In that DEF, for that they are compulsory liable to maintain, liable to file return of income. Under section 139 subsection 4DEF. Whereas 139 subsection 4A, without giving effect to 11 and 12, if the income exceeds basic exemption limit, they are compulsory liable to file the return of income. 139 subsection 4B, which is political party, without giving provision of 13A, then they are compulsory liable to file the return. 13A is the relevant section for the political party. Sir, 139 subsection 4C, without giving, sir, exemption under section 10, because all are section 10 exemption. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Therefore, in the present case, the trade union is not required to file the end of income. Since the total income before exemption under section 1023C does not exceed 2,50,000, right? So, without giving exemption under the respective section exceeds the basic exemption limit, then only they are liable to file the. A public trust hospital, hello sir, having an aggregate annual receipts of 200 lakh, that is 2 crore. They can be a 1023C series organization. And availing exemption under 1023C clause NA, 6A, clause NA, we are having, it should be 4, 5, 6, 6A. What should be the right clause? Less than 500 crores. 5 crore, less than 500 lakhs. AC, AB, AC, AD, AE. Correcta? This is hospital. Hospital. Enna hospital? Government hospital sollala. Public trust. Public trust hospital. Government fund pandrangan sollala. Abdina enna hospital? AER. Correcta? A public trust hospital having an aggregate annual receipts of 1 lakh and availing exemption under 1023C clause 6A. My question to you is 6A clause is there or not? 6A clause is there or not? 4 charitable purpose, 5 religious purpose. Correct? 6 5 crores ke mele. Education 5 crore ke mele. Apollo Hospital 6A. A stands for? Okay, put it. Alright. With the total income of how much? 1,10,000. Just read the answer, I will clear it to you. Don't worry at all. As per section 139 subsection 4C. Yeah, 139 subsection 4C. 1023C series organization. Every specified institute shall, if the total income, without giving effect to the provisions of section 10, exceeds the maximum amount which is not chargeable to income tax, furnish a return of income of the previous year in the prescribed form and verified in the prescribed manner and setting forth such other particulars as may be, and all the provisions of this act shall, so far as may be, apply as if it were a return required to be furnished under what? Therefore, in the present case, public trust hospital is required to file the return of income as its income before exemption exceed how much? Because what was the income? What was the income? Sir, 1,10,000 with the total income. Yes, sir. After giving exemption under 1023C series. Correct? Apo, the income before giving exemption under 1023C series would be much more. That is more than basic exemption. So they are liable to file the return of income. Since they are enjoying 1023C exemption, audit is mandatory. Audit is? Sir, since audit is compulsory as the public trust is claiming exemption under section what? Therefore, due date for filing the return will be 31st October of the year. Assessment year. This is not tax audit under 44AB. That is a clarification we have understood in the last question, right? Yes, I am moving into illustration number 6. Are you comfortable? Yes, sir. The AO issued a notice under 142 subsection 1 on the assessee on 25th December 2024, calling upon him to file the return of income for assessment year 23-24. Is AO is having such a power? Yes, sir. 142 subsection 1 class 1 is having such a power to issue a notice seeking return of income. Yes, sir. When he has issued? 24th December 2024. 24th December 2024. What is our financial year? 23, 24. So they have issued in financial year 24-25.
Yes, sir. Assessment year, sir, 23-24. Sir, 23-24.
Assessment year?
Notice is on 23.
Sir, assessment year, the AO issued a notice under 142, one on the assessee on 24th December 2024, calling upon him to file return of income of assessment year 23-24. Appa assessment year 23-24 na financial year? Appa financial year 22-23, hello sir, assessment year 23-24. 23? இதுக்கு எப்ப நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கு? 24th December 2024. Is the date clashing? Financial year 22-23 யா இருந்தா assessment year 23-24 அதுல எந்த வகையான மாற்றம் கருத்து இல்ல. assessment year 23-24 ல நார்மல் டியூ டேட்டே வந்து சார் 31st December வரைக்கும் belated return time limit இருக்கு. 31st December எது வரைக்கும் இருக்கு? 31/12 வரைக்கும் இருக்கு. 31/12 belated return on time 31/12 2023 31/12/2023 correct? We have to change the assessment year or we have to change the notice date, something. In response to the said notice, assessee filed a return of loss and claimed carry forward of business loss, தவறான செயல், and unabsorbed depreciation, கரெக்டான செயல், கரெக்டா? State whether the assessee would be entitled to carry forward the loss as claimed in the return. Hello. As per the provisions of 139 subsection 3, any person who has sustained loss under the head PGBP is allowed to carry forward such a loss under section 72 or 73 only if he had filed the return of loss within the time allowed under 139 subsection. That means in order to carry forward the loss under section 72, 73, 73A, 74 and 74A as per section 80 of the Income Tax Act, you have to file the return of income within the time specified under 139 subsection 1. Also the provisions of 80 specify that loss which has not been determined as per the return filed under what section shall not be allowed to be NF forward and set off inter alia under 72 that is relating to NL loss, or 73 loss relating to, 74 loss under the head, or 74 loss from owning and maintaining of, and 73 NSRA loss relating to. However, there is no condition for carry forward of loss from NL property under section NB or unabsorbed depreciation under. So in the given case, assessee has filed his return of loss in response to a notice issued under 142 subsection 1. As for the provision stated above, assessee furnished return in response to notice under what? After the due date specified under what? And therefore benefit of carry forward of business loss under 72 or 73 or 73A shall not be. 5 section கிடைக்காது. எதெல்லாம் 5 section? 72, 73, 73A, 74 and 74A. ஆனா 71B யும் 32 subsection 2 enjoy பண்ணிக்கலாம், right? So the assessee shall however be entitled to carry forward the unabsorbed depreciation as per the provisions of 32 subsection 2. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into the illustration number 7. Good question. Discuss the correctness or otherwise of the following proposition in the context of Income Tax Act. A fresh claim before the AO can be made only by filing a revised return and not otherwise. First you should understand the question. That means you have already filed a return under section 139 series or 142 subsection 1 class 1. Okay, wow. But you have forgot to claim chapter 6A deduction. You forgot to claim some deduction in the return of income. Now you want to claim before the yaar munadi AO. Can you write a letter to the AO that from to respected AO, I love you, I forgot to claim the deduction, please allow me the deduction. If it possible?
No, sir.
No, sir. The general proposition in the Income Tax Act is if you want to claim anything before AO, you have to claim only by filing the revised return. Revised return file பண்ணாம லெட்டர்லாம் எழுதி கொடுத்தா கீழ்ச்சி போட்டுருவேன் நான். ஒத்துக்கிறியா? அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? I am reading the answer. A return of income filed within the due date under what section? Or belated return filed under? Maybe revised by filing a revised return under. Where the assessee find any omission or wrong statement. Row ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? Revision, omission, wrong statement in the inner return. Subject to satisfying other conditions. There is no provision in the Income Tax Act to make changes or modification in the return of income by filing a letter before the NI. So if you want to claim anything before the AO, you have to claim only through filing a NI return. The revised return can be filed at any time before, etana masam prior? 3 months prior to the end of the relevant assessment year or before completion of assessment, whichever is. In such a case, where a return of income has been filed within the due date under what? Or a belated return is filed under what? The only option available to the assessee to make an amendment to such return is by filing a revised return under what? Therefore, a fresh claim can be made before the AO only by filing a return and not otherwise. If you want to claim anything before the AO, it can be claimed only by filing a right. This has been confirmed in Supreme Court in Godse. This has to be by heart, this case law. The Supreme Court in Godse India Limited. Tell me. What is the case law? Has held that there is no power available for the provisions of income tax enable the AO to allow a claim made by the assessee except by filing a return. So what is the concept? Sir, if assessee want to claim anything before the AO, he has to file letter, put it on as per what case law? Godse India. This is a selected case law, Supreme Court case law, very important case law. Shall I proceed?
Yes, sir.
139 subsection 8A. Have you heard about update a return? Have you heard about update a return? It provides an option to assessee to file a return for an assessment year at any time within 18 months from the end of the relevant assessment year. But such update a return should not be a return of loss. Correct? Or have the effect of decreasing the tax liability determined on the basis of return furnished under 139 subsection 1 or 139 subsection 5, or result in refund or increases the refund due to on the basis of return furnished under 139 or 4 or 5. Hence, for making a dash claim, the only option available with the assessee is to file a revised return under section 139 subsection 5. What a beautiful answering. Everything we have discussed in the class. Just what I am doing is I am keeping those discussion into the question how it is they are going to test in the examination. Hello sir.
Yes, sir.
And this 200 question will be a life savior for you, my dear lovable students. 200 question from assessment alone, 200 question. If someone in live, my dear lovable students, I hope that you are enjoying this. 20 question challenge will be doing every day. So Supreme Court, shall we do the second part of the question?
Yes, sir.
Second part of the question. Are an individual filed his return of income for assessment year 24-25 on 15/6/2024? Is it within time limit? This is 139 subsection 1 time limit. He later discovered that he has not claimed deduction under NSE in the said return, though he has opted for normal provisions of the act. Wow, in a beautiful wording spar. Because if he came out of the default tax regime, then only he is entitled for chapter 6A. He claimed the said deduction through a letter addressing to the AO. Put it on. The same question, same answer we have to write. The AO completed the assessment without allowing the deduction claimed by R. Yes, AO is correct. Is the action, the AO's action is justified in doing so? The Supreme Court in NL Limited. This has to be by hearted. This has to be by hearted. Godse India ruled that AO has no power to entertain a claim for deduction made after filing of the return of income otherwise than by a. In the instant case, Ram has claimed deduction under which he omitted to claim in the original return of income through a letter addressed to the AO and not by filing a under section 139 subsection 5. In view of decision of NL Court cited above, AO was justified in completing the assessment without allowing the deduction under NSE. ATC. So the takeaway of that question is, if an assessee want to claim anything before that, he has to file a revised return. Letter, put it on. I am moving into the next question. Mr. A, aged 55 years, furnishes the following particulars for the year under 31/3/2024. Income from business, how much? Income from other sources? Total? 3 lakh. Gross sales turnover? 2 crore. 2 crore. Gross sales turnover is 2 crore. Chapter 6 deduction? Up 3 lakhs 1 lakhs pochana? 2 lakhs. LTCG on listed share, we know that up to 1 lakh nil. Under section 1128 it is exempted.
Yes, sir.
Examine whether Mr. A should file return of income for the assessment year 24-25. Sir, what is the gross total income? 3 lakh.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's chapter 6A. What is the total income? 2 lakh. Will you see total income or total income without giving effect to chapter 6A and capital gain exemption? Without giving effect to chapter 6A. So it comes to 3 lakh, which exceeded 2,50,000 because he has claimed chapter 6A. Since he has claimed chapter 6A, he came out of default tax regime. So the limit applicable is only, so he has to compulsory liable to file return of income. Would your answer differ if the status of the assessee is a company? A. In case of partnership firm and company, it is mandatory, no need to check all these stuffs, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the gross total income of Mr. A is 8 lakh. Comprising of income from business and other sources. Since the long-term capital gain does not exceed, it is fully exempted under section 112A because we know that up to 1 lakh it is exempted. After availing chapter 6A, taxable income for assessment year 24-25 is 8 lakh, which is below the maximum amount not chargeable tax in the hands of individual. Right?
Yes, sir.
According to section 139 subsection 1, in case of assessee other than what and what, when the total income before availing deduction under NS6A exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax, that is how much? The return of income shall be mandatorily filed irrespective of the amount of any income. Therefore, Mr. A shall file his return of income as per section. In case the status of assessee is a irrespective of its income or loss or turnover, return of income shall be filed mandatorily as per section 139 subsection 1. Are you able to place the things in the question?
Yes, sir.
Moving to illustration number 9 is the target. Mr. Y furnishes the following particulars for the year ended 31/3/2024. Income from business, how much?
2,50,000.
Income from other sources.
25,000.
Total
2,75,000.
gross sales turnover 25 lakh. How much lakh?
25.
That data is very important. As per section 139 subsection 1, if the sales turnover in case of a business, exceeds 10 lakh, 60 lakh, then you are compulsory liable to file the return. That is only 10 lakh. And in case of profession, how much lakh? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Brought forward business loss eligible for set off under 72. This put together 2,75,000 minus 2 lakh. So the gross total income is only 75,000, which is less than basic exemption limit. No need to file the return of income. No need to file the, as per section 139 subsection 1. Examine whether Y should file the return of income for the assessment year 24-25. No, Y need not file the return of income. Gross total income means aggregate of any income, total income under the other heads of income, less brought forward business loss eligible for set off, but before deduction under chapter 6A. This is the definition of gross total income. 5 head add paniko, set off paniko, ana chapter 6A claim pannakuda. Accordingly, in the given case, gross total income of rupees how much? After set off of losses, as the total income before claiming deduction has not exceeded not chargeable tax, filing return of income is not warranted as per the provisions of 139 subsection 1 for the assessment year 24-25. Upper return file panna vendiya. I'm moving into illustration number 10, which is an amendment question, will be tested in examination for this time. This is a hit area, expected question. JKL filed its return of loss for assessment year 23-24 on 10/1/2021, which is beyond the due date, beyond the time prescribed under 139 subsection 3. What is 139(3)? Loss return, which is 139 subsection 1 time limit, declaring a total loss of 15 lakh. It approached you for advice regarding the course of action to be taken to secure the benefit of carry forward of business loss for set off against future profit. Advise the company suitable in this matter. Hello, sir. Now they have revised the limit.
Yes, sir.
We discussed the limits in the class. White circular number something by something issued by CBDT, it has decided to condone the delay in filing return having a claim of carry forward of losses. If a return having a claim of carry forward of loss is filed late, then the delay in filing of loss in case of genuine hardship can be condoned by principal CIT or CIT if the return loss is up to 10 lakh for one assessment year. That means second layer. That means second layer. Second layer up to
50 lakhs.
chief CIT if the return loss exceeds 50 lakhs but up to 2 crore. That is first layer.
One side of the first layer.
Right. Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Chief Commissioner of Income Tax returned NSR loss exceed 50 lakhs. Up to 2 crore. Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Adukku mele. Hello sir. If the return loss exceeds 2 crore, 2 crore, but it is up to 3 crores. So this is basically first level. Yaru Principal Chief Commissioner. Etana?
Above 2 crores.
Above 2 crore, up to 3 crores. CBDT, if the return loss exceeds 3 crores. So CBDT is saying that if the loss more than 3 crore, come and meet us. So you have to, this is an amendment, man. This notification is an amendment. Sir, Principal Commissioner of Income Tax or Commissioner of Income Tax? Up to
50 lakhs.
more than 50 lakh. Up to 2 crore. Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. More than 2 crore. Up to 3 crore. CBDT. More than 3 crore. This is a amendment in the notification. Will be tested in examination, at least in MCQ. So, inga namakku 15 lakhs da irukku. Yaarta pona podum? Principal Commissioner of Income Tax or in the present question in view of efforts the provision extremated should apply to the Principal Commissioner of Income Tax or Commissioner of Income Tax who can condone the delay in filing the loss return and allow the carry forward of the loss. Shall I move to the next question?
Yes, sir.
An assessee sustained a loss under the head income from house property, no problem, in the previous year relevant to the assessment year 23-24, which could not be set off against income from any other heads in that assessment year. Assessee did not furnish the return of loss within the time allowed under 139 subsection 1 in respect of the relevant NI year. However, the assessee filed the return within the time allowed under
139 subsection.
Podume 71B allowed. Can the assessee carry forward such loss for set off against income from house property of assessment year 24-25?
Yes, sir.
We have to mention that 5 section. Sir, 72, 73, 73A, 74, section 139 subsection 3. If a person has sustained a loss under the head what? Or under what? And claims that such loss should be carried forward under section 72, 73, 73A, 74, 74A. Then he may furnish a return of loss within the time prescribed under what? And all provisions of Income Tax Act shall apply as if it were a return filed under.
139 subsection.
We are having a hero section called a section notwithstanding anything containing chapter 6. It is not 6A. Chapter 6. The loss which has not been determined in pursuance of a return filed in accordance with the provisions of shall not be allowed to be carried forward under section 72, 73, 73A, 74. But whereas loss under the head income from house property is carried forward under what?
71B.
And 80 does not make a reference to. Therefore, loss under the head income from house property can be carried forward even if the return is filed after that. Return fail பண்ண வேணாம்னு சொல்லல. Due date la return file பண்ணலனாலும் பரவாயில்லைன்னு தான் சொல்றேன். Therefore, in the present question, the loss under the head house property for assessment year 23-24 can be accrued, that is enough forward, carry forward and set off against income from house property of assessment year, even if return of assessment year 23-24 was filed. Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into the question number 12. It's past examination question. Mr. T, an individual, filed his return of income for assessment year 24-25 on 15/6/2024 within time limit. This can be called it as 139(1), declaring a total income of 1,20,000. 1,20,000. He later discovered that he has not claimed a particular deduction amounting to 2,10,000 while computing his business income in the said return. He filed a revised return on 31/12/2024 within declaring a total loss of 90,000. 139 subsection 1 return என்னவா மாத்திருக்காரு? 139 subsection 5 return file பண்ணி 139 subsection 3 return மாத்திருக்காரு.
Yes, sir.
Last return மாத்திருக்காரு. Right? AO proposes to disallow the claim of T for carry forward of the business loss amounting to 90,000 for the reason that revised return declaring loss for the first time was filed beyond the time prescribed under 139 subsection 3. Loose AO. AO is loose. Because if you revise a return, it will stand in the shoes of the original return. It will be treated as if a return has been filed on time. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Examine the validity of the proposed action of the AO. No AO. Revise the act properly AO. The issue is covered by the case of Dharmapur Sugar Mills Limited. What is the case of? Dharmapur Sugar Mills Limited. In this case, it was held that the revised return substitute the inner return from the date of original return was filed. Once the revised return is original return is deemed to have been and revised return is deemed to have been filed on the date of original return was the revised return step into the shoes of the original Right?
Yes, sir.
As per the judgment in case of Dharmpur Sugar Mills Limited, revise return under what section? 139 subsection 5. Substitute the from the date the original return was filed. Hence the revised return filed on 31/12/2024. Substitute the original return filed on 15/6/2024 and is deemed to be filed on. Thereby, as per the provisions of 80 read with 139 subsection 3, loss of 90,000 shall be AO was not justified in declining the claim of T for carry forward of the business loss. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into illustration number 13 is the call. State with reason whether return of income is to be filed in the following cases for assessment year 24-25. Return file பண்ணணுமா வேணாமா? We select an individual aged 80 years waiting for ticket has a gross total income of 6,50,000. What is the gross total income?
6,50,000.
And is eligible for deduction under 1,60,000 under chapter 6 ignore 115 BAC சொல்றாங்க ஓகேவா? So 6,50,000 minus 1,60,000 4,90,000. What is the basic exemption limit of super citizen? Will you see total income or gross total income? Gross total income. Gross total income is 6,50,000, which is more than 5 lakh. Talaiva, you have to file. It may be last return, I don't know. ABC, a partnership firm, has a loss of 10,000 during the previous year. A partnership firm and company compulsory liable to file the return of income irrespective of. A registered institution eligible for exemption under 1023B, that means 139 4C organization.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Has income from house property of 2,80,000, which is more than basic exemption limit. Yes, sir. They are compulsory liable to file. Mr. Y, an employee of ABC Limited, draws a salary of 4,90,000 and has income from fixed deposit with a bank of 10,000. Ignore 115 BAC. Mr. Y, an employee of ABC Limited. Hello. Age has not been prescribed. Sir, kandipa 80 years irukadu. 80 years irundha yaru velakku vechukka maatanga. Correct? Normal person, the basic exemption limit is 2,50,000. More than that, every person has to file the return of income. We'll read one by one. As for the provisions of what? 139 subsection 1. Every person, if his total income during the previous year without giving effect to the provisions of NS6A exceeds the maximum amount which is not chargeable tax shall honor before the due date furnish a return of income or income of such other person during the NA year. Since the income of Mr. X exceeds maximum amount not chargeable tax before giving deduction under NS6A, he has to file as per section 139 subsection 1. Every person being a dash or dash company or firm shall honor before the due date furnish a return of his income or the income of such other person during the year. It is therefore compulsory for yark a partnership firm to file his return of income even in case of a in loss or income or partnership firm company mandatory in nature. As for 139 4C, every institution referred inter alia under section 1023B shall, if the total income in respect of which such association or institution is assessable without giving effect to the provisions of section exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to income tax, furnish return of such income for the year. Therefore, it has to file its end of income. Mr. Y is required to file the return of income under 139(1). As his income exceeds the taxable limit, he has to file the return of income by end date. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
We are going to do a November 1994 question. Right. Discuss the following. A return of income under 139 may be signed and verified in case of an individual by another person duly authorized by him in this behalf. For example, ANMS is filing his return. Okay, wow. I am saying that somebody, you verify my return. They are typically asking 140 verification of return. 140. What is 140? As per 140, the return of income is required to be verified. நான் ஃபைல் பண்ணது எல்லாமே உண்மையை தவிர வேற எதுவுமே அப்படின்னு வெரிஃபை பண்ணணும். இன் கேஸ் ஆஃப் an individual யாரு வெரிஃபை பண்ணலாம் தெரியுமா? By the individual himself, that is ANM himself. Or where the individual is absent from India, for example I am in Dubai to take a class, by the individual himself or some other person duly authorized by him in this behalf. either அவரே ஆன்லைன்ல பண்ணிக்கலாம் எங்க துபாயில இருந்து முடிஞ்சா, இல்லனா அவர் வேற யாரையாவது. Wherefore any reason it is not possible for the individual to dash the return by some person duly authorized in this behalf. நான் இந்தியாக்கு வெளிய எல்லாம் போல, அதான் காச்சரா இருந்துச்சு. அதனால என்னால என்ன பண்ண முடியலனா வெரிஃபை பண்ண முடியலனா I can authorize some other person to verify the return. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
Sir, next number 2. No. In the above two cases, the person so authorized to verify a return must hold a valid power of attorney to verify the return. அப்ப நான் என்ன தரணும்னா, and the power of attorney should be attached with the end of income. return of income. I am having the power to verify the return on behalf of A&M. அப்ப நான் கொடுத்த power of attorney கூட சேர்த்து upload பண்ணி விட்டுறணும். Then only it will be a valid verification as per section 140. A firm carrying on business filed a return of income disclosing an income of how much? On 1/12/2024 in respect of assessment year 24-25. It is not 139 subsection 1, but it is 139 subsection 4, belated return. It discovered an omission therein and therefore revise return under 139 subsection 5 allowed on 31/12/2024 showing a revised income of 8 lakh. அப்ப 7,50,000 என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? The AO, however, ignored the revised return and proceeded to process under 143 subsection 1 on the original return. Please offer your comments. எதனால ignore பண்ணணும்? எதுக்கு ignore பண்ணணும்? Hello? Because what return has been filed? Belated return has been filed. Belated return has been revised. That revised return has reduced the income. That is allowed under that. Yes, sir. Revised return la கம்மியாக கூடாதுன்னு யாரும் சொல்லலையே. Updated return la கம்மியாக கூடாது. கரெக்டா? அப்ப ஏவோ எதை தூக்கி குப்பையில போட்டுட்டு ஒரிஜினல் ரிட்டர்ன் தூக்கி குப்பையில போட்டுட்டு ரிவைஸ்ட் ரிட்டர்னை எடுத்துக்கணும். In the present case, due date for filing the return of the firm could be either 31st July or 31st October or 30th November under section 139(1). But since the return is filed in December, it is a return filed under what? எல்லாம் தண்ணி போயிடுச்சு. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? As per the provisions of 139 subsection 5, a return filed under 139(1) or 4 can be revised. A return filed under 139(4) can be revised under 139(5). Therefore, revised return filed in December is a valid return. Therefore, action of AO is not justified and AO should process the revised return under what section?
143 subsection.
However, fees under 234F shall be levied. அதுக்கு உனக்கு அதிகாரம் உண்டு. நீ என்ன பண்ணலாம்னா 5,000 rupees fees. That too, sir, above 5 lakhs வரைக்கும் இருந்தா 1,000. More than 5 lakhs இருந்தா 5,000. அது வேணா நீ என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம்னா லெவி பண்ணிக்கலாமே தவிர புது ரிட்டர்னை கன்சிடர் பண்ண மாட்டேன்னு சொன்னா கத்திக குத்தல்ஹே. கரெக்டா? I'm moving into illustration number 50. A return of income was filed within the statutory time provided under the act without making the payment of self-assessment tax due as per the return, which is 140A. A return file பண்ணிருக்காங்க ஆனா tax கட்டல. Tax கட்டாம return file பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Same was paid before completion of assessment. ஆனா assessment complete பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி the AO want to declare the return as invalid. Is the AO justified? No, sir. No, sir. Sir, if you are filing the return without payment of tax, it will not be treated as invalid return. It will not be treated as invalid return. As per section 139 subsection 9, என்னது? A return shall not be considered as defective if self-assessment tax and interest has not paid under what? On or before the date of furnishing of the return. அப்ப return file பண்றதுக்கும் tax கட்டறதுக்கும் சம்பந்தம் இல்ல. tax கட்டாம கூட என்ன ஃபைல் பண்ணிக்கலாம்? இவ்வளவு எனக்கு tax payable இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி return file பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகேவா? அப்ப tax கட்டலேங்கற காரணத்தினால மட்டும் ஒரு return நாங்க என்ன ஆக்க மாட்டோம்? defective ஆக்க மாட்டோம். defective return ஆக்க மாட்டோம். The return is therefore valid and not defective. Therefore, AO cannot treat the return to be invalid. Pakka?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into illustration number 16. The return for assessment year 24-25 was filed in time as per 139 subsection 1. Assessee during the course of assessment proceedings under 143 subsection 2 noticed a certain omission and therefore filed a revised return on April 18, 2025. தலைவன் என்ன போயிட்டு இருந்திருக்கு? அசஸ்மெண்ட் போயிட்டு இருந்திருக்கு. அதுல ஏதோ நான் வந்து என்ன பண்ண மறந்துட்டேன், கிளைம் பண்ண மறந்துட்டேன் ஒரிஜினல் ரிட்டர்ன் சொல்லி இடையில போய் ரிவைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காரு. Ever ignoring the revised returns of file framed the order in April 27, 2025 is the action of AO correct? Sir, இவர் revised return file பண்றதுக்கு ஒரு டைம் லிமிட் இருக்குல்ல? Have they filed the revised return within that time? No, sir. Because 31st December வரைக்கும் தான் revised return file பண்றதுக்கான time. In the present case, the revised return for assessment year 24-25 can be filed up to 31st December. Since the revised return has been filed after 31st December, it is en ab initio. And hence action of AO is justified. Put it on. யாரே? Revised return. Illustration number 70. Assessee fails to deposit the amount of tax under 140A. அது என்னது? Self-assessment tax. Offer rupees 10,000. But file return of income in time. காசு தான் இல்லை, நான் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிட்டேன். அப்புறம் கட்டுவேன் நான் கட்டும்போது இன்ட்ரெஸ்டோட கட்டுவேன் ஏவோ besides charging of interest as per 234B and C also issued show cause notice to levy a penalty of how much 2000 எந்த செக்ஷன்ல எல்லாம் தெரியாது சும்மா பெனால்டி போட்டு விட்டுருக்காரு 2000 ரூபாய் பெனால்டி ஓகேவா assessee says that there is no provision in the act to impose penalty for non payment of tax under NAA 140 ல என்ன கட்டலைனா tax கட்டலைனா பெனால்டி போடுறதுக்கு செக்ஷன் இல்லேன்னு சொல்றாரு assessee ஓகேவா வா as per provision of NAA what is 140A if the assessee fails to pay the whole or part of or interest or fee under what required to be paid under 140A then he shall be deemed to be an assessee in default in respect of tax and interest remaining unpaid அப்ப நீங்க வந்து 140A ல வந்து self assessment tax ஓ interest ஓ fees under section 234F கட்டலேனா you will be treated as assessee in your return will not be treated as defective return but you will be treated as super fantastic sir assessee shall have to pay interest under section 220 கண்டிப்பா நீ இன்ட்ரஸ்ட் கட்டினா ஏன்னா delay in payment of tax இல்ல ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணும்போது நீ என்ன கட்டல டாக்ஸ் கட்டல அதுக்கு அப்புறமா தான் கட்ட போற அப்ப கட்டும்போது வெறும் டாக்ஸ் மட்டும் கட்டினா மூஞ்சில கொடுத்து என்னவும் சேர்த்து கட்டணும் இன்ட்ரஸ்டும் கட்டணும் under section and penalty under section 221 for being an assessee in default அப்ப 220 ல இன்ட்ரஸ்ட் கட்டணும் 221 ல பெனால்டி எதுக்கு பெனால்டி கட்டற non sir since you have treated as assessee in default as per 221 AO can levy penalty up to an amount which assessee has not paid tax under 140A up to அது வரைக்கும் அப்ப இங்க எவ்வளவு கட்டல 10000 எவ்வளவு பெனால்டி போட்டுருக்காரு therefore AO could have charged penalty up to 10000 under 221 for not depositing self assessment tax of therefore AO is justified in levying penalty of for non compliance of 140A according to the contention of assessees enna correct so my dear lovable students what are the takeaway once assessee has not paid the self assessment tax under section such a return will not be treated as defective return but the assessee will be treated as defective assessee that is assessee in default and is liable to pay interest under section 220 and is liable to pay penalty under section 221 up to the amount of the self assessment tax has not been paid paka I'm moving into illustration number 80 Mahesh a resident and ordinarily resident in India closely connected with India having a house property and bank account outside India is not required to file return of income for assessment year 24-25 if his total income is below maximum amount not liable for tax if you are having a property situated outside India or signing authority in an account situated outside India in case of a resident and ordinary resident compulsory liable to file the return of income discuss with reason whether the statement is correct or not no it is not correct the statement is correct fifth proviso fourth proviso to 139 subsection 1 it is fourth proviso right provided also that a person being a resident other than that means a resident and ordinary resident closely connected with India within the meaning of section 6 because section 6 is only talking about residential status who is not required to furnish a return under this subsection and who at any time during the year holds a beneficial owner or otherwise any asset including any financial interest in any entity located or having signing authority in any account located or is a beneficiary of any asset including any financial interest in any entity located shall furnish on or before the due date a return in respect of his income or loss for the previous year in such form and verified in such manner and setting forth such other particulars as may be therefore every resident and ordinary resident having any asset located or signing authority in any account located is required to file a return of income in the prescribed form compulsory whether or not he has income chargeable to tax or not therefore Mahesh has to file a return of income in the prescribed compulsory for assessment year 24-25 even if his total income is below the maximum amount not liable to since he is a resident and he is having a house property and bank account outside India shall we move into illustration number 19
Yes, sir.
Sir, if assessee does not pay the assessment tax before furnishing the return of income, the return furnished shall be deemed to be a defective return. No, the return is not a defective return. Assessee is a defective assessee. Assessee will be treated as
Assessee in default.
examine the correctness of the statement in the context of the provision contained in Income Tax Act. The statement is not correct. Why, sir, the same question they are repeating again and again? Because as per the amendment made by Finance Act 2016, Finance Act
2006.
அதெல்லாம் காலம் கொஞ்சமாச்சு in section 139 subsection 9 A return shall not be considered as defective if self-assessment tax and interest is not paid under what section? On or before the date of furnishing of return. The return is therefore அப்ப முன்னாடி டாக்ஸ் கட்டலைனா நாங்க அதை டிஃபெக்டிவ் ரிட்டர்னா ட்ரீட் பண்ணியிருந்தோம். ஃபைனான்ஸ் ஆக்ட் 2016ல தான் சொன்னோம் டாக்ஸ் கட்டலைனா நாங்க டிஃபெக்டிவ் ரிட்டர்னா ட்ரீட் பண்ண மாட்டோம். ஆனா assessee default ட்ரீட் பண்ணுவோம். I am moving into the illustration number 20, the last illustration. Arjun's total income for assessment year 24-25 is 10 lakh, consisting of salary, capital gain and income from. After considering TDS and advance tax of what? Towards taxes still payable. Oh, இன்னும் tax என்ன பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கு? எவ்வளோ TDS and advance tax? 50,000. Which is more than 25,000 மேல வருது, right? Yes, sir. Because of various reasons, he could not file his return of income within the prescribed time limit. Arjun approached you for NSR advice on the following issue. Whether he can file a return of income on 1st December, 31st December வரைக்கும் டைம் இருக்கு. கரெக்ட்டா? Whether he will be able to revise his return of income in case he discover any omission or mistake in his return filed on 1st December? Yes. 31st December வரைக்கும் ரிவைஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் இல்லையா? What amount of what and what? He will be subject for the default if any for the relevant NIR. Sir, as per section 139 subsection 4, if a person has not furnished the return of income within the time allowed under 139 subsection 1, then he may furnish the return of income at any time before 3 months prior to the end of the relevant assessment year or before completion of assessment, whichever is. For assessment year 24-25, late return can be filed up to what date? Therefore, Arjun can file late return as per 139 subsection 4 on what date? As per 139 subsection 5, the return filed under 139(1) and revised return or return filed under 139(4) can be revised before 3 months prior to the end of the relevant assessment year or before completion of assessment, whichever is. Therefore, late return filed by Arjun on 1/12/2000 can be revised up to what date? As per 234F, where the income is above ethanol lakh, the late return is filed up to 31/12/2024. Assessee is liable to pay a fee of. In this case, Arjun will have to pay a fees of how much? Under section 234F, since the return is filed up to end the date. Besides, there will be interest under what section? For late filing of return. Kandipa. Interest under 234A shall be computed as follows. Sir, evlo sir, interest under 234A na period. எப்ப ஆக்சுவலா தலைவர் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்கணும் அப்படின்னா 1st of August இருந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும். ஆகஸ்ட், செப்டம்பர், அக்டோபர், நவம்பர், டிசம்பர் 1ஆம் தேதி. கரெக்டா? எத்தனை மாசம்? 5 months. என்னப்பா? Yes sir. Because 1% per month or part of the month? This is not number of days for IDT. 1% per month or? As per 234A. What is the interest under 234A? After claiming TDS, TCS, what is the net tax payable? அதுக்கு தான் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்டணும். ஆல்ரெடி கட்டி வச்சதுக்குள்ள இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. 50,000 into 1% into 5 months. This is the interest under section NIA 234A. Hello sir. Yes sir. We are having the last question 21 because with that the slot comes to an end. Tomorrow I won't come to this slot. Specify the quantum of fees or penalty if any to be levied in the following cases. Your answer must specify the relevant provisions of the Income Tax Act. Mr. Abhiram, an individual whose taxable income works out to 13. File the return of income on 30/12/2024 for assessment year 24-25. The due date for furnishing the return is 31/10/2024. Hello. Later file பண்ணிருக்கார் இல்லையா? என்ன கேட்டிருக்காங்கன்னா fees or penalty கேட்டிருக்காங்க. fees வருமா? Late fee வருமா? எது? 234. Is the total income exceed 5 lakh? Yes sir. How much rupees? Will the interest come? Yes sir. அத பத்தி எல்லாம் கேட்கல. fees தான் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. penalty தான் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. Right job. As per 234F, late fee of 5,000 is leviable if the return of income is furnished after the due date specified under what? Since Abhiram, an individual having total income of furnished his return of income on 30/12/2024, late fee of 5,000 is leviable. Mrs. Sirisha filed the return of income on 31/12/2024 for the assessment year 24-25. Due date for furnished return of income is 31/7 under 139(1). And her taxable income is 4.98 lakhs, which is less than 5 lakh. Ayurba. So Sirisha has to, sir, pay 1,000. Sirish kitte pay panna vendiyadha. Late fee of 5,000 leviable under 234F cannot exceed how much? If the total income does not exceed. Accordingly, late fee of 1000 is leviable in this case since Mrs. Shirisha's total income of 4,98,000 does not exceed. Mr. Robert received a sum of 2.5 lakhs from Mr. Rajiv on 31/1/2024 in cash in contravention of the provision of 269 ST. Simbu Trisha. Yes, sir. In excess of 2 lakh. Correct. Sales in excess of 2 lakh we discussed. Whatever amount you have received will be treated as penalty. So 2 NSR 50,000 will be treated as penalty. Simbu Trisha, correct? Sir, 271 DA will be applicable penalty. Yes, sir. As for 271 DA, yes, we are able to match. Penalty equivalent to sum received in contravention of the provision of 269. That is a receipt of sum of 2 lakh or more in aggregate from a person in a day otherwise than by account pay check or account pay bank draft or electronic clearance system or such or electronic bank as may be specified is leviable. Accordingly, penalty of 2.5 lakhs is leviable on Mr. Robot, receive a sum of 2.5 lakhs being in excess of 2 lakh by way of cash from Mr. Rajiv on 31/1/2004. With this we can say that the day number 1, slot number 1 of 21 question from the basics of assessment procedure comes to an end. My dear lovable students, if you are a regular student, if you are listening to the lecture, you have to acknowledge that you have listened to the lecture. Sir, put by way of comment that completed the lecture, my dear lovable students. If any other outsider, if you are feeling this as useful, will be doing, it's a 10 days program. 200 questions will be solving from the assessment procedure. And my students, sir, you have to revise the 20 questions per day. Then it will be very comfortable for you. Within 10 days, your assessment procedure revisions will come to an end. And all our past examination question and ICA question, nothing more will come in examination. This will be a brilliant discussion. Like this, only 1.5 hours we will be having a daily discussion. We'll meet tomorrow morning at the appropriate time. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from me. Sir, very happy night to all.
Happy night, sir.
So we are in the 20 question challenge. Yesterday we have achieved day 1. We are moving into day 2. That is another 20 question from the assessment procedure. What will be the consequences? Mr. Raghav made a payment of 75,000 in cash to a travel agent for his travel to Saudi Arabia to be undertaken for business purpose by quoting intentionally wrong PAN. So they are asking about consequences of PAN 139A and 139AA. 139A is talking about PAN and 139AA is talking about. Would your answer be different when such cash payment was made for his travel to Nepal instead of Saudi Arabia is the question. So we will be referring the ICI study material for this table, penalty table. That means if you are not complying with the provisions of 139A, then penalty will be under section 272B. Penalty will be under section 272B subsection 1, 272B subsection 2, 272B subsection 2A and 272B subsection 2B. Tell me, 272 la 4 penalty. 272B subsection 1, 272B subsection 2, 272B subsection 2A and 272B subsection 2B. What is 272B subsection 1? Failure to comply with the provisions of 139A. That means PAN. Okay, wow. That is, my dear lovable students, 10,000 rupees is the penalty. 10,000 rupees is the penalty. So if you are not complying with the provisions of PAN, your PAN card edukka vendiyal ana nee PAN card edukala, evlo penalty? 10,000. 272B subsection 2, failure to code the PAN. Nee PAN eduthiruka ana PAN code பண்ணல or என்ன number? In any document referred under 139A subsection 5 clause C. These are the places where you are supposed to quote the PAN or என்ன number? 139A subsection 5 clause C. Or failure to intimate PAN or என்ன number? To persons deducting or collecting the TDS. So யாராவது TDS பிடிக்கிறதா இருந்தா அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம PAN நம்பர் தரணும் இல்லையா? இல்லைனா யாராவது TCS கலெக்ட் பண்றதா இருந்தா அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம PAN நம்பர் தரணும். அப்பதான் அந்த டிடெக்ட் பண்ண TDS கலெக்ட் பண்ண TDS நம்ம அக்கவுண்ட்ல கட்டி விட முடியும். கரெக்ட்டா? அப்ப அது நடக்கலைனா my dear lovable students, the penalty will be 10,000 rupees. And knowingly quoting or intimating a number which is false, நீ தப்பான நம்பரை கோட் பண்ற, then 10,000 for each such failure. ஒரு தப்புக்கும் 10,000 ரூபாய். அப்ப நீ PAN கார்டு எடுக்கலனா 10,000 as per 272B subsection 1. What 272B subsection 2 is saying that நீ என்ன சார் PAN or Aadhaar number கோட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க கோட் பண்ணல, நீ PAN or Aadhaar number intimate பண்ண வேண்டியங்க intimate பண்ணல, நீ PAN or Aadhaar number சார் தப்பா என்ன பண்ணிருக்கேனா கோட் பண்ணிருக்க இல்ல intimate பண்ணிருக்க. Are you all really with me? Then 272B subsection 2 is saying that you are liable to pay a penalty of 10,000 for each such failure. 10,000 for each such failure or default. 272B subsection 2A, failure to quote or Aadhaar number in documents referred in 139 subsection NA 6A, 139A subsection 6A, or authenticate such number in accordance with the provisions contained therein, 10,000 for each such default. That means another area where you have to quote the Aadhaar number is 139A subsection NA 6A and 272B subsection NB 2B. This is 2A, this is 2B. Failure to ensure that PAN or Aadhaar number is duly quoted in the document relating to transaction referred in 139A subsection 5 clause C. Okay va? Or 139A subsection 6A. நீ ensure பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கணும். அவங்க PAN கார்டு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க இல்ல ஆதார் கார்டு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. That means the recipient party ஓட வேலை அது. ஓகேவா? Or failure to ensure that sir PAN or Aadhaar number has been duly authenticated in respect of transaction referred in 139A subsection NA. 10,000 for each such failure. 10,000 for? It is necessary to give an opportunity of being heard on whom the penalty under 272B is proposed to be imposed. 272B penalty என்ன பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி impose பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி opportunity of being heard தரும். So what is the summary? These are the penalty section with regard to NSR PAN. Sir, PAN is covered under 139A. 139A. We are having penalty classified into three categories. 270A, under reporting or misreporting of income. 271 series and 272 series. 271 series and 270. This is procedural aspects. All the procedural penalties are covered in 272. All the procedural penalties are covered under. சார் நீ வாயை திறக்கலைனா, நீ வந்து ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ல கையெழுத்து போடலைனா, கதவை தட்டி டோரை திறக்கலைனா, எல்லாமே procedural lapses. All the procedural defaults are covered under 272. Hello sir. So 272B is what the penalty talking for the consequences of 139A. What 272B subsection 1 is saying that நீ PAN கார்டு எடுக்க வேண்டிய ஆள் ஆனா என்ன எடுக்கல, PAN கார்டு எடுக்கல, 10,000 ரூபாய் penalty. Sir, 272B subsection 2 is saying that you have done a mistake. You have done a that mistake is either in the respective places you have not quoted the PAN. நீங்க கோட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க என்ன பண்ணல, கோட் பண்ணல PAN நம்பரை. சார் நீங்க இன்டிமேட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க என்ன பண்ணல, இன்டிமேட் பண்ணல. இல்லனா நீங்க கோட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க இல்ல இன்டிமேட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, அத நீங்க தப்பா கோட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, தப்பா இன்டிமேட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. So quiff, the என்ன சார் default what you have made is quiff. QIF. Q stands for quote. கோட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க கோட் பண்ணல, இன்டிமேட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க கோட்டும் இன்டிமேட்டும் தப்பா பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, falsify பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. இதுதான் 272B subsection 2. So what is 272B subsection 1? PAN கார்டு எடுக்க வேண்டியால் PAN கார்டு எடுக்கலனா 10,000 rupees. 272B subsection 2 quiff. What is quiff? கோட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க கோட் பண்ணல, இன்டிமேட் பண்ண வேண்டியங்க இன்டிமேட் பண்ணல, தப்பா ஃபால்ஸா கோட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, ஃபால்ஸா இன்டிமேட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன் சார் 272B subsection 2A, failure to quote or PAN என்ன நம்பர் in documents referred in the section 139A subsection 6A. 139A subsection or authenticate such number in accordance with the provisions contained therein. அப்ப நீ வந்து 139A subsection என்ன 6A அதுல டிஃபால்ட் பண்ணேனா 272B subsection 2A ல penalty வரும். அப்ப 6A 2A 6A 2A. default 139A subsection 6A, penalty 272B subsection 2A. இந்த 2A assessee வர்ற penalty 2A அப்ப A stands for assessee. Then man sir failure to ensure பண்ணல நீ என்னன்னு PAN or Aadhaar number is duly quoted in the documents relating to transaction referred under 139A subsection 5 NSE or 139A subsection NA, or failure to ensure PAN or Aadhaar number has been duly authenticated in respect of transaction referred in 139A subsection NA 6A. அப்படினா 272B subsection NB 2B இது assessee வர்றது கிடையாது, counter party வர்றது. Are you really with me? Yes sir. So the penalties anyway, sir, if you are thinking PAN, if the default is PAN, 10,000 rupees is the penalty. PAN na avladha mudinju poichu. Sir, I am moving into question number 1. What will be the consequence when Mr. Raghavan made a payment of 75,000 in cash to a travel agent for his travel to Saudi Arabia to be undertaken for business purpose by quoting internationally enna PAN? அப்ப தலைவன் PAN எடுக்காதது கிடையாது பிரச்சனை. QIF is the problem. Q stands for quoting, I stands for intimation. Correct? Sir, F stands for? Would your answer be different when such cash payment was made for his travel to Nepal instead of Saudi Arabia? Come on. If a person who is required to quote his PAN number in any document referred under 139A subsection 5 clause C quotes a number which is false and which he either knows or believes to be false or does not believes to be true, ரெண்டு ஒண்ணுதான். Right sir? either அவர் தெரியுது தப்புன்னு இல்ல அவர் தெரியுது அது சரி கிடையாது. A1 may direct that such a person shall pay a penalty as sum of rupees 10,000 under 272B subsection 2. நீ PAN card எடுக்கலைனா 272B subsection 1, எடுத்த PAN card QIF பண்றேனா 272B subsection 2. In the given case, if Mr. Raghav travels to Arabia and pays travel agent cash in excess of how much? That is a limit. Such a transaction is covered by 139A subsection 5 clause C read with rule 114B, and therefore Mr. Raghav has to quote his PAN. அப்போ 50,000 ரூபாய்க்கு மேல ஃபாரின் டிராவல் பண்ணேனா கண்டிப்பா என்ன பண்ணி ஆகணும்? PAN card quote பண்ணி ஆகணும். Since Mr. Raghav has misquoted his PAN, penalty under 272B subsection 2 is leviable. Mr. Raghavan has to give an opportunity of being heard in this matter because 272B penalty levi பண்றதா இருந்தா opportunity of being heard. If Mr. Raghavan is not able to prove that there is any cause for the said failure, penalty under 272B subsection 2 would be, the answer would remain the same even if such cash payment was made for his travel to எங்கேக்கு? நீ நேபாள் போனா என்ன சவுதி அரேபியா போனா என்ன ரெண்டும் இந்தியாக்கு எங்க தான் இருக்கு? வெளியே தான் இருக்கு. Are you really with me? So what is the takeaway from this question, my dear lovable students? PAN card எடுக்கலைனா it's a procedural lapse. All the procedural lapse ki penalty is covered under 272B. 272B subsection 1 is saying that PAN card எடுக்கல 10,000 ரூபாய் penalty. 272B subsection 2 is saying that QIF. That means you have not quoted the PAN, you have not intimated the PAN, or you have falsified the PAN. Right? So QIF, then the penalty will be 10,000 for each such failure, each such default. Right? Who shall sign and verify the return of income of an LLP? Limited liability partnership. Netram understand pannom. With regard to an individual, my dear lovable students, either individual himself or authorized person can verify the return, provided if he is having power of attorney. அதே மாதிரி LLP na limited liability partnership. Partners will be there. Yes sir. For LLP the return should be verified by the dash partner. யார designate பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கியோ அவங்க தான் LLP என்ன பண்ணணும். Where there is no designated partner as such or in his absence by any partner. இப்போ in case இவரு தான் வெரிஃபை பண்ணனும் அப்படினு designate பண்ணி வெச்சிருந்தா அந்த designated partner. அப்படி ஒரு ஆளே இல்ல சார்னா any person can sign and verify. I'm moving into illustration number 24. Mr. X, an individual, has got his books of accounts for the year ended 31/3/2024 audited under 44AB. Tax audit பண்ணிருக்காங்க. His total income for the assessment year 24-25 is how much? 5,20,000, which is surely more than basic exemption limit. He desires to know if he can furnish his return of income for assessment year 24-25 through a tax return preparer. No. Tax return preparer, sir, any person can upload the file. Who's tax return preparer? They are like GST practitioners who have passed a certain examination, correct? Which has been conducted by the central government. But if you are a firm or company, then such guys cannot upload their return through tax return preparers. Or if you are subject to do a tax audit under section 44AB, then such guy should not NSR file their return under tax return. Those guys should come to us through chartered accountants. So section 139B, because 139A is PAN, 139B is tax return, provides for submission of return of income through tax return preparer. It empowers the Central Board of Direct Taxes to frame a scheme for the purpose of enabling any specified class of person to prepare and furnish their return of income through Yarvadiya. Specified class or class of persons has been defined to mean any person other than dash company. Appa company Yarvadiya return file panna or a person whose accounts are required to be audited under section that individual HUF AOP BOI if you are subject to do under section yaar moolama pannada or under any other existing law who is required to furnish a return of income under the act. Thus companies and person whose accounts are liable for tax audit under NIAB do not fall within the definition of specified class or class of person and consequently cannot furnish the return of income through. In this instant case, books of accounts of X for the year ended 31/3/2024 have been audited under section. As such, he cannot furnish his return of income for the assessment year 24-25 through a tax return. That means, my dear lovable students, as per section 139B, you can file your return through tax return preparer except company and any person who are supposed to do tax audit under section. I'm moving into the summary assessment under section 143 subsection 1. EO has no power to make any adjustment to income disclosed by the assessee while processing the return of income under 143 subsection 1. Examine the correctness of the statement. In the question, students எப்படி interpret பண்ண வாய்ப்பு இருக்குன்னா, ஆமா சார் ஏஓக்கு பவர் இல்லை சார், கம்ப்யூட்டருக்கு தான் சார் பவர் இருக்கு. அந்த மாதிரி மிஸ்டேக் பண்ணி இருக்க கூடாது. சார் கம்ப்யூட்டர் பண்றது யாருக்காக? ஏஓக்காக. பின்ன கம்ப்யூட்டர் பண்ணி என்ன பண்ண போகுது? கரெக்டா இல்லையா? According to section 143 subsection 1, software can make the following adjustment in the income return by assessee while processing the return of income. So these are the things they can do. Number one, to check any arithmetical error in the return, any incorrect claim, if such incorrect claim is apparent from any information in the return, disallowance of loss claim, if the return of previous year for which set off of loss is claimed was furnished beyond the due date specified under section. அதாவது நீ belated return file பண்ணேனா loss carry forward பண்ண. Disallowance of expenditure or increase in income indicated in the audit report but not taken into account in computing the total income of the return. Disallowance of deduction claimed under NIAA or under any of the provisions of NS6A under the heading C, deduction in respect of NI income, if return is furnished beyond due date under 139 subsection 1. These 5 points should be there in your heart. Number 1, any arithmetical error in the return, any incorrect claim apparent from any information in the return, disallowance of loss claim, disallowance of expenditure or increase in income, disallowance of deduction claimed under section NIAA or NSR under the heading C, chapter 6A, provided that no such adjustment shall be made unless an intimation is given to the assessee or such adjustment either in writing or in what mode. That means before do a income escaping assessment, we are issuing a notice under section 148. Before issuing a 143.3, we are issuing 143.2. Before issuing 144, we are issuing show cause notice under 144. The same way, before doing 143 subsection 1 adjustment, intimation is mandatory. Without intimation, if you are doing 143.1, put it on dustbin. Hello. Provided further that the response received from the assessee, if any, shall be considered before making an adjustment, and in case where no response is received within 8 days of the issue of such intimation, such adjustment shall be. That means first intimation has to be sent, then assessee has to respond within 30 days, After considering the response from the assessee, then intimation under 143.1 has to be, the adjustments under 143.1 has to be done. This is the 3-step approach of 143 subsection 1. Number 1, intimation has to be sent to the assessee. Assessee has to respond within 30 days. After considering the response, the 5 adjustments has to be done. This is exhaustive list of adjustment which can be made in the returned income under section 143.1. No other adjustment except listed above is possible in the returned income. In the adjustment of 5 adjustment தவிர வேற எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது 143 subsection 1 ல. So 143.1 is restricted, which will be done by the computer on behalf of the AO. Therefore, it is not correct to say that AO has no power to make any adjustment to income returned by assessee while processing the return of income under section 143 subsection 1. AO is having the power, he is having 5 power, but it's a 3-step approach. He has to send an intimation, get the reply from the assessee within 30 days, consider that reply before he do the I'm moving into the scrutiny assessment under section 143 subsection 3. My dear lovable students, that 5 points very important for examination. Take in your heart. I'm not saying by heart, take in your heart. Right. I'm moving to illustration number 26. Can the AO complete the assessment of income from international transaction in disregard of the order passed by TPO by accepting the contention of the assessee? No. Whatever order passed by the TPO under 92CA is binding on the AO. Section 92CA subsection 4 provides that order of TPO determining the arm's length price of international transaction is binding on the AO. And AO shall proceed to compute the total income in conformity with the arm's length price determined by the AO. Therefore, the AO cannot complete the assessment of income from international transaction in disregard of the order of TPO and on the basis of contention raised by the assessee. யாரோட accept பண்ணிட்டு TPO accept இல்ல assessee சொல்றத accept பண்ணிட்டு TPO reject பண்ண முடியாது. Whatever order passed by the TPO is binding on the AO. AO has to pass the assessment order in conformity with the order passed by the TPO. Shall I move into illustration number 27? Thai Limited filed this return of income for assessment year 23-24 on 26th September 2023. Hello? What is the financial year? 22-23. Is it our financial year? No sir. Last financial year. Correct? எப்போ return file பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 26 September. They are limited company. Correct? So, assuming that they are subject to do tax audit. Fine. Let it be there. The return is selected for regular assessment under 143.3. Sir, we know that scrutiny assessment is otherwise called as regular assessment. Right. For which notice under section 143 subsection 2 is served on the company on 3rd July 2024. 3rd July, what is the end of the financial year in which return has been filed? 31/3/2023. We know that 3 months from the end of the financial year in which the return of income has been filed. That is the last date to issue 143 subsection 2 notice. 31/3/2024 is the last date. 22-23 is the financial year. Correct? 31/3/2024. எந்த financial year return file பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 26 September 2023. அப்படினா 31/3/2024 is the last date. இதில இருந்து எத்தனை மாசம்? அப்படினா சார் மார்ச் முடிச்சா ஏப்ரல் மே ஜூன். பட் எப்பதான் நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காங்க? ஜூலை. That means the notice is time barred. Notice is company respond to the notice under section 143 subsection 2, 292 BB provisions will be applicable. Hello? Examine whether the service of notice is within time. No. And if not, whether the assessment order can be challenged by assessee. No. Because he has responded, cooperated to the assessment. Who asked you to go and NSR? Time limit for service of notice under 143.2 is 3 months from the end of the financial year in which the return of income was furnished by the assessee. A return of income for assessment year 23-24 was filed by assessee on 26 September 2023. Therefore, the notice under 143.2 has to be served by 30th June. However, the notice was served on the assessee only on
3rd July.
Hence, the notice issued under 143.2 is barred. However, as per section 292 BB, or what in section? Why where an assessee has appeared in any proceeding or cooperated in any inquiry relating to the what or what. It shall be deemed that any notice required to be served upon him has been duly served upon him in time. Hello? In accordance with the provisions of this act, and assessee shall be precluded from raising any objection in any proceeding or inquiry that notice what not served upon him on time, and served upon in any manner. இப்படியெல்லாம் நீ புறம்பக்கூடாது. Hello. The above provision shall not be applicable where the assessee has raised such objection before completion of the assessment or reassessment. Before 143(3) பாஸ் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் போய் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கேன்னா, சார் நோட்டீஸ் டைம் பார்டு சார் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா 143(3) is not valid. நாம என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கேன், I have cooperated with the assessment, given the books of accounts, whatever has been asked I have given, sir I have signed the assessment procedure and assessment order has been come out. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் சொல்றேன், சார் notice was time barred. Then 292 BB is saying that நான் விளையாடுறியா நேரம் நான் லூசு நினைச்சேன் நீ. So in the instant case, if Thai Limited had raised an objection of the proceeding on the ground of non-service of notice under what? Upon it on time, then the validity of the assessment order can be challenged. In the absence of such objection, assessment order cannot be challenged. That means if you cooperated, John, you are gone. If you don't cooperated, then NSR, you can say that the notice is time barred, hence assessment order is also time barred. Examine the correctness or otherwise of the following statement in the context of the provision containing Income Tax Act and decided case law. AO is bound to allow set off of brought forward loss under section 72 even if the assessee has not claimed the same in the return file. போய்க்கோ உடனே கொடுப்போம். நீ ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்க, உனக்கு brought forward loss இருக்கு, ஆனா நீ செட் ஆஃப் பண்ண மறந்துட்ட. செட் ஆஃப் பண்ண? What they are saying is it is the responsibility of the AO to provide that what? Brought forward business loss. அது கொடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் total income calculate பண்ணணும். The statement is correct. Statement is? The reason of the logic wise statement is correct is when you do 143(3) it should be a proper 143(3). அப்போ கொடுக்க வேண்டிய டிடக்ஷன் எல்லாம் கொடுக்கணும். brought forward business loss இருந்தா செட் ஆஃப் பண்ணணும். டிசலோவ் பண்ண வேண்டியதெல்லாம் டிசலோவ் பண்ணணும். இதுதான் அசஸ்மென்ட்னு சொல்றது. Assessment means checking by the AO whether what you have done is correct or not. If any mistake is there, he has to rectify it. The Supreme Court in Mahalakshmi Sugar Mills Limited held that it is a duty of the AO to apply the relevant provisions of the Act for the purpose of determining the true figure of assessee's net income and consequential tax liability. அதான் போ வேலை, அதான் நீ மாச சம்பளம் வாங்குற. Merely because the assessee has not claimed the set off of in the NF file, it cannot relieve the AO of his duty to apply 72 in the appropriate case. அவங்க மறந்தா கூட நீ கூப்பிட்டு தரணும். As per CBDT circular 1955, ஆதாடி, it is a duty of the AO to assist a taxpayer in every reasonable way, particularly in the matter of claiming and securing relief, and in this regard they should take the initiative in guiding a taxpayer where proceedings or other particulars before them indicate that some refund or relief is due to him. It is a duty of the AO. அவனுக்கு ஏதாவது ரிலீஃப் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு இருந்தால் கொடுப்பா, அதுக்கு தான் போன உட்கார வச்சிருக்கேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் நீ டாக்ஸ் பிரிச்சா போதும். டாக்ஸ் கலெக்ஷன்லாம் ரெண்டாவது, டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லாம் செகண்டரி. முதல்ல நம்மளோட டாக்ஸ் பேயர்ஸோட வெல்ஃபேரை பார்த்துக்கோ நீ. Therefore, on the basis of above Supreme Court ruling and CBDT circular, AO is bound to allow the set off of brought forward loss under section, even if the assessee has not claimed the same in the return file, provided the loss was determined in pursuance of a return file under what? In any earlier previous year. Moreover, the wordings under 72 is shall, indicating the provision relating to set off of brought forward loss are what? Mandatory. That means section 72 பார்த்தேன்னா shallங்கிற வார்த்தை யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்கா. shall na mandatory. அப்ப mandatory எனக்கு இந்த benefit கிடைச்சதா? Therefore, the AO is bound to allow the claim for set off of brought forward business loss even if the assessee has not claimed the same in the return. Right. November 1989 la கேட்ட question. Distinguish between the audit envisaged under 142(2)A, that is an audit, and one prescribed under 44(AB), that is tax audit. The following are the point of distinction between 142(2)A and 44(AB). Whether the audit is compulsory, 142(2)A audit compulsory? No sir, only grounds satisfy another compulsory. No, it is ordered when the AO is the opinion that having regard to the nature and complexity of accounts, multiplicity of transaction and other relevant factors, if it is necessary to do so. Is 44AB compulsory? Yes, if the condition prescribed under 44AB are. Who appoint the auditor 142(2)A? Auditor is nominated by who or who? Chief Commissioner or Commissioner. இங்க auditor is appointed by the நமக்கு பிடிச்சவங்களை வச்சுக்க வேண்டியதான். மாமா பையன் CA பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டாரு, நீ பண்ற audit. What is the time limit for submitting the report? A report is to be furnished within the time prescribed in the direction under what? AO can extend the time period maximum எத்தனை days? 180 days மேல எடுத்துக்க கூடாது ஸ்பெஷல் ஆடிட்ல. கரெக்ட்டா? இங்க audit report is to be submitted 1 month prior to due date of furnishing return of income, that is September 30 of the relevant NIR, or 31st October in case of transfer pricing report. Right up? Consequences of non-compliance, it will lead to best judgment assessment under section 144, penalty under section 272A, and 272A subsection 1 class D will be applicable, and you are liable for prosecution proceedings. Right up? These which consequences are there? Here penalty under section 271B, 0.5% of the turnover or 1,50,000, whichever is lower. What is the, sir, is there any opportunity of being heard? Assessee should given an opportunity of being heard before issuing a direction under what? The assessee should be given such an opportunity before any material gathered on the basis of audit is proposed or NSR to be utilized for the purpose of assessment. Inge opportunity of being heard. நான் தான audit பண்ண சொல்றேன், பின்ன opportunity. What is the form of audit report? In form number NB. Sir, for assessee carrying on business, form number 3CA. If accounts of the assessee are required to be audited under any other law, form number. Statement of particulars for assessee carrying on business or profession is form number 3CD. Don't worry about this. All this form will be discussed in detail in tax audit report. We are having a separate chapter called as tax audit report in classes of tax audit report. Expense of the audit and audit fees borne by the central government, and here it has to be borne by the assessee. These are the major differences between 142, 2A and discuss the following. November 90 question. What are the circumstances under which AO may make a best judgment assessment? There are various circumstances in which AO will make a. What precautions should the AO take before making such assessment? And assessment பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னென்ன precautions பண்ணணும்? X is a trader in grey cloth. He purchased grey cloth from the small weavers as per the order received from the customer and sell the same after adding எத்தனை % commission on the purchase price. The quantity of purchases and sales can be tallied n-wise, bill-wise. The payment for the purchase are made by n payment check only. The rate of gross profit disclosed is reasonable as compared to that shown in earlier year, and profit shown by other traders in the line. மிச்ச எல்லாரும் 5% தான் காட்டுறாங்க, தலைவன் 5% தான் காட்டியிருக்காங்க. The parties whom sales are made can be produced before the income tax authority for verification. However, X expresses his inability to produce the waivers before the AO who insist on their presence for providing the what? Purchases. இப்போ அவரோட கிரெடிட்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் கூட்டிட்டு வாப்பான்னு சொன்னப்போ கிரெடிட்டர்ஸ் கூட்டு வர முடியல. ஆனால் யாருக்கு வித்தாங்கன்னு சொல்ல முடியுது, எவ்வளோ அவங்க காசு தரணும்னு சொல்ல முடியுது. The AO proposes to reject the book result and make the best judgment assessment on the ground that he is not satisfied about the correctness or what? Completeness of the accounts of the assessee. Is the action of AO justified? Explain, giving reason. I will tell you, man. According to section 144, what is 144? AO, after considering all relevant material which he has gathered, shall make an assessment of the total income or loss to the best of his judgment in the following cases. Number 1, if any person fails to make the return as required under what? 139 subsection 1 and has not made a return under 139 subsection 4. Adhenadu? Or updated return under 139 subsection up to the date of issue of showcase notice under section 144. அதாவது 144 notice அனுப்புற வரைக்கும் 139 1 return file பண்ணல, 139 4 return file பண்ணல, 139 8A return file பண்ணல. If any person fails to comply with all the terms of notice issued under 142 subsection 1 class 1 seeking the return of income, or 142 subsection 1 class 2 seeking the. If any person fails to comply with the direction issued under 142 2A, which is. If any person fails to comply with all the terms of notice issued under 143(2), which is scrutiny assessment notice. So AO should take following precautions before making assessment under 144. Best judgment assessment பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த precautions எல்லாம் பண்ணணும். AO should consider all the relevant material he has. Best judgment assessment should only be made after given an assessee of or opportunity of being heard கொடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் best judgment assessment பண்ணணும். Such opportunity shall be given by issue of to the assessee to showcase why the assessment should not be completed to the best of judgment. அப்போ 144 ல என்ன போணும்? ஆனா Opportunity for hearing will not be necessary where notice under 142 subsection 1 class 1 has already been issued and assessee has not complied with such notice. If I am going to pass a 144 order is because of non-compliance of 142 subsection 1 class 1 without issuing show cause notice under 144, I will pass the best judgment assessment order. That is the exception to the NSR show cause notice under 144. This I have highlighted in the class itself. The AO should make the best judgment assessment on a scientific and rational basis and not on ad hoc basis. சும்மா வாயில வந்த மாதிரி ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்றது கிடையாது 144. So these are the 5 precautions you should take care, my dear lovable students. Hello? Section 145 provides the following circumstance in which AO may make an assessment to the end of his judgment. The accounts are not correct and complete to his what? Or no method of accounting has been regularly employed by the or income under the head PGBP or income under other sources has not computed in accordance with the NS standard notified by the NS government. In the above cases, AO gets the power to reject the NF accounts and make an assessment to the best of his judgment. In the present question, X purchases grey cloth from small weavers and sell them after adding 100% on purchase price. The quantity of purchases and sales can be tallied NOIs. The parties from whom X receives payment is ascertainable and payment for purchase are made by NH. Therefore, even though X is unable to produce the waiver before the yaar munadi, AO cannot reject the aforesaid sound factors which are in yaroda favor. And hence the action of AO is not justified because the accounts are not correct. Inga accounts correct illama irukku. Accounts ennada? And complete to his satisfaction. Avaroda satisfaction. No method of accounting has been regularly employed. Ma, yaar credit aro, avun kootittu vara mudiyala avlodha irukku. Ana avulukku na enna payment check da kuduthirken? Account page. அப்ப யார்கிட்ட இருந்து பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன் லிஸ்ட் எனக்கு தெளிவா இருக்கு. யாருக்கு சேல் பண்ணிருக்கேன்னு இருக்கு. 5% கமிஷன் ஆட் பண்ணிருக்கேன். அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் தெளிவா தான் வச்சிருக்கேன். இந்த சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல எனக்கு என்ன ஆடிட்? ஸ்பெஷல் ஆடிட். என்ன சார்? கொடுக்க கூடாது. பெஸ்ட் ஜட்ஜ்மென்ட்டும் பாஸ் பண்ண கூடாது. ஏன்னா ரெண்டுமே என்னவா இருக்கு? தெளிவா இருக்கு. ரைட்டா? I'm moving into illustration about 31. And AO make a best judgment assessment for failure to comply with a notice under 143(2) without any further notice to the assessee. What are the remedies available to him? So 143(2) அமைச்சிருக்காங்க, ரிப்ளை பண்ணல, நான் கோஆபரேட்டிங் assessee ஆயிட்டாங்க. 144 best judgment அமைச்சிட்டு தான் ஷோகாஸ் நோட்டீஸ் அமைச்சிட்டு தான் என்ன பாஸ் பண்ணணும்? ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணணும். According to section 144, if any person has filed a return, fails to comply with all terms of notice issued under what? AO shall, after giving assessee an opportunity of being heard, make the assessment of enter to his judgment. The opportunity of being heard shall be given by yaar? By serving a notice upon the assessee to end a cause on a date and time to specify in the notice as to why the assessment should not be completed to the best of the judgment. So a showcase notice is mandatory, my dear lovable students. In the present question, in view of the aforesaid provisions, if the opportunity of any heard has not been given the assessee, best judgment assessment under 144 is incorrect and enna been issue. Consequently, the following remedies are available to the assessee because in order to pass the best judgment assessment under section 44, what is mandatory? Showcase notice under 144 is mandatory. Adukku ore oru exception da irukku. If already served 142 subsection 1 class 1, then showcase notice is not required. Otherwise, the assessment is enna been issue. So, அதுக்கப்புறம் உனக்கு 144ல என்ன வந்திருக்குனா? Preferring an appeal to the joint commissioner of income tax appeal, sir, or commissioner of income tax appeal under section 246 or 246A to declare the assessment to be invalid. நீ நேரா அந்த ஆர்டருக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா அப்பீலுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டு அவங்கள்ட்ட சொல்லணும், எனக்கு ஷோகாஸ் நோட்டீஸே தரல, ஷோகாஸ் நோட்டீஸே தராம தான் 144 அமைச்சிருக்காங்க, ப்ளீஸ் டிக்ளேர் திஸ் அசஸ்மெண்ட் as என்ன been issued. Filing a revision petition before the chief commissioner or commissioner of income tax under 264 to declare the assessment to be invalid. அப்ப நீயா கீச்சு போடுறது கிடையாது முறை. நீ either CIT அப்பீல் கிட்ட, that is joint commissioner அப்பீல் கிட்ட, or commissioner அப்பீல் கிட்ட, இல்லைனா கமிஷனர் கிட்ட 264ல எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டு கேட்கணும், please declare this 144 as. I'm moving into the question number 32. Shall we? X files a return of income disclosing an income of 1 lakh. The full tax payable on the declared income is covered by NAT source. advance tax and tax on self assessment எல்லாம் கட்டியாச்சு. AO through oversight does not pass any order thereon and assessment become barred by limitation. அவர் 143 பாஸ் பண்ணல, டைம் முடிஞ்சு போயிடுச்சு. 153 subsection 1 time limit தாண்டி போயிடுச்சு. Assessee claims that since no assessment has been made on him, entire tax paid by him is refundable. எவன்டா இவன் 143 பாஸ் பண்ணாததுனால கட்டின டாக்ஸை ஃபுல்லா எனக்கு என்ன தரணும், ரீஃபண்ட் தரணும், நான் தெரியாம கட்டிட்டேன் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொல்றான். ஆண்டவா என்ன மட்டும் காப்பாத்து, பாக்கி எல்லாத்தையும் குளத்துல தள்ளி விட்டுரு வா. Where assessee files a return under what section and pays tax under what? What is 140A? Self-assessment tax. By way of self-assessment, claiming allowance of advance tax or tax deducted at source in the amount of N payable by him, there is a clear admission of liability that has arisen under the act to pay the tax on total income as is computed by the what and duly quantified in the return. மூதேவி, நீதானே tax calculate பண்ண, நீதானே tax கட்டின, நீதானே எல்லாமே பண்ண, அதுக்கப்புறம் எதுக்கு ரீஃபண்ட்? The procedure of assessment by AO is essentially to check the computation of N income done by the யாரு, also to find whether the computation made is N or not. Where the return has been accepted by the யாரு, who may not assess the N income, it cannot be said that liability to pay tax under the act on the basis of admitted total income as reflected from the return would vanish. Hello, ஏவோ அசஸ்மெண்ட் எடுக்கலங்கிறதுனால நீ ஒரு டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டியது இல்லை அப்படின்னு யாரையா சொன்னா? எல்லா ரிட்டர்னும் எதுக்கு எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க, ரைட்டா? Moreover, now only 3 to 5% cases are taken to scrutiny under 143(3) and all return are processed under what? Assessment order are not passed in all cases, man. Therefore, the claim of assessee is not valid. நீ நினைக்கிற மாதிரி இந்த ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ண உடனே 100% ஆஃப் த ரிட்டர்னை ஸ்க்ரூட்னிக்கு எடுத்துக்கிறதுக்காக வெட்டியா இருக்கல. இந்தியாலேயே 3 to 5% தான் எதுக்கு எடுக்கிறாங்க. ஆனா எல்லா ரிட்டர்னுமே 143 subsection 1 பண்ணுவாங்க. ஏன்னா அது கம்ப்யூட்டர் தானே பண்ணுது, கரெக்டா இல்லையா? I'm moving into illustration number 33. A firm filed a return disclosing an income of 6 lakh on June 30, 2025 in respect of assessment year 24-25. AO completed the assessment on September 30, 2025 under 143(3) on an income of 8 lakh. Apart from questioning the merits of addition made by AO, on what other ground will you challenge the assessment? So we have to check whether it is within 153 subsection 1 time limit. What is the time limit? 12 months from the end of the relevant assessment year in which the income is first assessment. What is the financial year?
23-24.
So they themselves given assessment year is 24-25, correct? So 31-3-2000 and completed the assessment on September 30, 2025, correct? End assessment year 24-25. Appo what is the end of the relevant assessment year? 31-3-2025. அங்கிருந்து எத்தனை? 12 months. அப்படின்னா 31-3-2026 is the last date to pass. But the AO completed the assessment on September 30, 2025. Valid, sir? Hello, sir? Yes, sir? Wow. As per section 139(4), what is 139(4)? Belated return. Innor vati, a firm filed a return of income disclosing an income of 6 lakh on June 30, 2025 in respect of assessment year 24-25. Assessment year 24-25 na financial year 23 number of financial year 23-24 ka assessment year 24-25 எப்ப சார் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? June 30, 2025. சார் இது பிலேட்டட் ரிட்டர்னும் தாண்டி போயிருக்கே சார். ரிட்டர்னே தப்பு சார், டிஃபெக்டிவ் ரிட்டர்ன் சார். டிஃபெக்டிவ் எல்லாம் இல்ல. நான் 31st ஆஃப் என்ன சார் டிசம்பர்ல முடிச்சிட்டு நியூ இயரை கொண்டாட சொன்னா நியூ இயரை முடிச்சு ஜூன் 30க்கு வந்திருக்கான். ஹலோ சார், அப்ப முதல்ல ஆன்சர்ல நீ என்ன எழுதணும்னா 139(4) பத்தி எழுதணும். As per 139(4), if return is not furnished within the time allowed under what? Assessee may furnish the return at any time before எத்தனை மாசம்? Prior to the end of the relevant assessment year or before completion of assessment, whichever is. Therefore, belated return can be filed up to December 31, 2024. But in the given case, return is filed on June 30, 2000, which is enna binisho. Return e tappu. The AO cannot make assessment under 143.3 on the basis of such a return. Hey, தம்பி ரிட்டர்னே தப்பியா, அதுக்கு மேல எப்படி ஒரு 143 பாஸ் பண்ணுவேன்? For the purpose of making an assessment under what? Notice under 143.2 mandatorily required to be issued. Notice under 143.2 can be issued to an assessee who has filed the return under what? 139 or 142 subsection 1. இவன் ஃபைல் பண்ண ரிட்டர்னுக்கு இன்னும் செக்ஷன் கண்டுபிடிக்கல இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல. இல்லையா? ஹலோ. In the present case, return is neither died, filed, not died. Filed under 139. Yes, sir. Not under 142 subsection 1. And therefore, notice under 143.2 could not have been issued. Hence, assessment of firm under section 143.3 is null and void. Because ரிட்டர்னே இல்ல, ரிட்டர்னே இல்லனா 143.2 இல்ல, 143.2 இல்லனா அசஸ்மென்ட்டே இல்ல. Shall I move into illustration number 34? Can the AO complete the assessment under 144 of the Income Tax Act even though there is no failure on the part of the assessee under 139.1, 139.4, 142.1, 142.2a or 143.2 of the Act? If so, under what situation? Hello? இந்த எந்த செக்ஷன்ல என்ன இல்லையாமா? ஃபெயிலியர் இல்லையாமா? அதாவது ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, பிலேட்டர் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்றாங்க, 142.1க்கு ரிப்ளை பண்றாங்க, 142 ஸ்பெஷல் ஆடிட் ரிப்ளை பண்றாங்க, 143.2 ஸ்க்ரூட்டினி நோட்டீஸ்க்கு ரிப்ளை பண்றாங்க. Section 144 states as under: if any person fails to furnish a return of income under what? Or has not furnished a return under? Or update a return under? Up to the date of issue of show cause notice under what section? Or fails to comply with all terms of notice issued under what? 142 subsection 1 class 1 or 142 subsection 1 class 2, or fails to comply with the direction for an audit under 142.2a, or fails to comply with all terms of notice issued under what? Then the AO, after taking into account all relevant material which has gathered, shall make an assessment to the end of his judgment and determined by the tax payable by the assessee. Therefore, AO cannot make an assessment under what? If there is no failure under 143.9, 139.1, 139.4, 142.1, 142.2a and 143.2. In the section la ella enna illena? 144 is not possible, my dear lovable students. I am moving into illustration number 35. The return of income for assessment year 24-25 filed on December 1, 2024 was selected for scrutiny, for which notice under 143.2 was issued on June 27, 2025. Is the notice valid? In the assessment year? Financial year 23-24. Abdina relevant assessment year 24-25. So the last day in which you have to file the return is 30-1-3-2005 plus 3 months comes to 30-6-2025. எப்ப அமைச்சிருக்காங்கன்னா June 27, 2025. Done. Yeah. Examine whether the action initiated or taken by income tax authority are proper and valid under the provisions of the Act. Yes. Late return for assessment year 24-25 could be filed up to 31-12-2024 and therefore return filed on 1-12-2024 is a valid return under what section? Notice under 143.2 can be served on the assessee before the expiry of, from the end of the financial year in which the return is furnished. Notice under 143.2 can be served on the assessee up to end the masam varaikkum. If such notice is issued on June 27, is received by the assessee after June 30, 2025, then it is not a valid notice. And assessment under 143.3 cannot be made. However, if the notice is served on the assessee on or before EPO, then it is a valid notice. எப்போ இஷ்யூ பண்றாங்கங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்லை, சர்வ் ஆகணும். சர்வ் ஆகணும்னா நோட்டீஸ் ரிசீவ் ஆகணும். அது 36க்குள்ள நடக்கும். அக்கா, I'm moving into illustration number 36. An individual filed his return of income for assessment year 24-25 erroneously offering for tax income received from notified relief bond exempt under 1050. 1015 ஒரு exemption இருக்கு, அந்த exemption claim பண்ணாம அதுக்கும் tax கட்டிட்டார். ஓகேவா? AO completed the assessment under 143.3 on 20-12-2025 accepting the income return by D. D has furnished complete advice regarding the steps to be taken to secure exemption of income. Particulars relating to the interest income in the return of income. D approached you for advice regarding the steps to be taken to secure exemption of the income. Advise D about the various remedies available under the Income Tax Act for the redressal of his grievance. என்ன நடந்திருக்குன்னா, there was one exemption which has not been claimed in the return, but அது schedule எல்லாம் அடிச்சிருக்காரு, exempted income schedule எல்லாம். ஆனா டோட்டல் இன்கம் கம்ப்யூட் பண்ணும்போது அதுக்கும் சேர்த்து டோட்டல் இன்கத்துல போட்டு அதுக்கும் சேர்த்து டாக்ஸ் கட்டிட்டார். ஏவோ இதை கவனிக்காம என்ன பண்ணிட்டாருன்னா அப்படியே 143 முடிச்சிட்டாரு. தட் மீன்ஸ் இப்போ அந்த இன்கம் என்னவா இருக்குன்னா டாக்ஸபிளா இருக்கு. ஹலோ சார், வாட் ஆர் த ரெமெடிஸ் அவைலபிள்? The same normal remedy. Following remedies are available to Mr. D under the Income Tax Act. File an appeal before the Joint Commissioner appeal or the N appeal. D can file an appeal under 246 or 246A against order of assessment under what? To the Joint Commissioner appeal or Commissioner appeal. An appeal can be filed by assessee even against inclusion in assessment of such income erroneously included by him in the return of income. Correct? If you are not happy with 143.3 passed by the AO, you can either go before the Joint Commissioner appeal or Commissioner appeal. Either file a revision petition, man. In the alternative, D can file a revision petition under section with the Chief Commissioner or Commissioner of Income Tax seeking exemption of interest on relief bond, not claimed in the return of income and not allowed in the order of assessment. If you are not happy with 143.3, either you go to the first appellate authority or you can go to the revisionary authority under section or file an application for rectification, because this is a mistake. The other course of action D could take off is file an application under what? With the AO seeking rectification of order of assessment made. The consistent judicial view is that exemption not claimed by assessee and not allowed by AO, though the material relating thereto was the return of income, constitute a mistake. It's a mistake apparent from record, so it is entitled for 154. Examine the proposition that assessment based on invalid return is void ab initio. Kandipa. Because return should be a valid return. Or invalid return மேல assessment pass பண்ணா that assessment is also assessment on the basis of invalid or non-est return is ab initio. An invalid return is in the eyes of law non-existent. Invalid return return illa, and position is that as if no return has been furnished. In such a case, notice under 143(2) cannot be, because that section presupposes a valid return have been. அப்ப ரிட்டர்னே இல்லைனா நோட்டீஸே இல்லை, நோட்டீஸே இல்லைனா அசஸ்மெண்டே இல்லை. Illustration number 38 is the target. Ankit Private Limited in its return of income claimed a sum of 40,000 as deduction on account of payment for stamp duty and registration charges from the income shown under the head income from house property. எந்த வீட்டில் எப்படி இல்லை டிடக்ஷன் கொடுக்குறான்? ஸ்டாம்ப் டியூட்டி ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் சார்ஜ் எல்லாம் தலைவர் லெஸ் பண்ணி விட்டுருக்கான். அப்படியே இல்லவே இல்லை. Ever disallowed the claim of assessee company in the assessment order passed under 143.3. Examine the correctness of the action of the AO. While computing the income from house property, deduction is allowed for the following: either municipal tax paid less LT bar MT paid by the owner, or interest on என்ன borrowed for construction or acquisition of the house property, and 30%. No other deduction are allowed from income under the head income from என்ன property. டக்குன்னு கொஸ்டின் படிச்சுட்டு அமெண்ட்மெண்ட்லாம் நினைக்காத, வேற எந்த அமெண்ட்மெண்ட்டும் இல்லை. Therefore, expenditure in respect of any duty and registration charge is not deductible while calculating income under the head income from. There is no provision to claim deduction of these expenses under section what? Therefore, action of AO is justified. Pakka? 143 பண்ணியிருந்திருக்கலாம். arithmetical accuracy தானே இது, arithmetical accuracy கிடையாது. This is not arithmetical accuracy. Arithmetical accuracy தான் 143 உள்ள டிடெக்ட் ஆகும். Right. Illustration number 39. Mr. Shyam had e-filed his return for assessment year 24-25 within the due date, declaring a total income of how much? Such total income inter alia includes interest from tax-free securities of how much? And long-term capital gain on agricultural land exempt under section 1037. However, Mr. Shyam correctly disclosed both such income in the schedule of exempt income. Consequently, the said return got processed under what section? Denying both the above exemption, and intimation was served on Mr. Shyam raising a demand of tax. என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு புரியுதா? ரெண்டு exempt income கரெக்டா ஷெட்யூல் exempted காட்டிட்டாங்க, ஆனா டோட்டல் இன்கத்துல அது வந்து என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ரிட்டர்னை ப்ராசஸ் பண்றது கம்ப்யூட்டருக்கு இந்த அறிவெல்லாம் இருக்காது. கம்ப்யூட்டரை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் அது ரெண்டும் டாக்ஸபிள் இன்கம். அதுக்கு மட்டும் அசஸி டாக்ஸ் கட்டல அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இன்டிமேஷன் அமைச்சிருக்கு கம்ப்யூட்டர். ஓகேவா? After receipt of the said intimation, assessee filed a revised return, but time limit of filing revised return under 139 subsection 5 has lapsed. Pinna revised return, and such revised return was held invalid. Assessee filed for rectification under section 154, which was also rejected by yaru. Adu eppadi adu? அது பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஏன்னா சார் 143(1) is wrong. கரெக்டா? Decide the correctness of action of AO. இங்க பாரு, error was initially committed by யாரு? While e-filing is returned. Income which were exempt ought not to have been shown as a part of his income. However, the assessee had shown the impugned amount as exempt in the schedule of exempt income. While processing such return under 143(1), system could not have detected this error and hence was processed accepting the income returned by yaru. So there is a mistake from record in the intimation sent under what? Therefore, AO is bound to entertain the rectification application filed under what? And delete the exempt income from the total income of the assessee, hence the action of AO is not correct. If you remember 154, only 4 things can be rectified. Any order passed by income tax authority, intimation under 143(1), intimation of TDS, intimation of TCS. So 143(1) intimation can also be rectified under section. I'm moving into the illustration number 40. November 2018 question. State with brief reason whether the following statement are true or false. Whether a notice under 143(2) is issued to the assessee, it is not required to process under 143(1) the return of income filed by the assessee. Appadi yara sonna? Hello. The statement is false. As per section 241A, this section you should carry in your heart. Another? Processing of return shall be done under section 143(1). Even if case is selected for scrutiny under 143(2). 143(2) notice amcha kuda 143(1) pending la nikka vendiya adu paadukku poite irkalam. நீ 143(2) அம்சால என்ன பண்ணலாம்? process பண்ணலாம். Therefore, refund shall be granted under 143(1) even if case is selected for scrutiny. அந்த கேஸ் வந்து ஸ்க்ரூட்டினிக்கு எடுத்தா கூட நீ என்ன தரலாம்? ரீஃபண்ட் தரலாம். But the AO has been given, very important, power to withhold the refund. For example, ஒரு கேஸ் வந்து 143(2) நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ கம்ப்யூட்டர் வந்து 143(1) ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி முடிஞ்சிச்சு. ரீஃபண்ட் காட்டுது. பட் ஏஓ சொல்றாங்க வெயிட் பண்ணு, நான் 143 முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் ரீஃபண்ட் ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணலாம். அப்படினா ஏஓக்கு அந்த ரீஃபண்டை வித்ஹோல்ட் பண்றதுக்கான பவர் உண்டு as per 241A. அந்த செக்ஷன் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். என்ன செக்ஷன்? or up to the date on which the assessment is made under what section? Or in case where the AO is of the opinion that grant of refund is likely to adversely affect the interest of revenue. Example, massive tax evasion detected or assessee is a habitual. இதே தான் பொழப்பா வச்சிருக்கான். But in this case, AO has to take previous approval of the commissioner of the and has to record reason as to how the grant of refund will affect the end of the revenue. So, even though 143(2) has been issued, 143(1) can be processed and refund can be granted. But section 241A is saying that if the assessing officer is of the opinion that sir, issuing of refund will adversely affect the interest of the revenue, he can dash the refund. I'm moving to the second part of the question. Even without rejecting the books of accounts, if any maintained by assessee, AO can make a reference to valuation officer under 142A for estimating the cost of construction of immovable property. Yes, whether or not satisfied about the books of accounts. I have highlighted this in the class. Statement is true. Section 142A provides that AO can make a reference to an officer whether or not he is satisfied about the correctness or completeness of the accounts of the expense of special audit conducted under 142 shall be paid by the government, central government. Kandipa. Statement is true. As for 142(2)A, expense of the special audit and remuneration of the auditor, that is accountant, shall be determined by the yaru? Commissioner or chief commissioner, and expense and remuneration so determined shall be paid by the only an individual can be regarded as tax return preparer under section 139B. 139B individual மட்டும் தான் tax return prepare ஆக முடியுமா? கண்டிப்பா. we are a partnership firm. 139B defines tax return preparer means an individual. அது இல்ல, exception கேட்கல. கம்பெனியும் sir, those who are liable to do an auditum, tax auditum, tax return preparer வழியா return upload பண்ண முடியாது. யார் tax return preparer ஆக்ட் பண்ணலாம்? individual தான். பின்ன ஒரு partnership firm tax return preparer இருக்க முடியுமா? who has been authorized to act as a tax return preparer under the NS scheme. I'm moving into illustration number 41. This is a November 2018 question. For assessment year 24-25, Mr. John was directed to carry out an audit of his accounts under 142(2)A on 1/8/2025 without giving an opportunity of being it. Put it on. Answer the following question in this regard. Can the assessee condemn that since the reasonable opportunity of being heard is not provided to him by the AO, such notice requiring the special audit is not valid? Because what is mandatory? Opportunity of? So as per the proviso to 142(a), AO shall not direct the assessee to get the accounts audited unless the assessee has given a. Accordingly, the contention of assessee that notice requiring special audit is not valid since the reasonable opportunity of being heard has not been provided to him by AO is what? If the assessee decides to get the books of accounts audited under what section? What will be the due date by which he has to submit the audit report, including the extended time if any allowed to him? Generally, whatever time has been set by the higher authorities, but the maximum time should not exceed the maximum period, including extended time if any allowed, within which the assessee has to submit audit report is from any date, being the date on which direction to carry out special audit of accounts under 142(a) is received by the AR. Accordingly, in this case, assessee has to submit his audit report by 28/1/2026, which is 180 days from the date of direction. If the assessee intentionally does not comply with the direction, how much penalty can be levied on him? Oh my God. What is the penalty? You should say. How much is the penalty? 142(a) special audit. Comply panlena. Evlo penalty? 10,000 for each default. Sir, penalty of 10,000 is leviable under 272(a) subsection 1 class D for failure to comply with the direction issued under 142 subsection 2(a). For failure to get the books of accounts audited under 142(a), can prosecution proceedings be launched against the assessee? Yes, prosecution. Hello, sir. Books, documents 276D. D stands for document. Up to 1 year, sir. If yes, what will be the quantum of punishment such default? If the assessee willfully fails to comply with the direction issued to him under 142(a), he shall be punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term which may extend up to 1 year and fine under section 276D. D stands for document. Hello? My dear lovable students, we have reached up to question number 41. That means we can say that we have achieved our day 2 challenge. If anyone of regular class or crash course are seeing the lecture in the YouTube, my dear lovable students, put an acknowledgement that you are with me. Sir, even in the days of fasting, only for you people, I don't want to delay or drag. That's why morning, happy morning with A&M, happy afternoon with A&M, and now even happy night with A&M. So I want to push the things as quick as possible, and this 200 question from assessment will be a life saving for this time, because in the new syllabus, assessment procedure, appeal, revision, penalty, sir, all those things plays a major and a vital role. So this 200 question, revise at least 20 questions a day. If you are feeling comfortable and happy, share your happiness. For that one happiness only, this much strain is taking from this side. We'll meet you tomorrow at the appropriate time. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from A&M. Sir, very, very, very happy evening to all. So we are doing the 20 question challenge. We are in the mission of completing 200 questions from assessment procedure. In that, my dear lovable students, we have reached up to 41 questions for 2 days, 2 slots we have done. I'm moving the next 20 question. This slot is little bulky, big questions are there. We have to discuss anyway. The AO has the power to make an assessment to the best of his judgment in certain situations. What are they? Already this question has been discussed. What are the circumstances in which best judgment assessment under 144 can be done is a question. Under section 144, AO, after taking into account all relevant material which he has gathered, is under an obligation to make an assessment of the total income or loss to the best of his judgment and determine the sum payable by assessee in the following cases. Number 1, where a person fails to make a return under what section? 139 subsection 1 la return file pannala, or has not filed a belated return under what section? 139 subsection 4 la belated return file pannala, or revised return under what section? 139 subsection 5 la revised return file pannala, or an updated return under what section? 139 subsection 8A. In the sections ellam assessee return file pannalena, AO is having the option under section 144. Where any person fails to comply with all the terms of notice issued under 142 subsection 1, 142(1) notice comply பண்ணல or fails to comply with a direction issued under 142(2)(a) for getting the accounts audited, that means special audit பண்ணல, or where any person have made a return fails to comply with all terms of notice issued under 143(2), which is scrutiny assessment notice. These are the circumstances in which AO will do best judgment assessment under section 144. Further, in addition to this, as per 145 subsection 3 of the Income Tax Act, permit the AO to make an assessment in the manner specified in section 144. Even 145 subsection 3, which is actually the next section after 144. 144 is the best judgment assessment. 145 is the method of maintenance of books of accounts. Where the AO is not satisfied about the correctness or completeness of the accounts of the what?
Assessee.
The books of accounts are not proper, or where the method of accounting under 145 subsection 1 has not regularly followed by the assessee. That means the books of accounts are not reliable, 1 year 1 method, or where the income has not been computed in accordance with the ICDS, that is income computation notified by central government under 145 subsection 2. So you are having a default in 145 subsection 1 or default in 145 subsection 2, then AO is having the power to do a best judgment assessment under section 144 under 145 subsection 3. Right? So these are the reasons or basis on which he can do a best judgment assessment under section 144. And now they have added faceless assessment under section 144B shall be applicable to the best judgment under section N44. That is, assessment proceedings can be concluded or conducted electronically in e-proceeding facility through assessee's registered account in designated portal. Now, face-to-face is not required. Faceless is there. Faceless assessment shall be made in respect of such an area, or person or class of persons, or income or class of income, or cases or class of cases as may be specified by the. So now, even the best judgment assessment under section 144 can be done even through faceless manner also as per section 144. Right. I'm moving to the next slot of income escaping assessment of 147. Very important area for examination. Very important area for examination, 147. Mr. X filed the return for assessment year 2021. Assessment year 2021 means financial year 1920. Declaring the income of 3,25,000. Evlo income declared?
3,25,000.
He had been assessed under 143(3). Up already 143(3) முடிச்சாச்சு. And AO made following addition. And the 143(3) இந்த ரெண்டு விஷயங்களை add back பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Unexplained cash credit for want of confirmation from the creditor 2 lakh. Sir, cash credit ஒரு cash credit இருந்துக்கு அதுக்கு satisfactory explanation கொடுக்கல. அப்ப section 68ல unexplained cash credit 2 lakh has been treated as income. Disallowance in respect of traveling expenditure for tour to Chennai 46,000 for effecting sales there, as Mr. X failed to establish that expenditure has been incurred for purpose of business. Sir, ராஜா டூர் போயிட்டு வந்திருக்காரு, அது பிசினஸ் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் சொல்லி பிஎன்ல கொண்டு டெபிட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, எக்ஸ்பிளேஷன் கேட்டிருக்காங்க, எக்ஸ்பிளேஷன் கொடுக்க முடியல, பர்சனல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் should be என்ன back. These two things has been added back in 143 subsection 3. At a later stage, he has served with a notice under N48 for the N assessment in respect of assessment year 2021. Already 143(3) முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் 147 பண்ணனும்னு சொல்லி 148 notice அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. During the course of reassessment proceedings, AO sought to add unaccounted sales of rupees 4 lakh made at what? Chennai. So, அது எதனால income escapement assessment பண்றாங்கன்னா unaccounted sale சென்னையில வச்சு நடத்திருக்காங்க. எத்தனை lakh?
4 lakh.
During the course of hearing, the assessee produced confirmation from creditors and requested to delete the addition for unexplained cash credit of ether lakh and allow deduction of traveling expenditure of what? 46,000. சார் எப்படி இருந்தாலும் நீங்க என்னோட கேஸ 147 எடுத்துட்டீங்க இல்லையா சார், அன்னைக்கு தானே நீங்க என்னோட கிரெடிட்டார் கூட்டு வர சொன்னீங்க. அன்னைக்கு கிரெடிட்டார் கூட்டு வர சொல்லும்போது கூட்டு வர முடியலங்கிறனால தான் அன்எக்ஸ்பிளைன்ட் ஆச்சு. சார் இன்னைக்கு நான் உங்களுக்கு அது என்ன பண்றேன்? எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றேன். அப்ப நீங்க அன்னைக்கு ஆட் பேக் பண்ண எத்தனை லாக்? 2 lakh இன்னைக்கு delete பண்ணிருங்க சார். பிளஸ் சார் நீங்க அன்னைக்கு அந்த டிராவலிங் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சரோட பில்லு எல்லாம் கேட்டீங்க இல்லையா, அன்னைக்கு என்னால தர முடியல, இந்தாங்க சார் பில்லு வச்சுங்க, இன்னைக்கு தயவு செஞ்சு என்ன பண்ணிருங்க? delete பண்ணிருங்க. Discuss the validity of the contention raised by the assessee is the question. So 147 இஷ்யூ பண்ணதே வந்து அன்அக்கவுண்டட் செய்யற அக்கவுண்ட் பண்றதுக்காக, கரெக்டா? அந்த டைம்ல பழைய ஏதாவது சார் டிடக்ஷனோ அலவன்ஸோ இருந்தா அது இப்ப கொடுக்கலாமா வேணாமா? The question. Sir, in case of Sun Engineering Private Limited, it's a Supreme Court case law. Case law peru? Sun Engineering. It was held that on reassessment, original assessment remains and not wiped off. Reassessment na original assessment கிழிச்சு போடணும்னு கிடையாது. மிச்ச எல்லா ஐட்டத்துக்குமே ஒரிஜினல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் தான் வேலிட். புதுசா என்ன கண்டுபிடிக்கிறீங்களோ அதுக்கு தான் ரீஅசஸ்மெண்ட் வேலிட். மேட்டர்ஸ் லாஸ்ட் இன் an assessment which have since acquired finality, that is no appeal etc is filed, can be claimed in reassessment proceedings. சார், அங்க ஆல்ரெடி செட்டில் ஆன விஷயங்களை ரீஅசஸ்மெண்ட்ல நோண்ட கூடாது. அப்படி ரீஅசஸ்மெண்ட்ல நோண்டறதா இருந்தா ரீஅசஸ்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் ஒரிஜினல் அசஸ்மெண்ட்டுக்கும் டிஃபரன்ஸே இல்லாம ஆயிடும். ரைட்டா? இட்ஸ் லைக் a duplication of work. 143 பாஸ் பண்றேன், அப்புறம் 147 எடுத்து பார்க்கறேன். உனக்கு அந்த 143 பிடிக்கலனா அப்பவே நீ என்ன பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கலாம்னா சார் அப்பீல் போயிருந்திருக்கலாம். அப்ப நீ அப்பீல் போலேனா அது மீனிங் அது நீ அக்செப்ட் பண்றேன்னு மீனிங். எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் நாட் claimed in an assessment cannot be claimed in an assessment. However, expense relating to income which has escaped assessment can be claimed. இப்போ unaccounted sales இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்கல்ல, எத்தனை லாக் சார்? அதுக்கு கரஸ்பாண்டிங்கா ஒரு 10,000 rupees என்ன இருக்குன்னா அதை மைனஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ரிமைனிங் 3,90,000 rupees டாக்ஸ் கட்டினா போதும். ஆனா 143 பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது டிசலோவ் பண்ணதெல்லாம் திருப்பி என்ன பண்ண முடியாது. எதுல? Under 147, income cannot be assessed below the assessment or returned income if no assessment is made earlier. அப்போ 147 பாஸ் பண்ண mandatory rule என்னன்னா பழைய அசஸ்மெண்ட் விட இன்கம் கம்மியாக கூடாது. அப்போ இன்கம் எஸ்கேப்மெண்ட் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணி ரீஃபண்ட் கொடுக்கலாம் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் நினைக்க கூடாது. அப்போ இன்கம் எஸ்கேப்மெண்ட் பேரே அதான். சோ இன்கம் எஸ்கேப்பிங் அசஸ்மெண்ட் முடிஞ்சாச்சுன்னா mandatory-ஆ tax payable தான் வரணும். Therefore, assessee cannot produce confirmation from the creditor in the course of proceedings under what section? Since he has lost the matter of unexplained cash credit in the assessment and he has not raised the set matter in an appeal. உனக்கு அந்த 68 addition பிடிக்கலனா நீ எங்க போயிருந்திருக்கணும்? அப்பீல் போயிருந்திருக்கணும். அது இல்லாம பல வருஷங்களுக்கு அப்புறம் நான் 147 பண்ண போகும்போது இப்ப இடையில வந்து திருகாது, அவ்வளவுதான் முடிஞ்சு போயிடுச்சு. Similarly, under section 147 he cannot claim the expenditure since the same was disallowed in the assessment and has become final. அதெல்லாம் 147 ல ஆன்சர் பண்ண முடியாது, டிடக்ஷனா claim பண்ண முடியாது. கம்ஃபர்ட்டபிள் நினைக்கிறேன். I'm moving into illu number 44. Come on. ABC Limited, a listed company, files its return of income in which a claim for deduction under NS6A. அப்ப ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அதுல chapter 6A deduction கேட்டிருக்காங்க. Case was subject to scrutiny assessment and order under 143 was passed reducing the claim for deduction under NS6A. 143 pass பண்ணிருக்காங்க, chapter 6 reduction கம்மி பண்ணிட்டாங்க. After 10 years from the end of the assessment year, a notice under 148 was issued giving reasons such as subsequent in a decision which shows that deduction was excessively allowed in this case. யாரு சொல்லி 148 notice வருது? We already discussed. High Court, Supreme Court சொன்னாங்கன்னா 150 subsection 1 time limit பார்க்க வேண்டிய, 149 subsection 1 time limit பார்க்க வேண்டிய, without the condition which are stipulated under 150 subsection 2, AO can issue notice at any time even after 100 years also discuss பண்ணிருக்கோம். Is the action of AO valid? Would answer should cover the issue involved, provisions applicable, analysis and conclusion. Issue involved. What is the question in the question? Can a notice under section be issued after from the end of the relevant assessment year if scrutiny assessment has been done earlier? Provision applicable as per section 150. We are having one section called as section 150. Without seeing the time limit which are specified under 149 subsection 1, AO can issue notice under 148 at any time. The notice under 148 can be issued at any time where assessment or reassessment is made in consequence or order to give effect to the finding or direction of High Court under section NA. However, the procedure laid down in 148A is to be necessarily followed along with obtaining proper approval from the specified authority under section as may be required before issuing notice under 148. அதுக்கு 149 subsection 1 time limit apply ஆகாது. You can enjoy 150 subsection 1. Since இது சொன்னது high courtங்கிறதுனால 150 subsection 2 ஓட கண்டிஷனை பார்க்க வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. ஆனா 148A வேண்டாம்னு நினைச்சிடாதீங்க. 148A வேணும், 151ல பர்மிஷனும் வாங்கணும். ஒத்துக்கிறியா? In the present case, income has escaped assessment in consequence of an order. Hence 150 is applicable and notice under 148 can be issued at. Therefore, in the present case, notice under 148 can be issued after 10 years. Hence, the action of AO is justified. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into illustration number 45. Discuss the following, my dear lovable students. A completed assessment was reopened based on information that income has escaped assessment in the reassessment proceedings. அப்போ already ஒரு 143(3) இல்ல 147 complete ஆயிருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் திருப்பி ஒரு 147 பண்ண போறாங்க. ஓகேவா? அந்த டைம்ல is it permissible to make any fresh claim of deduction of item not raised during the regular proceedings? அந்த 143(3) பண்ணும்போது ஒரு டிடக்ஷன் எடுக்க மறந்துட்டாங்க, அதை 147ல claim பண்ணலாமா? சொல்லுங்க. Is it open to seek a review of a concluded issue? Already conclude பண்ண விஷயத்துல review பண்ணலாமா? Sir, the assessee cannot claim recomputation of income or redoing of assessment and cannot be allowed a claim which he either failed to make or which has otherwise rejected at the time of an assessment, which has since acquired finality. The same discussion what we have made. Already 143(3) என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு? ஃபைனலைஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. திருப்பி அதை சேஞ்ச் பண்ற மாதிரி எந்த டிஸ்கஷன் நீங்க எடுத்துட்டு வரக்கூடாது. அப்படி எடுத்துட்டு வந்தீங்கன்னா அப்புறம் 143க்கு மரியாதை இல்லாம ஆயிடும். கரெக்டா? Of course, in the reassessment proceedings, it is open to assessee to show that income alleged to have escaped assessment, adding truth and fact not escaped assessment. CIT versus engineering works. Assessee cannot make any fresh claim under what section? Of the deduction of item not raised during 143(3)ல ஏதோ ஒன்று மறந்தேன்னா அதையெல்லாம் எடுத்துட்டு வந்து 147ல கேட்க கூடாது. The assessee is permitted to make a fresh claim during the course of assessment proceedings only if it relates to the income sought to be taxed as what? For example, any income is going to be treated as income escaped under section 147. அதுக்கு against ஏதாவது எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் இருக்குன்னா அதை கிளைம் பண்ணிக்கலாம். அது இல்லாம 143(3) முடிச்சிட்டு அதுல ஐயோ சார், சாரி சார், சுடிதார் சார்னு வரக்கூடாது. Number 2. Sir, a matter concluded in the assessment cannot be permitted to be agitated in the reassessment proceedings. Already ஒரு விஷயம் ஃபைனாலிட்டிக்கு வந்தாச்சுன்னா திருப்பி திருப்பி அதை நோண்ட கூடாது. Keeping in view the object and purpose of the proceedings under what section? Which are for the benefit of the yark and not for the yark. Assessee cannot permit to convert the reassessment proceedings into what or what? In, sir, disguise and seek relief in respect of the item earlier rejected or claim relief in respect of item not claimed in the what? Unless relatable to any income. அப்போ any item which has already reached finality under 143 subsection 3 அந்த ஐட்டத்தை திருப்பி 147ல டச்சே பண்ணக்கூடாது. Because 147 is benefit of the department and not for the. So he cannot re-agitate the concluded matters as per Sun Engineering Work Private Limited. Hence it is not possible to seek the review of concluded item in a reassessment proceedings. அப்போ already conclude ஆன மேட்டரை 147ல திருப்பி ரிவ்யூ பண்ண கூடாது. I'm moving into illustration number 46. Shall we? Examine the validity of issue of a notice issued under what?
148.
For reassessment in the following situation. Validity of the notice 148 is valid or invalid and so where the assessee has already been served an intimation under 143(1). அதுக்கு என்னப்பா 143(1)க்கு என்ன அமைச்சிருக்காங்க? அதுக்கப்புறம் 148 நோட்டீஸ் வருது. வேலிடா இன்வாலிடா? வேலிட் தான் சார். வேற reassessment has already been made under 147. அதுக்கு என்னப்பா 147க்கு அப்புறம் கூட இன்னொரு என்ன பண்ணலாம்? provided time limit குள்ள இருக்கணும், அவ்வளவுதான் இருக்கு. Where notice under 148 has already been issued and proceedings are still pending before the யார் முன்னாடி? லூசாடா நீ, ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு 147 போயிட்டு இருக்கு, திருப்பி என்ன 148 அமைச்சு சாவடிக்கிற நீ. So notice under 148 can be issued when the assessee has already been served with an intimation under what? அப்போ 143(1) intimation அமைச்சாலும் என்ன போலாம்? 148 notice அம்சு 147 continue பண்ணிக்கலாம். 147 does not place any limit on the number of times AO can invoke his power under what section? நான் கிளாஸ்ல சொன்னேனா 147 ஒரு வாட்டி தான் பண்ண முடியும்னு சொன்னேனா இல்ல எவ்வளவு டைம் வேணா in respect of an order. The AO may reassess the income for an assessment year which has already been, hence the AO is not precluded from issuing a notice under 148 for what assessment? As per section 147, where a notice under 148 has been already issued to the assessee and proceedings are what? Then the AO can assess or reassess any other income which come to his notice subsequently in the course of reassessment proceedings without issue a fresh notice under what? ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு 148 நோட்டீஸ் அமைச்சிருக்க அந்த பர்டிகுலர் ஐட்டத்தை ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க அந்த டைம்ல உனக்கு புதுசா வேற ஏதோ ஐட்டம் வருதுன்னா புது 148 நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பாமையே அந்த ஐட்டம் which has come to the course of his proceedings can be assessed, right? Therefore, second notice under 148 or fresh order under 148A was not required to be issued at all. Even if the second notice is not valid, since it is issued before the completion of reassessment, what? AO can assess the income which he found in the second notice issued under what? While assessing the income in pursuance of the first notice under what? அப்போ 148 notice first item maybe item C disallow பண்றதுக்காக அமைச்சிருப்பாங்க. அந்த item C disallow பண்ற டைம்ல AO தெரிய வந்திருக்கும் item D also should be disallowed without fresh notice under 148, without the fresh procedure under 148A, with the same notice AO can disallow even item D also, right? அதுக்கு fresh notice அனுப்ப வேண்டிய. I'm moving into illustration number 47. Shall we? On finding that assessee has claimed excessive depreciation for year 2021, AO initiate action under 147 and complete the reassessment. அதாவது excess depreciation claim பண்ணியிருக்காருன்னு ஏஓக்கு அப்புறமா தெரிய வருது. அப்போ ஏஓ என்ன பண்றாருன்னா 147 பண்ணிட்டார். Subsequently, AO has reason to believe that assessee has failed to disclose certain other income, proceeds on May 14, 2023 to reassess the income under section 147. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவருக்கு என்ன தெரிய வருதுன்னா assessee கிட்ட other undisclosed income இருக்குன்னு தெரியுது. Assessee on receipt of the என்ன notice contends that AO is not empowered to initiate reassessment proceeding for the end time. அப்படியெல்லாம் இல்லை. Hello sir. 147 can be done n number of times. Correct? Discuss the validity or otherwise of the action of what? Discuss the position if the earlier assessment proceedings are remain pending with the AO, then pudu notice sir தேவையே according to section N47. AO has information suggesting that any income chargeable to tax has escaped assessment for any assessment year. He may subject to the provisions of 148 to section assess or reassess such income and also any other income chargeable to tax which has escaped assessment and which come to his notice subsequently in the course of under this section for the relevant in a year assessment year. In number of cases it has been held that 147 does not place any limit on number of time AO may invoke his power under what section? In respect of an assessment order. ஒரு வாட்டி தான் 147 பண்ணனும் எங்கேயுமே சொல்லல. You can do n number of times. In the present question, in view of the above aforesaid provision, the contention of assessee that AO is not empowered to initiate reassessment proceedings for the second time is correct. The action of AO is valid. So after 147, AO can do again one more 147. There is no limit in the act that only this much time 147 can be done. Clarity? So action under 147 can be initiated any number of times provided the notice under 148 is issued within the time limit under what? It's like our belated return. You can revise n number of times, but it should be within 31st of. There can be any number of reassessment under section N47. அப்போ 147 எவ்வளோ என்ன வேணா பண்ணலாம். n number of times reassessment வேணா. Where the earlier assessment proceedings are remain என்ன what? With யார்கிட்ட? AO can proceed to assess the என்ன income which he discovers during the course of proceedings under section 147. Item C காக மட்டும்தான் நீங்க நோட்டீஸ் அமைச்சிருந்தா கூட during the course of assessment if you are feeling that item D should also be without issuing a fresh notice under section, without doing a fresh procedure under section, item D can be disallowed in the first notice itself, right? In such a case, issuance of second notice or fresh order under 148 for income discovered subsequently is dash required. Nevertheless, issue a second notice does not affect the validity of the proceedings and AO can assess such income in pursuance of dash notice itself. அப்படி செகண்ட் நோட்டீஸ் அமிச்சாங்கிறதுனால ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நோட்டீஸ் இன்வாலிட் எல்லாம் ஆகாது. செகண்ட் நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்ப வேண்டிய அவசியமே இல்லை. ஏன்னா வாட் எவர் இன்கம் ஹஸ் எஸ்கேப் he found out can be reassessed under என்ன நோட்டீஸ் itself. I'm moving into illustration number 48. Shall I? Assessment reopened under என்ன 47? Can be dropped, discussed. Can be dropped? Yes sir. Cannot be dropped. Can be dropped. Correct? In the following cases, assessment reopened under 147 shall be dropped in the 6 circumstances. Where proceedings under 147 were started without serving a notice under 148. 148 notice அனுப்பாம நீ 147 start பண்ணேனா assessment can be dropped. Where proceedings under 147 were started in pursuance of a notice issued under what? Which is time barred as per 149 subsection 1. நீ என்ன அனுப்பிச்சிருக்க? நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்க. ஆனா 149 subsection 1 டைம் லிமிட்டுக்குள்ள நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பல. அப்ப நோட்டீஸ் என்ன barred? அப்ப automatically assessment has to be dropped. Where proceedings under 147 were started in pursuance of a notice issued under what? Where provisions of 148A are not required to be followed as per proviso to section NA without obtaining the sanction required under 151. Because the case is a search under section 132 or 132A. We know that in case of 132 or 132A, 148A procedure is not required, but 151 permission from higher authority is required. அப்போ 132 132A கேஸ்ல ஹலோ சார் என்ன பண்ணல 148A procedure ஃபாலோ பண்ண வேண்டிய ஆனா 151 கண்டிஷன் என்ன பண்ணிதான் அப்படி satisfy பண்ணலனா assessment can be dropped. ஒத்துக்கற நீ where the AO did not follow the procedure under what? General 148A procedure என்ன பண்ணலனா follow பண்ணலனா assessment can be dropped. Where the assessee proved to satisfaction of the AO that income has not really what? Escaped assessment. தலைவா income என்ன ஆவல escape ஆவல. If the AO is able to prove to the AO then he will dash the assessment. Where the order under 148A clause D has not been passed within the prescribed time limit 1 month. 1 month குள்ள 148A clause D order pass பண்ணலனா dash can be dropped. So these are the 6 circumstances in which 147 can be dropped, my dear lovable students. I'm moving into illustration number 49. Shall I? Yes, sir. When can an assessment be annulled? Or assessment எப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? Procedural aspects proper follow பண்ணலனா assessment annul பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Second question. An assessment completed by AO was set aside by YAR on 1/1/2023 with a specific direction to re-examine certain dissolvents. That means this is not set aside in toto. This is set aside for a particular item. Right? Before the fresh assessment is made, AO discover that some other income has what? How should he proceed to make the fresh assessment? இங்க பாரு fresh assessment சொல்லி இருக்கிறதே to re-examining certain allowances. அந்த வேலையை மட்டும் தான் நீ பார்க்கணும். அதுக்கடையில் இன்கம் எஸ்கேப் ஆயிருக்குன்னா அதுக்கு தனி 148 நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சு 148A procedure ஃபாலோ பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். கரெக்டா? Assessment can be annulled. Oh my God. Under this many circumstances, an assessment can be annulled. Where it is made without issuing a notice under or without issuing a showcase notice under. அப்போ 143(2) அனுப்பாம 143(3) showcase notice under 144 அனுப்பாம 144 பாஸ் பண்ணா assessment can be where the assessment is made after the time limit specified under what? 153 is the time limit for completion of assessment and the time limit க்கு அப்புறம் assessment order pass பண்றேனா it can be where the assessment under 143(3) is made on the basis of என்ன return ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணல இல்ல தப்பான ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிருக்காங்க அந்த ரிட்டர்னை பேஸ் பண்ணி 143(3) பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேனா assessment can be where the assessment is made under what section without issuing a notice under what section 148 notice அனுப்பாம 147 assessment பண்ணீங்கனா assessment can be where the assessment is made under what section in pursuance to a notice issued under what section which is issued after the time limit prescribed under what section நீங்க 147 பண்றதுக்கு 148 நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கீங்க ஆனா 149 சப்செக்ஷன் 1 டைம் லிமிட் தாண்டி போயிடுச்சு அப்படினா assessment has to be where the AO did not follow the procedure under what? 148A follow பண்ணாம 148 notice அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காங்க, 148 notice அப்புறம் 147 pass பண்ணிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா 147 can be. Where the order under 148A clause D has not been passed with the prescribed what limit? Within 1 month குள்ள 148A clause D order pass பண்ணலைனா 148 notice அனுப்ப முடியாது. அப்படினா assessment can be. Where the assessment is made under what section? Without issuing a notice under 143 subsection 2. 143 subsection 2 notice அனுப்பாம 143 pass பண்ணீங்கனா that 143 can be. Where the assessment is made under 143 in pursuance of a notice issued under which is served after the time period prescribed under 143 subsection 2. Sir, 143 pass பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, 143 கொடுத்திருக்கீங்க, ஆனா 143 within 3 months from the end of the financial year which the return of income has been filed அந்த time limitல கொடுக்கல, ஒத்துக்கிறியா? Where assessment is made under 143.3 in pursuance of a notice issued under 143.2 which has been issued to an assessee who has not filed the what of income. சார் 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்க, 143.2 கொடுத்திருக்க, ஆனா தலைவர் ரிட்டர்னை ஃபைல் பண்ணல அப்படினா that assessment order can be annulled, ரைட்டா? பா அழகுப்பா. Now ITAT has ordered for fresh assessment only to seize certain item, but during that time some income escaping assessment is arising, correcta? The scope of fresh assessment proceeding after NSI of the original assessment will have to be determined with reference to the terms of order whereby the appellate authority set aside the assessment. நீ என்ன பார்க்கணும்னா whether the set aside is in toto or set aside for a particular item. இங்க set aside for a
particular item.
Where the appellate authority direct the AO to make an assessment without imposing any restriction or limitation as to how fresh proceedings are to be conducted by the AO, then AO is have the same power in making such fresh assessment as he had originally while making the assessment under what? அப்ப செட் அசைட் சொல்லும்போது எந்த ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷனுமே இல்லைனா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 143.3 எப்படி பண்ணியோ அதே மாதிரி 143.3 பண்ணலாம். ஆனா இந்த ஒரு பர்టిక్యులர் ஐட்டத்தை மட்டும் தான் செக் பண்ணனும்னு சொன்னா அந்த ஒரு பர்టిక్యులர் ஐட்டத்தை மட்டும் தான் where the original assessment is set aside in toto. Hello sir, and the AO is asked to redo the assessment afresh. The AO will have the same power as would have at the time of an assessment. அப்ப set aside டோட்டோவா இருந்தா எப்படி 143.3 முதல்ல பாஸ் பண்ணாரோ அதே மாதிரி 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ணலாம், கரெக்ட்டா? Where the order of an authority, appellate authority specific, not toto, it is not open to the AO to conduct an inquiry beyond the said direction and to proceed to make a fresh assessment without reference to the end assessment. அப்போ செட் அசைட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது டோட்டோ கிடையாது, செட் அசைட் பண்ணியிருக்கிறது ஸ்பெசிபிக் செட் அசைடா இருந்தா எதை பார்க்க சொன்னையோ அதை மட்டும்தான் பார்க்கணும். Where the order limits the AO jurisdiction to make a what assessment with regard to only an item, only B யும் C யும் மட்டும் பாரு அப்படின்னு சொன்னா AO has no power to add other amount or to make other addition to the N income. In the given question, the assessment has been set aside with a N direction to re-examine certain. Therefore, AO cannot add other income which have escaped assessment which make an assessment. However, after completing the assessment, as per direction of yarodedu, AO can assess other income by issuing a notice under அந்த புதுசா கண்ல பட்ட இன்கத்துக்கு டைம் அலோவ் பண்ணுதுனா 148 என்ன அனுப்பலாம். And complying with the procedure as envisaged under what section? Where required and making a reassessment under section 147. அப்போ சார் சைக்கிள் கேப்ல நீங்க என்ன சொல்லக்கூடாதுன்னா, ஹலோ எனக்கு தான் ஃப்ரெஷ் அசஸ்மெண்ட் போட்டிருக்காங்களே, அப்போ ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு இன்கம் இன்னொரு இன்கம் எஸ்கேப் ஆயிருக்கு, அதையும் நான் ஃப்ரெஷ் அசஸ்மெண்ட்ல சேர்த்து அசஸ் பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லணும்னா செட் அசைட் டோட்டோவா இருக்கணும். செட் அசைட் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா இருந்தா உன் ஆளை மட்டும்தான் நீ பார்க்கணும், ஊர்ல இருக்கிற எல்லாத்தையும் நீ பார்க்கக்கூடாது, ரைட்டு? I'm moving into illustration number 50 is a target. How should the AO proceed in a case where person from whom certain assets were seized claim that such assets do not belong to him but to a named party, third party. For example, somebody's premise has been seized, searched, and somebody is saying that, sir, these assets are not belonging to me, these assets are belonging to my தலைவர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பின்னாடி திரும்பி காட்டுறாரு. Then what that AO has to do is the question. As per section 132, the search, AO will presume that asset belonging to the inner person and not any inner party. If however the searcher person proves beyond doubt that asset belongs to another person, then the following provisions will be applicable. அப்ப ஜெனரலா சபரியோட premise என்ன பண்ணா அது சபரியோட belongings அப்படின்னா யார் எடுத்துப்பா? A எடுத்துப்பா. In case somebody is proving to the யார் கிட்ட that items are belongs to third party, then this is the procedure has to be followed. Explanation 2 to section 148 provide as under where a search is initiated under what section? Or books of accounts, other document or any other assets are requisite under section. In case of the assessee, this is sabari. Or survey is conducted under what section? Other than under subsection 2A of that section, which is TDS or TCS survey, correct? In case of the assessee, that is sabari. So search has been done in the hands of the sabari. Ever is satisfied with the prior approval of the principal commissioner or commissioner that any money, bullion, jewelry, other valuable article or thing seized or requisite under dash or dash. In case of any other person, dash to the assessee, belongs to the assessee. The AO is satisfied with the prior approval of principal commissioner or commissioner that any books of accounts or documents seized or requisite under section dash or dash in any other person pertains or pertain to any information contained therein dash to the assessee. Then the AO shall dash to have information which suggests that income chargeable to tax as escaped assessment in case of what? Assessee. Sir, where the search is initiated or books of accounts, other document or any assets are requisite or survey is conducted in case of what? Or money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable article or thing or document are seized or requisite in case of any other. So, in case, sir, sabari's premise has been searched and any item has been seized, then general understanding of the AO is it belongs to sabari. But without doubt, if sabari is proving the AO that it is not belong to sabari, it's belong to ANM, then the AO is having a deemed information that income has escaped in the hands of the ANM. Right? Practically in the given case, AO of the person from whom certain assets were what? Seized will record his satisfaction with prior approval of the what? Of the income tax or commission of income tax that the asset belongs to any party. Even though it has been seized from the premise of sabari, since it has been belongs to ANM, the officer who has seized it will record in writing that these things are not belongs to sabari and these things are related to. After recording such a reason, he shall hand over the asset relating to any party to the jurisdictional AO of the any party. அப்ப என்னோட ஏவோக்கு அது என்ன பண்ணிடுவாங்கன்னா டிரான்ஸ்மிட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க, ரைட்டா? Further, if the AO of the என்ன party after taking prior approval of the principal commissioner of income tax or commissioner of income tax is satisfied that என்ன belongs to him, he shall issue notice under what section? 148 to such assessee. அப்படின்னா ANM க்கு என்ன வரும்? 148 வரும். Follow the procedure under 148, 149, 151 as accordingly in the given case AO shall take prior approval of the principal commissioner or commissioner where he want to dash the income of the name third person as mentioned above. So one line summary of the entire discussion is if one particular person's place has been searched and belongings or money, bullion, jewelry or valuable article or things has been seized, generally AO will having an understanding that it relates to that person. But if that person undoubtedly proving to the AO that it does not belongs to him, it belongs to some other person, then sir, the AO who seized has to hand over that seized item to the jurisdictional AO. Then jurisdictional AO is having a deemed information that income has been escaped assessment in the hands of ANM. So by taking this as a base, my dear lovable students, 148 notice will be served after complying the general provisions of 148A and all those stuffs after getting permission from the higher authority under section 100. And I'm moving into sir illustration number 51. Before that, just without removing the helmet, just showing 50 because 50 question has been completed out of 200. Yes sir. Mr. Sir Sanskar is engaged in business of what trade and has been declaring income of 10 lakh to 15 lakh every year in the last 10 years. 10 லட்சம் to 15 லட்சம் வரைக்கும் income காட்டிட்டே இருந்தார் தலைவர். A search was conducted under section 132 in the business premise of Sansar on 5th December 2023. 5th December ku search vandirukku. Search was concluded by executing last of authorization search on 21st December 2023. அப்பா 5th December க்கு ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டு சர்ச்சை முடிச்சது 21st December. என்னத்தை தான் இப்படி தேடி இருக்காங்களோ. EO has in his possession document which revealed that Mr. Sanskar has incurred எத்தனை crore in May 2017 for the marriage of his daughter. ஏதோ ஒரு டைரியில் எழுதி வச்சிருக்காரு. என்னன்னா டாட்டரோட மேரேஜ்க்கு எவ்வளவு கோடி? 5 கோடி. So he is having some presumption. Handwriting is correct. He has written. It belongs to him. All are true. Hello sir. They ever intend to issue notice under 148 to Sansar for assessment year 11 to the previous year 17-18. Can you do so is the question. So what is that assessment year? This is 5 crore man. This is surely more than 50 lakh. 10 வருஷத்துல தாராளமான டைம் இருக்கு இல்லையா? As per section N48. AO shall deem to have information which suggests that income chargeable to tax as escaped assessment in case of assessee where a search is initiated under on or after 1/4/2021 because that is the cut-off date, right? Yes sir. Further, in case search under 132, notice under 148 need not be accompanied by order under 148A. கண்டிப்பா search நடந்தாச்சுன்னா 148A பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் டைரக்டா என்ன அனுப்பிச்சிடலாம். Thus the AO can issue a notice under 148 for any of the relevant assessment years if 3 years has not been elapsed from the end of the relevant assessment year. கண்டிப்பா 3 years from the end of the relevant assessment year வரைக்கும் எந்த வருஷத்துக்கு வேணா 148 notice அனுப்பலாம். If 3 years sir but not more than have elapsed from the end of the relevant assessment year and AO has in his possession enough accounts or other documents or evidence which reveals that income chargeable to tax represented in the form of what? Or expenditure in respect of transaction or in relation to an event or what? Or an entry or entries in the end of accounts which has escaped NSR assessment amounts to or likely to amount 8 lakh. That means if the AO is having the possession in its books of accounts, those books of accounts, and the income exceed more than 50 lakh, then my dear lovable students, AO can issue 148 notice up to sir beyond 3 years up to 10 assessment years, right? Where the income chargeable to tax represented in the form of what? Or expenditure in relation to what or what? Referred to in clause B above has escaped assessment and the investment in such asset or expenditure in relation to such event or what? Made or incurred in more than in the previous year relevant to the assessment year within the period referred in B, a notice under 148 shall be issued for every such assessment year for assessment or reassessment or recomputation as the may be. For example, if the asset, money, bullion, jewelry, valuable article or thing is not only relating to 1 year, it is relating to 3 or 4 years, then separate 148 has to be issued for all those 4 years. And separate what? 147 has to be completed. Paka? In this case, Mr. Sansar has incurred expenditure of 8 crore in relation to the marriage of his and say AO can issue notice under what? For assessment year yepo, since it fall within the N year period. Because both the condition has been satisfied. The income escaped is more than 50 lakhs and the AO is having the possession of note as per section NIA 153A. We don't have this 153A now. Right? This is with regard to post research assessment. It is part and parcel of ICA. Let it be there. We will not NSR worry about that. I'm moving into sir illustration number 52. Shall we? Rajesh regularly files his return of income electronically. Sir, goodbye sir. While he was trying to upload his return of income for assessment year 24-25 on 31st July, last date for filing the same, he found it extremely difficult to do the same due to network problem and ultimately he becomes successful in making e-filing of return only at 1 AM. அடுத்த நாள் ஆயிடுச்சு 12 மணிக்குள்ள என்ன பண்ணி ஆகணும்? ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணி ஆகணும். தலைவர் அப்லோட் பண்ணுறான் சார் ரிவர்ஸ் ஆகுது, அப்லோட் பண்ணுறான் ரிவர்ஸ் ஆகுது, அப்லோட் பண்ணுறான் ரிவர்ஸ் ஆகுது, கொஞ்சம் அப்லோட் பண்ணி தூங்கி விடுறான். அப்படி கடைசியில் 1 மணிக்கு என்ன பண்ணிட்டான்? On 1st August, return become belated return. The return contained a claim of carry forward of business loss of 8 lakh. Now this has been amended for our examination. Up to 50 lakh you have to go to one party. More than 50 lakh up to you have to go to another party. This circumstance was recorded in a letter delivered to the office of the Deputy Commissioner of Income Tax on 1st August. காலை குளிச்ச உடனே எந்திரிச்சு ஓடி இருக்கான். சாரே நான் நைட்டு ஃபுல்லாக ட்ரை பண்ணேன் சாரே, ஆனால் என்னோட ரிட்டர்ன் என்ன ஆகலை, அப்லோட் ஆகலை, அதனால என்னோட 51 லட்சம் நக்கிட்டு போக வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு சார். During the normal office hours, Rajesh made a request to the CBDT for condonation of delay in filing the return of income. எதுக்கு அது வரைக்கும் போறாங்க, வாடா முன்னாடி அது வரைக்கும் போகணும், இப்போ அது வரைக்கும் போக வேண்டிய. Discuss whether CBDT has power to condone the delay in filing the return of income and permit carry forward of loss in the given circumstance is a November 2011 question. White circular number something bar something by amended by something bar something. This is amendment 16/2023. Oh, it has been decided to condone the delay in filing of return having a claim of carry forward of what? If a return having a claim of carry forward of loss is filed what? Then the delay in filing of loss in case of genuine hardship can be condoned by CIT if the return loss is up to 10 lakh. Chief CIT if the return loss exceeds 50 lakhs up to 10 crore. Principal Chief Commissioner if the return loss exceeds 2 crore but up to 10 crore. CBDT if the return loss exceeds 10 crore. This is a very important question I already highlighted. Second time we are doing this. In the present question, in view of the aforesaid provision, Rajesh should apply to the Chief Commissioner of Income Tax which can condone the delay in filing the loss return and allow the carry forward of the loss because it is more than 50 lakh. More than 50 lakh, up to 2 crore, you have to go to Chief CIT. Correct? Up a General Commissioner of Income Tax, up to 50 lakh. More than 50 lakh, up to 2 crore, Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. More than 2 crore, up to 3 crore, Principal Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. More than 3 crore, CBDT. Why they have kept these limits are the logic of the limits. I have not said last time. This time I am saying up to 10 lakh, it is Commissioner of Income Tax. More than 10 lakh, up to 10 crore, 2 crore, yaar kitta po? Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. அது first authority, second authority. First CIT கிட்ட போவே up to 10 lakhs வரைக்கும். More than 50 lakh, up to 2 crore, யார் கிட்ட போவே? Chief Commissioner of Income Tax. அது first authority, second authority. First CIT கீழந்து மேலக்கு. Up to 50 lakhs வரைக்கும் யார் கிட்ட போ? CIT கிட்ட போ. கரெக்ட்டா? Principal CIT more than 10 lakh, 50 lakhs, up to, because they are the second authority and another 2 முடிச்சிருக்காங்க. Right? More than 2 crore, up to 3 crore, they are third layer. You are moving. CBDT, 4 வார்த்தை. More than 3 crore இருந்தா மட்டும் இங்க வா. ஏன்னா எங்க பேர்லயே 4 இருக்கு. அப்ப நாங்க 3க்கு மேல தான் நாங்க என்ன பண்ணுவோம், அக்செப்ட் பண்ணுவோம். Right? So in the present question, in view of the aforesaid provision, Rajesh should apply to the Chief CIT which can condone the delay in filing the loss return and allow the carry forward of the loss. Shall I move into illu number 53? Examine the correctness of the statement. Jurisdiction of AO cannot be objected by the assessee. Sir, we are having section 124. As per section 124, jurisdiction can be questioned. Correct? எனக்கு யார் நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பணுங்கிறத பற்றி நம்ம போய் கேட்கலாம். அக்கார்டிங் டு செக்ஷன் 124 subsection 3, assessee can raise a question as to the jurisdiction of what? Within the prescribed NL limit as under. So there is a time limit to question the jurisdiction of the AO. We have already discussed in the class 124. Where return has been filed under what section? Then within 1 month from the date of service of notice under what? 142 subsection 1 or 143 subsection 2 or before completion of assessment, whichever is. இப்போ நான் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணியாச்சு, எனக்கு 142 1 நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கு, இல்லை 143 2 நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்குன்னா வித்தின் 1 month ஃப்ரம் த டேட் ஆஃப் சர்வீஸ் ஆஃப் தட் நோட்டீஸ். அந்த நோட்டீஸ் வந்து எத்தனை மாசத்துல இல்லைனா பிஃபோர் கம்ப்ளீஷன் ஆஃப் தி அசஸ்மெண்ட் விச்செவர் இஸ், நான் போய் கதவை தட்டணும், யாருப்பா என்னோட ஏவோ எனக்கு தெரியணும்ப்பா அப்படின்னு கேட்கலாம். Where no return of income has been filed, then within the expiry of time allowed under 142 subsection 1 class 1, because எனக்கு அந்த நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்புவாங்க இல்லையா, or 148 for filing the return within the time allowed in a cost notice. Seeking as to why a best judgment assessment under 144 should not be made or should not be made, whichever is what earlier. அப்போ either நான் ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணலைனா எனக்கு 142 subsection 1ல என்ன வந்திருக்கும், நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கும், இல்ல 144ல எனக்கு ஷோ காஸ்ட் நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கும். அதுல ஒரு டைம் லிமிட் சொல்லி இருப்பாங்க என்ன ஃபைல் பண்றதுக்கு, ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல். அந்த டைம் லிமிட்டுக்குள்ள நான் போய் கேட்கலாம். or before completion of 144 assessment, whichever is earlier. Or were searches initiated under any section? Or books of accounts, other document or other assets are requisite under what? Within 1 month from the date on which he was served a notice under 153A, adu munnadi, or 153C, adu munnadi, or before completion of assessment, whichever is. Now 132, 132A ke endha notice varudana 148 notice varudhu, correct? Where the assessee calls in question the jurisdiction of AO. In case assessee poi kekranga ennoda AO yaruna, AO is not, and the AO is not satisfied with such claim, he shall refer the matter for determination by the yarkita principal director general or director general or principal chief commissioner or chief commissioner or principal commissioner or commissioner before the dash is made. In case அவருக்கே டவுட்டா இருக்கு என் ஜூரிஸ்டிக்ஷன்ல வர அசஸியா இல்லையான்னு, அப்படின்னா ஹையர் அத்தாரிட்டி கிட்ட ரெஃபர் பண்ணிட்டு ஹையர் அத்தாரிட்டி கிட்ட என்ன பண்ணி தர சொல்லலாம்? டிட்டர்மைன் பண்ணி தர சொல்லலாம். Therefore, in view of the above provision, statement that jurisdiction of the AO cannot be objected by assessee is not correct as per section 124 subsection 3 of the Income Tax Act. Assessee is having the power to question the jurisdiction of the AO, but within time limit. I'm moving into illu number 54. Shall we? AO within his jurisdiction surveyed the residential house of an assessee who is engaged in money lending business. Therefrom, on May 9, 2023, Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. Examine whether the action initiated or taken by income tax authorities are proper and valid under the provisions of the Act. So, they are basically asking AO within his jurisdiction surveyed the enna house. வீட போய் சர்வே பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Who is engaged in money lending business? Therefrom, அங்கிருந்தா money lending பண்றாரு. புரியுதா இல்லையா? அப்ப அங்க என்ன பண்ணலாம்? சர்வே பண்ணலாம். Section 133A provides that notwithstanding anything contained in any other provisions of the Income Tax Act, an income tax authority may enter any building or place occupied by any person in respect of whom he exercises what? At which a business or profession is enon, whether such place be the principal place of business or not. The section also provides that income tax authority may enter any place of business or profession referred to above only during the hours at which such place is open for conduct of the business or profession, and in case of any other place only after what and what? Sunrise before sunset. அப்ப எங்க business நடக்குதோ business timeல தான் போய் சர்வே பண்ண முடியும். மிச்ச இடங்கள்ல உங்களுக்கு சர்வே பண்ணனும்னா after sunrise before sunset. Since the assessee is carrying on the business of enna lending from his engirundi, AO can conduct the survey of such enna house. Further, since the survey has been conducted after what and what? Action of the AO is justified is what that question is all about. Shall I move into illu number 55? Determine the scope of power exercisable by an AO for inquiring into an expenditure incurred by assessee in connection with any function, ceremony or event. Yes, even that survey is also possible. But உட்கார்ந்து சாப்பிட்டதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் கேள்வி கேட்கணும். அதுக்கு தாலி கட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் கேட்கணும். அது இல்லாமல் கல்யாணத்தை பாதியில் நிறுத்த கூடாது. கெட்டி மேளம் சொல்லணும். The scope of power exercisable by AO for inquiring into expenditure incurred by an assessee in connection with any function, ceremony or event is as under. According to section NIA, where having regard to the nature and scale of expenditure incurred by an assessee in connection with any function, ceremony or even income tax authorities of the opinion that it is necessary or expedient to do so, he may at any time after such function, ceremony or even require the assessee by whom such expenditure has been incurred or any person who in the opinion of income tax authorities likely to possess information as respect the expenditure incurred to furnish any information, and he may require as to any matter which may be useful for or relevant to any proceedings under the Act, and statements so recorded may hereafter be used for evidence in any proceedings under the Act. So income tax authorities is having the power, but not during when the function is going on. After the function is going on, you can ask NSR them to sit and take the explanation and record the explanation, right? According to section NSC, which is unexplained expenditure, wherein any financial year or assessee has incurred any what, and you offer no explanation about the source of such expenditure or part thereof, or the explanation if any offered by him is not in the opinion of what? satisfactory, the amount covered by such expenditure or any thereof, as the case may be deemed to be the income of the what for such an year. The unexplained expenditure which is deemed to be the income of assessee shall not be allowed as deduction under any head of income. So even you can do a survey in a event or function, but you can get the details only after such event has been concluded. And you can collect the information, you can record the information, you can use that recorded item after the in future things. And if they have not provided the source of the expenditure, then you can invoke section 69C also, right? I'm moving into ILLU number 56. An AO issue a requisition under 133 subsection 6. We know that 133 is call for specific information. Call on a branch of a public sector bank to furnish information on the operations of the account of one of its customer. Or customer related details kudunu solli 133 subsection 6 la notice amchirukanga. It is understood that neither the bank nor its customer is assessed to an income tax officer issuing the requisition. Bank ku scrutiny podilla and the yarku pati enna sir information ketirukangalo avangaloda scrutiny podilla. AO is reported to be engaged on enna survey work to rope in new assessees. In neither case it is reported that any assessment proceedings are pending. Can the bank refuse to furnish the information sought discussed? No, because section 133 does not have a basic requirement that assessment should be pending. It is just to collect various information, specified information, correct? So 133 subsection 6 empower the yare to require any person including a company or any officer thereof to furnish information or furnish statement of account giving information on any matter which will be useful for or relevant to any inquiry or proceedings under the. However, the powers in respect of any inquiry in a case where no dash is pending shall not be exercisable by yar below the rank of commissioner without the prior approval of the commissioner. Appo below the rank of commissioner 133 subsection 6 power invoke பண்றதா இருந்தா commissioner கிட்ட இருந்து permission வாங்கி என்ன பண்ணலாம் invoke பண்ணலாம். அப்ப assessment pending ல இருக்கணும்னு condition கிடையாது. Therefore in the present case AO can require the yara to furnish the information of its yarodid for the purpose of making an even if no proceedings are pending before the what. But such power can be exercised only after obtaining the prior approval of the, assuming that, now assume under the question, AO has taken the of the Commission of Income Tax for the purpose of making inquiry under what section? The bank cannot refuse to dash the information. As per Finance Act 2017, the joint director or deputy director or assistant director can exercise the power in respect of inquiry in case where no proceedings is pending even without the prior approval of the, because these guys, this director will be there in the investigation wing. அப்ப அவங்க சார் ஹையர் அத்தாரிட்டி கிட்ட பர்மிஷன்ல வாங்கினா ரொம்ப டைம் போகும், கரெக்டா? நீங்க பாட்டுக்கு 133 subsection 6 அடிச்சு விட்டு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுங்கடா ராஜாக்களா, குட்டி ராஜாக்களா. Moving into ILLU number 57. An income tax authority in the course of exercising power of survey under what section? Serve a summon on the assessee and impound the dash of accounts. Impound the சார் 133 எதுக்கு போயிட்டு சர்வேக்கு போயிட்டு புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணிட்டு வந்திருக்காங்க and other documents found in the premises visited discuss the legality of the action. 133A சர்வேல புக்ஸ் இம்பவுண்ட் பண்றதுக்கான பவர் இருக்கா இல்லையா? An income tax authority acting under what section may impound and retain in his custody for such period as he thinks fit any books of accounts or other document entered by him, provided that such income tax authority shall not impound any books of accounts or other document except after recording is retain in his custody any such books of accounts or other documents for a period exceeding exclusive of holiday without obtaining the approval of chief commissioner or commissioner as the name may be. அப்போ 133A ல books of accounts என்ன பண்ணலாம் பண்ணி 15 நாள் வரைக்கும் யாரோட பர்மிஷன் இல்லாம கையில வச்சுக்கலாம். அதுக்கு மேல பர்மிஷன் அதுக்கு மேல கையில வைக்கணும்னா Finance Act 2014 has given power to யாருக்கு to conduct survey for purpose of verifying whether TDS or TCS has been deducted or collected and paid as per the provisions of Income Tax Act. Illaya? Correct? The Income Tax Authority can enter the premises to conduct survey after NRIs, but before NSET. They can enter the premise for which they have. The Income Tax Authority can inspect books and documents during survey and ask for various document what. However, rumba important in dash or dash survey, Income Tax Authority cannot impound the books of accounts and document. But general survey le impound pannalam, and a TDS or TCS survey le they cannot make inventory of NSR cash, valuable stock, etc. Therefore, action of Income Tax Authority is justified if it is a survey other than TDS or TCS survey. This we have already discussed in the class. We have classified even the survey into two categories also. Sir, TDS or TCS survey other than TDS or TCS survey. If the survey is a TDS or TCS survey, restricted scope. You cannot impound books of accounts. Whereas if it is other than TDS or TCS survey, can invoke impound N of N for a minimum period of
15 days.
If you want more, get the permission from the higher authority and keep. Examine and state in the context of the provisions of the Act as to correctness of the following action of the income tax authorities or others. AO issue notice under 133 to Ethana Bank requiring particulars relating to a customer in a specific format duly verified in a manner. One of the bank refused to part with the information on the ground that the letter did not specify about any proceedings pending against the said customer under the Income Tax Act. There is no need. There is the AO or the JCIT appeals or CIT appeal may require any person including in a company or any officer thereof to furnish information or furnish statement of accounts giving information on various matters which will be useful for or relevant to any dash or dash. This power can also be exercised by Chief CIT or CIT as per 133 subsection. However, the power in respect of inquiry in any case where no proceedings is pending shall not be exercised by any income tax authority below the rank of YAR. Without, as per Finance Act 2017, the joint director or deputy director or assistant director can exercise the power in respect of inquiry in case where no proceedings is pending even without the. Therefore, AO can issue notice under what? After taking prior approval of the CIT. The same question, same answer we have read. Right up. I'm moving into ILLU number 59. The Director General of Income Tax, after getting the information that Mr. X is in possession of unaccounted cash of 1 lakh, issue orders by invoking power vested in him as per section 131 summons of the Income Tax Act for its seizure. Summons notice. Is the order of seizure of cash issued by Director General of Income Tax correct is the question. If not, does the Director General of Income Tax has any other power to seize such cash? That's what 132 is all about, right? Section 131 subsection 1 deals with the power of discovery and production of what? This section does not, however, confer the power of seizure of cash or the Director General for the purpose of making an inquiry or investigation relating to any income concealed shall competent to exercise power conferred under 131 subsection 1 which is confined to discovery and what? Enforcing attendance and compelling the production of what? And other documents and issuing what? The power of seizure of unaccounted cash is not one of the power conferred on the architect. Under what section? Thus, the order issued by Director General under 131 subsection 1A for seizure of cash is not correct. ஏனா 131 ல சீஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. 132 ல தான். However, under section what? Director General has the power to authorize any additional director or additional commissioner or joint director or what? To seize any money found as a result of search if he has reason to enter that. Any person is in possession of money which represent wholly or partly income which is not. Therefore, proper course open to the Director General is to exercise his power under what section? And authorize the officers concerned to enter the premise where the cash is kept by X and seize such in the cash unaccounted cash. Okay? I'm moving into ILLU number 60. A cooperative society engaged in a business received a letter from the Assistant Commissioner of Income Tax to furnish details of all person who made time deposit of 10 lakhs or above during this particular period. There is no pending proceeding against the cooperative society at the time of receipt of letter. As a chartered accountant, what would be your advice to the cooperative society regarding the legality of the letter? Income tax department is having power under 133 subsection 6. Even though no assessment are pending, they may issue notice to collect the various information after getting the prior permission from the higher authorities, right? The issue under consideration is whether in a case where no proceedings is pending is against a person, can the AO call for information under what section? It is assumed that such details were sought, sir, for under 133(6) of the Act. In section 133 subsection 6, AO has been empowered to requisition information which will be useful or relevant to any inquiry or proceedings under the Act. However, an income tax authority below the rank of yaru or commissioner can exercise this power in respect of inquiry in case where no proceedings is what? Only with the prior approval of principal commissioner, or fourth time we are reading the same lines. In this case, if the letter or notice has been issued after obtaining what? Of the competent higher authority mentioned above, the assistant commissioner of income tax has not erred in issuing the letter or notice to the requiring them to furnish information regarding person who have made time deposit of 18 lakhs or more. For such inquiry under section 133(6), letter or notice could be validly issued by assistant commissioner of income tax after obtaining the approval of the. Shall we do the last question for the day, which is illu number 61. With this area will comes to one. AO survey a popular cinema hall by the name Thriller, which is within its jurisdiction at 12 o'clock in the midnight for collecting information which may be useful for purpose of Income Tax Act. Vasanamada mukkiyam padtha paarada. Night 12 manikku poi kadal tatti information collect பண்றக்காம. Second show enna padamo? The concerned cinema hall is kept open for business every day between 9 p.m. and business hours. ஒன்னும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, கதவை தட்டலாம். பாப்பா போட்ட தாப்பாவா. Owner of the cinema hall claims that AO could not enter this time his business premise after sunset and late in the midnight. ஓனர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, நடுராத்திரிக்கெல்லாம் வரக்கூடாது, மிட்நைட் ஆயிடுச்சு, கிளம்பு. சார், AO wanted to take away எதை within the books of accounts kept at the premises of the cinema hall. அந்த சினிமா ஹாலில் வச்சிருந்த ஏதோ பொருளை புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு போனோமா. Examine the validity of claim made by owner of cinema hall and propose action of the AO. AO is correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The AO can exercise his power of survey under what section? Only after obtaining the authorization by any authority not below the rank of joint director or joint commissioner, who shall take prior approval of director general of chief or chief commissioner, assuming it's a case of an investigation. Assuming that he has obtained such approval in this case, he is empowered under section to enter any place of business of assessee within his jurisdiction only during the hours at which such place is open for the conduct of the business. In the given case, a Thriller popular cinema hall is open from what time to what time? For the conduct of the business, the AO entered the cinema hall at in the night, which falls within the working hours of the hall. Therefore, the claim made by owner to the effect that AO could not enter the cinema hall at late night is not valid. அவர் ஏவோவா என்ன சார் அந்த டைம்ல போலாம், books of accounts inbound பண்ணலாம். Further, as per 133A subsection 3 clause 1A, the AO may impound and retain in his custody for such period as he thinks fit any books of accounts or other document entered by him. However, he shall not impound any books of accounts or other document except after recording his reasons for, hence action of AO is tenable as per law. ஒரு டவுட், இன்கேஸ் நைட்டு 12 மணிக்கு TDS or TCS சர்வே பண்ணலாமா பண்ண முடியாதா? TDS or TCS சர்வே நைட் 12 மணிக்கு பண்ணலாமா பண்ண முடியாதா? TDS or TCS சர்வேக்கு ஒரு ஸ்பெசிபிக் டைம் இருக்கு. ஆஃப்டர் சன்ரைஸ், பிஃபோர் சன்ஸ். அதெல்லாம் பிசினஸ் ஹவர்ஸ் கிடையாது. அதர் than TDS or TCS சர்வேக்கு தான் டியூரிங் என்ன TDS or TCS எல்லாம் சூரியன் வெளியே வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம், சூரியன் உள்ள போறதுக்கு அப்புறம் செக் பண்ணா போதும். அந்த அளவுக்கு போதும் TDSக்கெல்லாம். புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் என்னவும் பண்ண முடியாது, இம்பவுண்டும் பண்ண. So out of 200 question, my dear lovable students, we have done 61 out of 200. Those who are enjoying, those who are listening to the lecture in the YouTube, sir, share your happiness. How much is helpful for you? It will be help to you in the track. And complete the daily lectures on a daily basis. Otherwise, I will be reaching 200 and I will be doing some other. At that time, you have to listen, sit and listen one by one. So, enjoy the assessment procedure. I believe that every discussion what we have made in the class will come into your brain, my dear lovable students. Tomorrow, we'll be meet you with another 20 more questions. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from A&M Thodarum. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
So we are doing 20 question challenge from assessment. It's a 200 question challenge. In that 3 days, 60 question has been done. Today will be, sir, extending to another 20. I'm doing illustration number 62. Books of accounts and certain assets are found to be in the possession of the person whose premises are searched. What are the rebutable presumptions regarding those items? We are having 4 presumptions. Presumptions in the course of search and seizure. For example, your premise has been searched or seized, where any books of accounts, other document, money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable article is found in the possession or of any person in the course of search. It may be presumed that such books of accounts, other document, money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable article or thing belongs to that the content of such books of accounts and documents are true. That the signature and every other part of such books of accounts and other document which purport to be in handwriting of any particular person are in that person's handwriting. And in case of a document stamped, executed or attested, that it was duly stamped, executed or attested by the person by whom it purport to have been so executed or so sir, search பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா அதிலிருந்து கிடைக்கிற எல்லா புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் உன்னோட தான், அதில் இருக்கிற டாக்குமெண்ட் கரெக்டு தான், அதில் இருக்கிற சிக்னேச்சர் உன்னோட தான், ஹேண்ட் ரைட்டிங் உன்னோட தான், நீ தான் டாக்குமெண்ட் ஸ்டாம்ப் பண்ணியிருக்க, எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ணியிருக்க. அண்ட் I'm moving into illustration number 63. So these are the presumptions or rebutation, rebutable presumption. Rebutable na, you can say that no, அது என்னோட இது கிடையாது, அதுதான் rebutable. ஓகேவா? So generally I will assume that இதெல்லாமே இப்படின்னு. அது அப்படி இல்லைன்னா உனக்கு வேணா என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம், நீ வந்து எகெயின்ஸ்டா பேசிக்கலாம். அப்படி எகெயின்ஸ்டா பேசினா the assessing officer will hand over to the respective jurisdictional AO who is having the jurisdiction, and that AO will issue notice under section 148 deeming this as an information under section 147. An AO entered a hotel premises run by person in respect of whom he exercised jurisdiction at 10 p.m. for the purpose of collecting information which may be useful for the purpose of the act. Hotel is kept open for business every day between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. He is entitled to do the survey during n hours. But TDS or TCS survey is possible after sunrise, before sunset. The hotelier claims that Evo could not enter the hotel after NSET. Evo want to take away with him the books of accounts kept at the hotel. That is possible. He can impound, examine the validity claim made by the hotelier and proposed action of Evo with reference to the provisions of 133B of the Income Tax Act. So they are talking about 133B, which are N to N survey. So they are not asking about the general survey of 133A. They are talking about 133B door-to-door survey. 133B door-to-door survey. As per 133B subsection 2, an income tax authority has the power to enter any place of business during the hours at which such place is open for conduct of the business. So this is in similar with 133A. 133A லையும் business hours தான், 133B லையும் business hours தான். But TDS or TCS survey என்ன hours கிடையாது. After sunrise, the hotel is open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for conduct of business. Evo entered the hotel at 3 p.m. which falls within the claim made by a hotelier to the effect that Evo could not enter the hotel after sunset is not in accordance with the law. Both 133A and 133B is during n hours. As per section 133B subsection 3, an income tax authority acting under what? On no account remove or cause to be removed from the place where he has entered any end of accounts. அப்ப books of accounts impound பண்றதுக்கான rights எந்த செக்ஷன்ல தான் இருக்கு? 133A சர்வேல தான் இருக்கு. ஆனா 133B is door to door survey. It is restricted. Doors are closed. Correcta?
Yes, sir.
That's why it is called as door to door survey. Sir, அங்க நீ போறதே ஸ்பெசிபிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷனுக்காக மட்டும்தான். அந்த ஸ்பெசிபிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கலெக்ட் பண்ணலாமே தவிர புக்ஸ் இம்பவுண்ட் பண்ண. Hence the proposed action of AO to take away with him the books of accounts kept at the hotel is not valid in law. So my dear lovable students, 133A during NHAS, business hours. 133B is also during business hours. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
133A TDS or TCS survey is after sunrise before sunset. Right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, you can impound N of accounts, books of accounts as per 133A, whereas you cannot impound books of accounts as per 133B, which are limited survey. Which are?
Limited survey.
133B is actually otherwise called as limited survey. In a survey?
Limited survey.
Because 133A, you can go in office hours, knock the doors, ask any question, impound books of accounts. Hello, sir. Whereas 133B, you can't impound enough accounts. Right, I'm moving into illustration number 64, shall I?
Yes, sir.
A search as per section 132 of the Act was conducted on 2/4/2023 and cash of rupees 40 lakhs was seized. Assessee moved an application on 30/4/2023 to release such cash with explanation of the dash and dash thereof, which was turned down by the department. Department said that no, not possible, we will not give you back the cash. Now assessee seeks your advice whether on the department can withhold the dash money. If yes, then to what extent and up to what period? The same thing has been discussed. Application of the seized asset. What is the section? Application of the as per section 132B, 132, where the person concerned make an application to the YARC within 30 days from the end of the month in which the asset was seized for release of the what? And nature and source of acquisition of the asset is explained to the satisfaction of the AO may be the prior approval of the chief commissioner or commissioner release the asset after recovering the existing liability under the Income Tax Act out of such asset. This discussion, especially search and seizure, what we have discussed yesterday and today, my dear lovable students, are hot area for examination. From this you will be getting question for examination. Be very specific. So what section 132B is saying that after seizure, my dear lovable students, within 30 days, if the seized person has given the reason, source and explanation regarding from where he got the money, he can, the AO is as to after getting the permission from the higher authority has to release that asset. Such asset or portion thereof has to be released within how many days? From the date on which search under what was completed. So அப்போ 132 complete பண்ணி எத்தனை டேஸ்ல 120 டேஸ்ல அந்த போர்ஷன் என்ன பண்ணணும் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணணும். In the present case, since application was made to the AO on 30/4/2023, that is within 30 days, correct? The amount of existing liability may be recovered out of the NSC and balance cash may be released within from the date on which search under 132 was completed. So here you have to be very specific. What are the time limits you have to note? As per section 132B, assessee has to go and ask to the AO within 30 days from the end of the month in which the asset was seized. End of the month in which the அப்ப எந்த மாச அசெட்டை சீஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்களோ அந்த மாசத்தோட எண்ட்ல இருந்து எத்தனை நாள் 30 days குள்ள யார் போய் கேட்கணும்? Assessee போய் கேட்கணும். Then within எத்தனை days? 120 days from the last. Are you really with me? Last of search of authorization is executed. That means search has been completed basically. This explained part has to be released. But before explaining this part within 120 days, any existing liabilities that has to be recovered. Correct? As per 132B, one of the condition for release of asset is that nature and source of acquisition of asset should be explained to the satisfaction of the AO.
Yes, sir.
So within 30 days from the end of the month in which the asset has been seized, AO assessee has to go and knock the doors of the with the source and explanation of the income. Once he is satisfied within 120 days from the list, he has to release the asset. Before release the asset, the AO has to ensure that he has recovered the existing liability. The word existing liability does not include advance tax, which we already discussed in the class. Yes, sir. This existing liability does not include. However, in facts of the question, it has been given that assessee's application for release of the asset, explain the sources thereof, was turned down by the. So, if application was turned down by the department to the reason that it was not satisfied with the what given by the yar, as to the nature and source of acquisition of the asset, then the cash cannot be released since the condition mentioned above is not. If AO has turned down the application because of non-satisfaction of the release reason which has been put forth before him, then there is no need that within 120 days the explained asset has to be released. I am moving into illustration number 65. Pakka clarity?
Yes, sir.
Examine whether the information regarding possession of what and income received from the Central Bureau of Investigation, which is CBI, who is a government agency, can constitute information for action under 132. Discuss. We know that in order to do search and seizure, my dear lovable students, there should be a base, there should be a reason to believe. It should not be a reason to suspect. Chumma na search panni paakra, abdila search panna mudiyadhu. So, any information passed by the CBI can constitute a valid reason for search under section what? Sir, as per section 132 subsection 1 clause C, authorization for search and seizure can take place if the authority in consequence of dash in his possession. Sir, even 147 pannonalu information venu, 132 pannonalu as reason to enter that. Any person is in possession of money, bullion, jewelry or other valuable or thing, and these assets represent either wholly or partly income or property which has not been or would not be disclosed by such person for the purpose of. In the absence of such information, as such cannot be validly authorized. So it should not be a reason to suspect. It should be reason to believe. Undisclosed income irukku, money, bullion, jewelry, valuable article or thing நீ disclose பண்ணல. நான் அதை என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா search பண்ணி கண்டுபிடிப்பேன். The apex court, who is that? Supreme Court in Ajit Jain has held that mere intimation by the CBI that money was found in the possession of assessee, which according to CBI was an income, without something more, does not constitute information within the meaning of section N32, on the basis of which a search warrant could be issued. Because CBI maybe வீட்ல ஒரு கோடி ரூபாய் hot cash பார்த்திருப்பாங்க, அது maybe நான் return of income declare பண்ணி அதுக்கு என்ன கட்டியிருப்பேன், இத பத்தி எல்லாம் யாருக்கு தெரியாது, CBI க்கு தெரியாது. சும்மா வீட்ல ஒரு கோடி இருக்குப்பா உடனே போய் சர்ச் பண்ண நிக்காத, because that is not a to believe. A reason to believe should be concrete. That means, sir, there should be disclosed income. Money, bullion, jewelry, valuable article or thing irundha seize pannonu solla. That money, bullion, valuable article or thing should be undisclosed income. Abina wife கழுத்துல தாலி இருக்குனா, ஓ 10 சவரன் தாலி இருக்கு, undisclosed income அப்படி போய் சர்ச் பண்ணுவியா நீ? கிடையாது. So my dear lovable students, there should be proper information. Mere intimation from the CBI does not constitute information for the purpose of initiating search under section N32. Consequently, the Supreme Court held that search concluded on the basis and assessment made pursuant to such search is not valid. It is void ab initio. Put it on. The topic what we are discussing now is a very hot topic for examination. From this, you will be getting a lot of questions, my dear lovable students. The premises of Mr. Ganesh was subject to search under section 132 of the Act. Search was authorized and warranted was signed by Joint Commissioner of Income Tax having jurisdiction over the assessee. Yaar sign pannirka? JC. Assessee challenged the validity of the search since 132 subsection 1 does not empower yara to authorize a search under the Act, decide the correctness of the contention raised by the assessee. Sir, we are having authorizing officer and authorized officer. The question is from that.
Yes,
So you should be very clear with that. When a small things has been asking, sir, idalam kepangala pinna kekam pinna May 2010 la pinna enna pinna, right? So section 132 provides that following person can dash the search. The search and seizure can be authorized by enna general, director general or director, chief commissioner or commissioner, or additional director or additional commissioner or joint director or ஏன் சார் நீங்க இவங்களோட பேரை மட்டும் ஒரு மாதிரி bold கலர்ல கொடுத்திருக்கீங்க? However, such can be authorized by the additional director or additional commissioner or joint director or what? Only if they are empowered by the CBD to do so. நான் highlight பண்ணியிருக்கேன். In view of the aforesaid provisions of 132, joint commissioner can issue a of the search if is empowered by the NDT. Therefore, the contention of the assessee is not correct and search is valid. Because CBDT authorized பண்ணிட்டா joint commissioner, sir, joint director, sir, அதே மாதிரி additional commissioner, additional director can authorize the. I'm moving into illu number 67. Cash of 25 lakh was seized on 12/9/2023 in a search conducted as per section 132 of the Act. The assessee moved an application on 27/10/2023. My dear, what is the end of the day? 1 month, 30 days from the end of the month. Appo end of the month na 39, correct? 39 la irundha ethana days potena? 30 days potena kandipa unakku 30/10 varakum time irukku. எப்பவே அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டாங்க to release such asset after explaining the sources thereof, which was turned down by the department. Same question. Assessee seeks your opinion on the following issue. Can the department withhold the explained money? Yes. If they are not satisfied with the explanation, they can
Withhold the money.
If yes, up to which extent and to what period? Sir, up to 120 days they can hold the money. As per provisions of section 132B, where the person concerned make an application to the AO within 8 days from the end of the month in which the cash was seized for release of cash and nature of end of acquisition is explained to the satisfaction of the what? The amount of any liability may be recovered out of such cash, and remaining portion, if any, of cash may be released with the prior approval of what? To the person from whose custody the cash was seized. Such cash is to be released within from the date on which dash was completed. If the AO is not satisfied with the explanation given by YAR, then he shall not release such cash, and such cash shall be utilized for discharging the liability of the assessee, including the liability arising on account of such assessment under section.
147.
The cash remaining after discharge of all liability after completion of assessment under what section shall be hand over to the assessee. No time limit is prescribed for hand over the cash to the assessee. Appa satisfied aachina 120 days from the date of release, I will hand over the money. Satisfy avalena, let me complete the assessment, let me recover the tax liability, including the tax liability determined as per section 147. அதுக்கப்புறம் நான் உனக்கு என்ன தருவேன்னா பேலன்ஸ் இருந்தா நான் கொடுப்பேன். அதுக்கு என்ன டைம் லிமிட்னு ஆக்ட்ல சொல்லல. ஒத்துக்கிற நீ? ஒரு செகண்ட். Right. I'm moving into illustration number 68. In the course of search on 25/3/2024, assets were seized. Examine the procedure laid down to deal with such seized asset under the Act. Basically, they are talking about 132B. They are talking about Sir, section 132B of the Income Tax Act deal with end of the asset seized under section 132. Such asset will be first applied towards the liability. Under the Income Tax Act, existing liability, however, does not include further the amount of liability determined on completion of assessment or reassessment or recomputation, including any penalty levied or interest payable in connection with such assessment, and in respect of which the assessee is in default or deemed to be default, may be recovered out of. அப்ப as per section 132B seized assetsல இருந்து existing liability ஏதாவது இருந்தா ரெக்கவர் பண்ணுவோம். existing liabilityல என்ன டாக்ஸ் இல்லை, ஒரு சாது போடு. அது இல்லாம வேற ஏதாவது liability 147 பாஸ் பண்றனால ஏதாவது tax liability வரா இருந்தா அதுவும் அதுல இருந்து என்ன பண்ணணும்? Where the nature and source of acquisition of such seized asset is explained to the satisfaction of the AO, amount of any existing liability mentioned above may be recovered out of such asset, and remaining portion, if any, of the asset may be released with the prior approval of principal chief commissioner or principal commissioner or commissioner. As the release must be made within 8 days from the date on which lease under 132 or requisition under 132A was. The asset would be released to the person from whose custody they were where the assets consist solely of what?
Money.
Or partly of money and partly of AO may apply such dash
Money.
in discharge of the liability referred in the above, and assessee shall be discharged of such liability to the extent of money so applied. Right?
Yes, sir.
அப்ப காசும் சீஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அதர் than கேஷும் சீஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் லைபிலிட்டியை முதல்ல கேஷ்ல இருந்து வேணும் ரிகவர் பண்றது. கரெக்டா? However, the asset other than money may also be applied for discharge of any liability. If the complete recovery could not be made from the money seized or the money seized was not, காசு பத்தலைனா எங்கிருந்து எடுத்துக்கலாம்னா அதர் அசெட் வேணா ஆக்ஷன் பண்ணி கூட சார் ரெக்கவர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். Shall I move into illu number 69?
Yes, sir.
X and Y are partners of a partnership firm. அப்ப ரெண்டு பேர் இருக்காங்க, ஒன்னு X இருக்காங்க, Y இருக்காங்க. AO of X is of the opinion that income returned by X is actually taxable in the hands of. அப்போ சார் ஏஓ என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா ஒரு இன்கம் எக்ஸ் கையில காட்டியிருக்காங்க, அது எக்ஸ் கையில என்ன ஆகாது, டாக்ஸ் ஆகாது, பின்ன யார் கையில டாக்ஸ் ஆகும்? ஏஓ in order to safeguard the interest of the revenue assess the income in the hands of both what and what. That is called as accelerated assessment or protective assessment. Correct? That is protective assessment. The AO recovered the tax due on the same from what and what? Hey, one same income he recovered tax from X and Y. சார் இன்னொரு கண்ட்ரியிலிருந்து வந்தா டபுள் டாக்ஸேஷன் சரி, இது என்ன இந்தியாக்குள்ளேயே டபுள் டாக்ஸேஷனா இருக்கு. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? அதுக்கு நாங்க டபுள் என்ன சார் டபுள் டாக்ஸேஷன் அவாய்டன்ஸ் அக்ரிமெண்ட் கூட எங்களால போட முடியாது. லைக் எக்கனாமிக் டபுள் டாக்ஸேஷன் வருது. கரெக்டா இல்லையா? He also imposed penalty for understatement of income on Y for concealing the same. Comment on the action of the assessing officer. Sir, when the ownership of the income is in dispute or is a matter of doubt, it is open to the yark to assess a particular income in case of person who is considered as owner to tax and include the same income in case of another personal so as to protective measure. Such an assessment is called as அது allowed. ஒரே இன்கத்தை ரெண்டு பேர் கையிலையும் இன்க்ளூட் பண்றதுல எந்த பிரச்சனையும் சார். இட் மஸ்ட் however be noted that protective assessment is permissible. Protective order for recovery is not permissible. ரெண்டு பேர்கிட்ட என்ன வாங்க கூடாது? In making an assessment, authorities are merely making an assessment and leaving it as an assessment. Paper assessment சும்மா பேப்பர்ல தான் ரெண்டு பேரோட இன்கத்திலையும் காட்டுவாங்களே தவிர, ஹலோ நாளைக்கு கன்ஃபார்ம் ஆகுது இந்த இன்கம் வையோட தானா, எக்ஸுக்கு ரீஃபண்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு வைக்கிட்ட டாக்ஸ் கட்ட சொல்லுவாங்க. இல்ல இல்ல வை டாக்ஸ் கட்டினா எக்ஸுக்கு ரீஃபண்ட் கொடுப்பாங்க. Furthermore, a protective order of assessment can be passed but not a protective order of penalty. Protective assessment தான் எங்க சார் கான்செப்ட் சொல்லி கொடுத்திருக்காரே தவிர protective penalty எங்க சார் கான்செப்ட் சொல்லி தரலை. Therefore, though the AO's action in assessing the income in the hands of both what and what is valid, recovery of tax due on the same from X and Y, imposition of penalty of understatement of income is not. This is what protective assessment is all about. Clear? We are going into the time limit for completion of assessment. We are going to talk about section 153, illu number 70. Discuss the following. May 1992, the year in which I was born. Come on. A firm consisting of partner X and Y filed a return of income in respect of assessment year 14-15, showing a total income of how much? AO was however of the opinion that business of the firm belongs to Yark and made an assessment on him. அப்ப யாருக்கு மேல அசஸ்மென்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு? In the appeal filed by X, the appellate authority hold that firm is genuine and therefore allow the appeal and order of appellate authorities received by the commissioner on 10/1/2024. AO issue a notice under 148 along with the order under 148A clause D on April 15, 2024 to firm to assess the income which has escaped assessment. என்னென்ன கம்பி கட்டுற கதெல்லாம் சொல்றீங்க? அதாவது ஒரு பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபர்ம் இருந்திருக்கு, ரெண்டு பேர், ஒன்னு பார்ட்னர் எக்ஸ் பார்ட்னர் ஒய். 1992 கொஸ்டின் அப்படிதான் இருக்கும், அந்த அளவுக்கு ஸ்டாண்டர்டா இருக்கும். ஏவோ என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா டோட்டல் இன்கம் 12,86,000 பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபர்ம்ல அசஸ் பண்றதுக்கு பதிலா பார்ட்னரோட கையில என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அசஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Are you all really with me? Yes sir. பட் அந்த பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபார்ம் கோவம் வந்து நேரா எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்கன்னா சார் சிஐடி அப்பீல்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. அப்பெலேட் அத்தாரிட்டி என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, இல்லடா தம்பி யார் ஜெனுவின் தான், ஃபார்ம் ஜெனுவின் தான், ஃபார்ம் கையில தான் என்ன பண்ணணும், டாக்ஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இப்போ ஏவோக்கு தெரிய வருது சார் பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபார்ம் கையில இன்கம் எஸ்கேப் ஆயிருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவர் 148 நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்புறாரு. யாருக்கு யாருக்கு? பார்ட்னர்ஷிப் ஃபார்முக்கு. ஸோ இங்க டைம் லிமிட் இஸ் த மேட்டர். நீ சொல்லு பார்க்கலாம், எந்த ஃபைனான்ஷியல் இயருக்கு ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க? அசஸ்மெண்ட் இயர் 14-15 அப்படின்னா ஃபைனான்ஷியல் இயர் 13-14 is equal to assessment year 14-15. Correct? What is the income? 12,86,000, which is less than 50 lakh. Correct? That means 3 years from the end of the relevant assessment year. Right? That means 31/3/2018 is the last date to issue a 148 notice as per 149 subsection 1 class A. எங்கோட இருக்கியா? ஆனா இங்க சொல்லி இருக்கிறது யாருன்னா, ஏவோ வாஸ் அவர் ஆஃப் த ஒப்பீனியன் எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டாங்க. சார் கமிஷனருக்கு நோட்டீஸ் வந்திருக்கிறது எப்போ? 10/1/2024, which is much beyond this date. 10/1/2004. ஏவோ issue notice under N48 along with order under 148D on April 15, 2000. தலைவன் சார் 15/4/2024 என்ன அமைச்சிருக்காரு? நோட்டீஸ். எந்த வருஷத்துக்கு? ஃபைனான்ஷியல் இயர் 13-14. ரைட்டா? ஃபாலோ பண்றியா? whether that 148 notice is valid or not. இப்போ யார் இன்கம் எஸ்கேப்மென்ட் இருக்குன்னு ஹைலைட் பண்ணிருக்கா? கமிஷனரா? யார் ஹைலைட் பண்ணிருக்கா இன்கம் எஸ்கேப்மென்ட் அசஸ்மென்ட் இருக்கு? அப்பலட் அத்தாரிட்டி ஹைலைட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. if any income escapement has been highlighted by 250, 254 or 260A or 262. அதில் இந்த ரெண்டுக்கும் you have to see 150 subsection 2 condition. What 150 subsection 2 condition is saying that on the date of passing the 143(3) order. Correctா?
Yes sir.
சார் எப்ப சார் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? அது எதுவுமே क्वेश्चनல சொல்ல சார். So allow check பண்றதுக்கு அப்ப 153 subsection 1 நம்ம assumption எடுத்துக்கலாமா? 12 months from the end of the relevant assessment year. That means 2014-15 னா 31/3/2016 க்கு அப்புறம் அந்த ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ண முடியாது. கரெக்ட். அப்போ இந்த டேட்ல ஃபைனான்ஷியல் இயர் 13-14 ஓட ரெலவென்ட் அசஸ்மென்ட் இயர் 14-15. கரெக்ட்டா? அங்கிருந்து நீ என்ன போட்டேனா 3 years போட்டேனா 31/3/2018 வரைக்கும் என்ன இருக்கு? டைம் லிமிட் இருக்கு. அப்ப 31/3/2016 அன்னைக்கு கண்டிப்பா அலைவா தான் இருக்கு. அதனால by 150 subsection 2 condition has been எப்ப வேணா நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பலாம். இங்க வா. As per the provisions of N50, the notice under 148 can be issued at any time for the purpose of making an assessment or reassessment in consequence of give effect to the finding or direction contained in an order passed under 250, 254, 260A, 262, 263 of the Income Tax Act or any order of court under any law. As per provisions of 153 subsection 6, we studied in class 153 subsection 6 class 1, where the assessment or reassessment is to be made in consequence or order to give effect to any finding or direction contained in an order passed under 250, 254, 268, 262, 263, 264 of the Act, or order of any court under any law. Such assessment or reassessment shall be made before the expiry of Ethanamasam from the end of the month in which such order is received by the Chief Commissioner of Income Tax or Commissioner of Income Tax, passed by the Chief Commissioner or Commissioner of Income Tax as the NMAB. The present case falls with the purview of the above provision. If you don't check one no. On the date of passing 143(3), the time limit for 149 subsection 1 class A is alive. That means 150 subsection 2 condition has been satisfied. That means you can invoke 150 subsection 1 without seeing the time limit which are mentioned under 149 subsection 1 class A. Notice under 148 can be issued. Therefore, the notice to the partnership firm under 148 along with the order under 148A issued on 15/4/24 is valid, and assessment under 147 can be made up to 31/1/2025. Because, sir, what is the time limit for 147? 12 months from the end of the month of financial year. இது என்னது? இது 148 notice. இது எந்த இதில் இருக்கிறது? இது 153 subsection 2ல போகுமா இல்ல 153 subsection 6ல போகுமா? 6 வந்து நார்மல் கேஸா இல்ல ஸ்பெஷல் கேஸா? ஸ்பெஷல் கேஸ் end of the month தான் வரும். ரைட்டா? ஆல்ரெடி ஹைலைட்டட் in the class. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்ப 15/4/2024 னா end of the month 34. அங்கிருந்து எத்தனை மாசம்? 12 months. Yes sir. 12 months from the end of the month in which the order has been received or passed. இது வந்து நோட்டீஸ் அமைச்சது. கரெக்ட்டா? எப்ப சார் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, ஆர்டர் ரிசீவ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 10/1. 10-1 யார் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ரிசீவ் பண்ண அதுல எண்ட் போட்டா 31-1 31-1ல இருந்து நீ வந்து என்ன சார் 12 months போட்டேனா 31-1-2025. I'm moving into the second part of the question. A firm was assessed under 143(3) on a total income of 10 lakh. In respect of assessment year 2021, on April 20, 2021, assessment was reopened and reassessed an income of 49,000 which has escaped assessment by virtue of notice issued under 148 along with order under 148A clause D on January 15, 2024 and reassessment was completed on December 20, 2024. Assessment of the partner whose case had also been reopened along with that of the firm was made on April 15, 2026 in order to give effect to the higher share of remuneration consequent to reassessment of the firm. We know that once the partnership firm's assessment has been done 147, then even the partners also has to be done as per 153 subsection 6 class 2, right? Which is etana masam 12 months from the end of the month in which the assessment order of the partnership firm has been passed. Everything we have discussed. Are you really with me? According to section N9 149, notice of assessment under 148 can be issued at any time before the expiry of from the end of the relevant assessment year, whatever may be the income which has escaped assessment. There is no need that less than 50 lakh, more than 50 lakh, because up to 3 years always open, my dear lovable students. According to 153 subsection 2, no order of assessment or reassessment shall be made under section. After the expiry of Ethanamasam, from the end of the financial year in which the notice under 148 is served, because this 147 is not 147 based on the higher authority. This 147 is the AOS 147. For that, 153 subsection 6 class 1 time limit will not be applicable. 153 subsection 2 time limit will be applicable. Thanga kodame, everything I have done in the class. That much clarity I have given in the class. In the present question, in view of the above provision, since a notice was issued on January 15, 2024 for assessment year 2021, it's a notice. Because it is within 3 years from the end of the 11 assessment year. Assuming that the notice under 148 was served by what date? 31/3/2024. Reassessment of the firm was completed within the time limit under 153 subsection. Therefore, it is valid. The assessment of partner is not valid by 153 subsection 6. Because 147 யாருக்கு மேல பண்ணியாச்சுனா firmக்கு மேல பண்ணியாச்சுனா partner மேல 153 subsection 6 class 2 ல பண்ணணுமா? According to 153 subsection 6, where in case of a firm, an assessment is made on a partner of a firm in consequence of assessment made of a what? Under section 147, then such assessment or reassessment shall be made before the expiry of 12 months from the end of the month in which the assessment order is passed in case of firm. Therefore, assessment of partner could not have been made under 147 up to edu varaikkum. Therefore, assessment made on 15/4/2026 is invalid and enabled. டைம் பார்ட் இங்க பாரு டேட்டா எடுத்துக்கோ நீ முதல்ல 143(3) யாருக்கு பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க ஃபர்முக்கு பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க எப்போ அசஸ்மென்ட் இயர் 2021 இல்லையா அசஸ்மென்ட் இயர் 2021 னா 31/3/2021 பிளஸ் எத்தனை இயர்ஸ் தட் மீன்ஸ் 31/3/2024 வரைக்கும் 148 க்கு டைம் லிமிட் இருக்கு கரெக்ட்டா இவங்க எப்ப நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காங்கன்னா சார் ஜனவரி 15 2024 சார் மார்ச் வரைக்கும் டைம் இருக்கு ஜனவரிக்கே அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காங்க சோ 148 நோட்டீஸ் இஸ் a valid notice கரெக்ட்டா end of the financial year which notice அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கிறது எப்போனா 31/3/2024 கரெக்ட்டா இது 153 subsection 2 டைம் லிமிட்ல விழுமா அப்படினா 1 year from the end of the financial year in which the notice under 148 has been served na 31/3/2025 யா இவங்க 147 எப்ப பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா December 20 2024 and செல்லா குட்டி within time limit that means it's a valid 147 கரெக்ட்டா இப்போ இதோட end of the financial year பார்த்தேனா 31/3/2025 வருதா அங்கிருந்து சார் 1 year that is 12 months தான் யாருக்கு டைம் லிமிட் இருக்குன்னா பார்ட்னருக்கு டைம் லிமிட் இருக்கு இல்லையா 31/3/2000 என்ன 6/26 this is as per 153 subsection 6 class 2 கரெக்ட்டா end of the month okay right end of the month sorry அப்ப எப்ப பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க December 20 then நான் சொல்றேன் maximum time அந்த financial year எடுத்துட்டு போனா கூட 31/3 okay end of the month provision பதிலாவே போகும் சார் December 30 னா 31/12/2024 இங்கிருந்து end of the month போட்டேனா 12 months போட்டேனா 31/3/2024 This is the last date to pass a 147 in the hands of the partner. But எப்போ pass பண்ணிருக்காங்க? April 15, which is beyond 153 subsection 6 class 2 time limit. Correct? Hence, this is invalid. What a brilliant question, man. Only a student who studied 153 properly will be able to answer. Sir, இதெல்லாம் வருமான்னு கேட்காத. இதெல்லாம் தான் வரும். இதெல்லாம் தான் வரும். This 200 question will be a life saver for you. In the assessment part, that too in especially new syllabus, you may get MCQ, you may get case study, you may get descriptive, anything. That's why I'm exhaustively covering this much. என்ன கேட்பான்னு தெரியாது எனக்கு. என்ன வேணா கேட்கலாம். You should be clear with your preparation. Don't take a risk. Illustration number 71 is the target. Discuss the validity of the proceeding in the following case based on the facts stated therein. An AO made an order of assessment on X. Determine the total income at rupees how much? By an order dated 31/3/2000 and in respect of assessment year 23-24. This was served on assessee on 10/4/2025. Tax and interest of 1,87,500 was determined subsequently and demand notice was served on assessee on 12/4/2025. முதல்ல என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? ஆர்டர் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு அப்புறம் டாக்ஸையும் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டையும் சொல்லிருக்காங்க. So this is the case law. I am straight away going to the answer. In case of CAT versus Purushottam Das T. Patel, Gujarat, it was held that unless the total income is determined and determination is tax is also done, it cannot be said that process of assessment is complete. புதுசா இருக்குல்ல? அசஸ்மெண்ட் ஆர்டர் முதல்ல கொடுத்துருக்கான், அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் டாக்ஸ் பேபிள் சொல்றான், 2 வாரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பேபிள் சொல்றான். பண்ணாட அசஸ்மெண்ட்னா எல்லாத்தையும் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணாத அசஸ்மெண்ட். இது என்னவே கிடையாது. What section 153 requires is that assessment should be completed within any time limit. The word order of assessment cannot be construed to mean assessment of any income only. Total income மட்டும் calculate பண்ணா பத்தாது. ஏன் கீழே tax payable calculate பண்ண மட்டும் class leave எடுத்தியா? Those words would mean an order in writing whereby the dash income is assessed and tax payable by him is under section 153 subsection 1. No order of assessment will be made under section 143 or 144 after 12 months from the end of the relevant assessment year in which the income is first. In the present case, in view of aforesaid provision, since the tax is determined after the expiry of time limit of passing the order, under 153 subsection 1, assessment is barred and hence invalid. தலைவர் என்ன பண்ணிருக்கானா டைம் முடிஞ்சிரும்னு சொல்லிட்டு முதல்ல டோட்டல் இன்கம் மட்டும் கால்குலேட் பண்ணிட்டு அசஸ்மெண்ட் கம்ப்ளீட்டட் அப்படின்னு ஆர்டர் கொடுத்திருக்கான். ஒரு வாரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன சொல்றான்னா டாக்ஸ் இவ்வளோ கட்டு, 2 வாரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன சொல்றான்னா இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இவ்வளோ கட்டு, 3 வாரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன சொல்றா பெனால்ட்டி இவ்வளோன்னு கட்டு. மூஞ்சியில குத்து. ரைட்டா? எப்பப்போ டைம் கிடைக்குதோ அப்பப்போ என்ன பண்றான்னா அசஸ்மெண்ட் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்றோம். ரைட்? நீங்க எப்படி இப்போ சிஎஸ் சிலபஸ் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க அதே மாதிரி. Next question is a brilliant, outstanding, important question. It's a A category question for examination. This time it will be tested in examination. I saw the question paper, that's what I am saying. Teachable education is a trust approved under 1023C clause 6. Clause 6. We are having 4. 4 பேருக்கு நல்லது பண்ணு. Clause 5. Religious trust. Clause 6. Education. Exceeding 5 crore. 6A stands for Apollo. Hello sir. Which runs various education institution. அவனே சொல்லிட்டோம். So இவ்வளோ டென்ஷன் தேவை. During the course of assessment under 143.3, AO finds that trust has carried out its activity in contravention of the section under which it was approved for exemption. 1023C clause 6ல நீ என்னென்ன பண்ணுவேன்னு சொல்லி என்ன சார் எக்ஸம்ஷன் வாங்கினியோ ஆனா பார்த்தா அதெல்லாம் பண்ற மாதிரி இல்லை. 143.3ல என்ன எடுத்து பார்க்கும்போது அசஸ்மெண்ட் எடுத்து பார்க்கும்போது ஹலோ சார் நீ என்ன விஷயத்துக்காக என்ன எடுத்திருக்கியோ எக்ஸம்ஷன் எடுத்திருக்கியோ அதை தவிர மிச்சம் எல்லாத்தையும் நீ பண்ணியிருக்க. ஒரு சாது போடு பார்க்கறதுக்கு ஸ்னேகா மாதிரி இருந்துட்டு ஃபுல்லா நமிதா வேலை பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. வா hence AO want to pass an order without giving exemption under section 10 which the assessee objects அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்கா assessee. AO want to pass an order without giving exemption under section 1023C clause 6னா total income எங்க போய் நிக்கும், யார் டாக்ஸ் கட்டறது? கரெக்ட்டா? You are required to examine the following with respect to the provisions of Income Tax Act. Whether the AO can pass an order without giving exemption under section 10? No. AO does not have the power to withdraw the exemption under section 10. Can the AO get any additional time limit in completing the assessment? Yes. This is a very important question for this time, which will be tested in examination. Second proviso to section 143.3. This I have not discussed when I discussed 143. The reason is you don't know what is 1023C series, but you will know now what is 1023C series. Wow. Second proviso to section N3 provides the AO cannot himself disallow exemption under what? While making an assessment under 143.3. Because yaar 1023C series oda permission kudutha? AO va. ஸ்பெசிஃபைட் அத்தாரிட்டி. அது கமிஷனரா இருக்கலாம், இல்ல வேற ஏதாவது அத்தாரிட்டியா இருக்கலாம். அப்போ அவங்க தான் அதை வித்ட்ராவும் பண்ணணும். அப்போ 143(3) பண்ணும்போது ஏவோக்கு தோணுது, இல்லப்பா தலைவன் சார் என்ன கண்டிஷன் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை பண்ணமோ அது என்ன பண்ணலனா அதை அவங்களை இன்டிமேட் பண்ணணும் ஏவோ. அதுதான் வேலை. அவங்க தான் டிசைட் பண்ணும் அதை கண்டினியூ பண்ணணுமா இல்ல புடுங்கணுமாங்கிறது. He can under section 143(3) disallow the exemption under the said section only if the principal commissioner or what has dashed the notification withdrawing the exemption. அப்ப கமிஷனர் withdraw பண்ணார்னா 143(3) exemption கொடுக்காம என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம், பாஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இல்லனா அப்படி பாஸ் பண்ண. Further explanation 1 to section 153 provides that period commencing from the date on which AO make a reference to the YARC, principal commissioner or commissioner, the contravention of the provision of section 10 under the enna proviso to subsection 3 of section 143 and ending with the date on which copy of the order withdrawing the what approval or dash the notification is received by the AO are excluding while computing the period of limitation relating to assessment reassessment referred under what section. That means sir இப்ப ஏவோக்கு டவுட் இருக்குன்னு வெச்சுக்குவே 143(3) பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது இல்ல the trust has not satisfied or institution has not satisfied the prescribed condition what they are supposed to be, then they have to inform the prescribed authority from the date of information of prescribed authority till the receipt of order passed by the prescribed authority. These time limits should be excluded when you are calculating 153. அப்ப 153 டைம் லிமிட் கால்குலேட் பண்ணும்போது இந்த டைம் லிமிட் நீ என்ன பண்ணியானோ எக்ஸ்க்ளூட் பண்ணியானோ. ரைட்டா?
Yes sir.
With this we can say that we are through all the questions of assessment and we are stepping to the next area called as appeals and revision. Fantastic. Look at that. November 2011, November 2012, May 2013, November 2015. Still more and more and more attempts are there, but I have not mentioned. Right? Yana question oda perisamon by mark. Discuss the correctness or otherwise of the following statement with reference to the provisions of Income Tax Act. An appeal before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, that means ITAT, can be decided in the event of difference of opinion between judicial member and accountant member on a particular ground. Sir, they will decide the matter based on the majority. If they are having difference of opinion, they will call the president. They will inform the matter. They will form the majority. They will take the decision. Right? The statement given is not correct. As for the provisions of section N55, in the event of difference of opinion between the members of the benches of N tribunal, the matter shall be decided on the basis of opinion of the. In case the members are N divided, they shall state the point or points of difference to the president of N TAT, and case shall be referred by president of tribunal for hearing on such point by one or more of other matters of the. Such point or point shall be decided according to the opinion of the who heard the case, including those who had first heard it. Okay.
Yes sir.
Next I am moving into High Court does not have inherent power to review an order, earlier order passed by its on merits. Yes. There are two concepts are there. This you have to understand clearly. Two are different concepts which you have to understand. The concept number 1 is called as review. Review. The next one is called as recall. Next one is called as
Recall.
Next one is called as
Recall.
For example, I will explain you as if I am taking a class. For example, this is how the 143(3) has been passed. You know, my lovable students know A, B, C, D, tick, 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 into tick. Always it's mandatory that we don't like item C. Item C should be disallowed. Because C is a letter of NSR first lover. I don't like C. Right. I always disallow item C. Right. My dear lovable students, sir, they have went to CIT appeal confirmed because they know only confirmed. C should be confirmed. They went to ITAT and ITAT also confirmed. Right? After concluding item C, hello sir, they passed a 254 order. Now the judge who has passed that order, and the order passed பண்ண judge மத்திய சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருக்காரு. சாப்பிடும்போது அப்படி யோசிக்கிறாரு, ஐட்டம் சியை நான் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கேன்னா கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். நான் ஏன் இப்படி பண்ணேன்? மேபி நான் நேற்று வைஃப் கூட நைட்டு சண்டை போட்டதோட எஃபெக்டாக இருக்குமோ? நான் அப்படி பண்ணியிருக்கேன் கூடாது. நான் ஐட்டம் சியை அலோவ் பண்ணியிருந்திருக்கணும். ஆனால் நான் டிசர்வ் பண்ணிட்டேன், கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டேன். எடுறாங்க ஃபைலை, வாடா நான் என்ன பண்ணிட்டேன்னா கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டேன், அலௌட்னு சொல்டா. This is called as review. This is called as இது பண்ண கூடாது. That means once ground umpire out னு சொன்னா third umpire கிட்ட கேட்க கூடாது. ஹலோ சார், உடனே தோனி சொல்றான் பாரு, நான் கிடையாதுப்பா கேப்டன், ருத்து இஸ் த கேப்டன். அங்க போய் கேளு, என்கிட்ட கேட்காத என்ன கொடுக்கணுமா வேணாமான்னு, ரிவ்யூ டிஆர்எஸ் போகணுமா வேணாமாங்கிறது. அப்போ ஒரு வாட்டி சொன்ன டிசிஷனை திருப்பி சார் திரும்பி பார்க்கறது தான் என்னன்னு சொல்றது ரிவ்யூ. தட் இஸ் நாட் அலவுட். பிகாஸ் அப்படி ரிவ்யூ பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சா மனுஷன் பைத்தியம். கால் ஒன்று சொல்லுவான், மதியம் ஒன்று சொல்லுவான், நைட் ஒன்று சொல்லுவான், மாத்தி மாத்தி பேசுவான். ஸோ அதனால ரிவ்யூ பவர் கிடையாது. ஆனா இங்க வா, 250ல சார் ஹைகோர்ட் ஐடாட் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்றாங்க, 260A ஹைகோர்ட் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்றாங்க. எப்படி பாஸ் பண்றாங்கன்னா சார் டாக்ஸ் பேயபிள் 1 lakh, add interest 50,000, total payable 2,50,000. அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றியா? This is a mistake apparent from record. இத திருத்தறவா வேணாமா? எஸ் சார். இத திருத்தறதுக்கு இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட் திருப்பி எடுப்பாங்களா இல்லையா? எஸ் சார். That is called as recall. That is allowed. So what is not allowed?
Review is not allowed.
What is allowed?
Recall is allowed.
Very important concept for examination. That's what tested. இப்போ நீ திருப்பி படிச்சு பாரு. A high court does not have inherent power to what? Review an earlier order passed by it on merits. Yes. The Supreme Court in case of Meghalaya Steels Limited. This is a Supreme Court case. என்ன சார்? Very important case law. என்ன கேஸ்? Supreme Court. என்னது? Meghalaya Steels. மேகமாய் வந்து போனது எங்க வா? Observe that. There is nothing in Article 226 of Constitution to preclude a yara from exercising the power of review which inherent in every court of plenary jurisdiction to prevent miscarriage of justice or to correct grave and palpable errors committed by it. Indian Constitution என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னா, அவங்க சொல்லி இருக்கிற டிசிஷன் தப்பா இருந்தா அதை திருத்தறதுக்காக என்ன பண்ணலாம்? ரிவ்யூ பண்ணலாம். Therefore, where the High Court commits an error in its order which violates the law of any justice, it can review its order. ஓகேவா? அதெல்லாம் சும்மா சாப்பிட்டு உட்காரும்போது சரி இன்னைக்கு வேலையே இல்லை, வேற கேஸே இல்லை, சரி நம்ம பாஸ் பண்ணதை எடுத்து நம்ம வந்து ரிவிஷன் பண்ணிப்போம்டா, குமுலேட்டிவ் ரிவிஷன் பண்ணிப்போம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எடுக்கக்கூடாது. ஒத்துக்கிற நீ? However, as a general rule, no authority can review its order. எந்த அத்தாரிட்டியுமே நாட்டாம தீர்ப்பா இருக்கும். ஒரு டைம் தான் சொல்லணும், ரெண்டாவது நீ சொன்ன திரும்பி பார்க்க கூடாது. High Court cannot review its earlier order if there is no error in the same. The order of High Court can be reviewed by Supreme Court if an appeal is filed to the யாருக்கு? Against order of the High Court. உனக்கு High Court order பிடிக்கலன்னா நீ எங்க போலாம்? அப்ப Supreme Court என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? அது ரிவ்யூ கிடையாது, அது High Court order. அது நான் சொன்னதை நானே திருப்பி என்ன பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு தான் சொல்றேன். Are you really with me? I'm moving into illu number 74. My dear lovable students, this is a very important question for this exam. நான் பார்த்தேன், கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர்ல பார்த்தேன், 4 மார்க் பார்த்தேன், அமெண்ட்மெண்ட் பார்த்தேன், இந்த கொஸ்டினை பார்த்தேன். A petition for stay of demand was filed by யாரு? Before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal in respect of disputed demand for which appeal was pending before it, on which stay the granted by யாரு? Stay-wide order dated 1/1/2023. Okay, wow. The bench could not function thereafter till 10/2/2024, and therefore the disputed matter could not get in off. Ever attached on 16/1/2024 the bank account and recovered the amount of 18 lakh against the arrear demand of 18 lakh. Assessee requested AO to refund back the amount as it holds stay over it. The AO rejected the contention of assessee. Now the assessee seeks your opinion. Hello. Sir, original period of 180 days allowed. அப்போ 1/1/2023 தான் என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? சார் ஒரிஜினல் பீரியட் 180 days allowed. 180 days plus extended period should not exceed 365 days. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்படி 365 days என்ன ஆச்சு? Exceed ஆகுதுனா, even though there is no failure on the part of the assessee, the stay stand shall vacated. Right? Sir, as per the provisions of N54, the stay granted by the tribunal is valid only for, this is original period, and can be extended up to from the day of stay order. If the appeal is not disposed of within the stay period of, regardless of whether the delay in disposing of the appeal is attributable to the dash or not, the stay order will get automatically, in this case it is more than from the date of granting of the stay, and therefore the stay granted by the tribunal shall stand vacated by end of law. Hence, in the view of the above provision, contention of AO is what? The AO is justified in recovering the demand of by attaching the end account. The stay of demand is vacated on end date 1/1/2024, and assessee cannot demand a refund from யாருக்கிட்ட AO. அப்ப 300 and எத்தனை டேஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் 365 டேஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா ஸ்டே என்ன ஆயிடும்? வெக்கேட் ஆயிடும். அதுல யாருக்கு மேல மிஸ்டேக் இருந்தாலும் சரி இல்லைனாலும் சரி, assessee மேல மிஸ்டேக் இருந்தாலும் சரி இல்லைனாலும் சரி, ரைட்டா? This was the answer we used to write till the last examination, correct? Yes, but for our examination it has been amended. If there is no mistake on the part of the assessee, recovery proceedings is not possible as per BEPS case law, which has been mentioned in ICAI. You have to refer this case law when this question has been asked. So alternative view has been given by ICAI for the first time from 1961. So this will be tested in examination this time for 4 mark in exam. We have to do the ICAI illustration in the coming days. I will show you that ICAI illustration. Otherwise, you have to go through that book back, BEPS case law, very important for current year exam, right? Does the income tax appellate tribunal ITAT as the following power? Power to allow an assessee to urge any ground of appeal which was not raised by him before CIT appeal. Yes, you can add additional ground, correct? Power to review its own order, no, but they can recall, correct? Supreme Court in case of National Thermal Power Company Limited, LDAS under section NFT4. Tribunal may, after giving both the parties to the appeal an opportunity of heard, pass such order as it thinks fit. The power of tribunal is not restricted only on the end of appeal, grounds of appeal, or by the department. If, for example, as a result of any decision, while the appeal is pending before tribunal, it is found that taxable item is not to be taxed or deduction is to be what? Then there is no reason why the assessee should be prohibited from raising that question before the tribunal for the another time. So even if you don't claim anything before the CIT appeal, you can go and cry before ITAT. Similarly, if the tribunal find that as a result of any decision given when the appeal is pending before the tribunal, a non-taxable item is to be taxed or permissible deduction is to be disallowed, then it can tax the item or dash the deduction. There is no reason to restrict the power of tribunal under 254 only to decide the ground which arises from the order of what? There is no reason why the tribunal should be prevented from considering question arising in the assessment proceeding though not raised what? So ITAT can deal with any matter even though which has not been dealt before the CIT appeal. View that the tribunal has to confine itself to the issue arising after the appeal before the Yar Munadi is not a correct view, and tribunal has the power to consider any ground raised by the or the department for the first time before the tribunal, although it has not been raised before the, in view of the above said judgment of Court, ITAT can allow the assessee to urge any ground of appeal which was not raised by him before the Yar Munadi. Commissioner, appeal Munadi, right? Can ITAT can review its own order? No, sir. But they can, ITAT can rectify mistake in its order. As per section 254 subsection 2, ITAT may at any time within a period of etana masam from the end of the month in which the end was passed, with a view to rectify any mistake from record, amend any order passed by it under section 254 and shall make such amendment if the mistake is brought to its notice by the YAR or AO. However, an amendment which has an effect of dash the tax liability shall be made only after the assessee has been given a reasonable opportunity of. ITAT can only rectify its mistake order. However, ITAT cannot dash its order. A review is possible only by a order of ITAT can be reviewed only by a. Therefore, ITAT cannot review its own order. அவங்க அவங்களோட ஆர்டரே என்ன பண்ண முடியாது. I'm moving into illustration number 76. Shall we? Yes, an income tax authority did not file an appeal to income tax appellate tribunal against order of CIT appeal decided against the income tax department on a particular issue in case of one assessee LP for assessment year 23-24 on the ground that tax effect of such dispute was less than the monetary limit prescribed by the NDT. Hello, sir. சார் சிஐடி அப்பீல் ஒரு ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, அது அசஸிக்கு ஃபேவரபிளாக இருக்குது. ஆக்சுவலாக டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் அதை எங்கே எடுத்துகிட்டு போகணும்னா ஐடாட்டுக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு போகணும். ஆனால் டாக்ஸ் எஃபெக்ட் சார் நோட்டிஃபிகேஷன் சொன்னதில் என்ன ஆகாததுனால, எக்ஸீட் ஆகாததுனால, மானிட்டரி லிமிட் எக்ஸீட் ஆகாததுனால டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் சொன்னாங்க போயா ஆல்பி அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. In assessment year 24-25, similar issue arose in the assessment of Alpi and her sister Palki, which was decided by CIT appeal against the department. அடுத்த வருஷம் இதே பிரச்சனை வந்திருக்கு ஆல்பிக்கும் அவங்களோட சிஸ்டரான பால்கிக்கும். ரைட். Can the income tax department move appeal to tribunal in respect of assessment year 24-25 against order of CIT appeal for Alpi and her sister Palki? This is a very important. Palki, hello sir. Under section 268A subsection 1. What is the section? 268A subsection 1. Sollu.
268A subsection 1.
268A subsection 1. Sollu. 268 subsection 1. 268A subsection 1. Right?
Yes sir.
The CBDT is empowered to issue orders, instruction or direction to other income tax authority, fixing such any limit
Monetary limit.
as it may deem fit to regulate filing of appeal or NSR reference by any authority. Income tax authority. Utukrani?
Yes sir.
Under 268A subsection 2, where the income tax authority has not filed any appeal or application for reference on any issue, in the case of an assessee for any NIR, due to above mentioned order, instruction, direction of the CBDT. அதாவது CBDT monetary limit நால appeal போக வேண்டாம் சொன்னதுனால appeal போகலை. Such authority shall not be precluded from filing an appeal or NSR application for reference on the same issue in case of same assessee for any other assessment year or any other assessee for the same or any other NIR. அப்போ ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ஆல்பிக்கு போலேங்கிறனால அடுத்த வருஷத்துக்கு ஆல்பிக்கு வேணாலும் போலாம், பால்கிக்கு வேணாலும் போலாம். கரெக்டா? Further, in such a case, it shall not be lawful for an assessee to contend that income tax authority has questioned in the decision of the dispute issue by not filing an appeal or application for reference in any. அப்போ அடுத்த வருஷம் அப்பீல் போகும்போது அந்த அசஸி கேட்கக்கூடாது, ஏ டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் லாஸ்ட் இயர் நீங்கள் என்ன போல அப்பீல் போல, இந்த வருஷம் நீங்கள் என்ன போறீங்க, லாஸ்ட் இயர் ஏன் அப்பீல் போலன்னா மானிட்டரி லிமிட் தாண்டலை, இந்த வருஷம் அப்பீல் போறேன்னா மானிட்டரி லிமிட். So, in view of the above provision, it would be in order for the income tax department to move an appeal to the tribunal against order of CIT appeal in respect of assessment year 24-25 both for Alpi and her sister Palki. Otukrani.
Yes sir.
I'm moving into Mati illustration number 77. Shall we?
Yes sir.
Discuss the correctness or otherwise of the following proposition in the context of Income Tax Act. Power of CIT appeal to enhance the assessment are plenary and quite wide. If you want, he can enhance the assessment. Kandipa, whatever AO can do, CIT appeal can do. Whatever AO fails to do, CIT appeal can. Yes, sir. Sir, the Supreme Court in case of ND held that CIT appeal has power to add new source of income or item which were not considered by YAR from the point of view of their taxability. Court held that power of first appellate authority are coterminous with that of AO. First appellate authority can do what AO can do and also direct him to do what he fails to do. Now, come on. At the time of hearing of rectification application 154 பத்தி கேக்குறாங்க. Income tax appellate tribunal can reappreciate the evidence produced during the proceedings of the appeal hearing. சார் ரெக்டிஃபிகேஷன் அப்ளிகேஷன் எடுத்துட்டு வரும்போது முன்னாடி கொடுத்த எவிடன்ஸ் எல்லாம் திருப்பி எடுத்து பார்க்கறான்னு பார்க்கறாங்க. திருப்பி எடுத்து பார்த்தா ரிவ்யூ ஆயிடும். ரிவ்யூ இஸ் நாட் அலோவ்ட். ஹலோ. Powers of Commissioner appeal under N51. 251 of the Income Tax Act contains the power of Commissioner appeal in disposing of an appeal filed before him. 251 subsection 1 confer the following power of income tax appeal: to confirm, reduce, enhance or dash the assessment, to confirm, cancel or vary of order imposing what, to pass such order as it deems fit. That's what the power of commission appeal to enhance the assessment are plenary and wide. This is first part of the answer, my dear lovable students. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Number 2, rectification of mistake. 254 subsection 2. Any mistake in the order passed by tribunal which is apparent from the record may be rectified by YAR. For rectification, mistake can be brought to the notice of the tribunal by YAR either or AO. Action can also be taken in a moto. Such rectification can be done within Ethanamasam from the end of the month in which the order was passed under 254 subsection. The tribunal having bared the matter earlier in the rectification proceeding, it cannot go in merits of the appeal again and reappreciate the evidence produced during the NI hearing. In fact, no authority can reopen the case again when the application is moved for what? A rectification, a mistake, enna from record. திருப்பி நோன்றதா இருந்தா அது MFIR கிடையாது. கரெக்டா? Therefore, tribunal cannot reappreciate the evidence produced during the proceedings of the appeal hearing at the time of hearing of rectification application. Power of tribunal is restricted to rectify any mistake apparent from the record. Hello?
Yes, sir.
So they don't have the power to reinitiate whatever documents they have already saw. High Court cannot interfere with the factual finding recorded by the lower authority and the tribunal without any valid reason. Kandipa, tribunal is the final fact finding authority. Ada yaar kuda question பண்றதுக்கு அதிகாரம் கிடையாது. On a question of fact, the order of ITAT is the end order, final order, and no appeal can be admitted by any court. On question of fact, on question of law, order of ITAT is a final order if no appeal has been filed against it to the inner court. Sir, on a question of fact determined by what? A written petition, writ petition can be filed to the Ngeki, challenging the fight finding process adopted by what? ITAT. And the final fact finding authority question பண்ண முடியாது. ஆனா நீ writ petition வேணா ஃபைல் பண்ணலாம். ITAT என்ன கன்சிடரே பண்ணல. And the process of determining the fact was wrong. If the High Court is satisfied the fact finding process was not enough, then it will quash the order passed by ITAT and direct the ITAT to do fact finding in a proper manner or as per the directions of the inner court. If the writ petition is dismissed by the inner court, then assessee can file a special leave petition to the inner court challenging the fact finding process of the ITAT. So even the High Court also does not have the power to verify the final decision of the ITAT. But if you are not happy with the process adopted by the ITAT, then you can file a writ petition before the High Court. If they dismiss that writ petition, you can file a special writ petition with the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court is satisfied that the fact finding process was not correct, then Supreme Court will quash the order of ITAT and direct the ITAT to do the fact finding in a proper manner or as per the directions of the inner court. Clarity?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving into Illu number 78. An assessee who is aggrieved by all of the following orders is desirous to know the available remedial measures and the time limits again each under the Income Tax Act. Passed under 143(3) by AO, எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போணும்? CIT appeal, first appellate authority, right? Within 8 days. Passed under 263 by Commissioner, ITAT, within 8 days. Passed by 272A by Director General, ITAT, within 8 days. Passed under 254 by Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, High Court, within. Advise him suitably, correct? Only if it involves substantial question of, that's what man, it's a May 2014 question. An assessee agreed by the order passed under what? By the AO can file an appeal before the Commission of Income Tax Appeal under 246 or 246A. Every தைரியமா எழுதுறாங்க பாரு, amendment, right? Within 30 days of the date of service of the notice of demand relating to what? However, the assessee does not prefer an appeal, then he can move a revision petition before யாருக்கு முன்னாடி? Commissioner under section 264 within a period of 1 year from the date of which the order was communicated to him. So two options are available. Either you can move to the first appellate authority or under section. An assessee agreed by the order passed by the Chief Commissioner of Income Tax can file an appeal to the ITAT under section 253 within 30 days. On the date on which the order sought to be appealed against is communicated to the assessee who is aggrieved by the order passed by 272A by the Director General can file an appeal to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal under N53 within 60 days on the date on which order sought to be appealed against is communicated to the an assessee agreed by the order passed under section by the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal can file an appeal to Yark High Court under section 268 within 30 days from the date of receipt of order of Income Tax Appellate Tribunal only where the order gives rise to substantial end of law. I'm moving into question number 79. Comfortable?
Yes, sir.
SPS Popcorn did not make a claim of 20 lakhs in the return of income filed for assessment year 22-23 which was disallowed in the previous year under section 43B, deduction on actual payment basis. அப்ப லாஸ்ட் இயர் டிசலோ பண்ணிட்டாங்க, ஆனா கரண்ட் இயர் அது டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ண மறந்துட்டாங்க, ஏன்னா பாப்கார்ன் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருந்தாங்க, ரைட்? However, the said claim was also not considered by AO during assessment procedure on the ground that no revised return was filed. Assessee விட்டான், அதான் சான்ஸ்னு சொல்லி ஏஓவும் விட்டுட்டான். அந்த 20 லேக் என்னவே தரல, டிடக்ஷனே தரல, தராம என்ன பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Assessment order. Can the assessee now make such claim before the appellate authority? Yes. Anything which you failed to claim before the AO can be claimed before. Yes, the assessee is entitled to raise additional claim before the authority. sir, this is very important, which we already discussed. The restriction that என்ன claim has to be made by filing என்ன return applies only in respect of claim made before that. அப்ப assessing officerக்கு முன்னாடி ஏதாவது claim பண்றதா இருந்தாதான் ரிவைஸ் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணும். ஆனா அப்பலேட் அத்தாரிட்டிக்கு முன்னாடி ரிவைஸ் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ண வேண்டிய. An assessee cannot make a claim before the AO otherwise than by filing a. It was so held by Supreme Court in Godse India Private Limited. We have Godse India Limited, which we have already discussed. Assessee cannot make such claim before the Commissioner of Inner Tax Appeal. As per Supreme Court in G Private Limited, assessee cannot make such claim before yaar munadi. Commissioner of Income Tax Appeal can consider the issue arising out of any proceeding. However, assessee can claim this deduction before any TAT. As per Supreme Court in National Thermal Power Company Limited, as per the judgment, ITAT can consider any ground which was not raised before. அப்போ நீங்க ஹையர் அத்தாரிட்டிக்கு முன்னாடி ஏதாவது கிளைம் பண்ணணும்னா ரிவைஸ் ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணி தான் கிளைம் பண்ணுங்கிற ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன் கிடையாது. அது யாருக்கு தான் இருக்கு. ஆனா ஜி பிரைவேட் லிமிடெட்ங்கிற கேஸ் லா பதிலா நீங்க யாருக்கு முன்னாடி கிளைம் பண்ண முடியாது. Assessee cannot make such claim before Commissioner of Income Tax. அப்ப CIT அப்பீலுக்கு முன்னாடி fresh claim பண்ண முடியாது. ஆனா assessee can claim before யாருக்கு முன்னாடி ITAT. ஆனா ITATக்கு முன்னாடி claim பண்ணலாம். இது இந்த கேஸ் லா பேஸ் பண்ணி ஆன்சர் சொல்றேன். ஓகேவா? I am moving into illustration number 8. Can a rectification order under 254 of the Act be passed by the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal before எத்தனை மாசம்? Beyond 6 months from the end of the month in which the order sought to be rectified was passed. Yes, they can. Provided if the application is received within எத்தனை மாசம்? 6 months, then even they can pass the order even beyond எத்தனை மாசம்? The issue as to whether a rectification order can be passed by யாரு? Under section 254, beyond எத்தனை மாசம்? 6 months from the end of the month in which order sought to be rectified was passed has been addressed in Sri INR Shipping, Spinning and Weaving Mills. Right up. 254 subsection 2 dealing with the power of yarodaidu to pass an order of rectification of mistake in ethana part. The first part refer to enna motto existence of power of rectification by yaru, whereas the second part refer to the rectification on an application filed by the assessee or AO bringing any mistake apparent from to the attention of the what. If Income Tax Appellate Tribunal enna motto makes the rectification is order, then the order has to be passed within from the end of the month in which the order sought to be rectified has been passed. Where the application for rectification is made by yaru or yaru within எத்தனை மாசம் from the end of the month in which that order sought to be rectified has been, appellate tribunal is bound to decide the application on what. 6 மாசத்துக்குள்ள அப்ளிகேஷன் வந்தாச்சுன்னா 6 மாசத்துக்கு அப்புறம் கூட ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணி தரலாம், ஒத்துக்கிற நீ. ஆனா சுவோ மோட்டோவா இருந்தா 6 மாசத்துக்குள்ளே முடிச்சணும். And not the ground of limitation, that is order can be passed even after expiry of from the end of the month in which the order sought to be rectified was. However, application for rectification cannot be filed belatedly after 6 months from the end of the month in which the order sought to be rectified has been passed. Application கண்டிப்பா எத்தனை மாசத்துக்குள்ள வரணும்? அப்படி 6 மாசத்துக்குள்ள அப்ளிகேஷன் வந்துச்சுன்னா 6 மாசத்துக்கு அப்புறம் கூட என்ன பண்ணி தரலாம்? ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணி தரலாம். As per அஜித் குமார் Patilia versus ITO. ஒரு சாது போடு. I'm moving into illustration number 81. What do you mean by substantial question of law? A substantial question of law has not been explained in the Act. The expression substantial question of law has not been defined anywhere in the. However, it has acquired a definite meaning through various judicial pronouncements. The tests are substantial question of law ஆவணும்னா இந்த 5 condition என்ன ஆகணும்? Satisfy. Whether directly or indirectly it affects substantial. The question is of general public. Whether it is an open question in the sense that issue is not settled by pronouncement of Supreme Court or Privy Council or by the Federal Court, or the issue is not free from or it calls from a discussion for interview. 4 பேர் இந்த பேச வேண்டியதா இருக்கு. This all are substantial question of law. இந்த 5 conditions satisfy ஆனாதான் who can file more memorandum of cross objection before the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. What is the time limit? What is the fee for filing more no fees? Correct? Yes, 253 subsection 4 of the Income Tax Act give respondent assessee kalam AOR kalam in every appeal filed before the Income Tax Tribunal a right to file a memorandum of an objection against the order of joint commissioner appeal or what? This right of filing MOCO is a dash right given to the respondent in an appeal and is addition to the right of appeal which may or may not be exercised by assessee or the AO under section 253 subsection 1 or the memorandum of cross objection has to be filed in the prescribed form. We know the prescribed form 36A, and verified in the prescribed manner and has to be filed within 30 days of the receipt of notice of the appeal. In the notice ITAT. The tribunal is empowered to permit filing of MOCO after the expiry of the prescribed period if sufficient cause is shown. Such memorandum of no objection will be disposed of by the appellate tribunal as if it were an appeal presented within the time specified under 253 subsection 3. There is no fee for filing a memorandum of cross objection, right?
Yes, sir.
With this we can say that out of 200 questions, my dear lovable students, we have reached 82 questions. Hello sir.
Yes, sir.
If you are really enjoying this part, if you are feeling it as useful, if you are feeling it as value addition, express your happiness in the comment section. And sir, enjoy the series of 200 questions. Revise it. Revision is the key to success. This 200 question will be a lifesaver this time for final examination, my dear lovable students. From this, lot of questions will be repeating. We'll meet you with another 20 questions to sir remove both the helmet and to raise the bat, saying that we have hit a century by tomorrow. Till that, thank you and bye bye from me. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, we are in the mission of 20 questions per day. So we have already completed 82 questions out of 200 questions. Today, we'll try our level best to complete the max. Illustration number 83 is the target. An assessee who had served with an order of assessment passed under 143.3. அப்போ 143.3 assessment order pass பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அந்த order serve பண்ணிட்டாங்க. On 1/1/2024 had filed an application against this order before the CIT as per 264 on 11/1/2024. அவசரவாதி order வந்தவுடனே நேரா 264ல கமிஷனர் கிட்ட எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. We all know that within 30 days you can go to the CIT appeal. For the first 30 days they will not accept. 264ல commissioner என்ன பண்ண மாட்டாருன்னா, however CIT refused to entertain the application on the pretext of an application. Assessee seeks your opinion. Yes, commissioner is correct. An assessee was aggrieved by the order of AO under what section? Passed on in the date. Had moved an application for revision of order under section 264 on 11/1/2024. Order passed by AO under 143.3 is an order appellable before joint commissioner appeal or commissioner appeal. So this order is covered either under section 246 subsection 1 or 246A. இந்த ரெண்டு செக்ஷன்ல கவர் ஆனதுனால this order is an appellable order. Order is an appellable. The time limit for filing an appeal is etan days?
30 days.
From the date of order, that is up to 31/1/2024 வரைக்கும் அந்த ஆர்டருக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா என்ன போறதுக்கு ரைட்ஸ் இருக்கு. This time limit has not expired on 11/1/2024 on the date of filing rectification application under section 264, revision application under section 264. அப்போ appellate rights என்ன ஆவலைனா, and assessee has not waived its right of appeal while filing the application for revision on 11/1/2024 before the commissioner of the application filed before the commissioner of income tax for revision under 264 by assessee will only be considered when the condition specified under 264 subsection 4 has been with. அப்ப 264 subsection 4ல condition சொன்ன condition satisfy ஆனா மட்டும்தான் commissioner will accept. One of the condition is that commissioner shall not revise any order where appeal against the order lie to the joint commissioner appeal or appellate tribunal and the time limit within which such appeal may be made has not been unless the assessee has waived his end of appeal. So what 264 subsection 4 is saying that in case if any order is appellable, then for that 264 is not allowed, or the time limit for appeal is not elapsed, or the right to appeal has not been waived by the assessee, then what is not allowed? In the present case, time limit has not been expired on, and assessee has also not waived the right of appeal while filing the application of revision before the on 11/1/2024 under section. Therefore, commissioner's refusal to entertain such application is correct. Practically என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, அதாவது உண்மையிலே என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, in practical situation commissioner could have kept the proceedings in abeyance. வாங்கி சார் உள்ள வச்சிருவாங்க, 30 days வரைக்கும் வெளியே எடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. That is what proceedings in abeyance till the expiry of time prescribed for filing appeal by the what? And thereafter could have assumed jurisdiction for making revision besides taken understanding from the assessee for waiving his right of appeal. In reality, taxpayer usually will not prefer revision in such short time, nor would the commissioner reject the application the moment it is received by him. So one line summary, the takeaway of this question is, sir, நீங்க appeal போறதுக்கான rights உங்களுக்கு either முடியல இல்ல நீங்க அந்த ரைட்டை வேவ் பண்ணலைன்னா commissioner will not accept 264. So from this one line summary of the entire discussion is at least 30 days expire ஆயிருக்கணும் order pass பண்ணிட்டு என்ன 264 application file பண்றதுக்கு. Right? I'm moving into illustration number 84. The Commissioner of Income Tax issued notice to revise the order passed by AO under 143. அப்ப AO எந்த order pass பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 143. இந்த 143 order revise பண்றதுக்காக Commissioner 263 ல நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்கார். During the pendency before the Commissioner, இப்ப 263 போயிட்டு இருக்கு இல்லையா, on the basis of material gathered during survey under what section? After issue of the NO notice, first notice, Commissioner of Income Tax issued a second notice, the content of which were different from the content of the NO notice. First notice. அப்போ ஆல்ரெடி 143.3 பாஸ் ஆயிருக்கு. 143.3 பாஸ் ஆன அந்த ஆர்டருக்கு மேல கமிஷனர் ஒரு நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பிச்சிருக்காரு. எதுக்குன்னா to revise the order. அப்போ 263 proceedings போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இந்த சைக்கிள் கேப்ல என்ன ஆயிருக்குன்னா, during the pendency of the proceedings or before the commissioner, on the basis of material gathered during survey under what section? After issuance of any notice. First notice, Commissioner of Income Tax issued the content of which were different. In the 263 matter, where second notice 133A base பண்ணி 148 notice அனுப்புவாங்க இல்லையா, அந்த matter வேற. Examine whether the action of the commissioner is justified as to the NO notice. 263 போயிட்டு இருக்கும்போது 133A நம்பி 148 second notice அனுப்பலாமா? அப்படிதான் question. The action of commissioner in issuing the NO notice is not justified. The term record has been defined in clause B of explanation to 263 subsection 1. 263 subsection 1 ல record ஓட மீனிங் நம்ம கிளாஸ்ல டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். Record means the record available on the date of checking by the commissioner. கமிஷனர் செக் பண்ற அன்னைக்கு என்னென்ன டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் அவைலபிளா இருக்கோ அதுதான் ரெக்கார்ட். According to this definition, record shall include and shall be deemed always to have been included all the records relating to any proceeding under the act available at the time of examination by the 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது என்ன ரெக்கார்ட் இருக்குங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்ல, கமிஷனர் அந்த 143 எடுத்து பார்க்கற அன்னைக்கு என்ன ரெக்கார்ட் இருக்குங்கிறது தான் மேட்டர். புரியுதுயா? In other words, information, material, report which were not in existence at the time of assessment was made and came into existence afterward can be taken into consideration by யாரு? For the purpose of invoking his jurisdiction under section 263 subsection 1. அப்ப 263 ல கமிஷனர் பவரை இன்வோக் பண்றதுக்கு 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ற அன்னைக்கு என்ன ரெக்கார்ட் இருக்குங்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்ல, 263.3 பண்ற 263 subsection 1 பண்ற அன்னைக்கு என்ன ரெக்கார்ட் இருக்குங்கிறது தான் முக்கியம். ஒத்துக்கறியா? However, at the same time, in view of the express provision contained in clause B of explanation to section 263 subsection 1, such information, material, report can be relied upon by யாரு? Only if the same form part of record when the action under 263 is taken by the யாரு? இங்க என்ன மேட்டர்னா கான்செப்ட் என்னன்னா முதல்ல 143 சப்செக்ஷன் 3 யார் பாஸ் பண்ணுவா? ஏஓ பாஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. இந்த 143 சப்செக்ஷன் 3 யார் பாஸ் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் கமிஷனர் will call for records. Commissioner will call for records. இந்த கமிஷனர் கால் ஃபார் பண்ற அன்னைக்கு என்ன ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் அவைலபிளா இருக்கும் அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி கமிஷனர் கேன் டு 263. எஸ் சார், அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தலைவர் ஆல்ரெடி நோட்டீஸ் ஆல்ரெடி இனிஷியேட் பண்ணியாச்சு. 263 ப்ரொசீடிங்ஸ் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் என்னன்னா 133 சர்வே நடந்திருக்கு. ஓகேவா? எஸ் சார், இதை பேஸ் பண்ணி இன்னொரு 263 பண்ணணும்னு ஒரு ஆசைப்படுறாரு. என்னன்னா ரெக்கார்டுனா என்ன? ஆன் த டைம் ஆஃப் checking by the commissioner. அந்த டைம்ல 133 ஆர்டர் இல்ல, அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் 133 ஆர்டர் வந்திருக்கு. So issuance of notice under what succeeds the examination of record by the commissioner. In the present case, commissioner initially issued a notice under. After the examination of record available before him, the subsequent second notice was basis on the material collected under what, which was totally unrelated and relevant to the issue sought to be revised in the notice, according the material on the basis of which second notice was issued could not be said to be on record available at the time of examination as emphasized in explanation B to section 263 subsection 1. அப்ப கமிஷனர் 143(3) or order AO pass பண்ணதை கூப்பிட்டு செக் பண்ணுவார் இல்லையா? அன்னைக்கு என்னென்ன ரெக்கார்ட்ஸ் அவைலபிளா இருக்கோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் 263 இனிஷியேட் பண்ண முடியுமே தவிர அதுக்கப்புறம் ஏதாவது ஒரு ஆர்டர் வந்திருக்குன்னா அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி கமிஷனருக்கு 263 இனிஷியேட் பண்றதுக்கான என்ன இல்லை. ஆனா இந்த 133 பேஸ் பண்ணி அது ஒரு டீம்டு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் சொல்லி ஏஓக்கு வேணா 147 ப்ரொசீடிங்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம், இனிஷ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆனா 263ல கமிஷனருக்கு என்னக்கான ரைட்ஸ் இல்ல, ரிவிஷனுக்கான ரைட்ஸ் இல்ல, திரும்ப ஒரு நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்புறதுக்கான ரைட்ஸ் இல்ல. கிளியர் பாயிண்ட்? கிளியர். ஐ அம் மூவிங் இன்டு illustration number 85. Examine the circumstance where appellant shall be entitled to produce an evidence, oral or documentary, before the commissioner of income tax appeal other than the evidence produced during the proceedings before the யார் முன்னாடி. சார் நான் ஒரு எவிடன்ஸ் யார் முன்னாடி சார் பண்ணல, ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணல. இப்ப நான் யார் முன்னாடி ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண போறேன்? கமிஷனர் சிஐடி அப்பீல்ஸ் முன்னாடி நான் வந்து ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண போறேன். 4 சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல தான் அது ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியும். யூசுவல் 4 மார்க் क्वेश्चन they used to ask. As per rule number 46A subsection 1 கிளாஸ்ல டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன். Of the income tax rules 1962, an appellant shall be entitled to produce before the appeal evidence either dash or dash other than the evidence produced by him during the course of proceedings before the only in the 4 circumstances. இந்த 4 சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல மட்டும் தான் ஒரு எவிடன்ஸ் ஏஓ முன்னாடி ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணாதத சிஐடி அப்பீல் முன்னாடி அசஸிக்கு ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணலாம். நம்பர் 1, where the AO has refused to admit evidence which ought to have been admitted. அவர் என்ன சொன்னார்னா நான் எவிடன்ஸ் என்ன பண்ண மாட்டேன்னா அக்செப்ட் பண்ணிக்க மாட்டேன், ரெஃப்யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டார். where the appellant was prevented by என்ன cause from producing the evidence which he was called upon to produce by the யார் ஏவோ அந்த எவிடன்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு வர சொன்ன போது அந்த டைம்ல என்னால அந்த எவிடன்ஸை ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியல. where the appellant was prevented by என்ன cause from producing before the யார் முன்னாடி any evidence which is relevant to any end of appeal. இப்ப நான் எதை கிரவுண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் அப்பீலா கொடுத்திருக்கணும் அது ரிலேட்டடான எவிடன்ஸ் என்னால யார் முன்னாடி ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியல. where the AO has made the order appeal against without giving sufficient opportunity to the appellant to adduce evidence relevant to any grounds of appeal. Sir, என்ன வந்து AO வந்து சார் sufficient opportunity of being heard தரல, எவிடன்ஸ் கேட்கவே இல்லை. So இந்த 4 circumstance, number 1 கேட்டாரு, நான் கொடுத்த போது அவர் ரெஃப்யூஸ் பண்ணாரு, வேணான்னு சொல்லிட்டாரு. அவர் என்கிட்ட கேட்டாரு, அந்த டைம்ல சஃபிஷியன்ட் காஸ் எனக்கு காரணம் இருந்துச்சு, என்னால எவிடன்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியல. சார் அவர் கேட்ட எவிடன்ஸ் எனக்கு காரணம் இருந்துச்சு, எந்த எவிடன்ஸுக்கு காரணம் இருக்குன்னா கிரவுண்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் அப்பீலுக்கு காரணம் இருக்கு. அப்ப அது ஒரு சும்மா ஒரு இம்மெட்டீரியலான ஒரு மேட்டர் உங்ககிட்ட நான் பார்க்க சொல்ல, which is the grounds of appeal before the commissioner appeal. அப்போ grounds of appealங்கிறதுனால அந்த எவிடன்ஸ் அன்னைக்கு என்னால யார் முன்னாடி ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ண முடியல, இப்போ நீங்களும் பார்க்கலைன்னா சிஐடியோட ஆர்டரும் தப்பாக என்ன இருக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. அண்ட் நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன், எனக்கு ஏவோ ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ஆஃப் பீயிங் ஹர்டே தரல. ஃபர்தர் நோ எவிடன்ஸ் ஷால் பி அட்மிட்டட் unless the commissioner appeal record in writing the reasons for its admission. Sir, so under 4 circumstances, it is rule number 46A subsection 1. It is 246A, the orders which can be available before CIT appeals, correct? And the 246A, rule number 46A, there are 4 circumstances where evidence which you have missed to produce before the AO can be produced before the right. Illustration number 86. Can CIT appeal refuse an appeal even though such appeal is filed within time? Yes. CIT appeal will say that go and pay the tax. Without paying tax, don't come to me. Hello, sir. As per section 249 subsection 4, commissioner appeal can dash an appeal even though such appeal is filed within the stipulated time of filing of the appeal. In case where a return of income has been filed by the assessee, return file panniyachuna, assessee has not paid the tax due on the return by him, income returned by him. In a case where no return of income has been filed, in case return of income enna pannalena filed by the assessee, assessee has not paid an amount equal to என்ன tax which was payable by him as என்ன tax assessed. அப்ப நீங்க ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணி இருந்தா அந்த ரிட்டர்ன்ல காட்டின இன்கத்துக்கு நீங்க டாக்ஸ் கட்டி இருந்திருக்கணும். நீங்க ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணலைன்னா சார் நீங்க அசஸ்டு டாக்ஸ அட்வான்ஸ் டாக்ஸா கட்டிட்டு வந்தாதான் சிஐடி அப்பீல்ஸோட கதவுகள் திறக்கப்படும். However, in case number 2, the assessee can apply for exemption from requirement of payment of என்ன tax. For example, நான் ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணல, ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணாதனால எனக்கு 144 பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. என்ன ஜட்ஜ்மென்ட் அசஸ்மென்ட்? ஏன்னா ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணலைனா 143 பாசிபிளே கிடையாது, 144 பெஸ்ட் ஜட்ஜ்மென்ட் அசஸ்மென்ட் தான் பாசிபிள். அந்த பெஸ்ட் ஜட்ஜ்மென்ட் அசஸ்மென்ட்ல மை டியர் லவபிள் ஸ்டூடண்ட்ஸ், எனக்கு அசஸ்டு டாக்ஸ் போட்டிருக்காங்க, இவ்வளவு நீங்க டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு what CIT appeal is saying that நீங்க இந்த assessed tax கட்டினாதான் நான் உள்ள விடுவேன். நான் சொல்றேன் சார் அசஸ்மெண்டே தப்பு சார், இந்த நீங்க வந்து டாக்ஸ் கட்டினாதான் உள்ள விடுவேன், என்னால உள்ள வரவே வந்தாதானே சார் என்னால ப்ரூவ் பண்ண முடியும் அசஸ்மெண்ட் சரியா தப்பா. So I can request to the commissioner, then commissioner may for any good and sufficient reasons to be in writing exempt him from the said requirement. Exempt him from the அப்போ நீ ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணி செல்ஃப் அசஸ்மெண்ட் டாக்ஸ் பேயபிளா இருந்தா அது பே பண்ணாத எங்க விடுவாங்க? சிஐடி அப்பீல்ஸ் விடுவாங்க. சார் நீ ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணல சார், ரிட்டர்னே ஃபைல் பண்ணலனா அசஸ் டாக்ஸ் போட்டாங்க, அது அட்வான்ஸ் டாக்ஸ் கட்டினாதான் உள்ள விடுவாங்க. பட் யூ கேன் கோ அண்ட் ஆஸ்க் டு தி சிஐடி அப்பீல் தட் please give me relaxation. Then if they are feeling that there is good and sufficient cause, they may pass an order and say that don't pay the advance tax. I'm moving into illustration number 87. An assessee who's agreed by all or any of the following orders is desirous to know the remedial course and the time limit against each order under the Income Tax Act passed under section 147. Except an order passed in pursuance of direction of DRB by the AO. 147 order against நீ எங்க போவேனா சார் CIT appeal போவே. Yes sir, either CIT appeal or JC appeals as the case may be, right? Yes sir, or you can go to என்ன sir rectification போலாமா if there is a mistake apparent from the record. 264 போலாம், right? Passed under 263 by the Chief Commissioner of Income Tax or Commissioner of Income Tax. 263 against ITAT தான் போக முடியும். Passed under 272A by Principal Commissioner. Principal Commissioner pass பண்ணதுனால ITAT தான் போக முடியும். So against the order passed under section 147, except an order passed in pursuance of direction of what? An appeal can be filed to Joint Commissioner of Income Tax appeal or CIT appeal within how many days? From the date of serving of notice of demand under section. Against the order passed by Chief Commissioner of Income Tax or Commissioner of Income Tax under section, an appeal can be filed to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal within from the date of service of order under section. Against order passed by Principal Commissioner under section 272A, which is a penalty order if you don't answer. A stands for answer. An appeal can be filed to Income Tax Appellate Tribunal within from the date of order under section. against order of ITAT passed under section 254, appeal can be filed to High Court within how many days? From the date of service of order of ITAT under section 254. I hope you are comfortable with the question. I'm moving into illustration number 88. Examine the correctness of the following statement. An appellate tribunal is empowered to grant indefinite stay for the demand disputed in appeal before it. No. They can provide a stay for an original period of 180 days. If they are not able to dispose the case, then they can extend the stay, but the original period plus the extended period should not exceed 365 days. If they are not able to dispose the appeal within 365 days, even though there is no mistake on the part of the assessee, then the stay shall vacated as per the Income Tax Act. But as for the recent case law, Pepsi, sir, the recovery proceedings are not possible. The ITAT during the pendency of appeal before it can grant enough demand. Stay of demand. My dear lovable students, provided that appellate tribunal may, after considering the merits of application made by assessee, pass an order of stay in any proceeding relating to an appeal filed under section for a period not exceeding 180 days from the date of such order, subject to the condition that assessee deposit not less than 20% of the amount of tax, interest, fee, penalty or any other sum payable under the provisions of this act, or furnishes security of equal amount in respect, an appellate tribunal shall dispose of the appeal within the set period of stay specified in that order. That means ஐட்டாட்டுக்கு பவர் உண்டு. எதுக்கான பவர்னா ஸ்டே ப்ரொவைட் பண்றதுக்கான பவர் உண்டு. அந்த ஸ்டே ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணும்போது மேக்ஸிமம் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் 180 டேஸ் தான் ஸ்டே ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணுவாங்க. அப்படி அந்த ஸ்டே ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணணும்னா 20% ஆஃப் தி டிஸ்பியூட்டட் டாக்ஸ் நீங்க அட்வான்ஸ் டாக்ஸா கட்டணும். அது கட்டலைன்னா உங்களுக்கு நாங்க ஸ்டே தர மாட்டோம். அப்படி நீங்க கட்டி உங்களுக்கு ஸ்டே கிடைச்சாச்சுன்னா 254ல ஐடாட் அப்பீல் டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ண வேண்டிய டைம் 4 இயர்ஸ்ல இருந்து 180 டேஸா சுருங்கிடும். ரைட். Provided further that no extension of stay shall be granted by the appellate tribunal where such appeal is not disposed of within the set period of stay as specified in the order of stay unless assessee makes an application and complied with the condition referred in the inner proviso, and appellate tribunal is satisfied that the delay in disposing of the appeal is not attributable to the so, however, that the aggregate period of stay originally allowed and period of stay so extended shall not exceed, and the appellate tribunal shall dispose of the appeal within the period of stay so extended or allowed. That means, my dear lovable students, after 180 days, if the ITAT is not able to dispose of the case because of the busy schedule of the ITAT or non-functioning of the ITAT, and if the assessee is requesting the ITAT to extend the stay, they can extend the stay. But the original period of stay plus the extended period should not exceed. Then ITAT has to mandatorily dispose of the case within 300 and provided also that if such appeal is not so disposed within the period allowed under the first proviso or the period extended or allowed under the inner proviso, which shall not in any case exceed 3 days, order of stay shall stand vacated after the expiry of such period or period, even if the delay in disposing of the appeal is not attributable to the assessee. That means, my dear lovable students, if after extending the stay from 180 days to 365 days, if the ITAT is not able to dispose the appeal, even though there is no failure on the part of the assessee, then also the stay shall stand vacated as per Income Tax Act. Therefore, the appellate tribunal cannot grant stay for any period. The stay is valid maximum for 365 days from the date of stay order. Hence, the statement is incorrect because the statement specifically said that they can provide indefinite stay. ITAT can provide stay original period of 180 days, but the original period of 180 days plus extended period should not exceed. I'm moving into ILU number 89, which is a very important question according to me. The assessment of Southwest Bank Limited for assessment year 2021 was made under 143 subsection 3 on 30th November 2021, allowing deduction under 36 subsection 1 clause 7a, provision for bad and doubtful debts. Because 36 subsection 1 clause 7 is, sir, provision for bad and debts. Bad debts 7, sir, 7a is provision for bad and doubtful debts. On account of provision for doubtful debts and deduction in respect of foreign exchange rate difference as claimed in the return of income as per section 43A. அப்போ 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. 143.3 பாஸ் பண்ணும்போது 36 subsection 1 clause 7A allow பண்ணிருக்காங்க. And 43A foreign exchange rate allow பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Subsequently, AO initiated reassessment proceedings under section in respect of deduction under 36 subsection 1 clause 8 for special reserves created by bank. In the ரெண்டு ஐட்டமும் கிடையாது. 36 subsection 1 clause 8 which is special reserves created by யாரு? bank. இந்த ஐட்டத்துக்காக AO என்ன பண்ணிருக்காருன்னா சார் 147 proceedings ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காரு. The order under 147 was passed on 31st December 2023. Later, Principal Commissioner, after examining the record of assessment, initiated revisionary proceedings under what? By issue of Shukas notice to the bank and passed an order under what section 263 on 31st August 2024 for disallowing in part deduction under 36 subsection 1 clause 7A. My dear lovable students, this item is there only in 143 subsection 3. This item has not been taken in 147. That means the relevant order for this item is 143 subsection 3 order. That means the time limit under 263, which is 2 years from the end of the financial year in which the order sought to be revised has been passed, should be reckoned from 143.3 and not from 147, because 263 has not done for an item which has been dealt for 147. 263 has been done for an item which are there in 143 subsection 3. So the commissioner cannot enjoy time limit from 147. He has to reckon the time limit from 143 subsection 3. அப்போ 143.3 எப்போ பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 30th November. What is the end of that financial year? 31/3/2022 is the date. From here you have to calculate 2 years. That means 31/3/2000 is the last date to pass. Sir, 263. But this 263 has been passed on March, April, May, June, July, August. That means this is time barred for disallowing part and deduction for foreign exchange rate difference. The bank claims that order passed by Principal Commissioner under section 260 is barred by limitation. Kandipa. This is beyond the time limit. Examine the correctness or otherwise of the claim of the bank. Bank is correct. 263. Put it on decimal. Section 263 provides that no revisionary order shall be made under 263 after the expiry of 2 years from the end of the financial year in which the order sought to be revised was passed. So that's the time limit. Issue under consideration is whether the period of limitation for order passed under 263 has to be reckoned from the original order passed by AO under 143.3 of the Income Tax Act or from the order of reassessment passed under 147 where the subject matter of revision is different from the subject matter of reassessment under section. This is the question has been raised. What a beautiful question. So on the 2 years 143.3 ல இருந்து கவுண்ட் பண்ணுமா 147 ல இருந்து கவுண்ட் பண்ணுமா? கரெக்ட்டா? 2 years சார் 143.3 ல இருந்து தான் கவுண்ட் பண்ணணும். இதே இது 147 ல சொன்ன ஐட்டத்துக்கு 263 பண்றதா இருந்தா 147 ஓட end of the financial year கவுண்ட் பண்ணிருக்கலாம். The facts of the case are similar to CIT versus ICICI Bank Limited, wherein the above issue came up before the Bombay High Court, wherein it was held that such case where the subject matter of revision was not same as the subject matter of reassessment, period of limitation would commence from the date of original assessment and not from the date of reassessment. So 263 பண்ண போறது 147 ஐட்டத்துக்கு இல்லாததுனால ஹலோ நீங்க 2 years 143.3 தான் கவுண்ட் பண்ணுமே தவிர in this case period of limitation as referred in 263 is with reference to an assessment in which claim of assessee as to deduction under 36 subsection 1 clause 7A on account of provision for doubtful debts and deduction in respect of an exchange rate difference was considered. These issues were not the subject matter of reassessment proceeding which were only in respect of deduction of 36 subsection 1 clause 8 for special reserve created by the bank. Accordingly, applying the rationale of Bombay High Court cited above, period of limitation shall be reckoned with reference to the original assessment order and not from the date of order of. Therefore, in this case, revision proceedings are barred by limitation since the original assessment order was made on 30/11/2021 and revision order should have been made by 31/3/2024 because 2 years from the end of the financial year in which the order sought to be revised has been passed. Here the order sought to be revised is 143(3) order and not. However, the revision order was passed only on 31st August and hence the same is barred by limitation. Accordingly, claim of the bank that the order passed by principal commissioner under section 263 is barred by limitation is correct. Brilliant question. Moving to illustration number 9. It's a November 2015 question. Similar question. Arihant Limited filed an appeal to Commissioner Appeal against the order of assessment made by AO. Item C disallow பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அது ஏவோட பழக்கம். என்ன பழக்கம்னா இது நேரா என்ன சார் assessee ஏவோட ஆர்டருக்கு அகேன்ஸ்டா என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா CIT அப்பீலுக்கு முன்னாடி ஓடிட்டு இருக்காரு. ரைட். The appeal was allowed by Commissioner Appeal. allow பண்ணிட்டாரு. Commissioner Appeal சொல்லிட்டாரு ஐட்டம் C disallow பண்ண வேண்டிய திருந்தி இருக்காரு கமிஷனர். The assessee later found that he was entitled to deduct 30,000 as bad debt under section 36 subsection 1 clause 7 which he has forgotten to claim and related amount was not allowed by AO in the course of assessment. அவரு எப்படி இருந்தாலும் வந்தது வரைக்கும் வந்துட்டாங்கன்னா ஒரு 30,000 ரூபாய் டிடக்ஷன் கிளைம் பண்றதுக்கு இருக்கு அதையும் கொஞ்சம் போட்டுட்டு நீங்க கொஞ்சம் எனக்கு சகாயம் பண்றீங்களான்னு கேட்டிருக்காரு. Further, the issue of deduction was not raised by assessee in appeal before the யார் முன்னாடி and hence it was not considered by him in the appeal. Subsequently, Arihant Limited applied to the Commissioner for Revision under 264 of the Act to allow such deduction. Discuss. அதாவது தலைவர் 143(3)ல ஐட்டம் சியை பிடிக்காததுனால எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டாரு கமிஷனர் அப்பீல் அதை அலோவ் பண்ணிட்டார். அலோவ் பண்ணும்போது சார் அந்த ஒரிஜினல் ஆர்டர்ல சார் ஒரு ஐட்டம் கிளைம் பண்ண மறந்துட்டாரு. அது எங்கேயும் கேட்கல, ஏவோ முன்னாடியும் கேட்கல, சிஐடி அப்பீல் முன்னாடியும் கேட்கல. அந்த ஆர்டர் வெளியே வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் இப்போ அவனுக்கு போதோதயம் வந்துட்டு என்ன சொல்றான்னா நான் கமிஷனர் கிட்ட போய் 264 கேட்கலாமான்னு கேட்கிறாரு. செக்ஷன் 264 தெளிவா provides that chief commissioner or commissioner shall not revise an order கையை விட்டு வந்தாங்க which has been subject matter of appeal to the act. Once you travel through the appellate route, revisionary routes are closed. Therefore, the facts that relief claimed in application filed by assessee under section 264 subsection 1 was not the subject matter of appeal to the commission appeal does not alter the position that order of assessment was subject to appeal. சார் நான் இந்த டிடக்ஷனுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா அப்பீலே போல சார், அதுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா 264 கொடுங்க சார். என் தங்க கொடமே 264 இஸ் a complete merger. ஒரு ஐட்டம் நீ எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போனா கூட அப்பலட் ரூட்டுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போனா கூட என்டையர் ஆர்டர் எடுத்துட்டு போன மாதிரி 264 ரூட். Therefore, commissioner has no power to revise any order under 264 if the order has been subject matter of appeal before the commission appeal, even if relief claimed in the revision is different from the relief claimed in the. In view of this, commissioner cannot exercise his power under section 264 to revise the order of assessment and allow the deduction claimed by Arihant Limited in his application. So once you travel through appellate route, then the revisionary route doors are closed. I'm moving into question number 91. Assessment of Bhajan Limited was completed under 143(3). 143(3) assessment complete பண்ணியாச்சு. With an addition of 15 lakh with a returned income. Add back பண்ணிருக்காங்க 15 லட்சம் ரூபாய். Item C add back பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Assessee company preferred appeal before the commissioner appeal which is pending now. இப்போ போயிட்டு இருக்கு. Item C வந்து commissioner appeal route ல குடு போயிட்டு இருக்கு. In this backdrop, answer the following. Can the assessee company seek revision under 264 in respect of matter other than those preferred in appeal? No. Once you travel through the revisionary routes are. Can the chief commissioner or commissioner make a revision under 263 both in respect of matter covered in appeal and other matter? Other matterல கையை வெச்சுக்கோ, ஆனா அப்பலட் ரூட்ல போற விஷயத்துல கையை வைக்க கூடாது. என்ன கையை பிடிச்சிழுத்தியா? எஸ் சார், சொல்யூஷன். As per section 264 subsection 4, The chief commissioner or commissioner shall not revise any order under section 264 where such order has made the subject of a what? To the joint commissioner appeal or commissioner appeal. That's the concept of in merger. Would apply in case of section
264.
Therefore, under section 264, chief commissioner or commissioner cannot revise an order which is pending before the joint commissioner appeal or commissioner appeal, even if the revision pertains to a matter other than the matters covered in the appeal. Once you go to the appellate room, அப்படியே போயிடும். Right. As per section 263, chief commissioner or commissioner has the power to dash an order prejudicial to revenue, even if the order is the subject matter of appeal before joint commissioner appeal or commissioner, because it's a partial merger. However, the power of chief commissioner or commissioner under 263 shall extend to only such matter as had not been considered and decided in such appeal. Here again the doctrine of partial merger would apply in case where the appeal is pending but not yet decided. Chief commissioner or commissioner cannot exercise his revisionary jurisdiction in respect of those issues which are subject matter of
Appeal.
I'm moving into illu number 92. AUM Enterprises, a partnership firm, filed its return of income for assessment year 21-22 on 30/7/2021. Good boy. Assessment under 143.3 was completed, bad boy, on 15th December 2022, and AO made two additions to the income of assessee, namely addition of 8 lakh for unexplained cash credit under section 68. வாயை தொடடான்னு கேட்டிருக்கான், வாயை திறக்காம இருந்திருக்கான். சார் 8 லட்சம் ரூபாய் ஆட் பேக் பண்ணியிருக்கான். ரைட். Addition of 3 lakh under 40A subsection when due to non-furnishing of evidence of TDS payment. TDS பிடிக்காததுனால 3 lakhs rupees 30% disallow பண்ணி விட்டுருக்காரு. ரைட். The assessee being aggrieved, கோவம் வந்திருக்க தலைவனுக்கு, contested the addition of 8 lakh order section 68 and made an appeal to the CAT appeal. That means TDS பிடிக்கலன்னு அவரே ஒத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காரு. ஆனால் 8 லட்சம் ரூபாய் நான் வாயை திறந்திருக்கேன்னு அவர் சொல்றாரு. ஏவோ சொல்றாரு நீ வாயை திறக்கல. Appeal was decided on 5th April against the assessee. CAT appeal என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காருன்னா நீ வாயை திறக்கல. Now the assessee seeks your advice as to whether it should apply for revision to CCIT or CIT under section 264 for rectification under 154 to the AO. As regards disallowance under 40A subsection 1A, அது வேணா rectification எடுத்துட்டு போலாம். கரெக்ட்டா? ஆனா once you travel through that, that's a game over. Advice is the question. 264 provides that principal chief commissioner or principal commissioner or commissioner has no power to revise any order which has been made the subject matter of appeal to the joint commissioner appeal or commissioner appeal, even if a relief claimed in the petition is different from the relief claimed in the appeal. The concept of enna merger would apply in case of section 264. Section 154 provides that at the section okay, where any matter has been considered and decided in any proceedings of appeal or revision relating to an order, AO may amend the order for rectification of mistake apparent from record in relation to a matter other than the matter which has been considered, and the concept of partial merger would apply in case of 154. So in the present case, since the order passed by AO in respect of addition of unexplained cash credit of 8 lakh become the subject matter of appeal to the commissioner appeal, assessee AUM enterprise cannot apply for revision under 264 even if subject matter of revision, that is addition of 3 lakh under 40A subsection 1A, is different from the subject matter of appeal. ஒரு வாட்டி orderல ஒரு ஐட்டத்தை நீ அந்த order திருப்பி 264 கிடையாது. However, AUM enterprise can apply to the AO for what? Of the order in respect of addition of 3 lakh under 40A subsection 1A, because 154 is a partial merger. And this matter has not been considered and decided in any proceedings by way of appeal or in view of the above, assessee AUM enterprise should seek rectification under section 100 Act. I'm moving into illu number 93. The AO has made two additions in the assessment of Rohit Sharma sole proprietorship firm. Disallowance under 43B 10 lakh. 43B 10 lakhs add back பண்ணிருக்கார். கோவம் வந்துட்டு. Unexplained cash credit 80 lakh. The firm filed an appeal before JCIT or CIT appeal with respect to the N addition only. இதை மட்டும் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காருன்னா CIT appealக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காரு. The JCIT or CIT appeal confirmed the addition. ஆமாடா அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. Further, the assessee has filed an appeal to the appellate tribunal with reference to addition of unexplained cash credit against order of GCIT appeal or CIT appeal. இவங்க ஒரு 250 ஆர்டர் பிடிக்காம இங்கிருந்து எங்க போயிருக்காரு, ஐடாட்டுக்கு போயிருக்காரு. இப்போ ஐடாட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி நெருங்கிட்டு இருக்கு. Appellate tribunal has also confirmed the addition. Appellate tribunal சொன்னாரு ஆமா. He then preferred the revision petition before the principal commissioner under section 264 for disallowance under NB 43B க்கு 264 போலான்னு ஏதோ மடப்பையன் சொல்லி கொடுத்திருக்கான். Petition has been rejected on the ground that assessment was subject matter of appeal before the appellate tribunal. Is the petition maintainable? No. Even if the one item has been taken before the entire order is not taken for 264. The same question, all are past examination. Issue under consideration is whether the rejection of revision petition filed under 264 on the ground that assessment was subject matter of appeal to the appellate tribunal is justified. Section 264 provides that principal chief commissioner or principal commissioner has no power to revise any order which has been subject matter of appeal to joint commissioner or commissioner of income tax appeal or appellate tribunal, even if relief claimed in the petition is different from the relief claimed in appeal. Where an order is appeal against, the entire order get merged and not just that portion of which the assessee has claimed NF4. இப்போ ABCDல நீங்க CA மட்டும் தான் appellate authority எடுத்துட்டு போனா கூட நாலு விஷயமே விழுந்து இந்த ஆர்டர் கூட merge ஆயிடும். The concept of total merger would apply in case of section N64. Accordingly, in the present case, since the order passed by AO in respect of addition of unexplained cash credit of 80 lakh become the subject matter of appeal to the appellate tribunal, principal commissioner has no power to revise such order even if subject matter of revision, there is disallowance of 10 lakh under 43B is different. இந்த ஐட்டத்தை அப்பீலுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போறேன்னா கூட ஒரு ஐட்டத்தை அப்பீலுக்கு எடுத்துட்டு போனா கூட 264ல கமிஷனருக்கு பவர் கிடையாது. Hence the provision, hence the revision petition before the principal commissioner is not maintainable. I'm moving into illustration number 94, November 18 question. Ashok, assessment was made under 143(3) of the Income Tax Act for assessment year 21-22. அப்ப அசோக்கோட 143(3) முடிச்சிருக்காங்க. எவ்வளவு பெரிய விஷயம் யோசிச்சு பாரு. Being agreed, கண்டிப்பா அசோக் வரும். With certain addition, he preferred an appeal to the commissioner appeal. அவர் நேரா எங்க எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காரு? Which is pending at present and not being adjudicated. போயிட்டு இருக்கு, இன்னும் adjudication order pass பண்ணது. Right. In the above situation, give your opinion on the following issue in the context for provisions contained in the Income Tax Act. In the backdrop, in the மூணு questionக்கு answer சொல்றாங்க. There is new information that certain income for the same assessment year had escaped assessment. Is it possible for AO to issue notice under 148? தாராளமா வச்சுக்கலாம். ஏன்னா new information அது வந்து என்ன சார் அசஸ்மெண்ட் பெண்டிங் ஆன விஷயம் கிடையாது. 147 is a partial merger. 148 நீங்க நோட்டீஸ் அமைச்சு 147ல அசோக போட்டு சாவடிங்க. Certain mistake in respect of issue which is not subject matter of appeal is noticed by the AO. Can he pass an order under 154 for rectifying the mistake? கண்டிப்பா 154 is a partial merger. ABDல ஏதாவது தப்பு இருக்குன்னா தாராளமா நீங்க 154 proceed பண்ணிக்கலாம். If Ashok filed petition for revision under N64 for a matter not being subject matter of appeal, will such revision petition be maintainable? Ashok kills Mujile Puri. First question answer. Yes, it is possible for AO to issue notice under what?
48.
Even when an appeal is pending before joint commissioner or commissioner appeal, AO can issue notice under in respect of income chargeable to tax which has escaped income if such income is not the subject matter of appeal before the joint commissioner or commissioner appeal. However, AO need to comply with the procedure of 148, 148A, 149, 151. That is basic 147 conditions. Renard, yes, AO is empowered to pass an order under what section?
154.
154 provides that any matter had been considered and decided in any proceedings by way of appeal, rectification or such matter cannot be determined by AO. However, in respect of matter which has not been considered and decided in the appeal, order of the AO can be rectified under section. In this case, since the mistake is in respect of matter which is not the subject matter of appeal, AO can pass an order under section 154 for rectifying the mistake provided the same is mistake apparent on record. The last one. No, the Chief Commissioner or Commissioner cannot invoke jurisdiction under Section 264. As per 264 subsection 4, the Chief Commissioner or Commissioner shall not revise any order under Section 264 where such order has been made the subject matter of appeal to the Joint Commissioner or what appeal. Therefore, under Section 264, Chief Commissioner or Commissioner cannot revise an order which is pending before Joint Commissioner or Commissioner appeal, even if the revision pertains to a matter other than the matters covered in appeal. Accordingly, in the present case, petition filed by Mr. Ashok for revision under 264 is not. I'm moving into ILU number 95. This is a December 2021 question. A scheme of arrangement was approved by Delhi High Court, pursuant to which the assessee company bought back 5 lakh shares at the rate of 18,000 per share for a total consideration of 900 crores held by sole shareholder and holding company in Mauritius. Super. High Court சொல்லியிருக்காங்க buyback பண்ணுங்கன்னு. அதை கேட்டு 5 லட்சம் ஷேரை பைபேக் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. ஒரு ஷேருக்கு 18,000 ரூபாய், 5 லட்சம் into 18,000 ரூபாய், 900 crores கொடுத்துட்டோம் ஒரே ஒரு ஷேர் ஹோல்டர் கிட்ட இருந்து. ஓகேவா? In its return of income, it declared details of the transaction but denied the liability to pay any tax on the said transaction. Pursuant to a notice under 143 subsection 2, an assessment order was passed rejecting the assessee's contention that transaction was not a buyback in terms of 115 QA but a buyback pursuant to a scheme approved by High Court holding the assessee liable to pay tax at 20% on the distributed income at 800 crore. 900 crores. What that company said that, hey, this buyback is not 115 QA buyback. This buyback has been done because of the High Court. யார் சொன்னதுனால? நாங்களா எங்களுக்குலாம் விருப்பம் இல்லை. நாங்க 115 QA tax கட்டணும். Assessee filed a writ petition with the High Court this portion of the assessment order. நேரா போய் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க, ஏய் நீ சொல்லி தான் நான் என்ன பண்ணேன், பைபேக் பண்ண. இப்போ நான் மாற்றி பேசலாம். இது எது பைபேக் என்ற 115 QA வாமா, 20% நான் டாக்ஸ் கட்டணுமாமா, 900 crores நான் 20% கட்டினா வாழ்க்கை நக்கிட்டு போயிடும். Department submitted that since a remedy of appeal was available to the assessee, the writ petition should not be entertained. டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் என்ன சொல்றான்னா, 143 பிடிக்கிறேன்னா சிஐடி அப்பீலுக்கு வா. அது என்ன நீ டேஷ் மாதிரி நேரம் ரிப்பெட்டிஷன் ஃபைல் பண்ணி ஹைகோர்ட்டுக்கு போற? ஹைகோர்ட் அதை ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ண முதல்ல. ஏன்னா இந்த ஆர்டருக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா அப்பலட் பவர் உண்டு. புரியுதா? அப்பலட் பவர் இல்லாததுக்கு தான் ரிப்பெட்டிஷன் போறோம். இது என்ன விட்டா நேரம் ஹைகோர்ட்டுக்கு போடுறது? ரைட். In light of the above fact, please discuss whether assessee company right in filing a petition. So this is the problem. The issue under consideration in this case is whether denial of liability to pay tax under 115 QA is a dash issue. Note, the issue involved in this issue may not be described as whether the assessee is justified in filing the writ petition. Provisions applicable. When an alternate remedy is available, taxpayer cannot seek the writ jurisdiction of the court. Income Tax Act appeal போலான்னு ஒரு செக்ஷன் இருந்து நீ விட்டா ரிட்டுக்கு வரனா பின்ன எதுக்கு அங்க அப்பீல் ப்ரொவிஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. கரெக்ட்டா? As per section 246A, any assessee aggrieved against inter alia, any one of the following order may appeal to the commissioner appeal an order against the assessee where the assessee denies his liability to be assessed under this act. Or any order of assessment under 143.3 where the order object to the amount of income assessed or tax determined or loss computed as the may be. 115 QA provides that where shares are bought back at a price higher than the price at which those shares were issued, then the balance amount will be treated as distribution of income to the shareholder and tax at the rate of 20% will be payable by the company. Yes, sir. Deemed dividend. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Analysis. The expression denies his liability to be assessed is quite comprehensive to include within its fold every case where the assessee denies his liability to be assessed under the act. Therefore, any determination under 115 QA, be it regarding quantification of the liability or the question whether such company is dash or not, would fall within the ambit of order dash the assessee. Where the assessee denies his liability to be assessed under this act, accordingly an appeal under 246A to the commissioner appeal would be maintainable against the determination of liability under 115. Accordingly, assessee should have filed an appeal to the yark instead of filing a writ petition. Action of assessee in writ petition is not. This is an appellable order. If anything is appellable order, don't run to the High Court. to file a writ petition, you can come and file to the CIT appeals. Illu number 96 is a November 2022 question, very nearing past. Answer any 2 out of 4 3 parts, subpart 1, 2, 3. Your answer should cover, sir, A, B, C, D. Issues involved, provisions applicable, analysis, conclusion. During the scrutiny assessment of Refresh Me Limited, a company engaged in manufacture and distribution of packed juices, AO, increased the income and thus passed the order of demand. 143.3, sir, add back any pass income. Aggrieved by the order, the assessee filed an appeal to CIT appeal. 1 second. அந்த 143.3 பிடிக்காம assessee நேரா அந்த CIT appeal எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டார் கண்டிப்பா. Who confirmed the order of the AO? அவர் ஆமா சாமி தான். Assessee further appealed to ITAT and requested ITAT for stay of collection of tax, which the Honorable High Court provided initially for 180 days, which was further extended till 365 days as provided in 254 subsection 2A of the Act. ITAT did not dispose of the appeal before the time extended for collection of tax. அவன் என்ன பண்ணலைன்னா கேஸை டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ணல ITAT. The revenue served an order of demand citing the reason that order of stay automatically gets vacated post the expiry of 8 days.
365 days.
ஏவோ எப்படா 365 days கேலண்டர்ல அவன் காத்துக்கிட்டு இருந்திருக்கான். 366 டேஸ்க்கு நேர டிமாண்ட் நாட் ஆர்டர் அமைச்சிருக்கான். கட்ல என்ன ரெக்கவரி ப்ரொசீடிங்ஸ் ஆரம்பிப்பேன்னு சொல்லியிருப்பான். Assessee seeks your opinion as to whether the contention of revenue is what? Justified. As per Income Tax Act, it is justified. Pepsi, not justified. The issue under consideration is whether the stay order can automatically vacated upon expiry of extended period of stay of 365 days where the delay in disposing of the appeal is not attributable to the third proviso to section 254 subsection 2A provides that where the appeal filed before the appellate tribunal is not disposed of within the period of stay or extended period of stay granted by the tribunal, order of stay shall stand after the expiry of 365 days, even if the delay in disposing of the appeal is not attributable to the assessee. இது யார் சொன்னது? Income tax சொன்னது. This provision would result in automatic vacation of stay upon expiry of 365 days, even if the appellate tribunal could not take up the appeal in time for no fault of the what. அப்ப assessee மேல தப்பு இல்லைனா கூட 365 days முடிஞ்சா ஸ்டே என்ன ஆயிடும்? Thus the vacation of stay in favor of department would ensue even if the department is itself responsible for delay in hearing the appeal. ITAT வேலை செய்யலனா கூட பரவாயில்லை, இருந்தாலும் stay vacate ஆயிடும். This will cause undue hardship to the assessee even where he is not at fault. In this sense, the provision is arbitrary and disproportionate so far as the assessee is concerned. இது என்ன இது நியாயம்? நீங்க வேலை செய்யாம 365 டேஸ்ல கேஸை டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ணாம 365 டேஸ்ல அப்பீல் முடியலைனா even though there is no failure on the part of the assessee, the stay shall stand vacated. வெக்கமான சூடு சொன்ன இல்லையா? Conclusion, the contention of revenue is not justified. Amendment already highlighted. Any order of stay shall stand vacated after the expiry of period or period mentioned in the section only if the delay in disposing of the appeal is attributable to the what? Assessee மேல தப்பு இருக்கிறதுனால 365 டேஸ்ல டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ண முடியலனா அப்போ ஸ்டே வேகேட் ஆகும். assessee மேல தப்பு இல்ல, ஐடாட் வர்க் ஆவல, ஐடாட் வர்க் ஆவாததுனால 365 டேஸ்ல அப்பீல் டிஸ்போஸ் பண்ண முடியலனா ஸ்டே carry forward out. The facts given in the question are similar to the facts in Pepsi Food Limited, wherein the above issue came up before the Supreme Court. The above answer is based on rationale of the Supreme Court ruling in that case. This is a very recent Supreme Court judgment which actually changed the provisions of the law of the Act itself. This may be tested in exam, one time already tested recently. I'm moving into Illu number 97. Answer any 2 of the 3 subparts 1, 2, 3. Your answer should cover issues involved, provisions applicable, analysis and conclusion. XYZ Limited entered into a contract for purchase of software with Mrs. Delta Incorporation, a non-resident company based in Sweden. It filed an application under 195 subsection 2 before the AO to make payment to the non-resident company for purchase of software without detecting an at source. அப்போ நான் ரெசிடென்ட்டுக்கு பே பண்ண போகிறேன். அப்போ ஏவோக்கு ஒரு லெட்டர் கொடுத்துருக்க, நீ டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்காமல் பே பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்ன அலோவ் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு. The assessee XYZ Limited contended that said non-resident company had no permanent establishment in India. And in terms of DTA between India and Sweden, no tax was to be deducted in India on the same. அவங்களுக்கு இங்கே எந்த பர்மனெண்ட் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ்மெண்ட்டும் இல்லை. ரெண்டாவது டபுள் டாக்ஸேஷன் அவாய்டன்ஸ் அக்ரிமெண்ட்டில் டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்கணும்னு சொல்லல. ஏவோ ரிஜெக்டட் த அசஸீஸ் அப்ளிகேஷன் ஆன் த கிரவுண்ட் தட் consideration for software license constituting royalty under 9 subsection 1 clause 6 and was liable to be taxed in India, and accordingly assessee was directed to deduct tax at source at the rate of 10% on said royalty payment. ஏவோ என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா, நீ சாஃப்ட்வேருக்காக ஏதாவது பே பண்ணா அதுவும் ராயல்ட்டி தான். அதனால அதுக்கு நீ என்ன பிடிக்கணும்னா டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்கணும். அதனால நீ 10% டிடிஎஸ் பிடிச்சுதான் ஆகணும். ஆன் அப்பீல் போயிருக்காங்க. கமிஷனர் அப்பீல் பாஸ்ட் அன் ஆர்டர் இன் ஃபேவர் ஆஃப் தி அசஸி. கமிஷனர் அப்பீல் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்க வேண்டிய. On further appeal, tribunal upheld the order passed by the AO on ground that payment are made for purchase of software were in the nature of royalty and tax at source to be deducted on such payment. டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் கோவம் வந்து டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஐடாட்டுக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. ஐடாட் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா, அது என்னதான் ராயல்ட்டி தான், அதுக்கு என்ன பிடிச்சாகணும். Assessee company filed a miscellaneous application for rectification under section 254 subsection 2 before the tribunal. ட்ரைபியூனலுக்கே இது வந்து மிஸ்டேக் அப்பேரண்ட் ஃப்ரம் ரெக்கார்ட்னு சொல்லி நேராக ஒரு அப்பீல் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. The assessee has also filed an appeal before the high court. நேராக ரெக்டிஃபிகேஷன் சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. ஹைகோர்ட்டுக்கிட்டே ஒரு அப்பீல் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. Tribunal allowed said application in exercise of his power under 254 subsection 2 and reheard entire appeal on merits and recalled its original order and passed an order in favor of the assessee. இப்போ என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா, சார் அசஸிக்கு ஃபேவரபிளா ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Thereafter the repetition filed by assessee with high court was also withdrawn. Is tribunal justified in recalling its original order? Please state your answer on the basis of latest provision of the Act and Supreme Court ruling is what the question. May 2023 is what the question. அப்ப என்னன்னா, is the ITAT have the power to review its order is the question. They don't have the power to review. They have the power to issue involved. The issue under consideration is whether the powers under 254 subsection 2 can be exercised by the tribunal to recall an order and rehear the entire appeal on merits. Provisions applicable. 254 subsection 1 empower the appellate tribunal to pass such order thereon as it thinks fit, after giving both the parties to the appeal an opportunity of being heard. Under 254 subsection 2, appellate tribunal may amend an order passed by it under 254 subsection 1 with a view to rectify any mistake apparent from the record. Analysis and conclusion. The power under 254 subsection 2 is limited to what of mistake? Apparent on record, and therefore the tribunal must restrict itself within those parameters. A detailed order was passed by tribunal upholding the order passed by the AO while allowing the application under 254 subsection 2 and recalling its earlier order. Tribunal had reheard the entire appeal on merits as if the tribunal was deciding the appeal against order passed by commissioner appeal. தப்பு. Already decided matter திருப்பி உட்கார்ந்து கேட்க கூடாது. The subsequent order passed by tribunal recalling its earlier order was beyond the scope and ambit of power under 254 subsection 2 and not tenable in law. The facts given in the question are similar to the facts in Reliance Telecom Limited, Reliance Communication Limited, Supreme Court. Where the issue came up before the Supreme Court, the above answer is based on the rationale of the Supreme Court in the case law. Hello? So, once ITAT has decided any matter, my dear lovable students, திருப்பி அதே விஷயத்தை சார் ரிவ்யூ பண்றதுக்கான ரைட்ஸ் யாருக்கு இல்லை. பட் அவங்க என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம், ரீகால் பண்ணிக்கலாம். எது ரீகால் பண்றது எதுக்காக? in order to rectify, right? I'm going into illu number 98, rectification of assessment order 154 due to subsequent change of law on retrospective basis is valid in law. Comment. நாளைக்கு law change ஆகுது, அதனால 154 பண்ணலாமா? பண்ணலாமான்னு கேட்டா பண்ணலாம் சார், பண்ண முடியாதுன்னா பண்ண முடியாது சார். Is it valid to rectify an assessment order under 154 due to subsequent change of law on retrospective basis? Also state whether a Supreme Court judgment would warrant the rectification under 154 in respect of order passed earlier by the AO is the question. A rectification of assessment order 154 due to subsequent change of law on retrospective basis. If the assessment order is plainly and obviously inconsistent with the specific and clear provision as amended retrospectively, indisputably there is a mistake apparent from record. In the light of retrospective amendment, assessment order had to be. If there is a retrospective amendment in law disallowing an expense or taxing a receipt, and an assessment order expense has been allowed or received as held as non-taxable, then there is a mistake apparent from record in the order of AO. In view of this, AO can, under section 154, rectify the order of assessment in the light of the later amendment of law with retrospective effect. If there is a retrospective amendment in law, same can be given effect by passing a rectification order under section 154. However, the period of limitation of 4 years shall apply. Clear? அப்போ law future subsequent என்ன ஆவறதுனால change ஆவறதுனால mistake apparent from record இருக்குனா change பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஆனா 4 year time limit மனசுல வச்சுக்கணும். Rectification of assessment order 154 on account of subsequent judgment of என்ன court? Supreme Court ஒரு decision சொல்றாங்க, அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி 154 பண்ணலாமா? CBDT circular போட்டிருக்காங்க. Mistake arising as a result of subsequent interpretation of law by Supreme Court would constitute mistake apparent from record. And rectification under 154 is possible. Where assessee moves an application under 154, point out that in light of a later Supreme Court judgment, mistake has occurred in any of the completed assessment, then rectification under 154 shall be made provided that rectification application is made within the prescribed period of. The income tax authority can disallow a deduction under section 154 on the basis of a later Supreme Court judgment, but in this case, rectification order must be passed within the prescribed period of. I'm moving into ILLU number 99. Right. Ex private limited assessment for assessment year 17-18 was completed under 143 subsection 3 on June 25, 2018. The company went in appeal to the commissioner appeal, and appeal was decided on 16th August 2022. And the appeal effect was duly given by AO on 25th August 2022. Thereafter on 1st September, AO noticed a mistake in calculation of depreciation on a particular block of asset, which reduced the income by 1.1 lakh. AO issued notice under 154 for the purpose of rectifying the mistake. Is such rectification permissible? என்ன இருக்குன்னா 143 பாஸ் ஆயிருக்கு, அது சிஏடி அப்பீலுக்கு போயிருக்கு. சிஏடி அப்பீல் என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா எஃபெக்ட் அப்பீல் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி அசஸ்மெண்ட் ஆர்டரையும் திருத்தி வச்சுட்டாங்க. திருத்தி வச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் ஏவோ பார்க்குறாரு ஏதோ ஒரு மிஸ்டேக் இருக்கு, அப்போ மிஸ்டேக் அப்பேரண்ட் ஃப்ரம் ரெக்கார்டாக இருக்கு. இதை பேஸ் பண்ணி ரெக்டிஃபிகேஷன் ஆர்டர் மாற்றலாமா? As per 154 subsection 7, rectification order can be passed up to a year. From the end of the financial year which order sought to be rectified was passed. In the present case, order sought to be rectified is the order of AO passed on June 25, 2018. அந்த ஆர்டர்ல தான் தப்பு இருக்கு. அப்படின்னா 31/3/2018 plus sir how many years? End of the financial year in which the order has been passed. அப்ப 31/3/2019 கரெக்டா? அதுல இருந்து எத்தனை இயர்ஸ்? 4 years. அப்ப 20, 21, 22, 23. So 31/3/2023 வரைக்கும் தான் 154 டைம் லிமிட் இருக்கு. சார் இப்போ therefore rectification order under 154 could have been passed up to 31/3/2023. Therefore rectification under 154 is not possible on September 1, 2023 because 4 years என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு? lapse ஆயிடுச்சு. அதனால I'm moving into Illustration number 100. Let me complete this and show the bat. In an order of assessment for assessment year 1920, assessee noticed a mistake for which application under 154 was moved and order was rectified. Subsequently, assessee moved further application for rectification under 154, which was rejected by AO on the ground that order once rectified cannot be rectified again. 154 க்கு அவ்வளோ நம்பர்லாம் கிடையாது. நான் ஒரு தடவை சொன்னா 100 தடவை சொன்ன மாதிரின்னு சொல்லியிருக்கோம். Is the contention of AO correct? No sir, AO's contention is not correct. In Hindwire Industries Limited, Supreme Court held that 154 provides that rectification can be made before the expiry of from the end of the financial year in which the order sought to be amended was passed. Orders, a number of years, orders sought to be amended will not necessarily mean the original order, but even the அப்போ 154 இருந்து ஒரு 4 வருஷத்துக்கு 154 பாஸ் பண்ணலாம், அங்கிருந்து ஒரு 4 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு 154 பாஸ் பண்ணலாம், அங்கிருந்து ஒரு 4 வருஷத்துக்கு 154 பாஸ் பண்ணலாம். In view of the decision of the Supreme Court in case of Hindwire Industries Limited, contention of AO is not correct. Order once rectified under 154 can be rectified again and again and again. Hello.
Yes, sir.
With this we can say that out of 200 questions, we have completed 100 questions, my dear lovable students. Those who are listening to these lectures, this marathon, 200 questions, my dear lovable students, what I am suggesting to you is take the printout of the 200 question, read the question, you answer by yourself, try to understand the question, and you answer and match with the answer. Now I have only read. You have to read once, try to, sir, get the same words what is there in the book. That will be a super fantastic, sir, matter for your examination. We will be doing the second part of this also, the another 100 question from this area. If you are enjoying the revision series, the marathon from your heart, share your happiness, share with your friends also. Subscribe the channel, like the channel, comment the channel, bell button, press the bell button. This and all I have not said, somebody is saying. Right, sir? So we'll meet you at the appropriate time to complete the another 100 questions. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from me. Sir, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
Sir, we are into the part number 2, slot number 2 of the next 100 questions. We have already completed marathon part number 1. This is part number 2, which comprises of another 100 questions from the assessment area. So we'll be starting with advanced ruling, which may be a 4-mark area for examination. 101. Examine when can an advanced ruling pronounced by bar, that is board for advanced ruling, be declared as void. What is its consequences? As per section 245T, when we discussed in class itself, we said that T stands for trash. Put it on dustbin. An advanced ruling can be declared to be void ab initio by board for advanced ruling if on representation made to it by the principal commissioner or otherwise, it finds that ruling has been obtained by what or what? Fraud or misrepresentation of facts. That means you have obtained the advanced ruling by fraud or misrepresentation of facts. Then as per section 245T, my dear lovable students, advanced ruling, the advanced ruling authority for advanced ruling, that is now bar, will pass an order saying that whatever order they have passed, put it on. Thereafter, all the provisions of this act will apply after excluding the period beginning with the date of such advanced ruling and ending with the date of order under this section, as if no such advanced ruling has been made. So once an order has been passed by bar stating that whatever order earlier has been passed is void ab initio, then all provisions of this act will be, a copy of such order shall be sent to the applicant and also to the principal commissioner. Or here the takeaway point is, who has to make application before the bar? Either the principal commissioner or the commissioner. Here or otherwise means or by the bar itself. Assessee will not go and say to the bar that I have obtained the authority for enrolling, advanced ruling by fraud or misrepresentation. So it will be either principal commissioner or otherwise. I'm moving into illu number 102. The bar, that is board for advance ruling, has the power to compel the production of books of accounts, examine the correctness or otherwise of this statement. Yes, whatever income tax authorities is having power, the same powers are conferred with the statement is correct. Under section 245U, the board of advance ruling shall have all powers vested in the civil court under the code of civil procedure 1908 as referred in 131. So, what and all powers which has been referred under 131, civil court ke enna power irko, the same powers are there even for the bar. Accordingly, the board for advance ruling shall have the same powers as are vested in a court under the code of civil procedure 1908 when trying a suit in respect of following matters, namely discovery and inspection, enforcing the attendance of any person, including any officer of banking company, and examining him on, compelling the production of books of accounts and other documents, and issuing commission. That means, sir, whatever powers has been vested under 131 of the Income Tax Act, these are the four powers: discovery and inspection, enforcing the attendance of any person, including any officer of banking company, and examining him on oath, compelling the production of books of accounts and other documents, and issuing. Therefore, the board for advance ruling has the power of compelling the production of books of accounts. I'm moving into ILU 103. The term advance ruling includes within its scope determination by bar, board for advance ruling, only in relation to a transaction undertaken by a non-resident applicant. No. Even a resident applicant can also knock the door of bar, examine the correctness of this statement with reference to the provisions of Income Tax Act. The statement is not correct. Who said that only a non-resident can go to bar? Residents na adhigama poranga inniki non-resident vida. As per section 245N, advance ruling not only include determination by the bar in relation to a transaction which has been undertaken or proposed to be undertaken by a, but also includes inter alia determination by the bar in relation to tax liability of a resident arising out of a transaction which has been undertaken or proposed to be undertaken by a resident applicant with such non-resident, and such determination shall include the determination of any question of law or question of fact specified in the application. In relation to the tax liability of resident applicant, which is, we know that notified resident arising out of transaction which has been undertaken or proposed to be undertaken by such applicant, and such determination shall include determination of any question of law or question of fact specified in the application. I'm moving into illustration number 104. A foreign company entered into contract with several Indian company. So there is a foreign company. This foreign company has contract with several Indian company. Indian company number 1, Indian company number 2, Indian company number 3. For installation of mobile telephone system, and made an application to the bar, sir, board of advance ruling. It can be called it as board also, on the rate of withholding tax on receipt from Indian company. That means when the Indian company is making payment to the foreign company, at what rate TDS has to be deducted. This was the doubt for the foreign company. One of the Indian company made an application to its AO for determination of a rate of tax at which tax is deductible on payment of made to the foreign company. At the same time, one of the Indian company, what they have done, you know, even they have also moved an application under section 245Q before the bar, saying that at what rate we have to deduct TDS. The board of advance ruling rejected the application of the foreign company on the ground that question raised in the application is already pending before income tax authority. So, foreign company, sir, was providing some services. For that, Indian company has to make the payment, correct? Yes, sir. What foreign company's doubt was that என்ன ரேட்ல எனக்கு TDS பிடிப்பாங்க இப்படிங்கிறது யாரோட டவுட்? One of the Indian company made an application to AO. That's a key point in the question. ஒரு இந்தியன் கம்பெனி 245Q application ஃபைல் பண்ணல, யாருக்கு முன்னாடி application? ஏவோக்கு முன்னாடி அப்ளிகேஷன் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. என்ன கேட்டிருக்காங்கன்னா, என்ன ரேட்ல நான் TDS பிடிக்கணும்னு கேட்டிருக்காங்க. So already, since the issue is pending before an authority, income tax authority, what bar said that we will not accept the foreign company's application. It's a brilliant question, fantastic question, most repeated question from this area. Is a rejection of application of foreign company justified in law is the question. You have to critically analyze the answer. The issue, புரிஞ்சுக்கோ, ஒரு ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி 2-3 இந்தியன் கம்பெனிக்கு இல்ல செவரல் இந்தியன் கம்பெனிக்கு சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்றாங்க. அதில் இந்தியன் கம்பெனி ஹாஸ் டு மேக் த பேமெண்ட் டு த ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி. இந்தியன் கம்பெனிக்கு டவுட் என்ன ரேட்ல நாங்க டிடிஎஸ் பிடிக்கணும், இது ஏஓ கிட்ட போய் கேட்டிருக்காங்க. ஃபாரின் கம்பெனிக்கு டவுட் எந்த ரேட்ல உங்க டிடிஎஸ் பிடிப்பாங்க அப்படிங்கறத சார் பார்ல போய் கேட்டிருக்காரு. பார் ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க அப்ளிகேஷன். யாரோட இது? Foreign company, stating that, my dear lovable students, already the case is pending before income tax authority. அப்படி வரணும்னா notified public sector undertaking மட்டும்தான் relating to computation of total income அந்த கதவை தட்ட முடியுமே தவிர other casesல வர முடியாது. TDS cases not allowed. So as per section 245R subsection 2, my dear lovable students, the bar may after examine the application and record call for either allow or reject the application. However, the board for advance ruling shall not allow the application where the question raised in the application is already pending in his case before an income tax authority, ITAT or court in relating to a non-resident applicant referred in 245N clause B subclause 1. A resident applicant in relation to transaction with a non-resident referred in 245N clause B subclause 2. A resident applicant referred in 245N clause B subclause 2A. A resident or non-resident applicant referred in 245B clause 4. The applicant in the present case is the என்ன company?
Foreign company.
The case of foreign companies not pending before any income tax authority, ITAT or court. Sir, foreign company ஏஓ கிட்ட போயிட்டு அங்கிருந்து பார்க்க வரல, வேற யாரோ ஏஓ கிட்ட போனதுக்கு ஃபாரின் கம்பெனி என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? அதுக்கும் ஃபாரின் கம்பெனிக்கும் என்னவே இல்லை. என்னோட கேஸ் இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் அத்தாரிட்டிக்கு முன்னாடி பெண்டிங் இல்லை, வேற யாரோ அவங்களுக்கு டவுட் கிளியர் பண்றதுக்காக ஏஓ கிட்ட போயிருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எனக்கு பார்ல போக முடியாதுனா then purpose of bar itself got defeated. Then bar ஓபன் பண்றதுக்கு என்னவே இல்லை, யூஸே இல்லாம ஆயிடும். கரெக்டா இல்லையா? So the facts of the question are similar to Ericsson Telephone Corporation India versus Commissioner of Income Tax. So this is a decided case law. In this case, it was held that question raised in the application by foreign company is not pending in case of enna company before the income tax authority, ITAT or court. The Indian company in question has raised the question before yaar munadi and not on the application behalf or with a view to benefit the applicant, but only to safeguard its own interest as it had a statutory duty to deduct the proper amount of tax from payment made to a non-resident. Sir, why the resident has went to the AO to clear his doubt? Because he is having the responsibility to deduct TDS, otherwise 100% of the expense debited to P&L account should be added back as per 40A subsection 1. Sir, in order to safeguard himself from the TDS liability, what he has done is, my dear lovable students, he went to the AO. That doesn't mean that the foreign company should not go to the bar. Although the question raised pertaining to one of the payment made to applicant, it was not one pending determination before any authority in the applicant case. Therefore, it would not be proper to reject the application relying 245R of the Income Tax Act. Hence, rejection of application of foreign company by the board for advance ruling is not justified. Because if an assessee's case is pending before the income tax authority or appellate authority or court, then it can be rejected by the bar. Here the assessee's case is not pending. Some other person has taken before the AO. That is not the mistake of the non-resident. I am moving into ILO number 1015. Briefly explain binding nature and applicability on various persons of authority for advance ruling. Under the Income Tax Act, can an application made for obtaining advance ruling be withdrawn is the question. That means once advance ruling வாங்கியாச்சுனா யாருக்கெல்லாம் அப்ளை ஆகும்? As per amendment made by Finance Act 2021, the order of advance ruling is neither binding on the assessee nor binding on the income tax department. This is a recent amendment because Finance Act 2021 amendment. நீங்க பார்ல போய் நீங்க ஒரு டிசிஷன் வாங்குனீங்கன்னா income tax department க்கு applicable கிடையாது, assessee க்கு applicable கிடையாது. The assessee or the AO on direction of the CAT can file an appeal to the High Court against the order of BAR within 60 days from the date of communication of order of the board for advance ruling. In case உங்களுக்கு BAR சொன்ன decision பிடிக்கலைனா you can challenge that before High Court directly only to the High Court, not to the ITAT. Within 60 days from the date of communication of the order of the BAR. But this is purely different from IDT. In IDT, it is binding on 3 people as per 103. As per 103, sir, you can go to what? Appellate authority for advance ruling, AAAR. Here the same thing, there is no AAAR or BBAR like that. Bar, no provisions are there. So they are asking you to go to the High Court within 60 days from the date of communication of the order. As per 245Q subsection 3, an applicant who had sought for an advance ruling may withdraw the application within 30 days from the date of application. Even after expiry of 30 days also, the bar may permit withdrawal of application if the circumstance or case of so justified, as per M.K. Jain's case law, saying that even after 30 days, bar may say that, provided if they are feeling that the assessee's case is genuine, is what they are saying. I am moving into ELU number 106. Examine the correctness or otherwise of the following statement, giving proper reasons thereof. Mr. Ricky, a resident individual, is aggrieved by an order passed by bar on 1/10/2023. No problem. If you are not happy with the order passed by the bar, you can go to the High Court within 60 days from the date of bar. Since the decision of bar is binding on the applicant, he has no other option but to accept the ruling of the board. The statement is not correct. The binding provision will not apply to advance ruling pronounced on or after 1/9/2021 by the bar. Therefore, the order passed by bar on 1/10/2023 is not binding on Mr. Ricky. He may appeal to High Court against such order within 60 days from the date of communication of that order. Brilliant to the core. Mrs. Aditi Limited, an Indian public sector company, want to seek advance ruling from the bar in respect of a matter relating to computation of total income involving a question of law relating to such computation. Sir, this is computation of total income. This is Indian public sector company, that means PSU. However, the matter is already pending before Income Tax Tribunal as on the date of application for advance ruling on 12/12/2023. No problem. With regard to PSU, if the matter is pending before Income Tax Authority or ITAT, still you can knock the doors of the bar. It cannot seek the bar ruling till the matter is pending before ITAT is what the statement. The statement is not correct. A resident fall within any class or category of person as may be notified by the government. We have notified that is in a sector undertaking. Can seek advance ruling even if the question raised is pending before the appellate tribunal is what our discussion is all about. I'm moving into illustration number 107. Eco and Co filed an application for advance ruling for assessment year 22-23, 23-24 and 24-25 with the bar. For assessment year 22-23 and 23-24, notices under 143 subsection 2 were issued to the assessee and subsequently before the date of filing application with the bar. Notice under 142 subsection 1 along with the questionnaire was issued. For the assessment year 24-25, notice under 143(2) was issued before the date of filing of application with the bar, and notice under 142(1) along with questionnaire was served on assessee after the date of filing of application with the bar. That means for certain years like assessment year 22-23, assessment year 23-24, assessment year 24-25. Hello sir. For these years, we have filed an application with the bar. Whereas for 22-23 and 23-24, before we file application with the bar, we got notice under 143 subsection 2. That means scrutiny assessment proceedings has been initiated. That means the case is pending before the Income Tax Authority. Whereas for this year, we have not received 143 subsection 2 till the date of filing application with the bar. We got the notice only after that. So, can the board for advanced ruling reject the application on the ground that proceedings are already pending? Your answer should cover these aspects like issue involved, provisions applicable, analysis and conclusion. You may assume that provision relating to advanced ruling for earlier assessment year were the same as the prevailing for the assessment year 24 and for this year also the same question has been asked. This is the issue involved. The issue under consideration in this case is whether the board for advanced ruling can reject an application for advanced ruling on the ground that proceedings are already pending before any income tax authority, where notice under 143 subsection 2 is pre-printed format has been served. That means what they are asking on the date of filing the application before the bar. If you already got a notice under 143 subsection 2, can bar reject your application is the question. Provisions applicable as per the proviso to section 245R subsection 2. The bar shall not allow the application where the question raised in the application is already pending before any income tax authority. So this is the analysis. The facts of the case are similar to the facts in H Corporation versus AAR. When the above issue came up before the Delhi High Court, the court observed that mere issue of notice under 143 subsection 2 in pre-printed form will not amount to proceeding pending for the purpose of applying the proviso to section 245R subsection 2. Here High Court is taking a very lenient view. High Court is having big art. That's why they are saying actually as per the provisions of the Act, proceedings are started. But High Court is saying that proceedings has not started, mere issue of the notice will not start the proceeding. However, issue of notice under 142 subsection 1, so one more step they have stepped in, accompanied by a questionnaire before filing of application by assessee with the bar would tantamount to proceeding pending before an income tax authority. What High Court is having the opinion that if the department has just issued 143 subsection 2, you don't say that proceedings has been started. But 143.2 has been issued. After that 142 subsection 1 class 2 notice has been issued seeking books of accounts, then they have moved further. So proceedings are started. So thus applying the rationale of Delhi High Court ruling to the case on hand, the application for assessment year 24-25 cannot be rejected by the bar since notice under 142 subsection 1 issued for the assessment year 24-25 after the date of filing of application will not result in the proceedings before already pending before an income tax authority. However, for assessment year 22-23 and 23-24, rejection of the application for bar is tenable in law. Since notice under 142 subsection 1 along with detailed questionnaire was issued before the date of filing of such application. I'm moving into 108. So what is the conclusion of the last question, my dear? Once 143 subsection 2 matunda issue pannirukanga, proceedings has not been started. This is as per the view of Delhi High Court. Sir, 143.2 issued, 142 subsection 1 class 2 issued, then proceedings has been initiated. State the powers of Sir Bar under the Income Tax Act 245N. The authority for advanced ruling shall give its judgment on the question raised in the application filed before it. If you ask any question, we will be answered that question. The bar shall not allow the application where the question raised in the application is already pending in his case before any income tax authority, ITAT or court with regard to a non-resident applicant referred in 245N B clause 1, a resident applicant in relation to a transaction with a non-resident referred in 245N B clause 2, a resident application referred to in 245N B clause 2A, where a resident or non-resident applicant referred in 245N B clause 4. However, this bar would be operative for the notified category of resident applicant referred to in 3 only when the issue is pending in a court. That means if these guys issue are pending before an income tax authority, ITAT and court, don't come to the bar. You cannot parallelly go through the two routes. Involves determination of fair market value of any property. For that only we are having valuation officer, correct? Relates to a transaction which is designed prima facie for avoidance of income tax. However, this restriction is not applicable for the notified category of resident applicant referred in 245N clause B sub clause 3. Sir, you want to know whether the transaction is impermissible avoidance agreement or not. For that, don't go to, sir, bar. As per section 245T, trashing the order, where the bar finds on a representation made by it by the principal commissioner or the commissioner or otherwise that advance ruling pronounced by it has been obtained by applicant by fraud or misrepresentation of facts, it may by order declare such ruling to be. Thereupon, all the provisions of the act shall apply after excluding the period beginning with the date of such advance ruling and ending with the date of order declaring the advance ruling as void to the applicant as if such advance ruling has never been made. I'm moving into 109 is the question. Q. A non-resident made an application to the bar on 3/4/2023 in relation to a transaction proposed to be undertaken by him. No problem. On 1/5/2023, he decides to withdraw the said application. Can he withdraw the application on 1/5/2023 within 30 days? Is this within 30 days?
Yes, sir.
Section 245Q subsection 3 of the Income Tax Act provides that an applicant who has sought for an advance ruling may withdraw the application within 30 days from the date of application. Since 30 days period from the date of application by Q to the bar has not elapsed, he can dash the application. Even after 30 days, he can withdraw the application if the bar feeling reasonable. I'm moving into 110 question. What is the remedy available to applicant who is aggrieved by the ruling of the bar? Also state the time limit within which you should exercise this remedy. If you don't like the order of bar, you can go to the High Court within
60 days.
an applicant who is aggrieved by any ruling pronounced by bar may appeal to High Court against such ruling or order of the bar. He has to do so within 60 days from the date of communication of that ruling in the prescribed form and manner. However, where the High Court is satisfied, an application made by appellant in this behalf that appellant was prevented by sufficient cause from presenting the appeal within 60 days period as specified above, it may grant further period of 30 days for filing such appeal. With this, we can say that we have done with the first slot of advance ruling. I am continuing 111, which is a new chapter which we discussed in the class dispute resolution, which is Dispute Resolution Committee, DRC. What is the need for constitution of DRC? For what purpose they have constituted DRC? Can an assessee make an application before DRC against an order which is based on information received under an agreement referred under 90 or 90A? We are having applicability and non-applicability. Order should be a specified order. Person should be a clean person. Lot of conditions are there. In order to provide early tax certainty to small and medium taxpayers, with effect from 1st April 2021, new scheme of dispute resolution has been formulated for constitution of one or more DRC, Dispute Resolution Committee. The order which can be taken before the DRC should be a specified order. Inter alia does not include an order which is based on information received under agreement referred to in 90 or 90A. Thus, an assessee cannot opt for DRC, dispute resolution before DRC, in respect of an order which is based on information received under an agreement referred under 90 or 90A. So, sometimes, sir, in Swiss bank, you may put, sir, some dollars. Swiss bank, because of the treaty entered by the India-Switzerland, they would have provided exchange of information to the income tax authority in India that Mr. Sabari has deposited this much amount in Swiss bank. Based on that, the AO, sir, is doing 147 in the hands of Sabari. Against that 147, Sabari cannot go to, sir, DRC because Sabari is a fraud assessee, not a, sir, good assessee. Right. I'm moving into 112. Can assessee opt for dispute resolution before DRC if prosecution for any offence punishable under the provisions of IPC has been instituted against him and has been convicted in respect of same under the said act? The assessee should be a clean assessee. DRC would resolve dispute in case of such person or class of person as may be specified by the board who may opt for dispute resolution under the chapter in respect of dispute arising from any variation in the order. In his case, and who fulfill the specified condition. Specified condition include the condition that person should not be a person in respect of whom prosecution for any offence punishable under the provisions of IPC has been instituted and has been convicted of any offence punishable under the said act. Thus, a person in respect of whom prosecution has been instituted and who is convicted of any offence punishable under the IPC cannot opt for resolution of dispute in respect of specified order before DRC is the question. I'm moving into 113. This is the ICA question we'll be solving. Mr. Vijay furnishes his return for assessment year 23-24, declaring total income of 28 lakh. Vijay has shown 28 lakh. He received an assessment order under 143.3. Vijay got 143.3 on 26/11/2024, enhancing the total income for assessment year 23-24 by 5 lakh. What AO said that, hey Mr. Vijay, your income has been increased by 5 lakh. Appo 28 lakh 5 lakh add panni kuduthirukanga, which is within 10 lakh. Variations are within 10 lakh. Is agreed by the said order and is desirous of knowing whether he can file an application before the DRC is the question. He informs you that no order of detention has been made, no prosecution proceedings have been initiated or instituted against him under any law for the time being in force. Till now he is a clean assessee. However, penalty under 271D, for what purpose? 271D. Has been levied on him for failure to comply with the provision of 269 SS. இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நீ தெரியவே தப்புவே தடைவேன்னு சொல்லி தான் அடுத்த லைன்லயே அவங்களே கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, ரைட்? Can Mr. Vijay file an application before the DRC is the question. If yes, what is the time limit for making an application? DRC against such order under the Income Tax Act. He is also keen to know whether in his case is agreed by the order passed by DRC. Can he file appeal against such order of DRC? Would your answer be different if assessment order is based on information received under DTAA with country Y? Hello. That means you have to basically know the chapter DRC. Since the variation is within 10 lakh and Vijay is a very clean assessee, he can knock the doors of DRC. But if the information has been received from DTAA, he cannot knock the door. DRC would resolve dispute in case of person who opt for dispute resolution under chapter something AA in respect of dispute arising from any variation in the specified order in his case and who fulfill the specified condition. Specified order includes an assessment order passed under where the aggregate sum of variation made while such order does not exceed the total income as per such return furnished by assessee for the assessment year relevant to such order does not exceed 50 lakhs. That is the second condition. The total income should not exceed 50 lakhs. The variation should not exceed, and such order is not based on search or requisition or survey or any information received under DTAA. That order should not be passed because of 132 or 132A or any information received under DTA which are 90 or 90A. Accordingly, in the present case, Mr. Vijay can file an application before the DRC since the assessment order received on 26/11/2024 is a specified order and is satisfied the specified condition of no order of detention being made and no prosecution proceedings being initiated or instituted against him. Non-levy of penalty under income tax law is not a specified condition. Therefore, the levy of penalty under NAD on him does not result in non-compliance with the specified condition. Income Tax Act la penalty போடக்கூடாதுன்னு ஒரு condition இல்ல. So even though any penalty has been levied by Income Tax Act, you can go to DRC because every case Income Tax Authority will levy the penalty. If this is the condition, then for what purpose you are constituting DRC? Right. Mr. Vijay has to file an application for resolution of dispute in the prescribed form on or before 25/12/2024. That is within 1 month from the date of receipt of specified order. This is like CIT, there it is 30 days. In order to differentiate from the CIT, they said that it is 1 month. However, once a modified order is passed by DRC, no appeal or revision would lie against such order. That is against the order of DRC, you cannot go for appeal. Sir, it is final. If the assessment order is based upon the information received under DTAA entered with India, Mr. Vijay would not be eligible to make an application before DRC since it is not a specified order. If 143.3 has been passed because of an information received under 90 or 90A, then you cannot go to DRC because it is not a specified order. Illustration number 114. This is an ICA question from penalty which we have already solved in the egg class. Mrs. XYZ is a firm liable to tax at 30%. Following are the particulars furnished by firm for assessment year 24-25. As per the return of income furnished 139.1 50 lakh. Determined under 143 subsection 1 clause A 60 lakh. We know that. The difference between 143.1 and 139.1 is neither underreporting of income. Assessed under 143.3, 75 lakh minus 60 lakh is equal to 15 lakh. 15 lakh is the underreported income. So calculator, romba simple, 15 lakh into 30% into 104% means 4,68,000 is the tax payable. Divided by 2 means 2,34,000 should be the amount of penalty. Now reassessed under 147, we know that 95 lakh minus 75 lakh comes to 20 lakh is the underreported income. 20 lakhs into 30% into 104% divided by 2 comes to 3,12,000 is the penalty. Can penalty be levied under 270A on Mrs. XYZ? Yes. If answer is affirmative, compute the penalty leviable under 270A. We got that the first penalty is 2,34,000. Sir, here 2,34,000. Fine. The second penalty we got as 3,12,000. The second one 3,12,000. But we know that this calculation I have made as if the question is an MCQ question. If it's a descriptive question, you have to calculate the cumulative tax up to the date of passing the order. From that, whatever cumulative tax you have paid should be reduced. The following assumption have been made. None of the addition, sir, or disallowance made in assessment or reassessment qualifies under 270A subsection 6. Because if it is covered under 270A subsection 6, then penalty under 270A will not be applicable. The underreporting is not on account of misreporting, because if it is on account of misreporting, instead of 50%, 200% is the penalty. I am moving into question number 115. Mr. Ram, a resident individual of the age of 55 years, has not furnished return of income for assessment year 24-25. So 55 years, so basic exemption limit will be applicable. However, the total income assessed in respect of such year under section 144 is 12 lakh. Is penalty under 270A attracted in this case? And if so, what is the quantum of penalty leviable? Right. The question did not mention that he has opted out of 115 back. Sir, generally, normally 115 back provisions will be applicable. Default tax regime. That means, sir, the income is how much lakh? 12 lakh. On that 12 lakh, on the first 3 lakh nil. Then 3 lakh to 6 lakh. Then 6 lakh to 9 lakh. Then 9 lakh to 12 lakhs. For this 3 lakh, no tax liability. 3 lakh to 6 lakh, 5%. Then 6 lakh to 9 lakh, 10%. 9 lakh to 12 lakh, 15%. Right. So 3 lakh to 6 lakh into 5%. 3 lakh into 5%. 15,000, 30,000, 45,000 put together 90,000 is the tax payable into 104%. 93,600 is the tax payable, right? 93,600 divided by 2, half of that, 46,800 is the penalty leviable under section 270A. I am moving into the 116 question. All the question has been solved in the class. ABC Limited is a domestic company liable to tax at 25%. Following are the particulars furnished by company for assessment year 24-25. As per the return of income furnished, loss of 15 lakh. Determined under 143.1, loss of 8 lakh. Loss has been reduced, but this will not be treated as either underreported income or misreported income. Assessed under 143.3, loss of 5 lakh. So there is a gap of 3 lakh. For this 3 lakh, you are liable to pay tax at 25%. 3 lakh into 25%? 75,000 to 104%? 78,000 divided by 2? 39,000 is the penalty under 270A. Reassessed under 147, so it become an income of 4 lakh. So minus 5 lakh plus 4 lakh comes to 9 lakh into 25% into 104% divided by 2. 1,17,000 is the half, correct? So 39,000 is one penalty, yes sir. And on second, 1,17,000 is a second penalty, and we have already read the same assumption. I'm moving into illustration number 117. What would be the penalty leviable under 270A in case of following assessee if none of the addition or disallowance made in the assessment or reassessment qualify under 270A subsection 6? If nothing has fallen under 270A subsection 6, then 270A penalty will be applicable. And underreported income is not on account of misreporting, then 200% will not be applicable, 50% will be applicable. Particulars of total income of assessment here versus alpha, a resident firm, so 30% there is no basic assumption. Beta Limited, an Indian company, fine. Beta is a trading company, not a manufacturing. The total turnover of Beta in 21-22 was 401 crore, big company, more than 400 crores. Then, sir, and the company has not excised option under 115 BAA, sir, 30% tax rate. So, 35 lakhs and 40 lakh, 45 lakhs, this difference will neither be underreported income, misreported income. 62 minus 45. 17 lakhs into 30% into 10%, 104% divided by 2. 2,65,200 is the penalty payable. Now, loss has been reduced by 6 lakh. Sir, don't take this as underreported income. But here loss has been reduced by 4 lakh. So 4 lakh into 30% into 104% divided by 2. 62,400. Again, here also one more penalty is there, correct? Which is 81 lakhs minus 62 lakhs is equal to 19 lakhs into 30% into 10% divided by 2. 2,96,400. Then there, sir, it's an income of 8 lakh, correct? Yes, so 8 lakh into 30% into 104% divided by 2. 1,24,800. So we got the first one, 2,65,200 here. So I say question, 2,65,200. Its pair is, the next one is 1,24,800. The next one is penalty leviable, 2,96,400 for here. 2,96,400, right? Yes, sir. Then, two more questions they are asked. The other one is with regard to Beta Indian company. 62,400 is what? One penalty, my dear lovable students. 62,400 we got. And one more is there, sir. 1,24,800. The last one calculation is 1,24,800. If they are asking MCQ, you try by this. Otherwise, you have to write the full answer. Already I have discussed fully in class. Go through the presentation. Practice yourself how to present in the examination. I am moving into 118. What is the quantum of penalty that could be levied in each of the following case? Failure to get books of accounts audited as required under 44AB within the time prescribed under the Act. Which section? 271B. 0.5% of the turnover or gross receipts or 1,50,000. Failure to comply with the direction issued under 142 subsection 2A, which is special audit. Then 272A subsection 1 class D, 10,000 for each such failure. Right. Failure to furnish a report from an accountant as required under 92E. 271B, which is 1 lakh. This is the answer. This is a 3-mark question for examination. Failure to get books of accounts audited as required under 44AB of the Income Tax Act. A sum equal to 0.5% of the total sales, turnover or gross receipts as the case may be in the business or gross receipts in profession in such previous year or years. A sum of 1,50,000, whichever is lower as per 271B. Failure to comply with the direction issued under 142A, sum of 10,000 under 272A subsection 1 class D. Failure to furnish a report from an accountant as required under 92A, sum of rupees 1 lakh under 271 bag. I'm moving into 119. An assessee has credited a sum of 50,000 in cash in the account of Madan said to represent a loan obtained by him. Tavarana sale. More than 20,000 you have received cash. AO have gone into genuineness of the transaction, disbelieved the story of loan and treated the sum of 50,000 as the income of assessee from undisclosed sources. Oho, root maradu. AO said that this is undisclosed resource. 68, 69, 69A, 69B, 69C. He also started proceedings under 271D. And levy a penalty of 60,000. Hey, Tambi, loan e 50,000, penalty 60,000. Sum equal to. Evo, Kannatora. On the assessee for having accepted the loan in the contravention of section 269 SS. Examine the correctness of levy. Sir, there is several flaws in the penalty levied by Evo. Evo is the the fees continue class attend. Firstly, the penalty leviable under 271D cannot exceed a sum equal to loan taken. Hence, a maximum amount note of penalty leviable will be 50,000. Secondly, any penalty imposable under 271D shall be imposed only by JC. Only by JC. Silambarsan Simbu, only by JC. Hence, unless the sir, yes sir, Jesse, Simbu is living for Jesse. எந்த படம் வினை தாண்டி வருவாளா ரைட் அதெல்லாம் கரெக்டா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோ இது ஒரே ஒரு செக்ஷன் ரெஃபரன்ஸ் ஏதாவது சொன்னா மட்டும் 271 class A class B ஆவா hence unless the AO happens to be a Jesse levy of penalty will be invalid because 269 SS Silambarasan and Simbu can be levied only by Jesse. Thirdly, the AO cannot on the one hand treat the loan as undisclosed income of the assessee and other hand treat as loan for the purpose of 269 SS read 271D. Such a treatment will self-contradictory. The moment the amount of rupees 50,000 is treated as undisclosed income, it ceases to bear the character of loan and therefore the foundation for the levy of penalty under 271D disappears as per Diwan Enterprises case law. Moving into question number 120. Hotels and hotels were asked by income tax authorities CIB to furnish details of all such tourists in state in their hotel and a paid bill in amount of 10,000. யாரெல்லாம் ஹோட்டல்ல வந்து 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு மேல பில் கட்டியிருக்காங்க பேர் குடியான்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. They have not furnished the required information in spite of various reminder. We know that as per section 133 subsection 6, this section lot of times we have discussed. Empower the income tax authority to require any person to furnish information in relation to such point or matters which will be useful for or relevant to any inquiry or proceedings under the act. Failure on part of assessee to furnish the information in relation to such points or matters as required makes him liable to pay penalty under 272A subsection 2 if you don't answer. That's what A of rupees 500 for every day during which the failure continues. An income tax authority below the rank of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner can exercise this power in respect of an inquiry in a case where no proceedings is pending only with the prior approval of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner. Such power can however be exercised by the joint director or deputy director or assistant director without the prior approval of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner. In this case, it is presumed that income tax authority has obtained the approval of the principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner before exercising this power. That means, my dear lovable students, in slot number 2, we have completed, sir, another 20 questions to make it as 120 out of 200. If you are feeling comfortable with the assessment part, share your happiness, revise these 200 questions from this sure shot. This time it is going to be a 25 mark to 30 mark deal because assessment plays a vital role for your examination. So we'll meet you for another 20 questions, which is from 121 to 140. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from A&M. Sir, very, very, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir. Happy evening.
So we are doing 200 question challenge. In that 200 question, till now, we have done 120 question. So today, in this slot, we'll try to extend 20 more, which is from penalty under section 271 series and 272 series. In the last class, we have focused on 270 series, 270A, which is under reporting of income or misreporting of income. In this slot, some section may be new. By this question, try to learn those sections. Question number 122 is the target. Raman and associates had made payment in excess of the limit prescribed to the contractor for carrying out labor job work at various sites. but has not deducted tax at source as per section 194C. So TDS has not been deducted. Sir, where an assessee has not deducted the TDS or deducted TDS has not been paid to the credit of the central government, then you are liable to pay penalty under section 271. State whether same are liable for penalty as per the provisions of Income Tax Act. This is like a straightforward question. Penalty under section 271C is attracted for failure to deduct TDS. Penalty will be a sum equal to the amount of tax which such person has failed to deduct. Such penalty can be imposed only by the Joint Commissioner. Only by the Joint Commissioner. Such penalty can be imposed only by the Joint Commissioner. Therefore, Raman and Associates shall be liable for penalty under section 271C equal to the amount of tax which has failed to deduct under section 194C from the payment made to the contractor. Penalty would be in addition to the disallowance of 30% of the expenditure or payment under 40A subsection 1A. So under the head PGBP, 30% of the amount debited to P&L account will be added back. And my dear lovable students, in addition to that, you are liable to pay a penalty under section 271C, which is equal to the amount of TDS not deducted. An income tax authority below the rank of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner can exercise this power in respect of inquiry in a case where no proceedings is pending only with the prior approval of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner. That means any person below this rank can apply provided they are getting the permission from the higher authority. Such power can however be exercised by the joint director or deputy director and assistant director without the prior approval of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner. But with regard to joint director, deputy director and assistant director, there is no need of permission from the higher authority. In this case, it is presumed that income tax authority has obtained the approval of principal director or principal commissioner or commissioner before exercising this power. I'm moving into illustration number 123. State the condition, if any, to be satisfied by assessee. In order to get relief under section 273A subsection 4, this is one of the important section. We know that penalty under section 270A, which is under reporting or misreporting of income, 271 series and 272 series. But this is 273A subsection 4. At least 273A, which is the next series, because 270 is under reporting or misreporting of income, 271 series are there, 272 series are there. I already explained in the class, 272 series is for procedural aspects. 272 series penalty is for procedural aspects. Now, the next slot, the next family, 273A, regarding the waiver of penalty. Under this, sir, sections, penalty will be imposed, penalty will be levied. But you are proving to the AO that, my dear AO, it will be genuine hardship. Please don't levy penalty on me. So, can the PC or C refuse to grant relief when condition laid down in section was complied with by the assessee is the question. There are two conditions to be satisfied by an assessee in order to get relief in the form of waiver or reduction of penalty by the principal commissioner or the commissioner of income tax. Under section 273A subsection 4 of the Act, these conditions are: the payment of penalty would cause genuine hardship to the assessee, and commissioner is satisfied about the existence of genuine hardship having regard to the circumstance of the case. Existence of genuine hardship would entitle the assessee to relief. Sir, if you are levying penalty on me, it will be a genuine hardship. CBDT in circular number something has clarified that genuine hardship referred to in 273A subsection 4 should exist both at the time at which application under 273A subsection 4 is made by the assessee, before the principal commissioner or the commissioner, and at the time of passing of order under 273A subsection 4 by the principal commissioner or by the commissioner. That means what the series of this section is, sir, you may get a penalty under section 270A. What is that? underreporting or misreporting of income. Or you may get a penalty under section 271 series, lot of penalties are there. You may get a penalty under section 272 series. That means under this 3 section, you will get penalty. Either 270A or 271 series or 272 series. Under this 3 section, you may get penalty. Sir, if any penalty has been levied on these 3 sections, you are going and crying before the AO that please give me waiver on the penalty. Against how many sections? 3 sections. That is why it is 273A subsection 4. This is the section on which you will go and cry before the AO, asking that, my dear AO, please waive the penalty. So he will check whether there is genuine hardship. If there is genuine hardship, he will say that, okay, fine, leave it, don't pay the penalty. That genuine hardship should be there at the time when you file the application before the AO and also at the time when they pass the order. This is the condition. And assessee has cooperated in any inquiry relating to assessment or any proceedings for the recovery of any amount due from him. During the course of assessment, after assessment only penalty order would have been passed. During the course of assessment, you should be a cooperating assessee. And whatever tax liability notice of demand under section 156 has been raised, you should pay that amount. That means purely you should be a pakka cooperating assessee. Then you are entitled to enjoy the benefit under 273A subsection 4. As per the decision of Andhra Pradesh High Court in KS and Murthy chairman, if the above condition laid down for exercise of discretion are satisfied, principal commissioner or commissioner cannot refuse to exercise the discretion. That means if penalty has been levied, there will be genuine hardship. Sir, the assessee is a cooperating assessee. If 2 conditions are satisfied, it is more or like mandatory that principal commissioner should waive the penalty. Though the power given to the commissioner under 273A is discretionary, exercise of discretion cannot be either arbitrary or capricious and has to be judicious and objective. Once a condition required for exercise of discretion in any judicial or quasi-judicial proceedings are satisfied. What the act is saying that we are not saying mandatory principal commissioner has to waive the penalty. It is the discretion of the principal commissioner or commissioner. But 2 conditions are satisfied. You don't use your discretion. Leave it, man. Leave the penalty. Such discretion must be exercised, taking into consideration all the relevant facts. The satisfaction for exercise of discretionary power under the section must be based on objective consideration and not on subjective satisfaction. Also, as per the proviso to 273A subsection 4, in case quantum of penalty exceeds eternal lakh, principal commissioner or commissioner can grant relief only with the previous approval of principal chief commissioner or the principal director general or the director general, as the case may be. That means if the amount of penalty is more than 1 lakh, the principal commissioner or the commissioner has to get permission from principal chief commissioner or principal director general or director general of income tax. The principal commissioner or the commissioner has to pass an order under 273A subsection 4, either accepting or rejecting the application in full or in part with a period of 12 months from the end of the month in which the application is received. Further, no order rejecting the application either in full or in part shall be passed unless the assessee has being an opportunity of being heard. So, we have learned a new section with this question. What is the new section now? If you get any penalty under this act, but according to me, penalty classified into 3 categories. Number 1, 270A, which is underreporting or misreporting of income. 271 series and 272 series, right, sir? Sir, if any penalty has been levied under this 3 section, and if you are feeling that, my dear lovable students, please waive the penalty. You can go and cry before the principal commissioner or the commissioner. Principal commissioner or the commissioner. Let me take the discussion for little more forward because this section should there in your brain. Sir, assessment order will be passed. We know that. After any assessment order has been passed, assessee may agree. If the assessee agree, why? Because tick, Hindu tick. That means item A, B, C, D, item C has been disallowed. against this item C has been disallowed, sir, these are the remedy available to the assessee. If there is mistake apparent from record, then he can rectify, knock the door under section 154, that is, he can travel through the rectification proceeding. Sir, there is no mistake apparent from record and the variation is only 10 lakh and total income does not exceed 50 lakh. I am a clean assessee, my dear lovable students. Then, if I wish, I can go to DRC. It's my option. It's my option. As per section 245 MA, which is male adhikari. MA, male adhikari. Right. Sir, if you are not happy with, sir, item C, that is disallowance of item C, you can travel through CIT appeal or what, JC appeal, Joint Commissioner appeal, either as per section 246 subsection 1 or 246A. This is the next remedy available. Or if you are not happy, you are not believing the appellate route, you can travel through the revisionary route under section 264. To whom you are going to 264? Commissioner. Principal commissioner or commissioner. You can go to principal commissioner or the same I am extending for a penalty order. If any penalty order has been passed, there are two options are available under the act. Sir, if it is a mistake apparent from record, then you can move into 154. Because 154 is saying that any order passed by the income tax authority, it includes even the penalty order. Brilliant, sir. Number two, sir, if the variation does not exceed 10 lakh, total income does not exceed 50 lakh, and the assessee is a clean assessee, I can knock the doors of DRC. The purpose of knocking the door of DRC itself is to waive the penalty. Yes, that is a benefit I will be getting by knocking the doors of DRC. Right. I will be getting exclusion from the what and what? Penalty and prosecution proceedings. This is the benefit, extra benefit I will be getting if I knock the doors of DRC. So what income tax department is saying that they are simply applying, my dear lovable students, the materiality concept into the income tax act. If the variation is up to 10 lakh, now they are feeling that it is not that much material. Why are you levying penalty on that? Why that person, sir, have to put it on jail? Because there so much traffic is there in the jail. இப்போ நீங்க நினைக்கிற மாதிரி அந்த அளவுக்கு என்ன இல்லைன்னா காலி இல்லை. அங்க ஃபுட் ரெடி பண்ணணும், 3 வேளை நல்ல சாப்பாடு போடணும், கறி சோறா போடணும். அப்படி 10 லட்சம் திருடுறவங்க எல்லாம் போய் ஜெயில போடுறதா இருந்தா சார் ஜெயில் இன்னொரு 4-5 கட்ட வேண்டியதா இருக்கும். So what 2024ல இன்ஃப்ளேஷன் கான்செப்ட் அப்ளை பண்றாங்க. 10 லட்சம் வரை திருடுறதுல ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை. அதுக்கான டாக்ஸ் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்டி இருக்கானு பாருங்க. அதுக்கு மேல பெனால்டி, அதுக்கு மேல ப்ராசிக்யூஷன் உடுப்பா. Now sir, penalty order, so we talked about MAFR, we talked about NSR, DRC. Now if you don't like the penalty order, you go to the JC appeal or you go to the CIT appeal, or certain penalty order take directly to ITAT. Because penalty order may be passed by the principal commissioner or commissioner. That order cannot be taken to the CIT appeals or joint commissioner appeal because they are below the rank. They are below the rank. Sir, what is the alternate of 264 for penalty? That is what 273A subsection 4. You can go and knock the doors of principal commissioner or commissioner. Like the same way you went for 264 for an assessment order. This is the link. Assessment order nani 263, 264 padichirupani. If any order passed by any income tax authority, sir, contains any mistake apparent from record, 154. If any order passed is erroneous and prejudicial to the interest of the revenue, 263. If any order passed is prejudicial and interest to the assessee, 264. If that order is a penalty order, even that order should have inside the department, outside the department should be there, right? Yes, because sometimes assessment order will not tantamount to any, sir, tax payable. Because sometimes 143(1) you would have NSR finalized with a loss. We have done 270A question. In that, even 143(3) also come up with a loss. At that time, tax payable will not be there, but penalty may be there for the underreported income. So you may feel that. So you may say that, okay, reduction in the loss or increase in the income you are accepting, but penalty, why are you levying for underreporting income? Question arises. So you may want to challenge only the what order. penalty order. So you don't want to take the penalty order to ITAT. Oh my God. ITAT, sir, within 60 days you don't want to. You want a remedial, sir, course of action inside the department itself that has been served by section 273A subsection 4. That's what the purpose of that section. Then they may, if two conditions has been satisfied. What are the two conditions under 273A subsection 4? Condition number 1. Sir, if we levy penalty, it will lead to genuine hardship. And number 2, the assessee is a cooperating assessee. That means he has cooperated during the course of proceedings of the assessment and also he has paid whatever tax you are supposed to be paid. Super fantastic to the core. I'm moving into illustration number 124. I think you are having a clear clarity of 273A subsection 4. Fox Limited filed to furnish, sir, information and documents sought by the transfer pricing officer. Can TPO levy penalty for such failure? How much would be the quantum of penalty imposable for said failure is the question. Sir, Fox Limited failed, it's not filed, failed to furnish information and documents sought by the TPO. Can TPO levy penalty for such failure? Yes. G. Kudunga G. Enna G. Under section 271G, if any person was entered into an international transaction or specified domestic transaction, failed to furnish any information or document as required under 92D subsection 3, sought for by the TPO, then such person shall be liable to pay penalty which may be levied by AO or TPO or the Commissioner Appeal. So 271G penalty can be levied by 3 people. Number 1, either by the AO, assessing officer, or by the TPO or by the Commissioner Appeal. These are the 3 people 271G penalty will be levied. Thus the TPO is a competent authority to levy penalty. Penalty would be sum equal to 2% value of the international transaction or specified domestic transaction for each such failure. I'm moving into illustration number 125. This question we have done already in the class when we have done SFTRA, that is 271FAA and 271FA, right. A private bank has not filed its statement of financial transaction or reportable account in respect to specified financial transaction for the financial year 23-24. A notice was issued by Income Tax Authority on 1st October requiring the bank to furnish the statement by 31st October. That is the time limit given. The bank, however, furnished the statement only on 15th November 2024. What would be the penalty leviable under 271FA? First, you should know after 31st of March, what is the due date of furnishing the return? For SFTRA, when they should furnish? 31st of May. 31st of May. In the May. Yes, sir. So SFTRA is in the May. Right. So from 1st of June, what will be starting? Penalty will be starting. Till the date what is mentioned in the notice. When they asked to supposed to furnish the notice? 31st of October. So 31/10/2024. 31/10/2024. So my dear lovable students, 500 rupees per day will be the penalty. It comes to 153 days. So 153 into 500 comes to 76,500. But once the date mentioned in the notice is over, the penalty will become double. Instead of 500 rupees, it will become 1,000. So 285BA subsection 5,000 rupees per day. Sir, 1/11/2024 to 15/11. 15 days into 1,000 comes to 15,000. Total comes to 91,500. I'm moving into question number 126. X, an individual whose total sales in the business of food grain for the year under 31/3/2024 was 205 lakhs, which is more than 2 crore, subject to tax audit. Did not maintain books of accounts for previous year 23-24, even though his turnover was 28 lakh in previous year 22-23. So, his turnover has exceeded the threshold limit in the current year. He is supposed to maintain books of accounts under section 44AA. During the previous year 23-24, majority of the payment were made in cash or by bearer check by Mr. X. The AO levied penalty of 25,000 under 271A for non-maintenance of books of accounts and penalty of 1,02,500 under 271B for not getting the books of accounts audited as required under 44AB. ஏன்பா ஆடிட் பண்ணல? books of accounts மெயின்டைன் பண்ணல. books of accounts மெயின்டைன் பண்ணலனா ஆடிட் பண்ண முடியாது. கரெக்ட்டா? அப்போ ஆல்ரெடி 271A ல பெனால்டி போட்டாச்சுனா 271B ல பெனால்டி போட கூடாது. That means these two sections are mutually exclusive. Is the AO justified in levying penalty under 271B? X is required to maintain books of accounts under section 44AA for assessment year previous year 23-24. Since its turnover exceed 25 lakh in previous year 22-23. So in the immediately preceding previous year turnover exceed 25 lakh is liable to maintain books of accounts. He also has to get them audited under 44AB since his gross sales in the previous year 23-24 exceeds 1 crore. He is liable to pay penalty under section 271A for not maintaining his books of accounts under 44AA. Accordingly, the action of AO in levying penalty of 25,000 under 271A is correct. However, where books of accounts have not been maintained, there cannot be a question of getting them audited. Kandipa. ஏப்பா குழந்தை இல்லை கல்யாணம் ஆகல கல்யாணமே பண்ணாம குழந்தை இருக்காது. So books of accounts maintain பண்ணலைனா ஆடிட் பண்ண முடியாது அவ்வளவுதான். Sir, audit of books of accounts presupposes maintenance of books of accounts. When admittedly X has not maintained books of accounts, he can obviously get the audit done. வேணும்னே books of accounts maintain பண்ணலைனா பின்ன எப்படி ஆடிட் மட்டும் பண்ண முடியும்? In Surajmal Parasuram Todi, the Guwahati High Court has held that when a person commits an offence by not maintaining books of accounts as contemplated by section 44AA, the offence is complete. அங்கே தப்பு முடிஞ்சு போயிடுச்சு. And after that there can be no possibility of any offence as contemplated under 44AB. And therefore the imposition of penalty under 271B is erroneous. தப்பு. Therefore, in this case, AO is not justified in levying penalty under 271B. So what we have to understand is 271A and 271B are mutually exclusive. ஏதாவது ஒண்ணுதான் வரும் இல்ல இதுதான் வரும். சார் புக்ஸ் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணிருக்கா ஆனா ஆடிட் பண்ணல அப்ப 271B வரும். புக்ஸே மெயின்டைன் பண்ணல. I'm coming to illustration number 127. A search under 132 was initiated in the premise of Mr. X on 30/4/2023 and undisclosed money and jewellery belonging to Mr. X was found in his possession. Examine the penal provisions under the Income Tax Act which are attracted in this case, assuming that the undisclosed income were acquired out of his undisclosed income of previous year 22-23. You answer to me, during the course of search have you opened your mouth? Then one penalty will be levied. No sir, I have not opened my mouth. Then 60% penalty will be levied. Right? In order to determine the practice of non-disclosure, 271AAB, which is Adayar Ananda Bhavan, for such case, Adayar Ananda Bhavan will be applicable. Provides for levy of penalty on undisclosed income found during the course of search, which relates to specified previous year, that is, previous year which has ended before the date of search. But the due date for filing the return of income for the same has not expired before the date of search and return has to yet been furnished. What is the date? Sir, on 30/4/2023. You have to specifically, sir, note the date of initiation of search, which is 30/4/2023. Is the time limit to file 139 subsection 1 time limit elapsed? Not elapsed. Elapsed, not elapsed. It is only what April, not elapsed. So in order to determine the practice of non-disclosure of income, 271AAB subsection 1A provides for levy of penalty on undisclosed income found during the course of search, which relates to specified previous year, that is the previous year which has ended before the date of search. But due date for filing return of income for the same has not expired before the date of search. And the return has to be yet furnished, that is for previous year 22-23. The previous year in which search is conducted, that is previous year 23-24. So, accordingly under section 271AAB, in respect of search initiated on or after this date, this is very long cut-off date 2016. Penalty at 30% would be attracted if undisclosed income is admitted during the course of search in the statement furnished under 132 subsection 4. And assessee explains the manner in which such income was derived, pays the tax together with interest if any in respect of undisclosed income and furnishes the return of income for the specified previous year, declaring such undisclosed income on or before the specified date. That is the due date for filing return of income or the date on which the period specified in the notice under 148 expire, as the case may be. In all other case, penalty at the rate of 60% of the undisclosed income would be attracted. That means if you are a cooperating assessee, my dear lovable students, then penalty will be 30% of undisclosed income. If you are not a cooperating assessee, if you are a non-cooperating assessee, 60% of undisclosed income will be levied. I'm moving into next question, illustration number 128. So what is the last takeaway from that question? With regard to the search cases under section 132, penalty will be under section 271. Adayar Ananda Bhavan. Assessee may be a cooperating assessee, non-cooperating assessee. Cooperating assessee 30% of undisclosed income, non-cooperating assessee 60% of undisclosed income. AO lodged a complaint against Mrs. KLM, a firm. Under section 276 CC CC of the Income Tax Act for failure to furnish his return of income for the assessment year 22-23 within the due date specified under section 139 subsection 1. So due date to return file panale, assessing officer can institute a prosecution proceedings. The tax payable on assessed income as reduced by advance tax paid and tax deducted at source was 60,000. The appeal filed by firm against the order of assessment was allowed by Commissioner Appeal. AO passed an order giving effect to the order of Commissioner Appeal. Tax payable by the firm as per the said order of AO was 8,900, which is less than 10,000. Which is less than 10,000. The AO has accepted the order of Commissioner Appeal and has not preferred any appeal against to it Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. The firm desires to know of the maintainability of the prosecution proceedings in the facts and circumstances of the case. Would your answer change if the person against whom the complaint was lodged was KLM Limited, a company instead of firm, is the question. That means they are basically talking about 276 CC, 276 CC. I have not filed the return of income intentionally. I am putting a Facebook post saying that I will not file the return of income. Even in Insta also. Section 276 CC provide for prosecution for willful failure to furnish a return of income within the prescribed time in case where tax would have been evaded had the failure not been discovered. Return file பண்ணலன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்காம இருந்திருந்தா சார் தலைவன் tax evade பண்ணி போயிருப்பான். Since the amount of tax which would have been evaded does not exceed 25 lakh, imprisonment would be for a term of minimum 3 months up to 2 years. Yes, sir. So this is within, sir, does not exceed how much lakh? 25 lakh. அப்ப 25 lakhs க்கு மேலயா 25 lakhs கீழயா? 25 கீழனா மைனஸ் பண்ணிட்டு வரணும். கீழனா மைனஸ் பண்ணனும்னா 5 ல இருந்து 2 போச்சுனா 3. அதான் 3 months. That is minimum. Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Maximum 2 years. In addition, fine would also be attracted. Kandipa. However, in a case where a return of income is not filed within the due date, prosecution proceedings will not be attracted. And if the tax payable by person other than company on total income determined on regular assessment as reduced by advance tax or self-assessment tax, if any paid, and any tax deducted at source does not exceed 10,000 rupees. In this case, even though the tax liability of the firm as per original order of assessment exceed how much? However, as a result of the order of Commissioner Appeal, it got reduced to which is less than 10,000. Therefore, since the tax liability of the firm on final assessment was determined on how much? 8,900. The prosecution proceedings are not maintainable. That means in order to go to jail, under section 276 CC, the amount of tax evaded should be more than 10,000. In Guru Nanak Enterprises, where the facts were similar, Supreme Court held that prosecution was unwarranted. தேவையில்லாம் ஜெயில் 10,000 ரூபாய் திருநதுக்கெல்லாம் ஜெயில போடுவியா சொல்லு பார்க்கலாம். Yes, in case of company, the answer would be different and prosecution proceedings would be what? Maintainable. So some keyword is there. What is the keyword? In case where the return of income is not filed within due date, prosecution proceedings will not be attracted if tax payable by a person other than company. That means if the assessee is a company without seeing the threshold limit of 10,000, company will be put in jail. Like that I cannot say. The person who are taking care of the company will be putting in jail. Directors of the company will be behind bars. I'm moving into Illu number 129. Explain 278C applicable in respect of offences committed by HUF. So HUF தப்பு பண்ணிருக்காங்க, யார் responsible? As per 278C of the Income Tax Act, wherein offence under the income tax has been committed by HUF, Karta shall be deemed to be guilty of the offence and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. So if any mistake has been done by HUF, we cannot put HUF in the jail. Kurta is responsible. However, the Kurta shall not be liable to any punishment if he proves that offence was committed without his knowledge. Or that he had exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offence. Karta has to prove that naam panla sir ella thappo. Na actually endha thappume panla. Ennoda family la sabari nu ortha irukan sir, avan dhaan sir ala vechan. As per section 278C subsection 2, where offence under the income tax has been committed by HUF and it is proved that offence has been committed with the consent or connivance or attributable to any neglect on the part of any member of the HUF, such member shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offence and shall be liable to proceed against and punished accordingly. So if HUF has done any mistake, then Karta will be treated as guilty. I'm moving into illustration number 130, my dear lovable students. Can the department launch prosecution in a case where they are accept the revised return filed by the assessee, rectifying a mistake in the original return of income? That means first original return of income has been filed. After the original return has been filed, they have revised the return. Sir, in the original return there were some mistake, in the revised return they have rectified. So can the department launch prosecution in a case where they accept the what return? This question can came up before the Karnataka High Court in Sunil Babu Sahar, Snake Babu, Sunil Babu. Versus steel processors, the High Court observed that since the department has accepted the inner return under 139 subsection 5, it was clear that there was bona fide mistake in the inner return. And there was no element of mens rea. Therefore, the High Court held that department cannot launch prosecution under section 276C, 277, 278. Mens rea in the sense means I have not done intentionally. I have done without my knowledge. So first return I filed, there was some mistake. I rectified in the revised return. Sir, you have accepted my revised return. Then why are you asking me to go for jail? Then the department does not have the power. I am moving into illu number 131. Kumar Bros, the assessee is a partnership firm. During the course of assessment proceeding, the A1 noticed that huge amount of cash was accepted by firm from its partners during the relevant year corresponding to assessment year 23-24. A1 was of the view that interest was given to partners on amount advanced, which conclusively proved that the transaction are between different persons, whereby firm has accepted loan in cash from partners and thereby initiated penalty under section 271D Davadigram. Yaru 269SS. In view of violation of 269SS, is action of AO tenable in law? What is the provision we have learned? Sir, from a single person, if you are getting loan in excess of 20,000, that amount equal to loan will be leviable to penalty. What is the case here? There is a partnership firm. This partnership firm has received loan from the partner. Partner and the partnership firm are one and the same. Issue under consideration is whether penalty under section 271D is impossible for cash or loan, sir, received or by a firm from its partners in violation of provision of 269SS. 269SS prohibit any person from taking any loan or deposit exceeds the prescribed limit. Otherwise done by account pay check or account pay bank draft or electronic clearing system or through a bank account. In case of contravention of provision of 269SS, penalty equal to the amount of loan or deposit is leviable under. The facts of the case are similar to facts in Muthoot Financiers. In this case, assessee firm engaged in business of banking and money lending had received huge amount from the partners by way of cash. Assessee contended before the High Court that amount advanced by the partners cannot be regarded as loan, but it is a capital of the firm. அது லோனே கிடையாது, அது என்னது? எனக்கு கொடுத்திருக்கிறது யாரு? As a partnership firm has no separate legal entity, nor there is specific identification between firm and the partner. There is no violation of 269SS in this case, because as per the law, there is no difference between partner and the partnership firm. It is one and the same. It is not like company. Company is having separate legal entity. High Court observed that in this case, there was no dispute as regards the money brought in by the partners of the assessee firm. Kaas kondu vandirukkiradhu partners da. Source of money was also not doubted. The transaction was bona fide, not aimed to avoid in tax liability. High Court held that there is no separate legal entity for partnership firm and the partners is entitled to use the fund of the firm. Partnership firm not being a juristic person, the intersect transaction between firm and the partners are not governed by provisions of 269 SS and 269T. Hence, applying the rationale of Delhi High Court ruling to the case on hand, the action of the AO in levying penalty under 271D in this case is not tenable in law. I'm moving into question number 132. The assessee, Messrs. Carrier Network, a partnership firm comprising of 4 partners who have contributed capital in the books of the firm but failed to explain satisfactorily the source of receipt in their individual hands. So, 4 partners have contributed to the partnership firm. To the partnership firm, they have contributed. They are A, B, C, D. Partnership firm said that the money we received from the partners, whereas the partners were unable to say from where they got the money. A was proposed to tax the amount credited in the accounts in the books of the firm as cash credit. AO want to treat it as cash credit in the hands of the firm. Is action of AO valid? Firm has explained no. It is from the partners. If the partners is not able to explain, then it has to be taxed in the hands of the partner. The issue under consideration is whether capital contribution of the individual partner credited to their account in the books of the firm can be taxed as cash credit in the hands of the firm, where the partners have admitted their capital contribution but failed to explain satisfactorily the source of receipt in their individual hands. Section 68 inter alia states that because Section 68 is what? Unexplained cash credit. Where any sum is found credited in the books of the assessee maintained for any previous year, the assessee offer no explanation about the nature and source thereof, or the explanation offered by him is not satisfactory in the opinion of the AO, then the sum so credited may be charged to tax as the income of that previous year, that is the previous year in books of such sum is first credited. Provided that where the assessee is a company, not being a company in which public are substantially interested, and sum so credited consists of share application money or share capital or share premium or any such by whatever name called, any explanation offered by such assessee company shall be deemed to be not satisfactory unless the person being resident in whose name such credit is recorded in the books of such company also offer an explanation about the nature and source of such sum so credited. That means in case and the books credit the company the company sir unsecured loan share application and the share application money can explanation sir yaar perla vechirkinglo avanga source sonnada company vittu tharuvom, and such explanation the opinion of AO aforesaid has been found to be satisfactory. This proviso to section 58 is applicable to a enna held company and not to a. Therefore, the partnership firm need not prove the source of fund in the hands of the partner. Therefore, AO is not justified in invoking 68 in the hands of the NF firm. AO venuna yaar kaila anga po ana company irundha position different. Company irundha yaar kaila tax pannalam. I am moving into illustration number 133. Under what circumstance can proceeding for prosecution initiated under 276C or 277 be discontinued? We know that 277 is falsification and 276C is what? 2 subsection 1, 2 like that. The answer to the question is found in the provision of 279 subsection 1A. 279. So they are introducing a new section of the Income Tax Act. Section 279 subsection 1A provides that a person shall not be prosecuted for an offence under 276C, that is willful attempt to evade. So we have discussed that 76 sir, 3 things. Kudu tax sir, kuduka matan tax. Correct. So tax, that's what 276 we have already discussed in the class. Or section 277 false statement in verification. In relation to an assessment for assessment year in respect of its a penalty for underreporting or misreporting of income imposed or imposable on him, 270A has been reduced or waived by an order under 273A by Commissioner of Income Tax. That means you got a penalty, man. You got a penalty under section what? 270A. What is that? Underreporting or misreporting of income. But this penalty has been waived by an order passed under 273A. Subsection 4 we already discussed. Sir, once என்னாச்சுன்னா அந்த பெனாலிட்டி என்ன பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா வே பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா what 279 subsection 1 is saying that then 276C ல அதே மாதிரி என்ன சார் 277 ல prosecute பண்ண கூடாது. that means penalty remove பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா prosecution remove பண்ணி ஆகணும் as per section 279. I'm moving into illustration number 135. What are the principles governing the adjustment of intangible addition made in an earlier year against the unexplained cash credit or investment made in subsequent year? Wow, fantastic to the core. Sir, you have filed the return of income, my dear lovable students. You filed the return of income. Sir, to that return of income, you would have declared net profit. Assessment is over. To this net profit, they have added, for example, disallowed item C, and your total income has increased like anything. You have paid tax for that NSR addition, whatever they added item C. In the next year, you are purchasing a building for rupees 10 crore. Sir, AO is asking, hey man, from where you got this 10 crore? He is saying that last year you only completed my assessment. In that you only added back what? 10 crore as item C disallowance. So automatically my total income has increased. So I am having 10 crore rupees income. Now read the question. What are the principles governing the adjustment of intangible addition? That item C addition is called as intangible addition. Made in earlier year against unexplained cash credit or investment made in subsequent year. Sir, sometimes they will make addition for purely technical reason. Example, application of presumptive rate of N profit. These additions are commonly referred as an addition. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இப்போ 8% கிடையாதுப்பா ஜிபி உனக்கு 10% பா ஜிபின்னு சொல்லி சும்மா ஒரு 2% ஆட் பண்ணி விட்டுருவாரு. ரைட். Penalty for under reporting or misreporting of income cannot be levied on such addition for want of adequate material to establish that this addition represents taxpayers' concealed income. We have discussed that if any situation is covered under 270A subsection 6, then penalty under 270A will not come. One of the cases intangible addition. Because AO ad hocly adding back, man. Instead of 8%, 10% is adding back GP. For that, if he is saying that there is under-reported income, thala Monday poduvannu. This was upheld by Supreme Court in Anandaraman Veera Singha and Co. Supreme Court held in Anandarama Veera, sir, Veera Simha ready that these intangible additions represent the real income of the assessee and can be used in subsequent assessment year for explaining the unexplained investment, unexplained cash credit and unexplained asset. Supreme Court said that. 8% இருந்தா 10% ஆக்கி இருக்கல, அப்ப 2% ஆட் பண்ணி விட்டல. அப்படினா ஃபியூச்சர்ல என்ன சொல்லலாம்னா இத வந்து சோர்ஸா சொல்லலாம். Assessee can take a plea that unexplained investment, unexplained cash credit, unexplained asset have been acquired out of intangible asset and the department shall have to accept his plea. நீ தான் ஆட் பேக் பண்ண 8% 10% ஆக்குன. அப்ப 2% அவன் டாக்ஸ் கட்டியாச்சு இல்ல. இப்போ அவன் கிட்ட இருக்கிற பிளாக் மணி இருந்து கொஞ்சம் வைட்டா மாத்தினா ஒண்ணும் பிரச்சனை இல்ல. So you can explain it as I'm moving into question number 2. What could be the consequence if an assessee were put forward a claim that receipt or investment in the current year is attributable to an amount which is added in the earlier year? The same question part B. Objective of introducing 270A is to levy penalty for underreporting or misreporting of income. Section 270A affirms the Supreme Court judgment that assessee can explain unexplained investment out of intangible additions made in the past assessment year. However, the said explanation provides that intangible additions so used in explaining the unexplained investment shall be deemed as underreported income. நீ அது சோர்ஸ்னு சொல்லிக்கோ, ஆனா நான் அதை என்னவா ட்ரீட் பண்ணுவேன். What could be the consequence if the assessee were put forward for claim that the receipt or same question? That's it. I'm moving into illustration number 136. In the course of assessment proceeding, a notice under 274 read with 271B. What is 271B? 44AB. Tax audit. Was issued to company by AO, Mr. X. Company filed a reply to the said notice. In the meanwhile, Mr. X was succeeded in his office by Mr. Y, who continued the proceedings from the stage at which it was left off by the predecessor. and levied a penalty of 1,50,000 because 1,50,000 or 0.5% of the turnover, whichever is. Company feels aggrieved that penalty was imposed without providing an opportunity of being discussed. Sir, what was happened? There was one AO called as old AO. He has changed. New AO came. Correct? Where the old AO stopped, the new AO continued. Then provisions of section 129 Income Tax Authority we discussed. As per section 129, whenever in respect of any proceedings under this act, an income tax authority ceases to exercise jurisdiction and is succeeded by another who has exercise jurisdiction, the income tax authority so succeeding may continue the proceeding from the stage at which the proceedings was left by the predecessor. அப்ப முன்னாடி இருக்கிற ஏவோ எங்கிருந்து விட்டுட்டு போனாரோ அங்கிருந்து கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம். But there is a proviso, provided that assessee concerned may demand that before proceedings is so continued, previous proceedings or any part thereof be reopened, or that before any order of assessment is passed, they be reheard. In the present case, assessee company should have demanded from what? Mr. Y, that before the penalty proceedings is so continued, it may be reheard. Since assessee company did not so demand, penalty order is. நீ வாயை திறந்து கேட்கணும். நீ வாயை திறந்து என்ன கேட்கணும்னா, எனக்கு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ஆஃப் பீயிங் ஹர்ட் கொடுங்க. நான் அவர்கிட்ட நிறைய விஷயம் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணி வச்சிருந்தேன். ஆனா அவர் ஓடி போயிட்டாரு, ரிட்டையர் ஆயிட்டாரு, புது ஆள் வந்துட்டாரு. சோ அது சொன்ன கதையெல்லாம் திருப்பி உங்ககிட்ட சொல்லணும் சார். நான் அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்க பெனால்ட்டி போடணும்னா போட்டுங்க சார். உங்க காதுல ரத்தம் வர அளவுக்கு நான் பேசுவேன் சார். Every partner of a firm at the time of commission of an offense shall be deemed to be guilty of the offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished. Sir, in case partnership firm தப்பண்ணாங்கன்னா partners will be treated deemed to be guilty in கேக்குறாங்க. As per section 278B provides for consequences of offense of the firm, which read as under. Where an offense under this act has been committed by a firm, the managing partner of the firm as well as the firm shall be deemed to be guilty of the offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. However, managing partner shall not be prosecuted if he proves that the offense was committed without his knowledge or that he had exercised all due diligence to prevent the commission of such offense, notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1. Where an offense under this act has been committed by a firm and it's proved that offense has been committed with a consent or connivance or is attributable to any neglect on the part of any partner or other employee of the firm, such partner or employee shall also be deemed to be guilty of that offense and shall be liable to be proceeded against and punished accordingly. Up in case firm tappanna, generally managing partner is responsible. But if it is proved that with the consent of all the partners mistake has happened, then all partners are jointly and severally responsible. Where an offense under this act has been committed by a firm and punishment for such offense is imprisonment and fine, then such firm shall be punished with the fine. Kandipa firm வந்து ஜெயில போக முடியாது, சொல்ல முடியாது. And managing partner or employee of the firm shall be sugavasam with the fine and imprisonment. அவங்க என்ன சார் சுகவாசத்துக்கு போனோம் சார், ஜெயில் வாசத்துக்கு போனோமே தவிர யாரும் போக மாட்டா. I'm moving into question number 138. A trust set up wholly for charitable purpose furnishes its return of income in respect of assessment year 23-24 on December 16, 2013, declaring an income of 4 lakh. My God, beyond due date, December 16. Upon scrutiny of the return find that income of the trust is exempt from tax. Are there, sir, many penal consequences for trust failure to furnish the return of income within the prescribed time? We know that for trust, special return will be applicable. 139(4)(a), 4(b), 4(c), 4(d), 4(e), 4(f). As per 139(4)(a), a charitable or religious trust, if its total income before exemption under section 11 and 12 exceeds a maximum amount not chargeable to tax, is under an obligation to furnish the return of income by the due date. In the present case, religious trust is an obligation to file return in terms of 139 subsection 4(a), special return. For claiming exemption under section 11 and 12, audit is compulsory if the total income of the trust before exemption under 11 and 12 exceeds rupees 2,50,000. Therefore, in the present case, due date for furnishing the return was 31st October 2023. Since the return is filed on 16th December, there is a delay of 46 days. In terms of 272(a) subsection 2, answer panna. Trust is liable to pay a penalty of 100 per day during which the default continues. Therefore, the trust is liable to penalty of 4,600. Now exemption under section 11 and 12 shall not be available to the trust since the return has been filed after the end date. Due date. Our certain expenditure may be allowable while computing taxable income as per section 13 subsection 10. Since the exemption will be disallowed under section 11 and 12, income assessed by AO may enide. In case assessed income is greater than the returned income, penalty under 270A for underreporting of income shall also be levied. Since figure of assessed income is not available, penalty under 270A has not been computed. Also, there will be a fees of 5,000 or 1,000 as the case may be under section 234F for the late filing of return. அப்போ என்ன கேக்குறாங்கன்னா return late file பண்ணதுனால கண்டிப்பா they are என்ன சார் liable to penalty. Changed. 46 into 500 comes to 46 days into 500 comes to which is every day it is 500. So 23,000. Instead of 4,600 it is not 100 per day, 46 into 500 per day. I am moving into illustration number 139. The assessment of B, an individual, for assessment year 23-24 was made under section 143 subsection 3 of the Income Tax Act on 18/3/2024. Assessee has become, the assessment has become final and is not subject matter of any appeal or revision. AO issued a show cause notice for levy of penalty under 270A to be on 25/3/2024. There was a change in incumbent and the AO who made the assessment and issued a show cause notice was succeeded by another. Successor AO suo motu issued a notice under 129 to be on 29/2024. B did not respond to the said notice. Successor AO passed an order on 4/10/2024 levying penalty under 270A. Examine the validity of the order of penalty passed with reference to the aspect of limitation. So my dear lovable students, ஒரு இண்டிவிஜுவல் order 143 பாஸ் பண்ணி முடிச்சாச்சு. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஷோ காஸ் நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்புறாங்க உனக்கு பெனால்டி ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு. அந்த சைக்கிள் கேப்ல யார் அமிச்சாரோ அவர் ஓடி போயிட்டாரு. புது ஏவோ வராரு. அவர் என்ன சொல்றாருன்னா என் தோஸ்து உனக்கு நோட்டீஸ் அமுச்சு வச்சிருந்தாரு. அவர் என்ன சார் பெனால்டி ஆர்டர் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணல, அது என்கிட்ட கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டு போயிருக்காரு. அப்ப நான் உனக்கு பெனால்டி ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ண போறேன், நீ எனக்கு ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. அசஸியோட இன்டென்ஷன் என்னன்னா நாயே ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லி அப்படியே விட்டாரு. இவரு நான் பாடுறேன்டா அங்க வா பெனால்டி ஆர்டர். Penalty proceedings must be initiated before levying the what? Penalty. Penalty proceedings are initiated by issuing a show cause notice. If AO is to levy the penalty for underreporting or misreporting of income, then penalty proceeding must be initiated by AO before what of assessment? Assessment complete பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடியே penalty proceedings ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்கணும். அதெல்லாம் அசஸ்மெண்ட் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் கிடையாது பெனால்டிக்கு ஷோ காஸ் நோட்டீஸ் கொடுக்க வேண்டியது. Penalty proceedings should be initiated before the completion of the assessment. They have not said that completed before completion of assessment கிடையாது. Assessment order pass பண்றதுக்கு ஒரு டைம் லிமிட் which is 153. That is not the time limit for penalty order. Because 153 is the time limit for completion of assessment order. The same way we are having one section in the income tax called as section 275 which is talking about the time limit for levy passing the penalty order. In the present case, penalty proceedings have been initiated on 25/3/2024 by issuing a show cause notice, where the assessment proceedings has been completed on 18/3/2024. Therefore, the penalty proceedings are invalid. So, what is the takeaway of this question? After assessment order pass பண்ணதுக்கு அப்புறம் penalty proceedings initiate பண்ணாங்கன்னா it's an invalid penalty proceedings. Moving to the last question for the day, which is question number 140. AO completed the assessment of X limited for the assessment year 23-24 under section 143(3) on 30th March 2024. AO has initiated the penalty for proceedings under section 270A on 30th March. 30th March they completed the assessment. What is the time limit for imposition of such penalty in the following cases? 1, 2, 3 is the question. X Limited did not contest the assessment order. X Limited contested the assessment order by filing an appeal to the Commissioner Appeal. Appeal was dismissed on 30th December, on which date the Commissioner received the appeal order. The jurisdiction High Court stayed the penalty proceedings on 4th April and Supreme Court vacated the stay on 30th June. Basically, they are talking about 265. From that section, they have tested. So, this is the full 265, 1, 2 and 3. It's a big slot. So, How we are having section 153? 153 is the time limit for completion of, the same way 275 is the time limit for completion of penalty order. What 275 is saying that? Little important, 275, because it is equal to 153. 275 provides for time limit for imposing penalty. According to this section, time limit for imposition of penalty under 270A, which is under reporting or in the following cases would be, if ex limited did not contest the assessment order, sir, that assessment order become final because the assessee has not taken to the appellate authority. Then where the relevant assessment order is not the subject matter of either appeal or revision, an order imposing penalty shall be passed up to the end of the financial year in which the assessment proceedings are completed, that is 31st March 2024. On what date they have passed the order? 30th March 2024. That means அந்த எந்த financial yearல assessment order pass பண்ணிருக்காங்களோ அந்த financial year end, that means 31st March 2024 ல ஒரு நாள் இருக்கு. அந்த ஒரு நாள்ல என்ன பாஸ் பண்ணிரணும்னா penalty பாஸ் or கண்டிப்பா ஒரு நாள்ல பாஸ் பண்ண, so within எத்தனை மாசம்? 6 மாசம் from the end of the month in which the penalty proceedings are initiated. எப்ப initiate பண்ணிருக்காங்க? 30th March தான். 30th Marchனா சார் 31/3 அங்கிருந்து எத்தனை மாசம்? 6 மாசம். அப்படினா ஏப்ரல் மே ஜூன் ஜூலை ஆகஸ்ட் செப்டம்பர். So 30th September 2020, whichever is later, கண்டிப்பா whichever is earlier வந்தா எப்படி? So either end of the financial year in which the assessment order is passed or 6 மாசம் from the month in which the penalty proceedings are initiated, whichever is later. Therefore, the time limit for imposing penalty in this case would be 30th September 2024. அது வரைக்கும் time limit இருக்கு. But the only precondition is you should initiate the penalty proceeding before completion of the. I'm moving to the next one. If ex limited made an appeal to CIT, Commissioner Appeal, against the assessment order and appeal was dismissed on 30th December, on which date Commissioner received the appeal appellate order. So 143 pass பண்ண உடனே within 30 days assessee என்ன பண்ணிருக்காருன்னா CIT appeal எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காரு. CIT appeal எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டு என்ன ஆகும்னு யாருக்கு தெரியும்? ஏன்னா மேபி சார் கன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவாங்க, இல்ல அந்த அடிஷனல் வேணாம்னு சொல்லிடுவாங்க. அடிஷனல் வேணாம்னு சொன்னா சார் 270 அண்டர் ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் ஆஃப் இன்கமே இருக்காது. அப்ப முன்னாடியே பெனால்டி போட்டு வச்சு என்ன இல்லாம ஆயிடும்? பிரயோஜனம் இல்லாம ஆயிடும், யூஸ் இல்லாம ஆயிடும். So the assessment order is subject matter of appeal to யாருக்கு? Joint Commissioner Appeal or Commissioner Appeal, and Joint Commissioner Appeal or Commissioner Appeal passes the order disposing of such appeal. An order imposing penalty shall be passed within a year.
1 year.
From the end of the year. In which the order of Joint Commissioner Appeal or Commissioner Appeal is received by the Chief Commissioner or Commissioner. That is 31st March 2026. That means அது வரட்டும், எது வரட்டும்? ஆர்டர் வரட்டும். யாரோட ஆர்டர்? கமிஷனர் அப்பீல் இல்லனா ஜாயின்ட் கமிஷனர் அப்பீலோட ஆர்டர். அந்த ஆர்டர் வந்து எத்தனை மாசம்?
1 year.
1 year. So 1 year from the end of the financial year in which the order of appellate authority has been received. Therefore, the time for passing penalty order in this case would be 31st March 2026. அப்ப அந்த ஆர்டர் வந்து பாப்பாங்க, அந்த ஆர்டர்ல என்ன இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு, டோட்டல் இன்கம் கன்ஃபார்ம் ஆயிருக்கா இல்லையா? கன்ஃபார்ம் ஆச்சுனா சார் பெனால்டி லெவி பண்ணுவாங்க, இல்லனா பெனால்டி லெவி பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம். If the penalty proceedings is stayed by High Court on 4th April and stays vacated by Supreme Court on 30th June, that time period should be excluded. As per the provisions of 275, the period of stay is to be excluded from the time limit for imposition of penalty. Since the time limit for passing penalty is 39/2024 as per 1 above, that is 1 above in the sense means that order has not been challenged before the CIT appeal. Penalty order can be passed in case stay is granted as per the following time period. Sir, normally எப்ப சார் எந்த ஃபைனான்ஷியல் இயர்ல சார் அசஸ்மெண்ட் ஆர்டர் பாஸ் பண்ணாங்க? 33/24 சார், 33/2024. General time limit is either 31/3/2024, that is end of the financial year in which the order has been passed, or 6 மாசம் from the date of initiation of penalty, that is sir 30th September 2024. Whichever is later comes to 30th September 2024. But there were some disturbance. There were some. High Court said that you have to stop the proceeding. So from 4th April to 30th 6 till the Supreme Court is saying that it has been removed. Correct? That is for how many days? 88 days you can extend. So Normally 30 September. Angirund ethana days? Comes to 27/12/2004. So the penalty order can be passed till 27/12/2024. Right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the one line summary? If the order is an assessment order, it has to be passed within 153 time limit. If the order is a penalty order, then it has to be passed within 275 time limit. What 275 is saying, that check whether that assessment order has been taken to the appellate authority or not. If not, then sir, 1 year from the end of the financial year in which the assessment order has been passed, or within Armasam from which the penalty proceedings has been initiated, whichever is later. Once it has been taken to the appellate authority, let the appellate authority's order come. Let the appellate authority's order come. Sir, then 1 year from the end of the financial year in which the appellate authorities order has been received by the principal commissioner or commissioner. Sir, but it has not been taken to the appellate authority. We are having a general extended time period of 6 months, but that 6 months has been disturbed by the High Court. And that disturbance has been removed by the Supreme Court, then this period has to be added, sir, to that whatever original time period you are getting. So with this we can say that, my dear lovable students, sir, out of 200 question challenge, we have completed 140 questions. If you are enjoying this marathon, this is a question marathon. By this marathon, you learn some new section and you revise the same content or material as much time as possible. Read the question by yourself, you try to say the answer, then read the answer and match it. If you are enjoying, if you are having perfect clarity, feeling confident with your examination, my dear lovable students, you share your happiness in the comment, because that make you motivate and me motivate how much clarity you are having in that subject. So in the coming day, we'll be adding 20 more questions to our pocket, and we can say that we are in 160. Enjoy your studies. Exams are nearing. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from here. Sir, very, very, very happy evening to all.
Happy evening, sir.
So we are doing the assessment procedure slot. We have decided 200 questions to be solved from this area. We have solved up to 140 questions, my dear lovable students. To that list, we are going to add 20 more to our list. 143 is the target. The penal provisions has been made more and more stringent for levy of penalty on undisclosed income found during the course of search. Explain. This is a November 2015 question. We know that during the course of search, if any undisclosed income has been found, then provisions of section 271 Adayar Anandabhavan will be applicable. If you are cooperating, then 30% of undisclosed income. If you are not cooperating, 60% of undisclosed income. In order to deter the practice of concealment of income, penalty provision is made more stringent by insertion of section 271 AAB, which provides for levy of penalty on undisclosed income found during the course of search, which relate to specified previous year. Here you should clearly understand the difference between 270A and 271 AAB. My dear lovable students, if any order has been passed under 143 subsection 1, the difference between 143 subsection 1 and 139 subsection 1 will not be treated as underreported income or misreported income. Whereas any 143(3) order has been passed, the difference between 143(3) and 143 subsection 1 will be treated as underreported income or misreported income. My dear lovable students, sir, this underreported income or misreported income, 50% of tax payable or 200% of tax payable. So the penalty is based on the tax. Same, even after doing a search under section 132 or requisition under section 132A, the assessment order will be passed under 147. But if that 147 is because of search under 132 or 132A, then my dear lovable students, the penalty is based on the undisclosed income, not the tax. That is the difference. That's why this word stringent has been given in the question. So, in order to deter the practice of concealment of income, penal provision has been made more stringent by insertion of 271 AAB, which provides for levy of penalty on undisclosed income found during the course of search, which relates to specified previous year, that is, previous year which has been ended before the date of search, but the due date of filing the return of income for the same has not expired before the date of search and the return has not yet been furnished, or the previous year in which search is conducted. Accordingly, 271 AAB, the AO or Commissioner Appeal may, notwithstanding anything contained in any other provision of this Act, direct that in a case where search has been initiated under 132, the assessee shall pay by way of penalty in addition to tax, if any payable by him, a sum computed at the rate of 30% of undisclosed income of the specified previous year, if such assessee in the course of search a statement under 132 subsection 4 admits the undisclosed income and specify the manner in which such income has been derived, substantiate the manner in which undisclosed income was derived, on or before the specified date, pay the tax together with interest, if any, in respect of undisclosed income, furnishes the return of income for the specified previous year and declaring such undisclosed income therein as sum computed at the rate of 60% of the undisclosed income of the specified previous year, if it is not covered by clause A above. That means, here what are the takeaway? You should be very clear with the specified previous year. What is specified previous year with regard to 132? Sir, in order to deter the practice of concealment of income, penal provision has been made more stringent by insertion of 271 AAB, which provides for levy on undisclosed income found during the course of search, which relates to specified previous year. This word is very important with regard to 132. Sir, these 2 years will be treated as specified previous year. Number one, the previous year which has ended before the date of search. That is, before the date of search. For example, if today is the date of initiation of search, what is the previous year just ended before the date of the search? But for this previous year, the due date for filing the return of income for the same has not expired before the date of the search, and the return is not yet furnished. That means, sir, just now 31st March is over, sir. The search has been initiated on 1st of April, 2nd of April, 3rd of April, 4th of April. Then the due date for filing the return under 139 subsection 1 for the last immediately preceding previous year has not been expired. Then the last year will be called as specified previous year plus the previous year in which search is conducted. That is a year in which the search has been done. So the last year plus the current year will be treated as the specified previous year. So the AO or the Commissioner Appeal may, notwithstanding anything contained in any other provision of the Act, direct that in a case where search has been initiated under 132, assessee shall pay by way of penalty in addition to tax, if any payable by him, a sum at the rate of 30% of the undisclosed income of the dash previous year. So specified previous year means last previous year plus the year in which the search has been conducted. If such assessee in the course of search a statement under 132 subsection 4. So 132 subsection 4 la admit பண்றாங்க undisclosed income. எப்படி அந்த undisclosed income வந்துச்சுன்னு admit பண்றாங்க. Manner in which undisclosed income derive பண்ணத admit பண்றாங்க. On or before the specified date tax கட்டுறாங்க. Sir interest ஓட in respect of that undisclosed income and return of income file பண்றாங்க. அப்படினா 30%. Otherwise 60% will be applicable. So in this question I just highlighted the word specified previous year. Specified previous year is the previous year in which either search has been initiated or the immediately preceding previous year for which the due date for time limit under 139 subsection 1 has not been expired. I am moving into illustration number 144. An assessee deducted the tax at the time of making the payment of salary, which is 192 we know. However, it delayed depositing the amount of tax deducted with the revenue. The quantum of tax deducted was deposited with the revenue along with interest by the assessee on its own before any notice determining the amount or declaring the assessee to be default was made by the revenue. AO levied penalty under section 221 of the Income Tax Act for failure to pay tax deducted at source within the prescribed time. Is the action of AO justified is the question. Sir, what is the scenario here? Assessee has deducted the TDS, but assessee has not paid the TDS within 7th of the next month. So he has deposited the amount along with the interest. Now, AO levied penalty under section 221. We have already discussed this part in the earlier question. Sir, as per section 201 subsection 1, if any person who is liable to deduct TDS does not deduct the whole or any part of the tax, or after deducting fail to pay the whole or any part of the tax, then he shall be deemed to be an assessee in default in respect of the tax so not so deducted or not so paid. That means you are a person who are liable to deduct TDS, you have not deducted the TDS, or my dear lovable students, after deduction of TDS does not pay to the credit of the central government, then my dear lovable students, you will be treated as assessee in default as per assessee in default as per section 201. Consequently, he shall be pay interest under section 220 and penalty under section 221 for being an assessee in default. The consequence of being assessee in default is interest will be levied under section 220 and penalty will be levied under section 221. The Finance Act 2012 clarifies that 201 subsection 1 shall apply if assessee does not deduct whole or part of TDS. Also this section apply where assessee after deducting TDS failed to pay the whole or part of TDS. That means ni TDS pudikala illa TDS pudicha TDS government kattalena, you are liable to pay interest under section 201 subsection 1. Hello sir. Section 201 subsection 1 shall not apply if there is a delay in deduction or delay in payment of TDS. Sir, the Finance Act 2012 also clarifies that interest under 201 subsection 1A shall not be levied where section 201 subsection 1 applies. So there are so many sections are there. You should have the perfect clarity over the section. First we will take what is 201 subsection 1. That is if a person who are liable to deduct TDS does not deduct the TDS or after deduction he has not paid to the credit of the central government, then he will be treated as NI in default. Once he is treated as assessee in default, then two consequences are there. He is liable to pay interest under section 220 and he is liable to pay penalty under section 221. But in between one new section is there called as 201 subsection 1A. These sections are mutually exclusive. That means once you fall under 201 subsection 1, that means once an assessee is treated as assessee in default, then automatically interest will be under what section? 220 and penalty will be under section 221. So here what they are clarifying is Finance Act 2012 sir clarifies that section 201, what is 201? Assessee in default shall apply if the assessee does not deduct whole or part of the TDS. TDS pudikile enna treat பண்ணும். And also this section apply where assessee after deducting TDS failed to pay the whole or part of TDS. Either நீ TDS புடிக்கல இல்லனா புடிச்ச TDS government கட்டல. In the ரெண்டு circumstanceல 201 subsection 1 ல விழுந்துருவ. That means you will be treated as assessee in default. Section 201 subsection 1 shall not apply. Shall not apply if there is a delay in deduction. நீ புடிச்சிருக்க ஆனா டிலேயா புடிச்சிருக்க. Or delay in payment of TDS. Sir, நான் புடிக்கவே இல்ல, நான் கட்டவே இல்ல, என்ன in default? Sir, நான் புடிச்சேன் சார், லேட்டா புடிச்சேன் சார், கட்டிட்டேன் சார், லேட்டா கட்டிட்டேன் சார். You will not be treated as Finance Act 2012 also clarifies that interest under what section? Shall not be levied where section 201 subsection 1 apply. One is a separate route. One is a so we can sir clarify like this, my dear lovable students. There are two routes they are talking about. Sir, I have not deducted what at all. I have deducted the TDS but I have not remitted the TDS at all. Then I will be treated as assessee in default under section 201 subsection 1. If I treat as assessee in default under 201 subsection 1, there are two consequences are there. I am liable to NSR pay interest and I am liable to pay penalty. I am liable to pay interest under section 220 and I am liable to pay penalty under section 221. This is one route. Sir, I have deducted TDS but late deduction. I have paid the TDS but late payment, late remittance. Then the root will not be 201 subsection 1. That means I will not be treated as assessee in default. That means interest under section 220 will not be, penalty under section 221 will not be, then interest will be computed as per 201 subsection 1a. 201. I hope that you will be having a perfect clarity. This is the summary of TDS, my dear lovable students. Two roots are there. One. Sir, TDS pudikale. Pudicha TDS kattave illa. Then you will be treating as assessee in default under section 201 subsection 1. Then your root is interest under section 220 and penalty under section. Sir, na TDS pudichen sir, delay kattitan sir. TDS enna sir, later pudichen sir. Paravalle, you will not be treated as assessee in default. Interest root will be under 201 subsection 1a. Fine. Late deduction of TDS or late payment of TDS, enna apply out? 201 subsection 1a, because late deduction, at least ni enna vaadu pannirukka. If any person does not deduct the whole or any part of tax within the time prescribed, or after deducting fails to pay the tax within the time prescribed, he shall be liable to pay simple interest at 1% for every month or part of the month on the amount of such tax from the date on which such tax was deductible to the date on which such tax is deducted. Apani TDS se pudikelena 1% per month or part of the month is a penalty. But at the rate of 1.5% for every month or part of the month on the amount of such tax from the date on which such tax was deducted to the date on which such tax is paid. Anani pudichi enna pannala? Pay pannalena 1.5%, because you have utilized that money for your business. நீ லோன் எடுத்த மாதிரி கவர்மெண்ட் கிட்ட இருந்து அப்போ 1% இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கட்டினா பத்தாது 1.5% கட்டணும் and such interest shall be paid before furnishing the quarterly return of the TDS. Therefore no penalty can be levied under what section? If the assessee may delay in depositing the what? Only the interest under 201 subsection 1a can be levied. Therefore the action of AO in levying penalty for late depositing of TDS is incorrect, because this route AO cannot take. What a clarity. Clear? I'm moving into 145 is the question. Answer the following in the context of provisions of Income Tax Act. Consequences of non-compliance of notice issued under 143 subsection 2. It will lead to first best judgment assessment under section 144. Then penalty will be coming under 272A subsection 1 class D to the amount of 10,000. Can the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal impose penalty for under-reporting or misreporting of income? The question is ITAT. Can ITAT levy penalty under section 270A is the question. Can it go till ITAT? 270A penalty, under-reporting, misreporting? Parlam. Checking. Consequence of non-compliance of notice under 143 subsection 2. The AO can make a best judgment assessment under section 144 and determine the sum payable by assessee after giving him an opportunity of being heard. Penalty of 10,000 is leviable under 272A subsection 1 class D. Power of appellate tribunal to impose penalty for under-reporting or misreporting of income. As per 270A, only the AO or joint commissioner appeal or the commissioner appeal or the commissioner can impose penalty for under-reporting or misreporting of income. Therefore, appellate tribunal is not empowered to impose penalty for under-reporting or misreporting of income. Sir, idellam question la varuma sir. Sir, this is a November 2016, one of the latest question. So, which penalty who can levy? You should be thorough, my dear lovable students. So, 270A penalty can be levied by assessing officer, joint commissioner appeal, and commissioner. Right?
Yes,
I'm moving into illustration number 146, May 2017 question. Mr. Prajapati intended to sell a piece of urban residential plot held for 46 months to Mr. Vasan for a consideration of 2 crore in February 2023. We know that transfer of immovable property more than 50 lakh, 190 for IA, TDS has to be deducted at the rate of 1%. This asset has been held as investment by Mr. Prajapati. Both parties are willing into a written agreement in this regard. Initial payment will be 40 lakh. Buyer is given 12 months time for completing the sale, at which point of time balance amount has to be paid. Following 2 options are considered. Payment of rupees 10 lakh by account pay check on the date of agreement and 30 lakhs by cash on the same day. Oh my God. That means you cannot enjoy the stamp duty value as on date of agreement. Payment of rupees 10 lakh by account pay check on the date of agreement and 30 lakh by ECS through bank within 7 days. The second option is good. An increase of 30% in stamp duty value is anticipated with effect from 1st April 2023. The parties seek your advice to plan suitably for reduction of capital gain. Advise them suitably as to what payment mode is to be adopted should the agreement in the question is to be registered is the question. You have to say that the payment should be made in account pay check or account pay bank draft or electronic clearing system or such an electronic mode as may be. Then only the stamp duty value as on date of can be enjoyed. Otherwise, we have to move into the stamp duty value as on date of transfer, which will be 30% more. So basically, they are talking about 50C, they are talking about 194IA, all those stuffs. Under section 50C, in case of transfer of capital asset being land, building or both, sir, in this case an urban residential plot, the value adopted or assessed by the stamp valuation authority for the purpose of payment of stamp duty shall be taken as the full value of consideration for the purpose of computation of capital gain, where the actual consideration is less than such value. The stamp duty value on the date of transfer has to be considered for the purpose of section 50C. Where the date of agreement fixing the amount of consideration for the transfer of urban residential plot and date of registration are not the same, stamp duty value on the date of agreement may be taken for the purpose of computing the full value of consideration. However, stamp duty value on the date of agreement can be adopted only in a case where amount of consideration or part thereof has been received by way of EPDLM, account pay check, account pay bank draft, use of electronic clearing system through a bank account on or before the date of agreement for the transfer of such plot. There is no specific requirement under the act the agreement should be registered. அப்படி எந்த செக்ஷன்லயுமே சொல்லல அந்த agreement register பண்ணுங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு வேணா நீங்க register பண்ணிக்கலாம். Advice for reduction of capital gain tax liability in both the option given in the question, part payment of 10 lakh is made by NPA check on the date of agreement. Therefore, in both the options, stamp duty value as on date of agreement can be taken as full value of. Mr. Prajapati thus need not bear the burden of paying capital gain tax on increased NA duty value on 1st April if he excise either of the option for making the initial payment of 10 lakh. Now I am reading the option once again. Payment of 10 lakh by NPA check, account pay check on the date of agreement and 30 lakhs by cash on the same day. Here a beautiful point they are testing in examination. Is there any need that in order to enjoy stamp duty value as on date of agreement, whether the full amount should be in bank or a part is also okay? Part is also okay. Hello sir. A part 30 lakhs by account pay check and remaining 40 lakhs by 10 lakhs by account pay check and 30 lakhs by cash. Payment of 10 lakhs by NPA check, account pay check on the date of agreement and 30 lakhs by ECS through a bank within 7 days. Both are allowed because either NSR advance has to be made sir before on by account pay check or account pay bank draft or electronic clearing system or such an electronic mode as may be prescribed. So what they are saying in both the option given in the question, part payment of 10 lakh is made by account pay check on the date of agreement. Therefore, in both the option, stamp duty value on the date of agreement can be taken as full value of consideration. So need not worry whether you are paying in cash or not. Advice for mode of payment, right? In option number 1, there is a problem. However, balance initial payment of 30 lakh is proposed to be paid by way of what? This would be in contravention of provision of 269 SS, which requires any sum of money receivable, whether as advance or otherwise, in relation to transfer of immovable property to be paid by or bank draft or by electronic clearing system through a bank account. If the same exceeds the threshold limit of 20,000, penalty equal to the sum so received in contravention of provision of 269 SS would be imposable under section 271D. Therefore, option number 1 is exercised. Even though the capital gain tax liability of Mr. Prajapati would not be affected, provisions of 269 SS would be violated and penalty of 30 lakh would be attracted under 271D. Accordingly, option 2 should be excised to get the benefit of adoption of NA duty value on the date of agreement and avoid contravention of the provision of 269 SS and consequent penalty under section. I am moving into question number 147. This is a November 2017 question, my dear lovable students. What would be the penalty leviable under 270A under reporting of income or In case of Def Limited, an Indian company, none of the addition or disallowance made in the assessment or reassessment qualify under 270A subsection 6. And underreporting of income is not on account of misreporting of. As per the return of income furnished under 139(1), they filed with a loss. Determined under 143 subsection 1 clause A, the loss has become 3 lakh. This difference will neither be underreported of income or determined under 143 subsection 1 clause A, but assessed how much lakh? 1 lakh. So there is a fall of 2 lakh. My dear lovable students, this 2 lakh will be treated as underreported income. The total turnover of Def Limited for previous year 21-22 is 200 crore, which is less than 400 crore. That means the company is a small company. The company is liable to pay tax. Concessional tax rate of up 2 lakh into 25% into 104% divided by 2 comes to 26,000 is the amount of penalty payable under 278. Again, one more is there. Sir, after 143.3 they have reassessed under 147. So loss of 1 lakh has become profit of 4 lakh. So total undisclosed income of 5 lakh. So 5 lakh into 25% into 104% divided by 2. 65,000 is the amount of penalty under section 270A. I believe that you are able to appreciate or understand. I'm moving into illustration number 148. It's a May 2018 question. We are nearing to our examination. Discuss the following in the context of provisions of Income Tax Act. Penalty to be imposed on assessees to be based upon the law as it stood at the time that default was committed, or upon the law as it stand in the financial year in which the assessment was made. Brilliant. Sometimes, sir, தப்பு பண்ணும்போது penalty sectionல 10,000 ரூபாய்னு சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. ஆனா அது 2 வருஷமோ 3 வருஷத்துக்கு அப்புறம் தான் அசஸ்மென்ட்க்கு எடுப்பாங்க. அப்ப அந்த செக்ஷன் என்ன இருக்குன்னா அமெண்ட் ஆயிருக்கும். 10,000 ரூபாய்ங்கிறது 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் ஆயிருக்கும். So will you levy penalty rupees 10,000 or 5 lakh? Suppose an assessee files a return of income in response to a notice of reassessment and any concealment was detected. At that time, law relating to imposition of penalty was different from the provision at the time when original return was filed. Which law should be applicable in this case is the question. According to you, what law? Original law. Because தப்பு அப்பதான் நடந்திருக்கு. ஆனா நம்ம levy இப்பதான் பண்றோம் தான் இருக்கு. So the issue under consideration is whether the penalty for concealment of income is to be based upon law in force at the time the original return was filed, or the law in force at the time of assessment or reassessment. This is question. The penalty imposable on account of commission of wrongful act is to be in accordance with the law operating on the date on which wrongful act was committed. Since a concealment in this case with reference to which the penalty could be imposed is the concealment of income in the return originally filed by the assessee, law applicable on the date of such wrongful act alone could be the law applicable for imposition of penalty will be the law in force at the time of filing the original return, in which the income is not disclosed or income is concealed, and not the law as it stand on the date on which a return in response to notice under what? For reassessment is filed. அப்ப இன்னைக்கு என்ன law இருக்கோ அந்த penalty போடக்கூடாது, அன்னைக்கு என்ன law இருக்கோ அந்த penalty தான் போடணும். because அன்னைக்கு தான் நான் தப்பு பண்ணிருக்கேன், இன்னைக்கு தான் நான் பிடிக்கிறேன், அது ஏன் mistake கிடையாது. Even in a case where return filed in response to a notice for reassessment involved an element of concealment, law applicable would be the law as it stood at the time when the original return was filed for the assessment year in the question, and not the law as stood on the date on which the return was filed in response to the notice for reassessment. Sir, இப்போ 147ல கூட நம்ம tax rate 152 subsection 1 that year that tax rate தான் படிச்சிருக்கோம். அப்ப tax rate 10 வருஷம் முன்னாடி இருக்கிற இன்கம் இப்ப பண்ணா கூட அந்த வருஷத்துல என்ன tax rate இருந்துச்சோ அதுக்கு தான் இப்ப tax கட்டணுமே தவிர இன்னைக்கு ரேட்ல tax கட்ட வேண்டிய. Accordingly, penalty would be imposable on basis of law at the time of original return was filed. It was so held by Supreme Court in Onkar Sanar and Sons, Sar Limited. Right. I'm moving into 149. We have reached to November 2018, my dear lovable students. Specify the quantum of fee or penalty if any to be levied in the following cases. Your answer must specify the relevant provisions of the Income Tax Act. Mr. Abhirami, an individual whose taxable income works out to 13.25 lakhs, more than 5 lakh. Correct? File the return of income on 12/12/2024 for the assessment year 24-25, which is a belated return but within the time limit. The due date for furnishing the return of income under 139 subsection 1 is 31/10/2024, my dear lovable students. That means 234F will be coming since the total income is exceeded 5,000 rupees will be the fees. As per 234F, late fee of 5,000 is leviable if the return of income is furnished after the due date specified under 139 subsection 1. Since Mr. Abhiram, an individual having total income of 13.25 lakh, furnishes return of income for assessment year 24-25 on 12/12 after 31/10/2024, late fee of 5,000 is leviable. Mrs. Shirisha filed the return of income on 31/12/2024 for assessment year 24-25. The due date for furnishing the return of income is 31/7/2024 under 139 subsection 1, and our taxable income is 4.98 lakhs. Up to 5 lakh. So how much? Late fee of 5,000, leviable under 234F, cannot exceed 1,000. If the total income does not exceed 5 lakh, accordingly late fee of 1,000 is leviable in this case, since Mrs. Siddisha total income of 4,98,000 does not exceed 5 lakhs. Mr. Robert received a sum of 2.5 lakhs from Mr. Rajiv on 31/1/2024 in cash in contravention of the provision of 269 ST. Sales. Yes, sir. What is the penalty? Same amount, 2,50,000. Simbu Trishangradanale 271. As for 271 DA, penalty equal to sum received in contravention of provision of 269 ST. That is received a sum of 2 lakh or more in aggregate from a person in a day, otherwise than by account paid check or bank draft or use of ECS through a bank account, is leviable. Accordingly, penalty of 2.5 lakhs is leviable on Mr. Robert for receiving a sum of 2.5 lakhs being the sum of excess of 2 lakh by way of cash from Mr. Rajiv. Right. Moving to the 158th question. Fantastic to the core. In the course of search operation under 132 of the Income Tax Act in the month of June, July Madathil, Mr. Kemka has made a declaration under 132 subsection 4 to the income tax authorities on the earnings of his income not disclosed in respect of the previous year 23-24. Abdi solra en challa kotte. Can that statement save Mr. Kemka from a levy of penalty if he is yet to file his return of income for assessment year 24-25? Can that? As per section, full explain panna. As per section 271 AAB Adayar Ananda Bhavan, AO or the Commissioner Appeal may, notwithstanding anything contained in any other provision of this Act, direct that in a case where search has been initiated under what? Assessee shall pay by way of penalty in addition to tax, if any, payable by him. Number 1. A sum computed at the rate of 30% of what? Of the specified previous year, if such assessee in the course of search in a statement under 132 subsection 4 admits the undisclosed income and specify the manner in which such income has been derived, substantiate the manner in which the undisclosed income was derived, and on or before the specified date pay the tax together with interest, if any, in respect of undisclosed income, and furnishes the return of income for the specified previous year, declaring such undisclosed income therein. A sum computed at the rate of 60% of undisclosed income of specified previous year, if it is not covered by clause. Explanation for the purpose of this section. Just now I explained what is specified previous year means. The previous year which has ended before the date of search. Search mudiyathu just munadi. But the furnishing of return of income under 139 subsection 1 for such year has not expired before the date of search. And assessee has not furnished the return of income for the previous year before the date of search or in which search was. Since the due date of filing return for previous year 31/3/2024 has not expired on the end of search. That is previous year 31/3/2024 is the dash year. That is as per section 271 AAB. Therefore, Mr. Kemka has to pay a penalty of undisclosed income as per 271 AAB even if he makes the statement under section 132. 132 subsection 4 la sir neenga எழுதி கொடுத்தாலுமே சரி நீங்க வந்து 30% penalty கட்டி தான் ஆகணும் because this is a dash previous year specified. Sir, why the provision is like this? Why the provision is stringent like this? I will tell you, man. Today search is happening. Really today search is happening. What is the date today? 3rd of April. 3rd April means 31st March just now over. Today search is happening in my home and 5 crore rupees cash, hot cash, they are seizing. They are asking me From where you got this 5 crore? I said that during the financial year 23-24, I took class and I earned 5 crore. So the due date for that year has not expired to file the return of income. When I file the return of income on 31st of July or 31st of October or 30th of November, I will declare this 5 crore as my income. I am waiting to file my return of income. If this is allowed, everyone will say that the undisclosed income relating to a specified previous year. So what 271AAB is saying that if you are having the last year 5 crore rupees income and current year also if you are keeping 5 crore rupees income, that is genuine. But how suddenly a 5 crore rupees NSR money, bullion, jewelry, valuable article or thing is there in your premises? So we will not allow that explanation. So the year in which just the search and the search and the specified previous year plus the year of initiation of search will be treated as specified previous year. And the previous year la neenga income declare panna kuda 30% declare panna podum. Are you really with me? Otherwise everyone will take this explanation. Illustration number 151. State with reason the penalty leviable on each of the following independent circumstances. The premises of A Limited was searched and undisclosed income of 20 crores were determined. Company did not admit the undisclosed income in a statement under 132 subsection 4 but declared the same in a return furnished and paid the tax with interest thereon. In the condition satisfied? 132 subsection 4 la avanga enna pannalena sir admit pannala ana return file பண்ணும்போது அத காட்டி அதுக்கான tax interest கட்டி இருக்காங்க 30% 60% 60% sir, because one of the conditions should be satisfied is you should be have satyam. 271 AAB penalty at 60% of undisclosed income will be attracted since A Limit has not admitted the undisclosed income in a statement under 132 subsection 4 but declared the same in a return furnished and paid the tax. இதே இது நீ ஒத்துக்கிட்டு கட்டி இருந்தா 30% சேவ் பண்ணி இருந்திருக்கலாம். Right. Mrs. ABC Trust, an eligible investment fund, has filed a statement of its activity for the year ended 31/3/2024 on 31/7/2024. ஒரு எலிஜிபிள் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் ஃபண்டு அவங்க வந்து என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா ட்ரஸ்டோட ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. எப்போனா 31/3 முடிஞ்சதுக்கு 31st of Julyல ஃபைல் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. எப்போ அவங்க ஃபைல் பண்ணணும்? ஜூன். An eligible investment fund in respect of activity in a financial year is required to furnish within 30 days from the end of the financial year, that is 29th of June. ஜூனோட எண்டுக்குள்ள ஃபைல் பண்ணணும். A statement of its activity to the prescribed income tax authority under 9A subsection 5. In the present case, eligible investment fund has furnished a statement of activity on 31/7/2024 after 29th June being the due date for furnishing such statement. Penalty of 5 lakh would be attracted under 271 FAB. FAB is for investment fund. And the penalty is sir, and the penalty da. Penalty is 5 lakh. Meena Caterers has received 1 lakh in cash and 9 lakh by account pay cross check from Mr. Aravind for rendering catering services on the occasion of his daughter's wedding. 1 lakh cash, which is less than more than 20,000. இது எதுக்காக? On the occasion of his daughter's wedding na catering service provide பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Sales தான் இது. Meena Caterers. Yes sir. ST எவ்வளவு lakhs limit? 2 lakhs. Sir, whether will you take 1 lakhs plus 9 lakh or exclusive 1 lakh? No penalty would be levied on Meena Caterers under 271 DA since it is received only 1 lakh in cash, which is less than the prescribed threshold limit of 2 lakh. In respect of transaction relating to rendering of catering service on the occasion of Mr. Anand's daughter marriage from Mr. Aravind, the balance of 9 lakh was paid by way of account pay cross check, which is the permissible mode of payment. Mrs. P is a trader who is subject to audit under 44AB. She has reported cash collection from various sundry debtors but has discovered that she omitted to include 2 more debtors in the statement already filed. She has reported the omission to the authority within how many days? 15 days. We have studied this part. In this case, Mrs. P, sir, as trader subject to tax audit under 44AB has omitted to include 2 debtors in the statement of financial transaction filed by her SFTRA. Since he has failed to inform, sir, the furnish the correct information within 10 days. 10 days, penalty of 50,000 is leviable as per 271 FAA. That is, financial accounts should be accurate, read with 285 BA subsection 6. With that, illustration number 151 comes to an end. I'm moving into 152. Mr. A, an agriculturist made an agreement to sell 10 acres of agriculture land situated in a remote village at a price of 1 lakh per acre to Mr. B for constructing a farmhouse. Mr. A has received an advance of 1 lakh by way of crossed check. Later on, the agreement was rescinded and Mr. B could not pay the balance amount within the stipulated time as per the agreement. Mr. A returned the advance by a crossed check. அப்போ காசு வந்ததும் crossed check, காசு போனதும் crossed check. ஓகேவா? Right. The AO has proposed to levy a penalty under 271D because it's a contravention under section 269 on Mr. A. Examine the validity of the AO's action. Is AO correct?
Yes, sir.
269 SS will be applicable for what or what? Receipt of advance or loan. 269 SS prohibit acceptance of any advance of 20,000 or more in relation to transfer of immovable property otherwise than by account pay check or account pay bank draft or electronic clearance system or through an bank account, whether or not the transfer is actually in a place. This provision will not be applicable in a case where both the payer and recipient have dash income. Neither of them has any income chargeable to tax in India. This is an exception to 269 SS. In this case, Mr. A has accepted an advance of 1 lakh by way of a check for transfer of a property. That is agriculture land which is in contravention of section N. Further, the exemption from applicability of this provision would not be applicable even though Mr. A, the recipient, has agricultural income because Mr. B, the payer of advance, is not having any income. அப்ப யாருக்கு agriculture income இருக்கு? ஏக்கு இருக்கு, பிக்கு இல்ல. யாராவது ஒரு ஆளுக்கு இருக்கணுமா இல்ல ரெண்டு பேருக்கு இருக்கணுமா? Sir, exception. This provision will not be applicable in a case where dash both the payer and recipient have any income. And neither of them has any income chargeable to tax in India. உனக்கு only என்ன income மட்டும் தான் இருக்கணும். That means நீ farmer-ஆ இருந்தா 269 SS சிலம்பரசன் சிம்பு உனக்கு தேவையில்லை. Accordingly, penalty under 271D equal to the amount of such advance would be attracted because ஒரு ஆளுக்கு இருக்கு இன்னொரு ஆளுக்கு இல்ல. This is irrespective of Mr. A having returned the advance by a check. However, such penalty can be imposed only by the commissioner. Accordingly, the proposed action for levy of penalty under 271D by AO would be valid only if the AO is a commissioner. If it's not a joint commissioner, the proposed action of levy of penalty under 271D would not be valid. I'm moving into the next chapter called as prosecution proceedings with from section 153. So we are done with the chapter of penalties. This is a November 2009 and May 2018 question. Can prosecution be launched for the following defaults? Put jail போட முடியுமா? Examine relevant provisions with the quantum of prescribed punishment, if any. Assessee as restrained and not allowed the officer authorized as per 132 of the Act to inspect the documents mainly in the form of electronic record and books of accounts. 275A and 275B are the two prosecution proceedings which are applicable for 132. Assessee deliberately has failed to comply with the requirement of 142 subsection 1 or 142 subsection 2A up to 1 year as per 271D. D stands for document. Correct? Assessee deliberately has failed to make the payment of tax collected under section 206C. 276B is the section. Come on. Sir, failure to afford facility to officer authorized as per 132 is a case for which prosecution can be launched under 275B and such person shall be punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term which may extend up to a year and shall also be liable for fine. So, section 275A, 275B, 275A is for restrained order. Yes, sir. 275B is for blocking. Here it is blocked. I already said blocking in the class. Willful failure to produce books of accounts and documents as required under 142 subsection 1. Willful failure to comply with the direction to get accounts audited under 142 subsection 2A is a case for which prosecution can be launched under 276D. D stands for document. And such person shall be punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term which may extend to 1 year and with fine. deliberate failure to deposit the tax collected under 206C to the credit of the central government is a case for which prosecution can be launched under 276BB. 276B. One more B you put. Hello, sir. Sir, and such person shall be punishable with rigorous imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 3 months, but which may extend up to 7 years and with fine. I'm moving into 154. Have spent at least 15 minutes daily for penalty and prosecution. Revise that daily for the last 20 days in examination. If you are thinking that one day before examination, let me revise penalty and prosecution proceeding, it will never enter into your brain. Confusion will only be there. So spend 15 minutes of time, revise the table of penalty and prosecution. Then it will form part and parcel of your blood. Your answer should cover the aspects. Issues involved, provision applicable, analysis and conclusion, May 2022 question. Good, sir. On 14/10/2023, a search under 132 of the Income Tax Act was concluded in the premise of Mr. Sahir, a resident individual. On verification of bank account of assessee, a sum of rupees 20 crores was found to have credited in the bank account of the assessee. AO added such sum as unexplained cash credit under section 68. On appeal, assessee declared that sum was received from Mr. Shekhar, one of his close friends. Mr. Shekhar agreed to have transferred such sum to the account of the assessee. However, the AO is of the view that since Mr. Shekhar is unable to explain the source of this sum, it should be treated as unexplained cash credit in the hands of the assessee. Whether the claim of AO is justified, is this unexplained cash credit? நான் சொல்லிட்டேன் ஷேகர் கிட்ட தான் வந்திருக்கேன். ஷேகர் கிட்ட போய் கேட்டிருக்காங்க, அவ வாயை திறக்க மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க, எங்க இருந்து இன்கம் வந்திருக்குங்க. அப்ப யார் கையில, ஜாகிர் கையில டாக்ஸ் பண்ணணுமா இல்ல ஷேகர் கையில டாக்ஸ் பண்ணணுமா? Zahir Kaila. Cyrus explained from where he got the money. Shekhar is not able to explain. Issue involved. Sir, the issue involved in this case is whether for cash credit to be genuine, is the assessee required to explain the source of sum in the hands of the lender also? In also. Section 68, bring to tax any sum found credited in the NR. Where the assessee does not offer explanation about the nature and source thereof of the explanation by him is not satisfactory by the AO. Furthermore, first proviso to section 68 as inserted by Finance Act provides that where a sum credited in accounts of assessee consists of loan or borrowing of any such amount, then any explanation offered by such assessee shall be deemed to be not satisfactory unless the person in whose name such credit is what? Also offer an explanation about the nature and source of such sum so credited. Such explanation is in the opinion of AO has been found what? For the credit to be enna avanumna, Mr. Sahir has to prove the identity of the creditor. Adu pannirkaru yaru? In this case, the capacity of the creditor to advance money and finally the genuineness of the transaction. Mere confirmation from Mr. Shekhar will not suffice. ஆளை மட்டும் காட்டினா பார்த்தாது, அவருக்கு இங்கிருந்து பணம் வந்திருக்குன்னு சொல்லணும். இல்லைன்னா அவரோட பிளாக் மணியை சார் பார்க் பண்றதுக்கு நீ ஹெல்ப் பண்ண மாதிரி ஆயிடும். கரெக்டா? Furthermore, as per first proviso to section 68 inserted by Finance Act, since Mr. Shekhar is unable to explain the what of the sum, it shall be deemed that Mr. Sahir has been unable to explain the nature and source of the sum. Savda. Sahir, Savu. That means, my dear lovable students, this is an addition in Finance Act 2022. What they are saying that, இப்போ நானே ஒரு 10 கோடி சபரி கிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டு சபரி அக்கௌண்ட் டெபாசிட் பண்ணு, ஓ அக்கௌண்ட் என் அக்கௌண்ட் போட்டு விடுன்னு சொல்றேன். எங்கிட்ட கேட்குறாங்க அசஸ்மெண்ட்ல எங்கிருந்து பணம் வந்துச்சுன்னு, சபரி கிட்ட இருந்து பணம் வந்துச்சுன்னு சொல்றேன். சபரி கிட்ட கேட்குறாங்க எங்கிருந்து பணம் வந்துச்சுன்னு, சபரி வாயை திறக்க மாட்டேங்கிறான், ஏன்னா பணம் போனது எங்கிட்ட இருந்து. புரியுதா? That's why Finance Act 2022 have this much என்ன சார் கொடுமையான என்ன சார் inclusion. Accordingly, the action of AO in bringing to tax the unexplained cash credit in the hands of Mr. Zahir is correct, since his friend Mr. Shekhar, from whom he has received 20 crore, which was found credited to his Mr. Zahir's bank account, is unable to explain the source of this sum in his hands. Furthermore, the AO may also tax the said amount in the hands of Yare, as per section 68, as he is unable to explain the source of such sum. ஆளுக்கு Zahir கையிலும் tax. Also tax under 115 BBE and penalty under 271 AAC may be levied in the hands of Mr. Sahir and Mr. Shekhar. ரெண்டு பேரும் தனித்தனியா தேவையில்லாத வேலைக்கு நிற்காது. தேவையில்லாத வேலைக்கு நின்னா this will be the consequences. I'm moving into illustration number 155, May 2023 question. Pakandam. Answer any two of the following three subparts. This was the question. Your answer should cover issue involved, provision applicable, analysis and conclusion. Mrs. Risky Construction Private Limited is engaged in the construction of bridges and flyovers. During the previous year 22-23, it made payment to various party and deducted tax amounting to 1.6 crore. Our company failed to deposit the said amount with the income tax department within the time prescribed under the act. Company submitted that it is facing financial hardship since a large sum of money has been stuck up with the debtors and also with the income tax department in the form of tax refund. It is further submitted that in spite of financial crisis, the company has suo motu deposited the TDS amount along with interest under 201 subsection 1A of the Act before receiving any notice from the income tax department in this regard. Our tax officer initiated prosecution proceedings under 276B of the Act against the company and its directors. Company has approached you to advise in the matter. Issue under consideration is whether prosecution proceedings can be initiated where tax deducted has been deposited by the assessee in a motto after the time prescribed under the Act, but before receiving a notice from the income tax department along with interest under 201 subsection 1A, and the assessee has shown reasonable cause for such delay. Sir, prosecution proceedings are attracted under what section? 276B, chapter 17B. 276BB is TCS. Because chapter 17BB class la highlight pannirukka. If a person failed to pay to the credit of central government the tax deducted at source by him as required under the provisions of the Act, 278AA provides that, new section to your knowledge, 278AA. No person would be punishable for such failure if he proves that there is reasonable cause for the same. Analysis: in this case, company has reasonable and sufficient cause since it was facing financial hardship on account of large sum of money stuck up with the debtors and also with the income tax department on account of refund. In spite of financial crisis, company has suo motu deposited the TDS along with interest under 201 subsection 1A of the Act before receiving any notice from the income tax department in this regard. Since it has deposited the TDS along with the interest suo motu before receiving any notice from the department, and it has also shown reasonable cause for such delay in deposit, company cannot be punishable for the delay in deposit of what? Initiation of prosecution proceedings under 276B against the company and the directors is therefore not correct. Put it on. Jan 2021 is the question. Illustration 156. Maybe some extension may come. For your exam, don't expect. The AOS initiated the penalty proceedings under 270A. What is 270A? For underreporting of income. And launched prosecution proceedings under 276C, underreporting of income, for willful evasion of tax at the time of completion of reassessment of Mr. Pradeep under section 147 of the Income Tax Act. Up assessment 147 la, penalty 270A la, prosecution proceedings 276C la. Super sir. Mr. Pradeep filed an application for the immunity from imposition of penalty and prosecution before the AO. Is he entitled to file application for immunity from penalty and prosecution under AO under section 270A and 276C respectively before the AO? Is there any section called as 270AA? Yes, sir. 270AA empower assessee to make an application to the AO for grant of immunity from imposition of penalty under 270A and initiation of proceedings under 276C if he pay the tax and interest payable as per the order of reassessment under 147 within the period specified in such notice of demand, does not prefer an appeal against such assessment order. Sir, and the orderல சொன்ன tax கட்ட வேண்டியது கட்டியாச்சு plus நீங்க interest எல்லாம் கட்டியாச்சு, tax interest எல்லாம் கட்டியாச்சு. இந்த ஆர்டருக்கு அகைன்ஸ்டா நீங்க என்ன போல appeal போல அப்படினா what 270AA is saying that you can come and beg before us. Therefore Mr. Pradeep is entitled to file an application for immunity from penalty under 270A and prosecution under 276C before the AO. He has to do so within 1 month from the end of the month in which the order of dash is received, reassessment is received. However, immunity shall be granted by AO only if the penalty proceedings under 270A has not been initiated on account of following, namely misrepresentation or suppression of facts. திருட்டு பயனா இருக்க கூடாது. Failure to record investment in the books of accounts இருக்கக்கூடாது. Claim of expenditure not substantially by any evidence. Recording of any false entry in the books of accounts. Failure to record any receipt in the books of accounts having a bearing on the total income, or failure to report any international transaction or any transaction deemed to be an international transaction or any specified domestic transaction to which the provisions of chapter 10 apply. இந்த சர்க்கம்ஸ்டன்ஸ்ல தான் பெனால்டி போட்டிருக்காங்கன்னா இதுக்கு 270A நாங்க பெனிஃபிட் தர மாட்டோம், இம்யூனிட்டி நாங்க தர மாட்டோம். அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்றேனே. I'm moving into the miscellaneous provision in page number illustration number 157, which is May 5 question. EX private limited assessment for assessment year 17-18 was completed under 143 subsection 3 on June 25, 2018. Company went into appeal to the commissioner appeal, and appeal was decided on August 16, 2022, and appeal effect was duly given by AO on August 25, 2022. Thereafter on September 2023, adukapram AO noticed a mistake in calculation of depreciation on a particular block of asset which reduced the income by 1.1 lakhs. The AO issued notice under 154 for the purpose of rectifying the mistake. Is such rectification permissible? அப்ப முதல்ல என்ன இருக்குன்னா 143(3) பாஸ் ஆயிருக்கா? எப்ப பாஸ் ஆயிருக்கு? ஜூன் 25, 2018. இதுக்கு அகைன்ஸ்ட் அப்பீல் போயிருக்காங்களா? அப்பீல் ஆகஸ்ட் 16, 2022ல பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்களா? சார், இந்த அப்பீலை பார்த்து ஒரிஜினல் அசஸ்மெண்ட் ஆர்டர் சரி பண்ணி வச்சுட்டாங்களா? அந்த அப்பீல் எஃபெக்ட் எப்ப கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா ஆகஸ்ட் 25, 2000 எப்போ 22ல கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. இப்போ என்ன கேக்குறாங்கன்னா அந்த அப்பீல் முடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஏவோ நோட்டீஸ் பண்றாரு there is a mistake என்ன from record. We know that as per section 154 how much years allowed? 4 years allowed. Will you count that 4 years from this 2018 or 2022 or 2022? எதுல mistake apparent from record? The AO noticed the mistake in calculation of depreciation. Correct? Abdina 18. Abdina 18 na 31/3/2018 plus how many years? 4 years. 31/3/2022. 4 years from the end of the financial year in which order sought to be revised has been passed. 18-19. அப்போ 31/3/2000 எப்போ பாஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க ஆர்டர்? ஜூன் 2018, ஜூன் 25, 2018. அப்படினா 31/3/2019 plus 4 years போட்டா 31/3/2023. But when he want to issue 154 notice? September. Is this after March? Yes sir. Is it time barred? As per 154 subsection 7, a rectification order can be passed up to 4 years from the end of the financial year in which the order sought to be rectified has been passed. In the present case, the order sought to be rectified is the order of AO passed on 25th June 2018. Therefore, rectification under 154 could have been passed up to 31/3/2023. Therefore, rectification under 154 is not permissible on September 1, 2023, which is beyond. I'm moving into May 2010 question, which is question number 158. The assessment of C&K Associates, a partnership firm for the assessment year 21-22, was made under 143(3) on 31st March. AO made 2 additions to the income of assessee. Number 1, addition of 2 lakh on 40A subsection 1A due to non-furnishing of evidence of payment of TDS. Addition of 5 lakh on account of unexplained credit. Assessee contested the addition on account of unexplained cash credit in appeal to the commissioner appeal. Assessee was decided in January 2023 against the appeal was decided in January 23 against the assessee. Assessee approached you for suggestion as to whether it should apply for revision to the chief commissioner or commissioner under 264 or rectification to AO under 154 as regard disallowance under 40A subsection 1A. No. Once you travel through the appellate route, revisional routes are closed. But 154 is possible. What should be your suggestion? Section 154 provides that where any matter has been considered and decided in any proceedings by appeal or revision, then rectification can be made of any matter except the matter which has been considered and decided in appeal or revision. In other words, rectification is possible only in respect of matters which has not been considered and decided in. For example, A was disallowed A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E. எல்லாத்தையும் disallowed பண்ணிட்டான். assessee has gone for an appeal to CIT appeal and appeal has been raised for A, B, C. The appeal has been decided for those etana matter. Now the AO can amend the order only in respect of what and what. He cannot amend the order in respect of what, which has been considered and decided in appeal. Therefore, in the present case, assessee should make an application to the YARC under section 154 for allowing the deduction disallowed under 40A subsection 1A. Section 264 provides that Chief Commissioner or Commissioner of Income Tax cannot make revision if the order has been made subject matter of what. Therefore, in the present case, revision under 264 is not possible since the order of AO has been made subject matter of appeal to the Commissioner of. I am moving into illustration number 159. State the circumstance under which certificate can be issued by AO to tax recovery officer. Sir, AO will pass a certificate to the YARC, TRO, saying that go and collect this amount from Mr. N. As for section 222, where assessee is default or deemed to be in default or making of tax kattarku default avararu, the TRO may drop under his signature a statement in the prescribed form, specify the amount of arrears due from the assessee. Such statement being hereafter in this chapter and the second schedule referred to as what? Certificate. And shall proceed to recover from such assessee the amount specified in the certificate by one or more of mode mentioned below, in accordance with the rules laid down in the second schedule. Attachment and sale of assessee's movable property, attachment and sale of assessee's immobile property, arrest of the assessee and his detention in prison, appointing a receiver for the management of the assessee movable and immovable properties. So, if the assessee is an assessee in default, then AO will determine the tax payable and he will make a certificate and he will give that to the TRO and he will ask the TRO to recover the amount from the assessee by through these four modes. This is what section. Moving to section 160. The regular assessment of Miss Swati for assessment year 2021 was completed under 143.3 on 16/7/2021. On 18/1/2023, he received a notice under 148 for income escaping assessment for the same assessment year 2021 allowed. Further, on 25/3/2023, during the pendency of such proceeding for income escaping assessment, AO attached the house property of Miss Swati. Now, aggrieved Swati seeks your opinion, being a chartered accountant, as to the circumstance under which AO can make provisional attachment of the property of the assessee. They are talking about 281B, we have discussed in the class. Period of time for which such attachment can be taken place, we have discussed in the class. How much one? 6 months. IDT?
1 year.
Can such attachment be revoked by AO? And if yes, how? Discuss the relevant provision of law to satisfy the aggrieved assessee, Miss Swati. As per 281B, AO is empowered to provisionally attach any property of Miss Swati by an order in writing during the pendency of assessment or reassessment proceedings with the prior approval of Chief Commissioner or Director General or Director, if he is of the opinion that it is necessary to do so for the purpose of protecting the interest of the. As for 281B subsection 2, the provisional attachment shall be valid for a period of from the date of order issued for what attachment. However, the income tax authority may extend the period of provisional attachment for reason to be writing by a further period as he. However, the total period of extension shall not exceed how many years or eternal day? After the date of assessment or reassessment, whichever is 285B, 281B subsection 3, empower the AO to revoke by an order in writing provisional attachment of the property. If Miss Swati furnish a guarantee from a dash bank for an amount not less than the fair market value of such provisionally attached property, or for an amount which is sufficient to protect the interest of the revenue, is what the discussion is all about. Typically, you should know what is 281B. I am moving into illustration number 161. The proceedings before the income tax authority either can be attended by the assessee in person or through an authorized representative. Who can be treated as authorized representative of the assessee? Mention a 5 persons who can be treated as authorized representative of the assessee. These 5 people can be authorized representative of the assessee. As per section 288, the proceeding before the income tax authority can be attended either by the assessee in person or through authorized representative, that is a person authorized by assessee in to appear on this behalf, being a person who is a relative or regular employee of the assessee, or an officer of scheduled bank in which the assessee maintained a current account or other regular dealings, or legal practitioner who is entitled to practice in any civil court in India, or chartered accountant within the meaning of Chartered Accountants Act 1949 who hold a valid certificate of practice, or any person who has passed any accountancy examination recognized in this behalf by severity for this purpose. These 5 people can go and act as a authorized representative as per section 288. I am moving into the last question for the day, 162. X Limited files its return of income for assessment year 22-23 on October 21, 2022. The return is selected for regular assessment under 143.3, for which notice under 143.2 is served on the company on July 3, 2023. Company respond to the notice under 143 subsection 2, state whether the service of notice is within time limit, and if not, further discuss whether the assessment order can be challenged by X limited discuss. They are talking about 292 BB, correct? Service of notice under 143.2, the time limit for service of notice under 143.2 is 3 months from the end of the financial year which the return of income is filed. In this case, notice was served beyond time. Consequently, the notice issued under 143.2 is NABAR. However, section 292 BB states as under, where an assessee has appeared in any proceedings or cooperated in any inquiry relating to an assessment or reassessment, it shall be deemed that any notice under the provisions of this act which is required to be served upon him has been duly served upon him in time in accordance with the provisions of this act, and such assessee shall be precluded from taking any objection in any proceedings or inquiry under this act. Then the notice was not served upon him or not served upon him in time and served upon him in an improper manner, since the assessee has responded to the notice and therefore cooperated in an assessment proceeding. He cannot challenge the validity of the notice. Notice under 143.2 become valid even if it is served after the prescribed time, since assessee has appeared in the proceedings. This is what question number 162 is all about. You know, my dear lovable students, this is a challenge of 200 questions. In that 200 question challenge, we have reached up to 162, my dear lovable students. If you are listening to the lecture, download the document from the A&M Telegram channel. Print that document and study the 200 question very thoroughly. This 200 question will be a lifesaver, exam saver for this attempt. Because you may get MCQ, you may get case study, you may get descriptive question. You should be very thorough with each and every date. Take into your heart, work on this 200 question for the coming 1 month. Then your life will be something different. I know that when I read, you will be able to appreciate or understand. That is not required for exam. Whether you are able to say the answer by yourself matters a lot for examination. So don't understand for exam. Try to recall for exam. In the coming slot, we'll be adding another 2 more. And within 2 more slots, we can say that we are through with the question bank of assessment procedure, my dear lovable students. Those who are in online, if you are enjoying this revision series, share your happiness and share your comments. Then only we'll be able to know whether you are following or not. Based on that only we'll be doing the other areas of revision also. We'll meet at the appropriate time. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from me. So very, very, very happy morning to all. So we are doing assessment procedure. In that 200 question is the target. Out of 200 question, my dear lovable students, we have completed 160. To that list, in this session, we'll be adding another 20 more and we'll be reaching to 180. These all are miscellaneous provisions relating to assessment, penalty and prosecution proceedings. Illustration number 163 is the target. An order of assessment year 2021 was passed by AO as per 143 subsection 3. But the typist wrongly typed in the order the assessment year as assessment year 1920 and the relevant provision and the relevant previous year as year ending 31/3/2019. So actual assessment order is relating to assessment year 2021. Assessment year 2021 means financial year, my dear lovable students, 1920. But the typist wrongly typed as assessment year 1920. Assessment year 1920 na financial year 1890. It's only a typing mistake. The assessee claimed in appeal that same is an invalid order which was not accepted by CIT appeal. Assessee said that this order is a invalid order. CIT appeal said that on the ground of error being a clerical error. Discuss the correctness of the order of the CIT appeal is the question. This is an ICA question, my dear lovable students. We are having a section called as section 292B. There are 2 sections are there. One is section 292B and other is section 292BB. Tell me, one is section 292B and other is section 292BB. We have discussed 292 BB in detail. This 292 BB is regarding the notice. That means if any notice has been issued by the department which is time barred, and if the assessee has respond to that notice, and my dear lovable students, if there is any defect in that notice, all the defect will be cured. That's what 292 BB. Whereas 292B is with regard to the return or order. Section 292B provides that no return of income, no assessment, no notice or no summons furnished or made or issued or taken in pursuance of provision of the Income Tax Act shall be invalid or deemed to be invalid merely by the reason of any mistake, defect, omission in such return of income, assessment or notice. If such return of income, assessment, notice, summons, etc. is in substance and effect in conformity with or according to the intent and the purpose of the act. That means income tax department is issuing we are filing a return of income, the department is passing an assessment, they are issuing a notice, they are issuing a summons notice under section 131. Which has been furnished or made or issued or taken in pursuance of any provision of the Income Tax Act, it shall be invalid or deemed to be invalid merely by reason of any mistake, defect or omission. So, mistake nalayo, defect nalayo, omission nalayo, or return of income, assessment, notice, summons, invalid avadu. That means procedural mistake nala. 292B நமக்கு என்ன கத்து தருதுன்னா procedural mistakeனால income tax actல நடக்கிற proceedings invalid ஆகாது. Therefore a clerical mistake cannot invalidate an otherwise valid assessment. That's what the very important point. Otherwise valid assessment. Thus the typographical error in the assessment order as to assessment year and previous year does not make the same invalid unless established otherwise. If any other thing is there, for example 143 subsection 2 notice say anupala, 143 pass pandranga, that is invalid. That has to be annulled. Sir, 143 subsection 2 notice time ku anupala, assessee respondum panala, that assessment order is invalid. But here everything has been done properly. There are some clerical mistakes. Accordingly, the action of CIT appeals is not accepting the claim of assessee is valid because we are having the supporting section of 292B. I'm moving into illustration number 164. This is also an ICA question. Proceedings cannot be initiated under the Act unless a proper notice to this effect has been served upon. Yes. You want to start 143 subsection 1 proceedings, issue intimation. You want to start 143 subsection 3, issue 143 subsection 2 notice. You want to start section 144, issue show cause notice under section 144. You want to start section 148, issue notice. You want to start 147, issue notice under section 148. Like that, for every section, my dear lovable students, the department has to issue notice. What they are asking. What are the prescribed mode of service of such notice? எந்தெந்த மோடில் ஆன்லைன் அனுப்பலாமா, இமெயில் அனுப்பலாமா? What are the prescribed modes of service of such notice? On whom should the notice be addressed and served upon in case where the assessee is a dissolved firm, deceased person and partitioned HUF is the question. We are having a section called as section 282. As per section 282 subsection 1, the service of the notice or summons or requisition or order or any other communication under this act may be delivering or transmitting a copy thereof to the person named therein by a post or such courier service as approved by the CBDT. Either post valiya anupalam illa courier service as approved by CBDT. அப்போ போஸ்டல்ல வரலாம் இல்ல கொரியரா வரலாம். In such manner as provided in the code of civil procedure for the purpose of service of summons. Code of civil procedure summons notice amcha, my dear lovable students, என்ன விதத்தில் அனுப்பணுமோ அதே மாதிரி and in the form of any electronic record, even electronic record கூட அனுப்பலாம், as provided in chapter 4 of the Information Technology Act 2000 or any other means of transmission of document as may be prescribed by rules made by CBDT in this behalf. So அப்ப எப்படியெல்லாம் அனுப்பலாம்? Number 1, postal அனுப்பலாம், courierல அனுப்பலாம், then which that courier should be approved by the யாரு? CBDT. In such manner as provided in the code of என்ன procedure? Civil procedure. வேற ஏதாவது manner. This is for the purpose of issuing summons. Electronic record அனுப்பலாம், sir, as provided in chapter 4 of the Information Technology Act or by any other means transmission of documents as may be provided by the rules made by the CBDT in this behalf. The CBDT is empowered to make rules providing for the addresses, including the address for electronic mail or electronic mail message to which such communication may be delivered or transmitted to the person named therein. Moving to the second one. The service of notice in the given cases should be on the person mentioned here under. இப்போ ஒரு dissolved firmக்கு notice அனுப்பணும்னா அந்த firm dissolve ஆயிடுச்சு இல்லையா, any person who was a partner அந்த firmல இருந்தாலும் சரி, not being a minor, ஆனா அவங்க மைனரா இருக்க கூடாது, immediately before dissolution. Dissolutionக்கு முன்னாடி யார் பார்ட்னரா இருந்தாலும் அவங்க பேர்ல நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பலாம். A deceased person, then the legal heirs of the deceased. கண்டிப்பா செத்து போனவனுக்கு நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்ப முடியாது இல்லையா. A partitioned HUF, last manager of the HUF, or if he is dead, then all the adult member of the old HUF, that is erstwhile HUF. That means கடைசியா யாரு HUFல மேனேஜரா இருந்தா basically கர்த்தாவா இருந்தா. In case கர்த்தா மண்டே போட்டாருன்னா சார் யார் அந்த HUFல adult memberா இருக்காங்களோ அவங்க யாருக்கு வேணா நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பலாம். I am moving into sir illustration number 165. அப்ப the main section, the hero is என்ன சார் 282, which is எப்படி நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பணும், யாருக்கு நோட்டீஸ் அனுப்பணும். This is what section 282 is talking about, my dear lovable students. I am moving into 165. An order for assessment year 22-23 was passed by AO as per 143 subsection 3, but the typist wrongly typed in the order assessment year as assessment year 21-22 and relevant previous year as sir ending on 31-3-2021. Just now we have read the question. The assessee claimed in appeal that same is an invalid order which was not accepted by CIT appeal on the ground of error being of clerical nature. Discuss the correctness of the order of CIT appeal. The same question has been repeated, my dear lovable students. So section 292B, just now we have read. Section 292B provides that no return of income, assessment, notice, summons furnished or made or issued or taken in pursuance of any provisions of Income Tax Act shall be invalid or deemed to be invalid merely by reason of mistake, defect or omission in such return of income, assessment or notice, etc. If such return of income, assessment or notice or summons is in substance and effect in conformity with or according to the intent and the purpose of the act, therefore a clerical mistake cannot invalidate an otherwise valid assessment. Thus the typographical error in the assessment order as to assessment year and previous year does not make the same invalid unless established otherwise. Accordingly, the action of CIT appeal is not accepting the claim of assessee is valid. Same question has been repeated twice. I am moving into illustration number 166. This is a good question. Fearless General Finance and Investment Limited, a residuary non-banking company, accepts public deposit, issued deposit certificate and repay the same after some period of time along with interest under different schemes run by it. It's a bank, NBFC, they will be getting various deposit that they will be accepting the deposit, they will be paying the interest, they will be repaying that amount. Following transactions were noted from the books of accounts, number 1 and number 2. Mr. A, an individual, has deposited rupees 15,000 on 1st May for 48 months by bearer check and another 15,000 on 30th June in cash to purchase a new certificate of 48 months tenure. That means first Mr. Individual 15,000 rupees bearer check, not by account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system or such other electronic mode as may be prescribed. So 15,000 plus இன்னொரு 15,000 cash which is total into 30,000 which is more than 20,000. Mr. has applied for premature withdrawal against both the certificate and company has paid him 16,500 by bearer check against principal and interest on 23rd March due against his first certificate purchased in 2020 and 15,500 in cash on 25th March 2024 against the second certificate. NBFC அதை விட இருக்கு. இவங்க திருப்பி பே பண்ணும்போது bearer checkலயும் cashலயும் பே பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Discuss the violation of income tax provision. We know that they are talking about 269 SS Silambarasan Simbu. If any and consequential penalty Silambarasan Simbu என்ன பண்றாரு டாவடிக்கிறாரு 271D. For each transaction will it make any difference in the certificate were held by Mr. A with his wife Mrs. A jointly while repaying back in cash or bearer check. What is the line? What is the line? Discuss the violation of income tax provision if any kandipa and consequential penalty for each transaction. Okay, that's a question. Will it make any difference if the certificate were held by Mr. A with his wife Mrs. A jointly while repaying back in cash or bearer check? Okay, fine. Instead of the depositing one person and if they are depositing two persons and what is the status they are asking? This is the answer for part 1. There is no violation of 269 SS at the time of acceptance of first deposit. Yes sir, because the amount is only 15,000. By a bearer check on 1/5/2020 since it's not in excess of threshold limit of 20,000. However, violation under 269 SS is attracted at the time of acceptance of second deposit in cash on 30th June 2023. Since as on that day, there is already an outstanding deposit of 15,000. பழைய deposit 15,000 இருந்திருக்கு. And another cash deposit of one more 15,000 would take the aggregate to 30,000 which exceed the threshold limit of 20,000. Therefore, penalty under 271D, a sum equal to the amount of deposit taken from Mr. A is attracted for failure to comply with the provision of section 269 ESS. Coming to the part 2, they were asking one more question. Instead of in the assessee's name, if it is conjointly in the wife's name, will the provision will be applicable? Sir, in this case, repayment பத்தி பேசுற முதல்ல, there is a violation of 269T at the time of first repayment by bearer check on 23rd March, since on that date, aggregate amount of deposit held by Mr. A with NBFC together with interest payable on such deposit is more than 20,000. You look at, sir, you should be very careful with regard to the second one. Mr. A has applied for premature withdrawal against both the certificate and company has paid him 16,500 by a bearer check against principal and interest on 23rd March 2024 due against his first certificate purchased in 2020 and 15,500 in cash on 25th March against the second certificate. So, the first certificate திருப்பி repay பண்ணும்போது 16,500 rupees principal. So, first அவர் எவ்வளோ deposit பண்ணாரு 15,000 deposit பண்ணியிருக்காரு. அந்த 15,000 deposit பண்ணதுக்கு 15,000 plus 1,500 rupees சேர்த்து 16,500 நம்ம திருப்பி பே பண்ண போறோம். ஜெனரலா நம்மளோட அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் என்ன? ஓகே 16,500 is less than 20,000. அப்ப ரீபேமெண்ட்டுக்கு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ரீபேமெண்ட்டுக்கு பெனால்டி வர வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை, ரைட்டா? பட் வாட் தே ஆர் சேயிங், இன் திஸ் கேஸ் தேர் இஸ் a violation of provision of 269T at the first repayment by bearer check. எப்படி சார்? On 23rd March 2024, since on that date aggregate amount of deposit held by Mr. A with the NBFC together with interest payable on such deposit is more than 20,000. So the total amount outstanding on the date of repayment is more than 20,000. எவ்வளோ ரீபே பண்றோங்கிறது இல்ல முக்கியம், எவ்வளோ அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் முக்கியம். Therefore, penalty under 271E equal to the amount of deposits or repaid will be attracted for failure to comply with the provision of 269T. However, the second repayment of 15,500 on 25th March 2024 in cash cannot be considered as violation of 269T, since either the amount of deposit with interest thereon nor the aggregate amount of deposit held by Mr. A on that date together with interest exceed the threshold limit of 20,000. இதனோட அநியாயமா இருக்கு. நான் என்ன புரிஞ்சு வச்சுக்கிட்டேன்னா, ஓகே திருப்பி பே பண்ணும்போது பே பண்ற அமௌண்ட் 20,000க்கு மேல இருந்தா 269T வரும். இல்ல அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அமௌண்ட் 20,000க்கு மேல இருந்துச்சுன்னா அந்த அவுட்ஸ்டாண்டிங் அமௌண்ட்ல நீ 10,000 ரூபாய் பே பண்ணா கூட that will be treated as penalty. But after that repayment, outstanding will come down. If that outstanding comes down to less than 20,000, then if you are paying, that will not amount to penalty. Therefore, the provision of 269T will be attracted at the time of first repayment of bearer check, even if the certificate is being held by Mr. A in joint name with his wife. Joint name lo hold pannalu seri, single name lo hold pannalu seri, provisions of 269T will come. I'm moving into illustration number 167. Beautiful question. Conceptual clarity question. Explain the circumstance under which AO can resort to provisional attachment. The same we have already discussed. Of the property of the assessee. Also state the period of time for which such attachment can take place. When can AO revoke provisional attachment of property? Discuss is the question. As for the provisions of 281B, this section should come to your brain. 281B. There can be provisional attachment to protect the interest of revenue in certain cases. That is, proceedings for the assessment of any income or for the assessment or reassessment of any income which has escaped assessment or for imposition of penalty under 271 AAD. What is this stands for? Discount. That is penalty leviable for false entry in the books of accounts, where the amount or aggregate of amount of penalty likely to be imposed under the said section exceeds 2 crore should be pending. This is a very important monetary limit, my dear lovable students. The first one, sir, the provisional attachment are covered under 281B. This is point number 1. What should be the condition should be satisfied? Proceeding for assessment of any income or for the assessment or reassessment of any income which has escaped assessment or for imposition of penalty under 271 AAD. So, any assessment should be pending, or 147 should be pending, or penalty proceedings under 271 AAD should be pending. And sir, where the amount or aggregate of penalty likely to be imposed under the said section should be 2 crore, my dear lovable students. So, 3 things, either any assessment proceeding should be pending, or 147 proceedings should be pending, or penalty proceedings should be pending under 271 AAD. And in that penalty proceedings, my dear lovable students, the amount of penalty should be more than 2 crore. Such attachment should be necessary for the purpose of protecting the interest of revenue in the opinion of the AO. The previous approval of principal chief commissioner or chief commissioner or principal commissioner or commissioner or principal director general or director general or principal director or director has been obtained by the AO. AO may, by an order in writing in which, sir, attach provisionally any property belonging to the assessee in the manner provided in second schedule. This is what the applicability. Such provisional attachment shall cease to have effect after the expiry of period of arimation from the date of order under 281 subsection B. So that will be valid maximum for 6 months. However, the period can be extended by principal chief commissioner or chief commissioner or principal commissioner or principal commissioner or commissioner, principal director general or director general or principal director or director as the case may, for the reason to be recorded in writing for a further period or period as he thinks fit. The total period of extension in any case cannot exceed maximum 2 years or 60 days after the date of order of assessment or reassessment, whichever is later. So the AO shall, by an order in writing, revoke such provisional attachment of the property make under 281B subsection 1 in case where the assessee furnishes a what? Guarantee from a scheduled bank for an amount not less than the fair market value of such provisionally attached property, or for an amount which is sufficient to protect the interest of the revenue is the question. The same question we have discussed once but this will give you a repeated revision, my dear lovable students. I'm moving into illustration number 168. Mr. Biswas, a stockbroker, has defaulted with regard to income tax payment, and the AO has attached his membership card of stock exchange under 281B of the Income Tax Act. That is, we just now understood that provisional attachment. AO has provisionally attached the membership card of stock exchange. Mr. Biswas contended that membership card is not transferable and is not his personal asset. It's my business asset. Discuss the validity of attachment of the card by AO in the context of 281B is a question. So this is a case law related question. The right of membership is not a private asset and it is merely a personal privilege granted to the member. It is non-transferable and incapable of alienation by the member or his legal representative except to the limited extent provided in the rules and regulation of the stock exchange and subject to fulfillment of conditions prescribed by the stock exchange. The nomination, even if permitted, is subject to rules and is not automatic. The right of nomination is vested in the stock exchange absolutely in case of death or default of the member. So thus the membership card is not the property of the assessee and therefore cannot be attached under 281B. It has been so held by Apex Court, Supreme Court in case of Stock Exchange Ahmedabad, services ACIT some case laws. Super sir, fantastic. So what is the takeaway? Membership card is not a personal asset. It is not transferable, which even sir you cannot nominate to any other person. In the circumstances that cannot be attached under section 281B. I'm moving into the next chapter, my dear lovable students, illustration number 169, which is going to talk about equalization levy. Explain the core reason for difference between e-commerce transaction and traditional business transaction causing difficulty to taxing the e-commerce transaction. We are having two types of transaction, we know. One is e-commerce transaction and other is traditional business transaction. It is really very difficult to tax the e-commerce transaction, right? The core reason for difference between e-commerce transaction and traditional business transaction causing difficulty to tax the income from e-commerce transaction under the Income Tax Act are absence of national boundaries, no requirement of physical presence of the goods and no requirement of physical delivery in certain cases. E-commerce transaction எங்கிருந்து பண்றாங்கன்னு தெரியல சார், யார் வாங்குறாங்கன்னு தெரியல சார். Since e-commerce transactions are completed in cyberspace, it is often not clear as to the place where transaction is effected. எங்க ஆரம்பிக்குது தெரியல, எங்க முடியுதுன்னு தெரியல. Thereby causing difficulty in implementing source rule taxation. We have two types of tax rules. Number one, resident rule and source rule. ஆனா என்னால source rule பண்ண முடியல. E-commerce transaction takes place through server and server may be placed in a country which is a tax haven. E-commerce transaction may be Mauritius நடக்கலாம், server Mauritius ல வைக்கலாம். In some case, provider of service may even take the server of a third party also. Third party ஓட server யூஸ் பண்ணி கூட service provide பண்ணலாம். So அதனால யார் பண்றா, யாருக்கு பண்றா, எங்கிருந்து பண்றா, எங்க பேமெண்ட் போகுது சார், இதெல்லாம் ட்ரேஸ் பண்றது e-commerce transactionல it's really difficult. I'm moving into illustration number 170. E-commerce transaction has replaced concept generally associated with international transaction traditionally. Discuss briefly the issues involving such transaction is a question. பழைய மாதிரி இல்ல சார், e-commerce transaction விஷயங்கள் எல்லாத்தையும் மாத்திருச்சுன்னு சொல்றாங்க. கண்டிப்பா சார், ட்ரெடிஷனல் பிசினஸ் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் விட இ-காமர்ஸ் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் எல்லாமே மாத்திருச்சு. The typical taxation issue relating to e-commerce are the difficulty in characterizing the nature of payment and establishing a nexus or link between taxable transaction and taxing jurisdiction. That means it's really difficult, my dear lovable students, to characterizing the nature of payment, whether this payment is taxable payment, whether this is exempted payment, this is commercial payment, this is residential payment, this is made for the purpose of business or profession, other than business or profession. Like this, characterizing the nature of payment itself is very difficult. and establishing a nexus or link between the taxable transaction or taxing jurisdiction. The difficulty of locating the transaction, activity and identifying the taxpayer for income tax purpose is another difficulty. The e-commerce transaction take place through server, and server may be placed in a country which is a tax haven. In some case, the provider of service may even take the server of third party, just now we have read. So it's not like the old business. E-commerce has changed a lot is a question. I'm moving into illustration number 171. From here onwards, pure application of equalization levy will be coming. ABC Limited, an Indian company, is carrying on the business of manufacture and sale of teakwood furniture under the brand name Pure Wood. In order to expand its overseas sales or export, it launched a massive advertisement campaign of its product. So this guy ABC Limited is situated in India. They are going to advertise outside India. For the purpose of online advertisement, we know that online advertisement is a specified services, my dear lovable students. Is utilize the service of PQR Incorporation, a London-based company. That means the service provider is a non-resident situated outside India. During the previous year 23-24, ABC Limited paid 5 lakhs to PQR Incorporation for such service, which is more than 1 lakh. Discuss the tax implication or TDS implication of such payment and receipt in the hands of ABC Limited and PQR Incorporation respectively if PQR Incorporation has no permanent establishment in India. If they don't have any permanent establishment in India, my dear lovable students, then equalization levy will be applicable. Sir, equalization levy once applicable, you have to deduct equalization levy at the rate of 6%. PQR Incorporation has a permanent establishment in India and service is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India, then such service will not be treated as an online services. For that 6% is not the case. We have to travel through the normal provisions of the Act. Chapter 8 of Finance Act 2016, equalization levy provides for an equalization levy of 6% of the amount of consideration for specified services received or receivable by a non-resident not having permanent establishment in India from a resident in India who carry out business or profession, or from a non-resident having permanent establishment in India. Sir, what is specified services? Sir, online advertisement is a specified service. Any provision for digital advertising space or any other facility or service for the purpose of online advertisement is a specified service. We know that our equalization levy will not be applicable in 3 circumstances where the non-resident providing the specified service as a permanent establishment in India and specified service is effectively connected with such permanent establishment, or the aggregate amount of consideration for specified service received or receivable during the previous year does not exceed 1 lakh. Where the specified service is not for the purpose of business or profession, under these 3 circumstances, sir, the provisions of 165 will not be applicable. Moving to the second part of the question, where PQR Incorporation has no permanent establishment in India, it will be covered under equalization levy. In the present case, equalization levy at 6% is chargeable on the amount of 5 lakh received by PQR Incorporation, a non-resident not having a PE in India from ABC Limited, an Indian company. Accordingly, ABC Limited is required to deduct equalization levy of 30,000. That is at 6% of 5 lakh being the amount paid towards online advertisement service provided by PQR Incorporation, a non-resident having no permanent establishment in India. Non-deduction of equalization levy would attract disallowance under 40A subsection 1B. B stands for broadcasting. That's why it is advertisement. We already highlighted in the class. Of 100% of the amount paid while computing business income of ABC Limited. Enjoy pandriya. So this the same question actually we have solved in the class also, correct? Where PQR Incorporation has permanent establishment in India and service is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India, equalization levy would not be attracted. Where the non-resident service provider, that is PQR Incorporation in this case, has a permanent establishment in India and service is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India. பிகாஸ் இந்தியாவில் ஒரு பர்மனன்ட் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ்மெண்ட் இருக்கு, அந்த பர்மனன்ட் எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ்மெண்ட்ல இருந்தால் சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னா எப்படி சார் அது ஆன்லைன் அவுட் சைட் இந்தியா சர்வீஸ் ஆகும்? Therefore, ABC Limited is not required to deduct equalization levy on 5 lakh, being the amount paid towards online advertisement service to PQR Incorporation in this case. However, tax has to be deducted by ABC Limited at the rate in force under section 195. Super sir. In respect of such payment to PQR Incorporation, non-deduction of tax at source under 195 would attract disallowance under 40A subsection 1 of 100% of the amount paid while computing business income of ABC Limited. Fantastic to the core. The same question we have done in the class. It's a revision. I'm moving into illustration number 172. MNO Incorporation, country A based company, is carrying on the business of manufacture and sale of furniture under the brand name Pure Wood. In order to increase its share in Indian market, it launched a massive advertisement campaign of its product. So this MNO is in country A, that means that they are non-resident. They are going to launch an advertisement service in India, the reverse or ulta of the earlier question. For the purpose of online advertisement, it utilizes the service of PQR Incorporation, a country Y based company which also owns and operates a digital platform. Fantastic. The gross receipts of PQR Incorporation from provision of such a service during 23-24 is 3 crore, which is more than 2 crore. During the previous year 23-24, MNO Incorporation paid 5 lakh to PQR Incorporation for such services. Since they are targeting the Indian customer, it will be treated as the service has been consumed in India. For that, the e-commerce operator is liable to pay 2% if it is falling under 165A. Discuss the tax implication of such payment and receipt in the hands of MNO Incorporation and PQR Incorporation respectively if both MNO Incorporation and PQR Incorporation have no permanent establishment in India. Both are situated outside India. They don't have permanent establishment in India. MNO Incorporation has a permanent establishment in India, but PQR Incorporation have no permanent establishment in India. Who is MNO? Service recipient. So service recipient is having a permanent establishment in India and service provider is not having a permanent establishment in India. PQR Incorporation is having a permanent establishment in India and advertisement service are effectively connected with service such permanent establishment. That means service provider is having a permanent establishment in India and the service has been provided through that permanent establishment. The same question we have done in the class. Are you remembering? Yes. Chapter 8 of the Finance Act 2016, Equalization Levy, provides for equalization levy of 6% of the amount of consideration for specified services received or receivable by a non-resident not having permanent establishment in India from a resident in India who carries out business or profession or from a non-resident having permanent establishment in India. This is the introduction. Specified services means online advertisement or any provision for digital advertising space or any other facility or service for the purpose of online advertisement or any other service as may be notified by the central government. But we are having 3 exceptions. Just now we have read in the last question. However, equalization levy shall not be levied. Number 1, where the non-resident providing the specified service as a permanent establishment in India and specified service is effectively connected with such permanent establishment. The aggregate amount of consideration for specified service received or receivable during the previous year does not exceed 1 lakh. Why 1 lakh? Where the payment for specified services for not for the purpose of carrying on business or profession. So in these 3 circumstances, equalization levy concept will not be applicable. Equalization levy at 2% would be chargeable on the amount of consideration received or receivable by a e-commerce operator from e-commerce supply or service made or provided or facilitated by it to a person resident in India or to a non-resident in the specified circumstance as provided below, to a person who buys such goods or services or both using IP address located in India. You may ask a question, what are the specified circumstances provided below? Meaning of specified circumstances. Sale of advertisement which target a customer who is a resident in India, or a customer who access advertisement through IP address located in India, and sale of data collected from a person who is resident in India or from a person who uses internet protocol in India. Equalization levy shall not be charged in 3 circumstances: where the e-commerce operator making or providing or facilitating e-commerce supply or service as a permanent establishment in India, and such e-commerce supply or services is effectively connected with such permanent establishment in India. If the service provider is having a permanent establishment in India, that means it is not an e-commerce transaction. Normally India கடை போட்டிருக்கான், அந்த கடையிலிருந்து பொருள் விற்கிறான், அதுக்கு equalization levyல போகணும், right? Where the equalization is leviable is 165. We know that 165 apply ஆச்சுனா 165A apply ஆகாது. Sales turnover or gross receipts, as the case may be, of the e-commerce operator from the e-commerce supply or service made or provided or facilitated is less than 2 crore during the previous year. The amount of consideration is less than 2 crore na equalization levy attract ஆக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. So we are having part 1, we are having part 2, and we are having part 3. 3 questions has been asked, brilliant to the core. Where MNO incorporation and PQR incorporation have no permanent establishment in India, then equalization levy would not be attracted in the present case, since MNO incorporation, a non-resident service, a recipient does not have a permanent establishment in India. Therefore, MNO incorporation is not required to deduct equalization levy at 6% on 5 lakh, being the amount paid towards online advertisement services to PQR incorporation. Because MNO incorporation, PQR incorporation has no permanent establishment in India. Both are situated outside India, right? Our equalization levy at 2% under 165A is attracted. எது தான் attract ஆகாது? 165 தான் attract ஆகாது. Because 165 is for specified services. In order to be a specified services, assessee should be a specified person. Either the resident in India who are engaged in business or profession. This is point number 1. Or, my dear lovable students, to a non-resident who are having a permanent establishment in India. But this guy, both are situated outside India. Our equalization levy at 2% under 165A is attracted on 5 lakh, being the amount of consideration received by PQR incorporation, an e-commerce operator from e-commerce services provided by it to MNO incorporation, a non-resident in the specified circumstance, namely sale of advertisement which target a customer who is a resident in India. Since the gross receipts of PQR incorporation in the previous year 23-24 exceeds 2 crore, அப்போ 165ல எங்களுக்கு 6% வேண்டாம், ஆனா 165Aல எங்களுக்கு 2% வேணும். That's what section is all about. Coming to second combo, where MNO incorporation has a permanent establishment in India, but PQR incorporation does not have a permanent establishment in India. Who is MNO? Service recipient, right? That's it, man. So it will fall under the second specified person of 165. So in the present case, equalization levy at 6% is chargeable on the amount of rupees 5 lakh received by PQR incorporation, a non-resident not having permanent establishment in India, from MNO incorporation, a non-resident having a PE in India. Accordingly, MNO incorporation is required to deduct equalization levy of 30%, that is 6% of rupees 5 lakh, being the amount paid towards online advertisement service provided by PQR incorporation, non-resident having no permanent establishment in India. Non-deduction of equalization levy would attract disallowance under 40A subsection 1B. B stands for yes, broadcasting of 100% of the amount paid while computing business income. Since equalization levy is attracted on amount of 1 lakh, 5 lakh, the said amount is exempt from income tax by virtue of 1050 of the Income Tax Act 1961. Clear? The last one. Where PQR incorporation has a permanent establishment in India, good, and advertisement services are effectively connected with such permanent establishment, bad, equalization levy would not be attracted where the non-resident service provider, PQR incorporation in this case, has a permanent establishment in India, and the service is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India. Therefore, M&O incorporation is not required to deduct equalization levy on 5 lakh, being the amount paid towards online advertisement service to PQR incorporation in this case. Since equalization levy is not attracted in this case, exemption under section 1050 of the Income Tax Act would not be available. Kandipa. Equalization levy pudichada exemption under 1050. Equalization levy pudikelena exemption under 1050 is not available. However, since PQR incorporation as a PE in India and advertisement services are effectively connected with the PE in India, such advertisement income would deem to accrue or arisen in India in the hands of PQR incorporation under section 9 subsection 1 clause 1 and would be taxable in the hands of PQR incorporation under the Income Tax Act. Super fantastic to the core. I'm moving into illustration number 173, again an ICA question, again from e-commerce operator. Equalization levy. XYZ and Co, a non-resident entity based in Singapore, owns and operates an electronic facility through which it effects online sale of goods manufactured by it. So they are purely an e-commerce operator who are situated outside India. The following are receipts from the previous year 23-24. Receipt from sale of goods to person resident in India 158 lakhs. A receipt from sale of goods to person not resident in India but resident in other part of Southeast Asia, total 96 lakh. Out of the said sum, that is how much lakh? 96 lakh. 57 lakhs relates to recipient from person using IP address located in India. So 96 lakh left 57 lakh. So 96 lakhs minus 57 lakhs, so 39 lakhs using the IP address. So 158 lakhs plus 57 lakhs. So 158 plus 57 comes to 215 lakhs, which is much more than 2 crore. Discuss the equalization levy implications of such receipts in the hands of XYZ and Co. If XYZ and Co has no permanent establishment in India, then equalization levy concept will be applicable. XYZ and Co has a permanent establishment in India and sale of goods is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India, then equalization levy concept will not be applicable, normal provisions will be applicable. Would your answer change if out of the receipts in B above, only 40 lakhs relates to the receipt from person using IP located in India? Then, sir, 158 plus 40 comes to, the total put together comes to 198 lakhs, which is less than 2 crore. So, in order to attract 165A, the amount collected should be more than 2 crore. So, 165A in the Finance Act 2016 provides for equalization levy at 2% on the amount of consideration received or receivable by an e-commerce operator from e-commerce supply or service made or provided or facilitated by inter alia to a person resident in India and a person who buys such goods or service or both using internet protocol located in India. In the present case, XYZ and Co is an e-commerce operator since is a non-resident owning and operating an electronic facility for online sale of goods and provision of services. I'm moving into the first part of the question. XYZ and Co has no permanent establishment in India. If that is the case, the answer is, in this case, gross receipts of e-commerce operator from the e-commerce supply and service is 2.15 crore, which is more than 2 crore. Receipt from sale of goods to person resident in India, 158 lakh. Receipt from sale of goods to person not resident in India using IP located 57, total receipt 215 lakh. Since total receipt which are chargeable to equalization levy exceeds 2 crore, equalization levy at the rate of 2% is attracted on the amount sum of 215 lakhs, which would amounting to 4.3 lakhs. 215 lakhs order 2%. If the receipts in B above were only 40 lakh, then equalization levy would not be attracted since the gross receipt would only be 198 lakhs, which is less than 2 crore. Moving to the second part of the question. XYZ and Co as a permanent establishment in India and sale of goods is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India. Equalization levy would not be attracted where the non-resident e-commerce operator, that is XYZ and Co in this case, has a permanent establishment in India and sale of goods is effectively connected to the permanent establishment in India. This is irrespective of the quantum of receipt in B above, whether 57 lakhs or 40 lakhs, whatever it may be the case. If the non-resident is having a permanent establishment in India and if is providing the goods or services through that permanent establishment, then it will not be regarded as e-commerce transaction at all. Once it is not regarded as e-commerce transaction, my dear lovable students, how equalization levy can be levied? I am moving into illustration number 174. Oh my God, it's a very big question. Big question. PQR Limited, an Indian headquartered multinational company, has entered into a fixed fee agreement of rupees 3 crore with X Accounting Limited, UK for the financial year 23-24, which was approved by the central government. As part of agreement, X, the Accounting Limited, UK maintains an online web platform through which it provides IFRS advisory and consultancy services, which also include providing response to queries raised by PQR Limited. The technical staff of X Accounting Limited, UK, provide their expert use virtually over the platform within 24 to 72 hours. Further, X Accounting Limited also provides customized training through the embedded online video platform exclusively for the person working with PQR Limited. X Accounting Limited does not have any offices outside the UK. Examine the tax implication, TDS implication of such payment and receipt in the X Accounting Limited UK and PQR Limited India under Chapter 8 of the Finance Act as amended by Finance Act 2021 and income tax. Extract of Article 13 of India UK DTAA. Royalty and fees for technical service arising in a contracting state and paid to a resident of the other contracting state may be taxed in that other state. Okay. However, such royalty and fees for technical service may also be taxed in the contracting state in which they arise, that means source country, and according to the law of that country. But if the beneficial owner of the royalty or fees for technical service is a resident of other contracting state, tax so charged shall not exceed, number 1, in case of royalty within para 3A of this article and fees for technical service within para 4A or 4C of this article, during the first five years for which the convention has effect, which is model tax convention they are saying, 15% of the gross amount of such royalty or fees for technical services when the payer of the royalty or fees for technical service is the government of the first mentioned contracting state or political subdivision of that state. This 15% government kittu vanduchuna. 20% of the gross amount of such royalty or fees for technical service in all other case. During subsequent years, 15% of the gross amount of such royalty or fees for technical services, and in case of royalty within para 3B of article and fees for technical service defined in para 4B of article 10. Article 10% of the gross amount of such royalty and fees for technical services. Innum mudiyala, question mudiyala nu solran nanu. For the purpose of para 2 of this article and subject to para 5 of this article, the term fees for technical service means payment of any kind of any person in consideration for rendering of any technical or consultancy services, including the provision of service of a technical or other person, which are ancillary and subsidiary to the application or enjoyment of the right, property or information for which a payment described in para 3A of this article is received, are ancillary and subsidiary to the enjoyment of property for which a payment described in paragraph 3B of this article is received, or make available technical knowledge, experience, skill, know-how or processes, or consist of development and transfer of technical plan or technical design. This is the definition of fees for technical services. Fees for technical services means, the definition of fees for technical service in para 4 of this article shall not include idella varadama for the service that are ancillary, subsidiary as well as inextricably and essentially linked to the sale of property other than property described in para 3 of this article, or for service that are ancillary, subsidiary to the rental of ship, aircraft, that is renting of ship, aircraft, container or other equipment used in contravention with the operation of ship, aircraft in international traffic, for teaching in or by education institution, for service for the private use of individual or individual making the payment, or to an employee of the person making the payment or to any individual or partnership for professional service as defined in Article 15, which is independent personal services of this convention. இதுக்கு equalization levy வருமா வராதாங்கிறதான் question. This is an ICI question. Section 165A கொஞ்ச நேரத்துக்கு அப்புறம் தெரியற ஒரு வார்த்தை கேட்டிருக்கோம். Of the Finance Act provides for equalization levy at 2% on the amount of consideration received or receivable by a e-commerce operator from an e-commerce supply or services made or provided or facilitated by it inter alia to a person resident in India and a person who buys such goods or service or both using internet protocol address located in India. We need to determine whether X Accounting Limited UK is an e-commerce operator or not. So first we should know who is an e-commerce operator. Wah, முதல்ல இருந்து கால்ல. E-commerce operator means a non-resident who owns, operate or manage digital or electronic facility or platform for online sale or online provision of services or both. In the given situation, X Accounting Limited UK and non-resident maintains a digital platform for online provision of service. Therefore, X Accounting Limited is a e-commerce operator defined under 165A. அப்படி சொல்றான் செல்ல கொட்டே. However, the consideration received or receivable for specified service and for e-commerce supply of service would not include the consideration which are taxable as inter alia fees for technical service in India under the Income Tax Act read with DTAA notified by central government under section 90 or 90A. This we already discussed when we discussed 165. Fees for technical services, fees for professional services varadu adukku equalization levy kadayadu applicable, normal provisions will be applicable. As for Income Tax Act and India UK DTA, fees for advisory service and training service by X Accounting Limited, UK comes within the scope of fees for technical services defined thereunder. Hence, the consideration received for such service being in the nature of fees for technical service would not be subject to equalization levy. Now, we will consider the income tax implication. இப்போ நான் equalization levy இருந்து வெளியே வந்துட்டேன். General income tax implication பத்தி பேச போறோம். Any fees for technical service will be deemed to accrue or arisen in India if they are payable by inter alia a person who is a resident in India except where fees payable in respect of technical services utilized in business or profession carried on by such person outside India or for the purpose of making or earning any income from any source outside India. Hence, such 3 crore would be deemed to accrue or arisen in India in the hands of X Accounting Limited UK and would be chargeable tax in India as per Income Tax Act. For this, equalization levy provisions will not be applicable. Normal provisions of Income Tax Act will be applicable. Super. So normal provisions apply ஆகும்னா TDS புடிச்சுதான் ஆகணும். Withholding tax provisions under 195 would be attracted and PQR India has to withhold tax on the payment made to X Accounting Limited UK at the rate of 20%. This is an amendment. As per section 115A subsection 1 class B, which is the rate as per India UK DTA. The rate as per 115A is also 20%, but will be further increased by surcharge at 2% and health and education at 4%. DTA la sir verum 20% ஆ இருக்கு. ஆனா Income Tax Act la அப்படி இருக்கா சார்? So the DTAA or the Income Tax Act, whichever is more beneficial to the assessee as per 90 subsection 2 Kulandagan Chettiar. So DTA க்கு மேல நான் திருப்பி செஸ் ஹெல்த் அண்ட் எஜுகேஷன் செஸ் பே பண்ண வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. Hence, effective rate of tax as per Income Tax would be 21.216. This is as per Income Tax Act. Therefore, the rate as per DTA 20% is more beneficial to the assessee. Super sir. I am moving into the next chapter, man. Application and interpretation of tax treaty, illustration number 175. What do you mean by double taxation? Discuss the connecting factors which lead to double taxation. The taxability of a foreign entity in any country depends upon 2 distinct factors, namely whether it is doing business with that country or in that country. Internationally, the term used to describe the jurisdiction for taxation is connecting factor. There are 2 types of connecting factor, namely residence and source. Already we discussed in depth. It means a company can be subject to tax either on its residence link or source link with a country. If a company is doing business in a host or source country, then besides being taxed in the home country on the basis of residence link, it will also be taxed in the host country on the basis of source link, as the company would be heavily engaged in doing business in the territory of the other country, for example, through its branch in that country, which is the permanent establishment. However, if company is doing business with another country, that means I don't have a permanent establishment, but I am doing only business, that is a host or source country, then it would generally be subject to tax in its home country alone based on its residence link. இப்போ நான் வந்து இன்னொரு கண்ட்ரி கூட தான் பிசினஸ் பண்றேன் தவிர ஒரு கண்ட்ரியில போய் பிசினஸ் பண்ணல. அப்போ ரெசிடென்ஸ் கண்ட்ரி என்னவோ அந்த கண்ட்ரில மட்டும் டாக்ஸ் கட்டினா போதும், since the company is not engaged in carrying on business in the territory of source country, for example export of goods to another country. நான் இந்தியால இருந்து இன்னொரு கண்ட்ரிக்கு எக்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்றேன்னா அந்த எக்ஸ்போர்ட்ல இருந்து வர இன்கத்துக்கு நான் இந்தியால தான் டாக்ஸ் கட்டணுமே தவிர சோர்ஸ் கண்ட்ரில டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. In this regard, it may however be noted that significant economic presence SEP in another country may result in tax liability in the other country. For example, as per the Income Tax Act, transaction in respect of any good, service or property carried out by a non-resident with any person in India, including provision of download of data or software in India, if the aggregate of payment arising from such transaction or transaction during previous year exceeds 2 crore, இப்பதான் equalization பத்தி படிச்சிட்டு வந்தோம், would be deemed as SEP of such non-resident in India. என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, my dear lovable students, a person who's a non-resident who are situated outside India, who's having a transaction with an Indian person. Sir, if this non-resident is having a transaction value of more than 2 crore, then SEP, that is what? Significant economic presence. Sir, as per Income Tax Act, we have not adopted permanent establishment concept, we have adopted SEP concept. SEP will lead to business connection. Business connection will lead to income deemed to accrue or arisen in India. Fantastic to the core. SEP of a non-resident in India would constitute business connection in India, and consequently income would be deemed to accrue in India and hence be taxable in India, that is source country. We are having two types of double taxation. One is jurisdictional double taxation and economic double taxation. ஒரு இன்கம் ரெண்டு கண்ட்ரியில டாக்ஸ் ஆனா அது jurisdictional double taxation. ஒரு இன்கம் ரெண்டு ஹெட்ல, ஒன்னு இண்டிவிஜுவல் AOPBOI, இந்த மாதிரி ரெண்டு பேரோட தலையில டாக்ஸ் ஆனா அது economic double taxation. When source rules overlap, double taxation may arise. That is, taxes imposed by two or more countries as per their domestic law in respect of same transaction, income arising or deemed to arise in the respective jurisdiction. This is called as judicial double taxation or jurisdictional double taxation. In order to avoid such double taxation, a company can invoke provisions of DTA, also called as tax treaty or double taxation conventions, DTC, with the host or source country, or in the absence of such an agreement, Indian company can invoke provision of section 91 providing unilateral relief in context of double taxation. One chapter itself we have learned. Economic double taxation happens when the same transaction, item of income or capital, is taxed in two or more states, but in the hands of different person because of lack of subject identity. I am moving into illustration number 176. In addition to allocating the taxing rate and elimination of double taxation, there are various other important considerations while entering into tax treaty. Elucidate is the question. We know that in a taxing rate mattu illa, we are having various other objectives also. In addition to allocating the taxing rate and eliminating of double taxation, there are various other important considerations while entering into a tax treaty as mentioned below. Ensuring non-discrimination between resident and non-resident is another objective. Resolution of dispute arising on account of different interpretation of tax treaty by the treaty partner is the next objective. Providing assistance in collection of fair and legitimate share of tax is the third objective. Further, in addition to the above, there are some other principles which must be considered by the country in their tax system. Number one, equity and fairness, neutrality and efficiency, and promotion of mutual economic relationship, trade and investment. Equity and fairness, the same income earned by different taxpayer must be taxed at the same rate regardless of the source of the income. Yes, sir. ரெசிடென்ட் நான் ரெசிடென்ட் ஒரு equity வேணும், fairness வேணும். ஒரே இன்கத்துக்கு ரெண்டு பேர்கிட்ட ரெண்டு different tax rate போட்டு வாங்கக்கூடாது. Neutrality and efficiency means neutrality factor provides that economic processes should not be affected by external factors such as taxation. இப்போ நீ துபாயில நாளைக்கு சார் ஏதாவது ஒன்று ஆரம்பிக்கிற மாதிரி இருந்தால் ஐயோ துபாயில் டாக்ஸ் ரொம்ப அதிகமாக இருக்குமே அதனால நான் ஆரம்பிக்கல அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு தாட் இருக்கக்கூடாது. நியூட்ராலிட்டி இஸ் ஆஃப் டூ ஃபோல்ட், கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் நியூட்ராலிட்டி அண்ட் கேபிட்டல் இம்போர்ட் நியூட்ராலிட்டி. கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் நியூட்ராலிட்டி மீன்ஸ் நான் இந்தியாவில் இருக்க இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியே இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ண போகிறேன். ப்ரொவைட்ஸ் தட் பிசினஸ் டிசிஷன் மஸ்ட் நாட் பி affected by tax factors between the country of residence and target country. Whereas sin provides that level of tax imposed on non-resident as well as resident must be similar. So the same has been discussed in depth in the coming class. If anyone is seeing this chapter lecture, my dear lovable students, I put a separate detailed lecture for these chapters. Go through that because there I would have killed this topic. Promotion of mutual economic trade and interest. In some other case, it is observed that avoidance of double taxation is not only the objective. The other objective may be to give impetus to a country's overall economic growth and development. So these are the various things we will be getting in addition to elimination of double taxation. Ensuring non-discrimination between resident and non-resident, resolution of dispute arising on account of different interpretation of tax treaty by the treaty partner, providing assistance in the collection of the fair and legitimate share of tax. In addition to that, equity and fairness, neutrality and efficiency, promotion of mutual economic relation, trade and investment is the additional benefit. Brilliant to the core. Moving to question number 177. What is the general rule of interpretation under Vienna Convention of Law of Treaty which is VCLT? General rule எப்படி இருக்கோ அப்படியே இன்டர்பிரட் பண்ணணும். Article 31 of Vienna Convention of Law of Treaty contains the general rule of interpretation. It lay down the following general rule of interpretation. Number 1. Treaties shall be interpreted in good faith in accordance with the ordinary meaning to be given to the terms thereof in the context in the light of its object and purpose. We have to interpret the treaty in good faith. Pacta sunt servanda. Yes, sir. In accordance with the ordinary meaning, don't give any extraordinary meaning, give the ordinary meaning given to the terms thereof in the context and in the light of the object and purpose. The context for the purpose of interpretation of treaty shall comprise in addition to the text including in preamble and annexure. Any agreement relating to the treaty which was made between all parties in connection with the conclusion of the treaty. That is there any agreement you have put? Then even we have to see that agreement also. Or any instrument which was made by one or more parties in connection with the conclusion of the treaty and accepted by other party as an instrument related thereto. The following shall be taken into account together with the context in that. Any subsequent agreement, any subsequent practice, any relevant rules should be taken in care. Any subsequent agreement between the parties regarding the interpretation of treaty or the application of its provision. That means after entering into double taxation avoidance agreement, if the two parties are entering into any subsequent agreement, then அதையும் பார்த்துட்டு interpret பண்றதுக்கு. Subsequent practice in the application of the treaty which establishes the agreement of the party regardless its interpretation. ரெண்டு பேரும் எப்படி நடந்துக்கிறாங்கன்னு பார்த்துட்டு வேணா இன்டர்பிரட் பண்றது. Any relevant rules of international law applicable to relation between the parties. A special meaning shall be given to a term if it is established that party so intended. அவங்க நினைச்சாங்கன்னா special meaning இருந்தா special meaning கொடுக்கணும். I'm moving into illustration number 178. What are the extrinsic aids of interpretation of tax treaty? A wide range of extrinsic material is permitted to be used in interpretation of tax treaty. Tax treaty interpret பண்ணும்போது external data, external factors இதெல்லாம் நீ எடுத்துக்கலாம். According to Article 32 of Vienna Convention, supplementary means of interpretation include the proprietary work of treaty and circumstance of its conclusion. According to Professor Stark, one may resort to following extrinsic aid to interpret a tax treaty provided the clear words are not thereby contradicted. Number 1, these are the sources. இதெல்லாம் பார்த்து நீ என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம்னா treaty interpret பண்ணிக்கலாம். Interpretative protocols, we know protocols are annexed to the treaty. Resolutions and committee report setting out agreed interpretation. Already protocols லயோ resolution லயோ committee report லயோ interpretation சொல்லிருக்காங்கன்னா done. A subsequent agreement between the parties regarding the interpretation of the treaty or the application of its provision. Where the subsequent agreement. Next, subsequent conduct of the state parties as evidence of the intention of the party and consumption of the treaty. Other treaties in paramateria relating to same subject matter in case of doubt. Provision in parallel tax treaties. Idilla parallel tax treaty. I have already entered into a treaty. There is one more treaty. In the one more treaty, என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்களோ அதோட interpretation நமக்கு நம்மளோட treaty எடுத்துக்கலாம். If the language used in two tax treaties, say treaty X and Y are same and one treaty is more elaborative or clear in its meaning, say treaty X, can one rely on the interpretation or explanation provided in treaty X while applying provision of treaty Y. Though the interpretation or explanation in treaty X would not be binding while interpreting the treaty Y, however, if the language is similar between two treaty, one can make a reference to treaty X for understanding the intention of the contracting state. இப்போ treaty X, treaty Y ரெண்டு treatyல enter பண்ணிருக்கோம் நம்ம. treaty X, my dear lovable students, ஷார்ட்டா இருக்கு, ஆனா treaty Y ரொம்ப லாங்கா இருக்குன்னு வெச்சுக்கோ, elaborative இருக்குனா treaty X interpret பண்றதுக்கு treaty Y ஓட benefit எடுத்துக்கலாம், but it is not binding. The views of Indian judiciary, however, are not consistent in this respect. There are contradictory judgment by Indian court or tribunal in this regard. But Indian court and tribunal is having different view. They are saying that no. In order to interpret treaty number 1, treaty issues benefit or treaty issues cannot be taken. International article or essays or report. We are having commentary, we are having article, various authors will write various article. Their book you can refer, my dear lovable students, as an extrinsic aid. Like in the direct tax cases, quote many at times refer to the commentaries of Sir Kanga Palkiwala and Sambat Iyengar for interpretation as they are considered authoritative source. Also under the international taxation, various authors like Philip Baker or Klaus Vogel's commentary are considered as classic source of interpretation for understanding the tax treaties. International article or essay or reports are referred as extrinsic aid for interpretation of tax treaty. Like in case of CAT versus Vishakhapatnam Port, the High Court obtained useful material through international article. Up international like story writers, Shakespeare மாதிரி கதை எழுதுற மாதிரி treaty interpret பண்ணி நிறைய பேர் எழுதுறாங்க. So that can also be taken as a source to interpret the tax treaty. Protocol is the next one. Protocol is like a supplement to the treaty. It's like an addition to the treaty, valid to the treaty. In many treaties, in order to put certain matters beyond doubt, there is protocol annexed at the end of the treaty which clarifies certain borderline issues. சிலரெல்லாம் மூஞ்சி லட்ச மாதிரி சொல்லுவாங்க, இது இப்படி தான் இன்டர்பிரட் பண்ணோம், இதுதான் நாங்கள் நினைச்சிருக்கோம், இது இல்லாமல் நீங்கள் வேற எதுவும் இன்டர்பிரட் பண்ணி தயவு செஞ்சு மீனிங்கை மாற்றிடாதீங்க. A protocol is an integral part of tax treaty and has the same binding force as the main clauses therein. Protocol to Indian-France treaty contains the MFN clause, most favored nation clause. This one must refer to protocol before arriving at any final conclusion in respect of any tax treaty provision. Everything we have discussed. Protocol we discussed. Preamble we discussed. I am coming to the preamble part. Preamble means start. Preamble to a treaty, tax treaty could give an interpretation of tax treaty. As mentioned above, in case of Azadi Bachao Andolan case law, Apex Court observed that preamble to the Indo-Mauritius double taxation avoidance treaty recites that it is for the encouragement of mutual trade and investment, and this aspect of matter cannot be lost sight of while interpreting the treaty. அப்போ ஒரு ட்ரீட்டி என்டர் பண்றதுக்கு முன்னாடியே preamble என்ன சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, what is the objective of intention of the treaty? When you are concluding your interpretation, that objective should not get defeated. These observations are very significant, whereby Apex Court was upheld economic consideration as one of the objective of tax treaty. Further now, after the BEPS action plan number 6, a recommendation and multilateral instrument MLI, new text has been added to preamble to reflect that treaties are not intended for creating opportunity for double non-taxation and treaty shopping arrangements. This will play a key role in interpreting the treaty post MLI. The next one is MAP, mutual agreement procedure. After entering into a treaty, if two countries having any fight, the competent authority of one country will enter into some agreement with the competent authority of other country. MAP helps to interpret any ambiguous term or provision through bilateral negotiation. MAP is more authentic than other rates as officials of both the country are in possession of material documents exchanged at the time of signing the tax treaty, which would clearly indicate the object or purpose of a particular provision. Successful MAPs also serve a Sir, precedence in case of subsequent application is what? So these are the extrinsic aid. The extrinsic aid are number 1, sir, interpretative protocol, resolutions and committee report, subsequent agreement, subsequent conduct of the state party, other treaties. Other treaties in the sense means you can take the provisions in the parallel tax treaties and international aids or essay reports, protocol, preamble and mutual agreement procedure is what our discussion is all about. I'm moving into the next question. BEPS question. Question number 179 is a target. What do you understand by base erosion and profit shifting? Describe briefly its adverse effect. Sir, BEPS, base erosion and profit shifting, refer to tax planning. Strategies that exploit gaps and mismatches in tax rules to make profit disappear for tax purpose or to shift profit to location where there is little or no real activity but the taxes are low, resulting in little or no overall corporate tax behind pay. So BEPS, base erosion profit shifting, means between the two countries' law there will be gap and there will be, sir, there will be gap between two laws countries. They are exploiting that gaps to enjoy the tax avoidance. That is called as BEPS, or shifting the profit from the high tax jurisdiction to the low tax jurisdiction. What are the adverse effects? These are the 4 adverse effects. BEPS is not good for any country. Government have to cope up with less revenue and higher costs to ensure compliance. Sir, in a country like India will have less income. Sir, in order to not have BEPS, they have to spend a lot of money to ensure that there is no BEPS in India. In developing country, they are mentioning India, lack of tax revenue lead to significant underfunding of public investment that could help foster economic growth. If we have not received the tax what we are supposed to be received, then our country will not have money. Then government cannot serve the public. Then it will be having a negative impact on the economic growth. BEPS undermines the integrity of tax system, as reporting of low corporate tax is considered to be unfair. நீ எல்லா வேலையும் பண்றது இந்தியால, all activities you are carrying out in India, whereas, but my dear lovable students, you are paying the tax or not paying the tax outside India. When the tax law permit business to reduce their tax burden by shifting their income away from jurisdiction where income producing activity are conducted, other taxpayers, especially individual taxpayers in that jurisdiction, bear a greater share of burden. நீங்க கார்ப்பரேட்ஸ் எல்லாமே இந்த மாதிரி பெப்ஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, இந்தியாவில் டாக்ஸ் கட்டாம மொரிஷியஸ்க்கு டாக்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு போனீங்கன்னா, இல்ல அவுட் சைடு இந்தியாவில் எங்க டாக்ஸ் ரேட் கம்மியா இருக்கோ அங்க எடுத்துட்டு போனீங்கன்னா, கார்ப்பரேட்டையும் நான் கார்ப்பரேட் இண்டிவிஜுவல்ஸையும் கம்பேர் பண்ணா இண்டிவிஜுவல்ஸ் நிறைய டாக்ஸ் கட்டுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். This give rise to tax fairness issues on account of individuals having to bear a higher burden tax. அதனால tax fairness issues வர வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. Enterprises that operate only in domestic market, including family owned business or new innovative business, may have difficulty competing with MNC that have ability to shift their profit across borders to avoid or reduce tax. இப்போ ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து இந்தியால மட்டும் தான் வேலை செய்யுது, that is called as domestic company. அவங்களை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பெப்ஸுக்கான வாய்ப்பே இல்லை, பிகாஸ் இங்க ப்ராஃபிட் கம்மி பண்ணி வேற எங்கேயும் எடுத்துட்டு போக முடியாது. Whereas a company is working MNC, multinational company, they don't worry about the tax component. So that means that much cost is reducing for them, my dear lovable students. So they may compete much higher with the domestic market. Fair competition is harmed by the distortion included by BEPS. அப்ப BEPS வரதுனால fair competition போயிடுது. ஏன்னா அவன் டாக்ஸை பத்தி பயப்பட வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. But Indian concerns will be fearing about the tax. I'm moving into illustration number 180. What are the ways in which hybrid mismatch arrangement, which is action plan number 2, are used to achieve unintended double non-taxation or long-term tax deferral? Hybrid mismatch arrangements are sometimes used to achieve unintended double non-taxation or long-term tax deferral in one or more of the following ways. Creation of two deductions for a single borrowing. ஒரே borrowing ரெண்டு பேர் deduction எடுக்கிறாங்க. Generation of deduction without corresponding income inclusion. That means இந்தியால டிடக்ஷனா வாங்கிடுறாங்க, பட் அவுட் சைடு இந்தியாவில் அது இன்கமா காட்டுறது இல்லை. மிஸ்யூஸ் ஆஃப் எஃப்டிசி, ஃபாரின் டாக்ஸ் கிரெடிட்டை மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்றாங்க. அண்ட் பார்ட்டிசிபேஷன் இன் எக்ஸம்ஷன் ரெஜிம்ஸ், எங்க எந்தெந்த கண்ட்ரியில் ஜாஸ்தி எக்ஸம்ஷன் இருக்கோ அங்கே ஜாஸ்தியாக பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. திஸ் இஸ் ஹவு தே ஆர் சார் ways in which enjoying the hybrid mismatch arrangement, my dear lovable students. You know one thing, our target is to complete 200 questions. Out of 200 questions, we have completed 180 questions, my dear lovable students. We are having only 20 more. With one more slot, we'll be finishing off that also. If you are feeling comfortable and if you are feeling enjoying the subject, this part is a very important part, this 200 question. If you are thorough with this 200 question, you just think how many sections you are going through. So revise this 200 question, read the question, sir, read the answer, and before you read the answer, think the answer by your own. If anyone who are listening to this lecture, if you are feeling it as useful, if you are feeling it as comfortable, just put your sir happiness as comments. We are very happy to receive such things, to do more and more lectures like this. So I'm wishing you all the very best. We'll meet you for the next 20 questions to complete and to say that the second part of marathon has comes to an end. Study very well, my dear lovable students. Till that, thank you and bye bye from Anna. So very happy morning to all. So we are doing assessment. In that 200 questions is the target. Out of 200 questions, my dear lovable students, we have done 180 questions. In that 180 question, in the last day, 2 questions were overlapping. So I have removed one of the question and will be starting from question number 180 itself. So question number 180, very important question for examination. What are the significant OECD recommendation under action plan number 1 of BEPS? Which recommendation has been adopted in Indian tax laws? We know that digital economy is what action plan number 1. So BEPS has given a list for digital economy. Out of that, what and all has been adopted by the India is what the question. So this is one of the most expected question for examination. OECD has recommended several options to tackle the direct tax challenges, which include number 1, modifying the existing permanent establishment rule to provide that whether an enterprise engage in fully dematerialized digital activity would constitute a PE if it maintained a significant digital presence, SDP. We are actually following Sept. What is Sept? Significant economic presence. But what OECD is recommending to us that follow SDP, significant digital presence in other countries' economy. So every country, whether it is developing or developed country, was facing this digital economy transaction problem. That means the main problem what we are faced with regard to digital economy is who is initiating the transaction, who is getting the transaction, who is paying the amount, where it is utilized, what is the source, what is the residence, nothing we were able to track. So what OECD recommended, the first recommendation is modifying the existing PE definition. And the PE definition நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுங்க, modify பண்ணுங்க. PE definition தான் பிரச்சனை, permanent establishment definition தான் பிரச்சனை. அதை நீங்க எந்த மாதிரி modify பண்ணணும்னா, to provide whether an enterprise engage fully dematerialized digital activity would constitute a PE if it maintained a Sept, that is SDP, significant digital presence in other countries' economy. This is the first recommendation. Number 2, a virtual place of business PE in the concept of PE. That is creation of PE when the enterprise maintains a website on a server of other enterprise located in a jurisdiction and carried on business through that website. What OECD is recommending that PE definition வெறும் physical termsல மட்டும் போகாம virtual termsல போங்க. Virtual fixed place of PE in concept of PE. Like what they are saying is creation of PE when the enterprise maintains a website. ஒரு வெப்சைட் வைக்கிறாங்க, அந்த வெப்சைட்டோட சர்வர் இந்தியால வைக்கிறாங்கன்னா and அந்த வெப்சைட் வழியா தான் goods and services விக்கிறாங்கன்னா you say that that non-resident is having a virtual place of business in India. That's the next action. Next one, imposition of final withholding tax on certain payment for digital goods or services provided by a foreign e-commerce provider, or imposition of an equalization levy on consideration for certain digital transaction received by a non-resident from a resident or from a non-resident is having permanent establishment in another contracting state. This is what we have adopted called as NLV, equalization levy. So these are the 3 recommendations which has been given by the OECD. Number 1, modifying the existing PE rule to provide whether an enterprise engaged in fully dematerialized digital activity would constitute a PE if it is maintained a significant presence in the another country's economy. So DTAA is following permanent establishment concept, whereas Income Tax Act is following business connection concept. In order to have the business connection, what Income Tax Act is saying that you should be having a Sept in India, significant economic presence. Now OECD is recommending that even amend the Sept concept also, bring SDP concept, significant digital presence. This is what the first recommendation. Number 2, for example, I am a non-resident who are situated outside India. I am selling goods or services through a website. That website server is located in India, and through that website only I am purchasing or selling or doing the transaction, my dear lovable students. Then what OECD is saying that you have to say that that is a virtual place of business PE. This is the new concept they want to bring. And number 3, which is whatever we have studied, equalization levy under section 165 and 165A, they are asking to withhold imposition of final withholding of tax with regard to 165 at the rate of 6% or 165A at the rate of 2%. Taking into consideration the potential of new digital economy and the rapidly evolving nature of business operation, it becomes necessary to address the challenges in terms of taxation of such digital transaction. The concept of SEP, significant economic presence, which is similar to virtual fixed place PE as recommended in 2015 BEPS action plan report, is being introduced by explanation 2A to section 9 subsection 1 clause 1. That means inga the SDP இவங்க எடுத்துட்டு வர சொன்னாங்க. ரெண்டாவது virtual place of business எடுத்துட்டு வர, virtual place of business PE எடுத்துட்டு வர சொன்னாங்க. So அது virtual place of business PE compensate பண்றதுக்காக தான் Indian Income Tax Act நம்ம Sept concept introduce பண்ணிருக்கோம். Sept concept is significant economic presence. இது 2015ல BEPS action plan report கொடுத்தப்பதான் இந்த மாதிரி ஒன்னு எடுத்துட்டு வாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதை ஃபார்ம் பண்ணி தான் நம்ம ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிருக்கோம். Significant economic presence of a non-resident in India shall also constitute business connection in India. சார் ஒரு நான் ரெசிடென்ட்க்கு செப் இந்தியாவில் இருக்குன்னா நம்ம என்ன சொல்லுவோம்னா அவருக்கு இந்தியாவில் என்ன இருக்கு, பிசினஸ் கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கு. செப் மீன்ஸ் the two things will be treated as SEP. This we already discussed. Number 1, in respect of any goods, services or property carried out by a non-resident with any person in India, including provision of download of data or software in India, aggregate of payment arising from such transaction or transaction during the previous year should exceed 2 crore. அப்ப 2 கோடிக்கு மேல டிரான்சாக்ஷன் வேல்யூ போச்சுனா, ஒரு நான் ரெசிடென்ட்க்கு 2 கோடிக்கு மேல டிரான்சாக்ஷன் வேல்யூ போச்சுனா, we can say that he is having SEP in India, which is in a SEPna significant economic presence, or systematic and continuous soliciting of business activity or engaging in interaction with users in India. The number of users should be at least how much lakh? 3 lakh. So if the value of aggregate of payment exceed 2 crore or the number of users should be at least 3 lakh, then we can say that that non-resident is having a SEP in India. Once he is having a SEP in India, he is having a business connection in India. Once he is having a business connection in India, income is accrued or raised in India. Once his income is accrued or raised in India, he is liable to pay tax in India. This introduction to section 9 subsection 1 clause 1, that is explanation 2A, introduce பண்ணது சார் 2015 BEPS action plan follow பண்றதுக்காக. Okay சார், further the above transactions or activities shall constitute SEP in India whether or not the agreement for such transaction or activities entered in India. In இந்தியாவில் நீங்க அக்ரிமெண்ட் என்டர் பண்றீங்களாங்கிறது மேட்டரே கிடையாது. The non-resident as a residence or place of business in India, non-resident renders services in India. These 3 points are immaterial to say that whether a non-resident is having a Sept in India or not. However, where a business connection is established by reason of what? Sept. அப்ப Sept டிக்கு விழுது. என்ன Sept? Significant economic presence. Sept டிக்கு விழணும்னா either the transaction value aggregate payment should be exceeding 2 crore or the users in India should be more than 3 lakhs. இப்ப Sept டிக்கு விழுந்தா ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா எது டிக்கு விழுந்துரும்? Business connection டிக்கு விழுந்துரும். However, where a business connection is established by reason of significant economic presence in India, only so much of income as is attributable to the transaction or activity referred to in A or B above shall be deemed to accrue or rise in India. And the 2 crore நம்ம சொன்னோம் இல்லையா, plus sir 3 lakh account holders சொன்னோம் இல்லையா, இதில் to that extent only we can say that income is accrued or rise in India. Global income is not taxable in India because the assessee is a non-resident. In order to address the challenge of digital economy, Chapter 8 of Finance Act 2016 titled Equalization Levy provides for an equalization levy of 6% of the amount of consideration for specified services. We have discussed what is specified services, online advertisement, all those stuffs received or receivable by a non-resident not having permanent establishment in India, either from a resident in India who carries out business or profession or from a non-resident having permanent establishment in India. This is provided in section 165 of the Finance Act 2016. So first, in order to tally with the OECD recommendation, actually we have introduced explanation 2A to section 9 subsection 1 clause 1. We have introduced the Sept concept. Number 2, in Finance Act 2016, we have introduced the equalization levy concept by introducing section 165. They are again given what is specified service. We are expert in this online advertisement or in promotion for digital advertising space or any other facility or service for the purpose of online advertisement. Specified service also include any other service as may be notified by the central government. So these are the 3 services actually, my dear lovable students, which will be treated as specified service. We have discussed this in detail. If the service provider is situated outside India and the service recipient is a specified person and the service is a specified services, then the specified person who are situated in India is the person liable to pay, liable to deduct equalization levy under section 165 at the rate of 6%. Yes sir. Further, in order to reduce burden of small taxpayers in the digital domain, it is also provided that no such levy shall be made if the aggregate amount of consideration for specified service received or receivable by a non-resident from a person resident in India or from non-resident having permanent establishment in India does not exceed 1 lakh in any previous year. We know that the concept of equalization levy under 165 is applicable only if the aggregate amount of payment exceed 1 lakh. Otherwise, no need to deduct equalization levy. Again, so the Finance Act 2020, because from 15 they start amending the act. In 15 they have introduced Sept, 16 they have introduced what? Equalization levy. Now in Finance Act 2020, after 16, after 4 years, has expanded the scope of equalization levy by inserting what? 165A in the Finance Act 2016 to include within the ambit of Chapter 8 thereto consideration received or receivable for e-commerce supply or services made or provided or facilitated on or after 1/4/2020. So first they brought Sept, then they brought equalization levy under 165. In Finance Act 2020, they have amended the act and they brought 165A, which is for e-commerce operator. Accordingly on and from 1st April 2020, equalization levy at 2% would be chargeable on the amount of consideration received or receivable by a e-commerce operator from e-commerce supply or service made or provided or facilitated by him to a person resident in India. That means I am an e-commerce operator, I am supplying either goods or services or both to a person who are resident in India. Number 2, to a non-resident in the following specified circumstance. Number 1, sale of advertisement which targets a customer who is in India or a customer who access the advertisement through IP address located in India, and sale of data collected from a person who is resident in India or from a person who uses IP address located in India, or to a person who buys such goods or services or both using the internet protocol address located in India. So these are the three category of people. So through the e-commerce operator, normally who's a person who are resident in India or who's a non-resident but is targeting an Indian crowd, or who buys goods or services through IP address using the Indian IP address. However, equalization levy not applicable. We know that there are three exceptions to the equalization levy, where the e-commerce operator making or providing or facilitating e-commerce supply or service has a permanent establishment in India. Such e-commerce supply or service is effectively connected with such permanent establishment. That means that non-resident is having a permanent establishment in India, and my dear lovable students, through that permanent establishment only is supplying goods or services or both, then we cannot call that as e-commerce transaction at all. Sir, we cannot call it as a digital transaction. The transaction is origin from the permanent establishment. Then no need to cover under section 165 or 165A. This is the logic. Where the equalization levy is leviable on specified service under section 165. Once it falls under section 165, it will not fall under section 165A. 165 la விழுந்தாச்சுனா 165A la விழாது. And sales turnover or gross receipts, as the case may be, the e-commerce operator from the e-commerce supply of goods or services or both provided or facilitated is less than 2 crore during the previous year. This 2 crore they have tallied with the Sept concept because significant economic presence, which are virtual, sir, PE basically. In order to have a virtual PE, what they are saying, you should have a Sept. In order to have a Sept, your transaction value should be more than 2 crore or users amount should be more than 3 lakh. However, the consideration received or receivable for specified services and for e-commerce supply or service would not include the consideration which are taxable as royalty or fees for technical service in India under the Income Tax Act with the DTA notified by central government under section 90 or 90A as the case may be. So typically we have written the full chapter of equalization. Let me look at the length of the answer, my dear lovable students. In this actually we have given OECD recommendation. This question is very important for this attempt. That's why I have done very slowly. OECD recommendation, we are having 3 recommendations, my dear. Modifying the existing PE rule to provide that whether an enterprise engaged fully dematerialized digital activity would constitute a PE or not. Virtual place of business PE in the concept of PE. Imposition of final withholding tax on certain payment for digital goods or services. Sir, in order to inculcate this recommendation in the Income Tax Act, our guys has introduced the Sept concept in 2015. Our guys has come up with equalization levy in 2016 under section 165. Our guys has come up with 165A in 2020. These are the things we have adopted in the our Income Tax Act. That's it with regard to question number 180. I'm moving into question number 181. Discuss the provisions incorporated, sir, in Income Tax Act in line with OECD recommendation under Action Plan number 4 of BEPS. Action Plan number 4 is thin capitalization. That is, they are injecting more and more debt into the capital structure, and they want to shift the profit from India to outside India by way of booking more interest. So we have introduced section 94B, B stands for borrowing. There any interest in excess of 30% of EBITDA should be added back. And that amount can be carried forward for 8 assessment year. And in the year which it is short, you can claim it as deduction. So in line with the recommendation of OECD BEPS Action Plan 4, section 94B has been inserted in the Income Tax Act by Finance Act 2017 to provide a cap on interest expenses that can be claimed by entity to its associated enterprise. The total interest paid in excess of 30% of its earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation and amortization, that is EBITDA, or interest paid or payable to associate enterprise for that previous year whichever is lower shall not be deductible. The provision is applicable to an Indian company or a permanent establishment of a foreign company being the borrower who pays interest in respect of any form of debt issued by a non-resident who is an associated enterprise of the borrower. So if an Indian concern or a non-resident who is having a permanent establishment in India who is borrowing from their associate enterprise, and if they are paying interest, then actual interest or the interest in excess of 30% of EBITDA should be added back. Further, the debt is deemed to be treated as issued by an associate enterprise, where it provides an implicit or explicit guarantee to the lender, being a non-resident enterprise, or deposit a corresponding and matching amount of fund with such lender. Sir, in order to tackle this section, we are not getting the loan from the associate enterprise, we are getting the loan from other than associate enterprise, but our associate enterprise is parking a similar amount with that non-associate enterprise, or our associate enterprise is giving a guarantee saying that you give loan to my associate enterprise who are in India, if they don't pay, we will take care. All this drama will also be treated as borrowing of money from the associate enterprise. The provision allows for carry forward of disallowed interest expense for each assessment year, immediately succeeding the assessment year for which the disallowance is first made, and deduction against the income computed under the head profits and gains of business or profession to the extent of maximum allowable interest expenditure. In order to target only large interest payment, it provides a threshold of interest expenditure of 1 crore in respect of any debt issued by a non-resident associate enterprise, exceeding which the provision would be applicable. That means in order to apply the section 94B, the threshold limit is 1 crore. Banks and insurance company and class of NBFC notified by government are excluded from the ambit of the said provision, keeping in view of the special nature of this business. That means if bank is paying interest, then 94B it will not be covered. Also, section 94B would not be attracted on interest paid in respect of debt issued by a lender, which is a permanent establishment in India, of a non-resident being a person engaged in the business of banking. Sir, once we borrow money from a non-resident who is having a permanent establishment in India who are engaged in banking, my dear lovable students, then this section will not be applicable. So this is the implementation of recommendation given under article number 4 of the OECD, which is thin capitalization. We have introduced 94B, any interest paid in excess of 1 crore, that extra or 30% of EBITDA in excess should be added back and can be carried forward up to 8 assessment year. I am moving into illustration number 182. Describe the 3-tier structure for transfer pricing documentation mandated by BEPS Action Plan 13. Action Plan 13 contains a 3-tiered standardized approach to transfer pricing document, which consists of number 1, master file, local file, country by country report. Master file require the multinational entities to provide tax administration with high level information regarding the global business operation and transfer pricing policy. This is the keyword you should keep in mind, global. For master means full means global. So global as a whole, you have to file the document. The master file is to be delivered by MNE directly to their local tax authorities. For example, in India they are having one multinational entity, then Indian constituent entity has to file a master file. Then local file the same. Local file requires maintaining of transactional information specific to each country. So here the keyword is global. Global means I have to file a file which consists of the global data, whereas local file means country data. Each country is what the keyword you should remember for examination. Each country. In detail covering related party transaction and the amount involved in those transactions. In addition, relevant financial information regarding specific transactions, a comparability analysis and analysis of the selection and application of the most appropriate transfer pricing method should also be captured. The local file is to be delivered MNE directly to the local tax authority. For example, I am having a MNE in India, then what are the countries in which I am having transfer pricing transactions, I should say. What is the method in which I have find out the arm's length price, I should say, and I should file the top to bottom details to my tax authority where I am residing. The last one, country by country report, parent entity has to file. CBC report require MNC to provide an annual report of economic indicators, which amount of revenue, profit before income tax paid, accrued in relation to tax jurisdiction in which they do business. CBC report are required to be filed in the jurisdiction of tax residents of the ultimate parent entity, being subsequently shared between other jurisdictions through automatic exchange of information mechanism. So master file means, for example, I am having a constituent entity in India, they have to file master file regarding the global data. Local file means, sir, I am having a constituent entity in India, then from India I am having how much international transaction with whom and all. What is the basis of finding out the arm's length price? All those details I have to file to the income tax authorities. Country by country report has to be filed by the ultimate parent entity in their country of tax residence, and from there through automated exchange of information mechanism we will get the information to the other countries. Brilliant to the core. I'm moving into question number 183. Explain the nexus approach recommended by OECD in action plan number 5, which has been adopted in the Income Tax Act. So what is that action plan number 5? Action plan number 5 is counter harmful tax practices. That means after spending so much of time in India and expense, persons are not registering their patent in India because of high taxes. So they said that provide concessional rate of tax. In India, Finance Act 2016 has introduced the concessional taxation regime for royalty income from patent for the purpose of promoting indigenous research and development and making India a global hub for research and development. The purpose of concessional tax regime is to encourage entities to retain and commercialize existing patent and for developing new innovative patent products. Further, this beneficial taxation regime will be incentivize entities to locate high value job associated with development, manufacture, exploitation of patent in India. The nexus approach has been recommended by OECD under BEPS action plan number 5. This approach requires attribution and taxation of income arising from exploitation of intellectual property in the jurisdiction where substantial research and development activity are undertaken instead of jurisdiction of legal ownership. எங்க வந்து நீ royalty தயாரிச்சியோ செலவு பண்ணியோ கண்டுபிடிச்சியோ அந்த கண்ட்ரியில் நீ ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணவே தவிர கண்டுபிடிச்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் வேற எங்கேயும் எடுத்துட்டு போக கூடாது. So accordingly, section 115 BBF has been inserted in Income Tax Act to provide that where the total income of eligible assessee, that is means being a person resident in India who is the true and first inventor of the invention, whose name is entered in the patent register as patentee in accordance with the Patent Act 1970, and includes every such person being the true and the first inventor of invention where more than one person is registered as patentee under the Patent Act in respect of that patent. For example, I found out something, my name is there in the Patent Act, then I am getting royalty covered under section 115 BBF for that royalty concessional tax rate of 10%. So includes any income rate of royalty in respect of patent developed and registered in India, then such royalty shall be taxable at the rate of 10% plus applicable surcharge and cess. For this purpose, this is one of the important condition the India has kept. Sir, developed means at least 75% of the expenditure should be incurred in India by the eligible assessee for any invention in respect of which patent is granted under the Patent Act 1970. This is like a limitation of benefit, LOB clause madri. If you want to enjoy, my dear lovable students, 10% concessional rate of tax in India, at least 75% of the patent expenditure should be spent in India. 75% India spend பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் உங்களுக்கு என்ன பண்ண முடியும்னா 10% concessional rate enjoy பண்ண முடியும். That's what that chapter is all about. With that, we are moving into question number 184, my dear lovable students. Explain briefly the significant difference between UN and OECD model tax convention. OECD model is essentially a model treaty between two developed nations, whereas UN model is a model convention between a developed country and a developing country. Further, OECD model advocates the resident principle, that is, it lays emphasis on right of state of residence to tax the income, whereas UN model is a compromise between the source principle and the resident principle, giving more weight to the source principle as against the resident principle. So OECD model is between two developed country, UN model is between one developed and one developing country. OECD model is mainly focusing on the resident principle, whereas UN model is a compromise and they are talking about the source principle. That's what question number 184 is all about. I'm moving into 185. When does it become necessary to apply the tiebreaker rule? We already discussed how to remove the tiebreaker. Discuss the manner of application of the tiebreaker rule. Every jurisdiction in its domestic tax law prescribe the mechanism to determine residential status of a person. Kandipa. We are having section 6 of the Income Tax Act. Section 6 is talking about how you have to find out the residential status. If a person is considered to be resident of both the contracting state, a relief should be sought from article number 4 of the tax treaty, because article number 4 is only talking about the residents. A series of tiebreaker rules are provided in para 2 of article 4 of model convention to determine single state of residence for an individual. So if an individual or any person become a resident of two contracting state, how to break that is what we are going to discuss. The tiebreaker rule will be applied in the following manner. The first test is based on where the individual has a permanent home. Permanent home would mean a dwelling place available to him at the time continuously or not continuously, and includes place taken on rent for a prolonged period of time. Permanent home na சொந்த வீடா இருக்கலாம், வாடகை வீடா இருக்கலாம். If that test is inconclusive, for the reason that the individual has a permanent home available to him in both contracting state, he will be considered as a resident of contracting state where his personal and economic relationship are closer. In other words, the place where he lies is center of vital interest. I have to see where he is having the center of. Thus, preference is given to family and social relationship, occupation, place of business, place of administration of his property, political, cultural and other activity of the individual. That's the second one. Para 2 establishes secondary criterion for two quite distinct and different situations. Number 1, case where the individual has a permanent home available to him in both contracting state. Rendu state in தலைவருக்கு வீடு இருக்கு. And it's not possible to determine which one has its center of vital interest. The case where the individual has a permanent home available to him neither the contracting state. ஒன்று ரெண்டு கண்ட்ரிலையும் என்ன இருக்குன்னா வீடு இருக்கு, இல்லைன்னா ரெண்டு கண்ட்ரியுமே என்ன இல்லை, வீடு இல்லை. In the aforesaid scenarios, preference is given to the contracting state where the individual is having habitual abode. So if the individual has habitual abode in both contracting state or neither of them, he shall be treated as a resident of the contracting state in which he is a national. If the individual is a national of both or neither of the contracting state, the matter is left to be considered by the competent authority of the respective contracting state. That's what question number 185 is all about. With your permission, I'm moving into 186. Explain the meaning of interest and fees for technical services under UN Model Convention. Interest na enna, fees for technical service na enna. As per Article 11 of UN Model Convention, interest essentially means income from debt claim of every kind. Debtler வர எல்லாமே இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் தான், whether or not secured by mortgage, அது mortgage இருந்தாலும் சரி, or whether or not carrying any right to participate in the debtor's profit. And in particular, income from government securities, income from bonds or debentures, including premium and prices attaching to such securities, bonds or debentures. Penalty charges for late payment are not regarded as interest for the purpose of this article. And a penalty charge interest varad. Article 12A of the UN Model Convention, fees for technical service is defined as payment for managerial, technical or consultancy service, but excludes payment to an employee, payment for teaching in an education institution or for teaching by an education institution, payment by an individual for service for personal use. That means fees for technical services means it may be managerial, technical and consultancy, but teaching income will not be treated as fees for technical services. Here one exclusion is, sir, penalty charges will not be taken as interest. Here teaching income will not be taken as fees for professional or technical service. I am moving into illustration number 187. What is the meaning of automated digital service? Elucidate is the question. Sir, as for article number 12B of the UN Model Convention, automated digital services means any service provided on internet or other electronic network, in either case requiring minimal human involvement from the service provider. The term automated digital services includes specifically online advertisement services, supply of user data, online search engine, online intermediation platform services, social media platforms, digital content services, online games, cloud computing services and standardized online teaching services. These are treated as ADS, which is automated digital services. Repeat once again along with me: online advertisement services, supply of user data, online search engine, online intermediation platform services, social media platform like YouTube, Facebook, all those stuffs, then digital content services, online gaming, cloud computing services and standardized online teaching services. I am coming to illustration number 188. What are the payment covered with the scope of royalty under UN Model Convention and OECD Model Convention? Elucidate. The term royalty as per UN Model Convention means payment of any kind received as a consideration for use or right to use any copyright of literary, artistic or scientific works including cinematographic film or film or tapes used for radio or television broadcasting, any payment, trademark, design or model, plan, secret formula or process or for the use of or right to use industrial, commercial, scientific equipment or for information concerning industrial, commercial or scientific experience. So royalty means namak varra kaas of any kind received as a consideration for use of the right to use any copyright of literacy நம்ம literary நீ வந்து புக் எழுதியிருக்க அதை யூஸ் பண்ணி நமக்கு வந்து என்ன வருதுன்னா ராயல்ட்டி வருது ஆர் ஆர்டிஸ்டிக் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்க அதுலேருந்து ராயல்ட்டி வருது சயின்டிஃபிக் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்க இன்க்ளூடிங் சினிமாட்டோகிராஃபிக் ஃபிலிம் இன்க்ளூடிங் ஃபிலிம் எடுத்து கொடுத்துருக்க ஆர் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் ஆர் டேப்ஸ் யூஸ்ட் ஃபார் ரேடியோ ஆர் டெலிவிஷன் ப்ராட்காஸ்டிங் எனி பேட்டன்ட் ட்ரேட்மார்க் டிசைன் ஆர் மாடல் பிளான் சீக்ரெட் ஃபார்முலா ஆர் ப்ராசஸ் or for the user or the right to use of industrial, commercial, scientific equipment or for information concerning industrial, commercial or scientific equipment. The definition under royalty under OECD Model Tax Convention does not include these two things are not included in the definition of the OECD Model Convention. Rental for films or tapes used for radio or television broadcasting. What their OECD is saying that we are developed countries, we will not include the film under the royalty category. Or equipment rentals like rental for industrial, commercial or scientific equipment. If you are renting the equipment, we will not treat it as royalty. How renting an equipment will be royalty, they are asking. You have to give something for right to use the literary or NSR, musical, dramatical, all those stuff you have to give and you have to get the consideration. This is equipment you are giving. UN model you can include that equipment as a fees for royalty or technical services. But being OECD, we will not NSR include that. I'm moving into the next chapter, which is NSR number 89, 189. Distinguish between tax planning and tax evasion. A 4-mark area for examination, tax planning and tax evasion. I think basically this chapter we will talk about GAAR, which is General Anti-Avoidance Rules. So after 189, I'll move into 190. We have to do it. After 190, we'll be having 191, Doctrine of Form and Substance. Then we'll be doing 192, 193 GAAR provisions. As I said, this chapter is mainly dealing with the GAAR provision. Then 194 GAAR. Then we are having 195. After that, 196 given in a one GAAR question, how to interpret the GAAR. Then 197, I have given one question, how to interpret the GAAR. Then 198, I have given one question, how to interpret the GAAR. I have given NSR 199. And 200 is from VDA, Virtual Digital Asset. So this is how we are moving into. In this slot I will be doing, sir, 2-3 questions. Then my dear lovable students, if anyone who has saw the GAAR exclusive video, you have to see the lecture of GAAR, then you continue after this 2 or 3 questions. I have put a separate GAAR video in the YouTube. So you have to see that GAAR video, then you proceed the balance after 2 or 3 questions, maybe the last 10 questions, then the level of understanding will be very level. What is tax planning and what is tax evasion? Tax planning is carried out within the framework of law by availing the deduction and exemption permitted by the law, thereby minimizing tax liability. So whatever allowed by the act like deduction, exemption, that in the most possible manner, best way I am utilizing, that is called as tax planning. For example, I am claiming chapter 6 deduction, I am putting this thing, I am claiming deductions under section 10, that's what tax planning. Whereas tax evasion on the other hand is an attempt to reduce tax liability by dubious or artificial method or downright fraud. By doing fraud or by doing dubious reputation, artificial methods, I try to evade the tax, reduce the tax liability. That is not permissible in Income Tax Act. Tax planning is allowed, whereas tax evasion is not allowed. Tax planning is an agreement by which the full advantage is taken on the concession benefits conferred by the statute without violating the legal provision. That means in Act itself they said that you are entitled for chapter 6A deduction. So I am putting 80C deductions and I am claiming chapter 6A. This will not lead to tax evasion. This is a tax planning. Whatever benefit I am having available in the Act, I am utilizing in the best possible manner. That is called as tax planning. Tax planning is allowed. Whereas tax evasion means my ultimate objective is to reduce the tax liability. That is not allowed. Tax evasion is illegal and denies the state its legitimate share of tax. So government will not accept tax evasion. Government will accept tax planning, my dear lovable students. I am moving into illustration 190. This question may be tested for 4 mark in examination. They will give various illustrations and will ask you to split into this. Specify with reason whether the following acts can be considered as number 1, tax planning or tax management or tax evasion. So one more term they are adding called as tax management. You are properly paying your 4 installments of advance tax. You are properly deducting TDS, collecting TCS, paying to that. Sir, quarterly you are filing your TDS, TCS returns. That is called as tax management. You are managing the tax very well. All the procedures of the tax very well means it is called as tax management. So what is tax planning? Tax planning means enjoying the exemptions and deduction to the maximum. That is within the 4 corners of the law. I am not going outside the NSR law. It is allowed by the Income Tax Act. The next one is tax evasion. Tax evasion means I am reducing the tax liability by doing artificially something which may be dubious. Dubious means repeated, or by way of fraud. That is never allowed. Tax management means I am, sir, doing all the provisions, rules, sir, pakka. I am filing the return, deducting the TDS, TCS I am doing. That means I am managing the tax system very well. Mr. P deposited rupees 1 lakh in PPF account so as to reduce his total income from 5,90,000 to 4,90,000 rupees. Under what category you will call this? Tax planning. We will write and we will check later. SQL Limited maintain a register of tax deduction at source affected by it to enable timely compliance. This is called as tax management because I want to comply with the manage the tax system. An individual taxpayer making tax saver deposit of 1 lakh in a nationalized bank. Tax planning, right. A partnership firm obtaining declaration from lenders or deposit in form number 15G or 15H and forwarding the same to the income tax authorities. For this and all, we have not deducted the TDS because they are covered. They have given form 15G and 15H. Tax management. A company installed an AC costing 75,000 as a residence of a director as per the terms of his appointment, but treated it as fitted in quality control section in the factory. This is with the object to treat it as planned for the purpose of computing depreciation. Tax evasion, fraud. RR Limited issued a credit note for 80,000 as brokerage payable to Mr. Ramana, who is the son of managing director of the company. The purpose is to increase the total income of Mr. Ramana from 6,20,000 to 7 lakh and reduce the income of RR Limited correspondingly. Tax evasion, correct? A company remitted provident fund contribution of both its own contribution and employees' contribution on a monthly basis before due date. Tax management. We'll try the first one. You said as tax planning. The answer for this one is tax planning. Right answer. Number 2 is tax planning, tax management. Right. Second one is tax management. So tax management, tax planning. We'll check it. Sir, tax management, tax planning. Right. We are right. Then tax management and what? Tax evasion is the next one. Tax management and tax evasion is the next one. Super, sir. Then tax evasion and tax management, tax evasion and tax management. We are entitled to get 4 mark in examination. Have a read of the particulars, whatever they have given. Clear? So 3 terms are there. Number 1, tax planning, tax evasion, tax management. Examine the doctrine of form and substance in the context of tax planning. From here onwards, 191, my dear lovable students, you ensure that you saw the exclusive GAAR video. Then you start listening from 191 to 200 because it is exclusively GAAR, General Anti-Avoidance Rules. Because then the understanding will be very level. So up to here, we can say that we have done 190 questions out of 200, my dear lovable students. We are having 10 more, which is exclusively from GAAR, which is to say we are done with the 200 question slot. Sir, very happy afternoon to all.
Happy afternoon, sir.
We are into the last 10 question of assessment. The prerequisite to continue the 10 question is you should have saw my GAAR video. Once you saw that GAAR video, this is a cakewalk. Examine the doctrine of form and substance in the context of tax planning. Tax planning kum sir form and substance kum enna sambandham. Following are the certain principles enunciated by the court on the question as to whether it is a form or substance of a transaction which will prevail in income tax matters. Generally, what we have understood is, my dear lovable students, always the substance will prevail than the form. This question has came before court, and court has answered with regard to Income Tax Act or income tax provision, whether the substance or form. Form of a transaction is to be considered in case of genuine transaction. If the transaction is genuine, see the form. Okay? It is well settled that when a transaction is arranged in one form known to the law, you have not created any new form, you have not taken any U-turn, it will attract tax liability, whereas if it is entered into another form which is equally lawful, it may not. Therefore, in considering whether a transaction attract tax or not, the form of the transaction put through is to be considered and not the substance. However, this rule apply only to any transaction. எடுத்து சொல்றேன், ஜெனுவினா இருந்தா யார பாரு யார பார்க்காத, ஜெனுவினா இல்லைனா சப்ஸ்டன்ஸ பாரு. True legal relation is the crucial element of taxability. It is open for the authority to pierce the corporate wheel, நாயகன் மீண்டும் வரான், and look behind the legal facade at the reality of the transaction. The taxing authority is entitled as well as bound to determine the true legal relationship resulting from the true legal relationship arising from a transaction alone determine the taxability of receipt arising from the transaction. That means true legal relationship is the crucial element for transaction. True legal relationship na உண்மையிலேயே அந்த முகமூடியை திறந்து பார்த்தா அதுக்குள்ள என்ன இருக்கோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் நாங்கள் டாக்ஸ் பண்ணுவோம். Substance, that is actual nature of expense, is relevant and not the form. என்னையா மாத்தி மாத்தி பேசுற, என்னவா இருந்தா ஜெனுவினா இருந்தா ஃபார்ம பாரு பார்க்காத, திறந்து பார்த்து உள்ள என்ன இருக்கோ அதை பொறுத்து தான் taxability. So under section 97 circumstance, an arrangement shall be deemed to lack any substance if the substance or effect of the arrangement as a whole is inconsistent. This is point number 1, or differs significantly from the form of its inner step, individual step or part. Accordingly, such arrangement would be impermissible in arrangement and subject to our GAAR provision will be applicable only to an arrangement where the tax benefit in the relevant assessment year arising in aggregate to all parties to the agreement, exceeds. The Income Tax Act also contains specific anti-avoidance provisions, which is SAR, to address the concern of avoidance. Some example where Supreme Court has upheld dash over the form. In case of expenditure, the mere fact that payment is made under an agreement does not preclude the department from entering into actual nature of the payment. ஏன்பா பே பண்ண, அதான் அக்ரிமெண்ட்ல சொல்லியிருக்கோம்ல இவ்வளோ பே பண்ணணும் அதனால தான் பே பண்ணேன். எதுக்கு அக்ரிமெண்ட்ல சொன்னா, அக்ரிமெண்ட் சொன்னதே நீ தானே, கரெக்டா? அப்போ என்னதான் பார்க்கணும்? In order to determine whether a particular item of expenditure is dash or dash, the substance and not merely the form should be looked into. ஒரு ஐட்டம் வந்து ரெவென்யூவா கேபிட்டலா பார்க்கறதுக்கு ஃபார்ம் பார்க்க. Good question, I say question, good question. The merger of loss making company with a profit making one result in loss set off of the profit, a lower net profit and lower tax liability for the merged company. ஒரு கம்பெனி வந்து profit making company, இன்னொரு கம்பெனி வந்து loss making company. இந்த loss making company profit making company கூட merge ஆயிருக்கு. அப்ப எல்லாரும் என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, ஓஹோ ப்ராஃபிட் மேக்கிங் கம்பெனியோட ப்ராஃபிட்டை செட் ஆஃப் பண்றதுக்காக தான் merge ஆயிருக்கு. This is tax evasion, tax avoidance. GAAR provisions will be applicable. Would the loss be disallowed by applying what? As regards set off of loss, provision relating to merger and amalgamation already contained SAR. இதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே ஆல்ரெடி என்ன இருக்கு? Therefore, GAAR need not be invoked when SAR is applicable. Though as per CBDT, GAAR and SAR can exist. Once SAR apply ஆனா SAR apply ஆக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை, SAR apply ஆனா GAAR apply ஆக வேண்டிய, ஆனா CBDT சும்மாவா இருக்கும்? Further, since merger and amalgamation would be carried out under the order of யாரோட இது? GAAR need not invoke if the NCLT has explicitly and adequately considered the implication while sanctioning the NS scheme. அப்படிலாம் ரெண்டு கம்பெனி merge ஆகாது. NCLTயோட பர்மிஷன் இல்லாம ரெண்டு கம்பெனி என்ன ஆகாது. அப்ப அவங்களே பர்மிட் பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா பின் எதுக்கு நீ போய் என்ன நிக்கிற? GAAR நிக்கிற. A choice is made by a company by acquiring an asset on lease over outright purchase. ஒரு 50 கோடியோட அசெட் மேன் 2 ஆப்ஷன் இருந்துச்சு. ஒன்றுல லீஸுக்கு எடுக்கலாம், இல்லைன்னா பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணலாம். கம்பெனி என்னன்னா 50 கோடி கொடுத்து பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ண என்ன இல்லைன்னு சொல்லி, காசு இல்லைன்னு சொல்லி என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா, the company claims deduction for என்ன ரெண்டால் in case of acquisition through lease rather than depreciation in case of purchase of the what. உடனே நீ பர்ச்சேஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தா டெப்ரிசியேஷன் தான் வந்திருக்கும். இப்போ லீஸ் ரெண்டல் ரொம்ப அதிகமாக இருக்குது, நீ டாக்ஸை அவாய்ட் பண்ணுற, ஐ வில் அப்ளை த கார் மண்டையில் கொட்டுறா. Would the lease rental payment being higher than the depreciation be disallowed as expense under GAAR? The GAAR provision would not apply in case where taxpayer merely makes a out of the option available to him under the provisions of the act for which he is eligible and satisfy the inner condition. Even if choice of such option result in inner tax liability, same is a result of inner planning. Tax planning is allowed in the act, whereas tax evasion and tax. Moving to ILLU number 194. Versus Global Architects Incorporation is a company incorporated in country F1. It is engaged in business of providing architectural design services all over the world. It receives an offer from Lovely Resorts Private Limited, an Indian company, for design and development of resort all over India. India F1 tax treaty provides that architectural service or technical service and payment for the same to a company may be in India. அப்ப அது இந்தியால என்ன ஆகணும்னா டாக்ஸ் ஆகும். However, if such professional services are provided by a firm or individual, then payment for such service are taxable only if the firm is having a NA base in India or stay of partners or employees in India exceeds certain days. Limitation of benefit clause does not exist in tax treaty between India F1. Mrs. Global Architect Incorporation forms a partnership firm with a third party, which is end of the company, having only a nominal share in N1. The firm enters into an agreement to carry out the services in India. The company seconded its trained manpower to the firm. Thus, the partnership firm claims the tax treaty benefit and no tax was paid in India. Can such an arrangement be examined under GAAR? Yes, it can be examined under. This is a pachayana NSR tax. It is obvious that there was no to create a separate firm except to obtain the benefit. Firm was only on paper. எப்படி மூஞ்சி லட்ச மாதிரி சொல்றான் பாரு. And manpower was drawn from the what? Firm did not have any substance. Moreover, it's a case of treaty abuse. உனக்கு என்னென்ன படிச்சிருக்க எல்லாம் எழுதிக்கோ நீ. Hence GAAR may be invoked to disregard the what? Firm put it on. அதான் இங்கிலீஷ்ல disregard. And tax payment for architectural services, fees for any services. However, the rate of tax on such payment shall be applicable under the treaty if it is beneficial. I am moving into ILLU number 195. Mrs. India Chem Limited is a company incorporated in India. It set up a unit in SEZ in financial year 18-19 for manufacturing of chemical. It claims 100% deduction of profit earned from that unit in financial year 23-24 and subsequent year as per section 10A of the act. Is GAAR applicable in such a case? No. This is under planning. I know that these questions I have read already, but when you hear for the second time, no need of revision for GAAR. Straight away go to the examination. There is an arrangement or setup of unit in SEZ which results in a benefit. However, this is a case of tax mitigation where the taxpayer is taking advantage of fiscal incentive offered to him by complying with the and economic consequences of the provision in legislation. Example, setting up the business unit in SEZ, hence the revenue would not invoke GAAR as regard. In the above question number 1, let us pursue Mrs. India Chem Limited as another unit for manufacturing chemicals in non-SEZ area. It then diverts its production from such manufacturing unit and shows the same as manufactured in tax exempted SEZ unit. While doing only the process of packing there, is GAAR applicable in such a case? Already SAR is there. Correct? This is a case of dash of fact. By showing production of non-SEZ unit as production of SEZ unit, hence this is an arrangement for any evasion and not tax avoidance. I don't know whether you are remembering or not. Even in this class I have highlighted what are the cases will amount to tax evasion. The items which are amount to misreporting of income will lead to tax evasion. Tax evasion, the misreporting the. The first one is misrepresentation of facts. This is a misrepresentation of facts. It will lead to only and not to and a tax avoidance another GAAR. Tax evasion tax evasion being unlawful can be dealt with directly by establishing a fact. GAAR provision will not be invoked in such a case. In the above question number 1A, let us presume that Mrs. India Chemical Limited does not show production of non-SEZ unit as production of SEZ unit, but transfer the product of non-SEZ unit at a price lower than the inner market to SEZ unit and does only some insignificant activity in what? SEZ. Thus it is able to show higher profit in Enge than in Enge and consequently claims higher deduction in computation of income. Can GAAR be invoked to deny the inner benefit? No sir. Because இது வந்து என்ன கூட அப்ளை ஆகாதுன்னா மிஸ்இன்டர்பிரேஷன் மிஸ்ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன் கூட கிடையாது. பிரைஸ் மட்டும் தான் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்கே தவிர வால்யூம் டிரான்சாக்ஷன் எதுவும் மறக்கல நீ. As there is no misrepresentation of facts or false submission. It is not a case of tax evasion. Company has tried to take advantage of tax position by diverting profit from the non-SEZ to SEZ. This is not the intention of SEZ legislation. However, such tax avoidance is specifically dealt with through the provision contained in this is SAR. As per which provisions of 80 IAS subsection 8 would be attracted in such a case if the aggregate of such transaction entered into the relevant NIR exceeds the threshold limit of ethanol crore. Domestic transfer pricing regulations under 92BA would be attracted. Hence, the revenue need not invoke. Though GAAR and SAR can coexist as per the clarification given by the CBDT circular. In the above question, question number 1B, let us presume that both unit SEZ area say A and non-SEZ say B work எப்படி? Mrs. India Chem Limited started taking new export orders from existing as well as inner client. For unit A and gradually export from unit B declined. Company offered lower profit from unit B in computation of income. Can GAAR be invoked on the ground that there has been shifting or reconstruction of business from unit B to unit A for the main purpose of obtaining tax benefit? Hello sir. ரெண்டு யூனிட் இருந்துச்சு, ஒன்று எஸ்இசெட்டுக்குள்ள இருக்கு, இன்னொன்று நான் எஸ்இசெட்டுக்குள்ள இருக்கு. எஸ்இசெட்டுக்குள்ள மட்டும் ஆர்டர் வருது, நான் எஸ்இசெட் டம்மியா இருக்கு. GAAR வரும். Because that is tax avoidance. எதனால GAAR வரும்னு சொல்றாங்கன்னா இந்த ஒரு வார்த்தை தான் மெயின். இதுதான் மெயின். From its existing as well as new clients. Existing clientsனா நான் எஸ்இசெட்ல இருக்கிற கிளைண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட கூட என்ன சொல்றேன்னா அங்க ஆர்டர் அங்க கொடு. வேண்டாம் அங்க கொடு அப்படி. So the issue of tax avoidance through shifting or reconstruction of existing business from one unit to another has been specifically dealt with what? And sir, revenue need not invoke what? GAAR. இது 10A ல இருக்குங்கிறதுனால 10A ல இருக்குனா யார் வரும்? SAR வரும். SAR வந்தா GAAR வர வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. GAAR இல்லாதப்போ சார் SAR இல்லாதப்போ GAAR வரணும். சார் அப்ப SAR வந்தா GAAR வரக்கூடாதா? வரலாம். எது இருக்கும்போது எது வரலாம் வரலாம். பட் சார் எக்ஸாம் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் வியூ யூ ஹேவ் டு ரைட் தட் சின்ஸ் SAR இஸ் அப்ளிகபிள் அப்படின்னு எழுதணும். இல்லுஸ்ட்ரேஷன் நம்பர் 196. சூப்பர் சார். இங்க பாரு, இந்தியால இண்டுகோ இருக்கு, கண்ட்ரி F4ல A லிமிடெட் இருக்கு. A லிமிடெட் K லிமிடெட் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு, L லிமிடெட் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு. K லிமிடெட் இண்டுகோல 9.95% இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு, L லிமிடெட் 9.95% இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காரு. கரெக்ட்டா? Under the provision of any treaty between India and country F4, any capital gain arising from sale of shares of Indico, an Indian company would be taxable only in F4 if the transferor is a resident of NF4, where except where the transferor hold more than 10% interest in the capital stock of Indico. So a company A limited being resident in F4 makes an investment in Indico through its wholly owned subsidiary K limited and located in F4. Each subsidiary owns 9.95% shareholding in the other company. The total adding to 19.9 of equity of Indico. The subsidiary sells shares of Indico and claim exemption as its holding less than 1%. Equity shares in the Indian company. Can GAAR be invoked to deny tax benefit? இங்க என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, இந்த கண்ட்ரியில இருந்து நீங்க வந்து இண்டிகோல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி உங்களுக்கு கேபிட்டல் கெயின் வந்துச்சுன்னா இந்தியால டாக்ஸ் கட்ட வேண்டிய எங்க மட்டும் கட்டினா போதும், அந்த கண்ட்ரியில மட்டும் கட்டினா போதும். ஒத்துக்கிறியா? ஆனா நீங்க இந்த கண்ட்ரியில 10% மேல ஹோல்ட் பண்ண பண்ணியிருந்தா இந்தியாவில் டாக்ஸ் கட்டணும். அப்போ உடனே என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா, A லிமிடெட் வந்து K லிமிடெட்ல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, L லிமிடெட் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அவங்க தனித்தனியா இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. இது ரெண்டையும் ஆட் பண்ணா this is more than 10%, which is more than 19 something percent. There is no commercial substance. Then GAAR provisions will be above arrangements of splitting the investment through two different subsidiaries appearing to be the intention of obtaining any benefit. Further, this appears to be no commercial substance in creating new subsidiary as they do not change the economic condition of investor A limited in any manner that is on the business risk or cash flows and reveals a tainted element of abuse of NLOS. Hence, the arrangement can be treated as impermissible by invoking Consequently, tax treaty benefit would be denied by ignoring K&L, the two subsidiaries, or by treating K&L as one and same company for tax computation purpose. Clarity? I'm moving into illustration number 197. All this we have already done when we done the GAAR. Indico incorporates a subco in low tax jurisdiction with equity of $100. Subco gives a loan of $100 to another Indian company X Limited at the rate of 10% per annum. X Limited claims deduction of interest payable to Subco from the profit of the business. There is no other activity in Subco. Appa tax katiko. Can GAAR be invoked in such a case? அப்ப இந்தியால இண்டுகோ இருக்காங்க, இண்டுகோ சப்புகோ இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, சப்புகோ எக்ஸ் லிமிடெடுக்கு லோன் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் இப்போ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பே பண்றாங்க, அதுக்கு எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்றாங்க. சப்புகோ சார் நான் டாக்ஸ் ஜூரிஸ்டிக்ஷன், லோ டாக்ஸ் ஜூரிஸ்டிக்ஷன்ல இருக்கிறதுனால டாக்ஸ் கட்டறாங்க இல்ல டாக்ஸ் கம்மியா கட்டறாங்க. கரெக்ட்டா? The arrangement appear to be avoid payment of tax on interest income by Induco in case loan is directly provided by Induco to NL Limited. இவங்களுக்கு லோன் கொடுத்திருந்தா இவங்க இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பே பண்ணிருப்பாங்க, அது இவங்க டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ணிருப்பாங்க, இவங்க என்னவா காட்டி இருக்கணும். இந்த இன்கம் காட்டுறதுக்கு துப்பு இல்லாம தான் இண்டுகோ சப்புகோவை கிரியேட் பண்ணி சப்புகோக்கு காசை ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணி சப்புகோ கிட்ட இருந்து எக்ஸ் லிமிடெடுக்கு லோனா கொடுக்க சொல்லி எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் அவங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுத்து எக்ஸ் லிமிடெட் அதுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் டிடக்ஷனும் கிளைம் பண்ணி சப்புகோ அதுக்கு டாக்ஸ் எக்ஸம்ஷனும் கிளைம் பண்றாங்க. சும்மா விடுவோமா? The arrangement involves round tripping of funds, even though the funds emanating from Induco are not traced back to எங்கக்கு Induco. ஆரம்பிச்சது Induco, ஆனா ஃபண்ட் Induco திருப்பி வரவே இல்லை. அவன் என்ன நினைச்சானா யாரும் கண்டே பிடிக்க மாட்டாங்க. Hence the arrangement may be deemed to lack in a substance. Consequently, in case of Induco, Subco may be disregarded. Subco put it on, and the interest income may be taxed in the hands of Induco. இது clubbing of income மாதிரி. Section 198. பல உலகத்துக்கு கண்ட்ரிஸ்க்கு போயிட்டு வரணும். நீ இந்தியா இருக்கு, கண்ட்ரி என்ன சார் C1 இருக்கு, கண்ட்ரி F1 இருக்கு. கண்ட்ரி F1ல தான் A லிமிடெட் இருக்காங்க சார், C1ல Y லிமிடெட் இருக்காங்க, Y லிமிடெட் A லிமிடெட் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க சார், Z லிமிடெட் Y லிமிடெட்ல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, A லிமிடெட் X லிமிடெட்ல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, Z லிமிடெட் X லிமிடெட்ல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. இங்க ஒரு 49, இங்க ஒரு 51. so 49 plus 51 is equal to 100%. right? டூர் கூட்டு போயிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன், வேர்ல்டு கப் காட்டி கொடுத்துருக்கேன் வா. ரைட். Y Limited is a company incorporated in country C1. It is non-resident in India. பார்த்தாலே தெரியுது. Z Limited is a company resident in India. Very good. A Limited is a company incorporated in country F1 and it is 100% subsidiary of N Limited, Y Limited. A Limited and Z Limited form a joint venture X Limited in India after the date of commencement of N provision. That means 2017 அப்புறம் இதெல்லாம் பஞ்சாயத்துலாம் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்றாங்க. There is no NSR other activity in N Limited, A Limited. That means அவங்க ஆரம்பிச்சதே இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்றதுக்காக மட்டும், கமர்ஷியல் சப்ஸ்டன்ஸ் இல்ல. In India, F1 tax treaty provides for non-taxation of capital gain in the source country and country F1 charges no capital gain in its NL law, domestic law. அப்ப இங்கேயும் டாக்ஸ் கிடையாது. எப்படிடா இதை என்ஜாய் பண்ணலாம்னு சொல்லி தான் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா புஸ்கு இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. A Limited is also designated as permitted transferee of N Limited. Permitted transferee means that those shares are held by யாரு? All rights of voting, management, right to sell are vested in N Limited. A Limited தான் ஷேர்ஸ் எல்லாம் வச்சிருக்குங்கிறனா கூட எல்லா பவரும் யார்கிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டான்? As per joint venture agreement, 49% of X Limited equity is allotted to A Limited and 51% is allotted to. Thereafter, shares of X Limited held by A Limited are sold to யாருக்கு? Company connected to Z Limited group. As per the tax treaty with country F1, capital gain arising to A Limited are, as per the India country C1 tax treaty, capital gain is chargeable tax in the, can GAAR be invoked to deny the benefit, tax benefit. Kandipa. Arrangement of routing investment through country F1 result in any benefit. Since there is no business purpose in incorporating country A Limited in country F1, which is an NSR low tax jurisdiction, it can be said that the main purpose of arrangement is to obtain any benefit. The alternate course available in this case is direct investment in N Limited, joint venture by N Limited. The tax benefit would be difference in tax liability between two available courses. Correct? The next question is, does the arrangement have any tainted element? It is evident that there is no commercial substance in incorporating N Limited, as it does not have any effect on business risk of Y Limited or cash flow of N Limited. Y Limited, as the twin conditions of main purpose being tax benefit and existence of tainted element are satisfied, dash may be invoked. Additionally, all rights of shareholder of X Limited are being exercised by Yare instead of N Limited. It again shows that A Limited lack N substance. Hence, it is possible to invoke GAAR in this case. I'm moving into question number 199. This is from VDA virtual digital asset. Compute the income tax payable by Mr. Abhinav. Age எத்தனை year? Who has the following income for the assessment year 24-25? Interest on FD with SBI gross, how much? 1,10,000 rupees will be taxable under NOS. Interest on savings bank account with SBI, you can claim deduction under what? 80 TTA to the extent of consideration received for transfer of VDA. VDA with எவ்வளவு வந்திருக்கு? That is the full value of consideration, or you can take it as sale price, whatever it may be. Cost of acquisition. அப்ப 21,000 க்கு நீ என்ன பண்ணிருக்கேனா VDA வாங்கியிருக்கியா? அது எவ்வளவுக்கு வித்திருக்க? Expense for transfer. Total income excluding income from transfer of VDA is below the exemption limit. Because VDA oda income சேர்க்காம 1,10,000 plus 15 is less than 2,50,000. Therefore, tax on income other than income from VDA is what? Nil. Because VDA இல்லாம which income basic assumption limit விட கம்மியா இருக்கு, tax கட்ட வேண்டிய. Income of VDA, what is the sale price? What is the cost? From transfer of VDA would be taxable at எத்தனை percent? Plus cess of 4%. Even if the total income including income from transfer of VDA is less than, அப்போ உனக்கு இருக்கிறது only VDA income மட்டும் தானா கூட அந்த VDA இன்கத்துக்கு எத்தனை percentage? அப்ப எது மைனஸ் பண்ண? நீ சேல் பிரைஸ் எடுத்துக்கிட்ட, சேல் பிரைஸ்ல இருந்து காஸ்ட் மைனஸ் பண்ண, ஆனா என்ன மைனஸ் பண்ண முடியல. அப்ப against VDA you cannot reduce the section 194S provides for deduction of tax on payment of transfer of what? To a resident at the rate of. Hence the transferor would have deducted tax of 620 because what is the selling price? Into 1% pota? 620. Correct? Tax at 10% under 194A would have been deducted from SBI on 1,10,000. Tax under 194A, interest other than interest on securities. So 1,10,000 மேல 10% போட்டா 11,000. Net tax payable by Mr. Abhinav would be, sir, totally எவ்வளவு வருது? 41,000 into 30% into 104% comes to exactly, are you getting? 12,792 minus already எவ்வளவு TDS புடிச்சிருக்காங்க. இது எந்த இன்கத்துக்கு மேல? இன்னொரு TDS இருக்கு VDA மேல எவ்வளவு? 620. So what is the net tax payable? 1172. Are you able to appreciate? I'm moving to the last question, which is question number 200, my dear lovable students. Compute the income tax payable by Mr. Siddharth. Age எத்தனை year? Who has the following income? Income from salary computed 8,40,000. Interest on savings bank account with Axis Bank 80 TTA. Provided நீ 115 back விட்டு வெளியே வந்தேனா. Consideration received on transfer of VDA to Mr. Harsh. How much? Cost of acquisition on VDA transfer. Can you reduce? Mr. Harsh is employed with ABS Limited on a monthly salary of. In addition, he has interest on savings bank with N of India. Bank of India. Harsh. To Harsh. Harsh வந்து வேலை செய்யறான் கம்பெனில. ஒரு மாசம் எவ்வளவு சம்பளம்? அது இல்லாம Mr. Siddharth has not exercised option to shift out of what? Back. அப்ப எதுல தான் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆவறான்? அப்படினா chapter 6 reduction claim பண்ண ignore TDS on income from NSR other than VDA is the question. Tax payable by Mr. Siddharth, total income excluding income from transfer of VDA is அவங்களே கொடுத்திருக்காங்க salary income computed, interest on saving bank 12,000, 8,40,000 plus 12 comes to 8,00,000. Now income from VDA selling price is 50,000, VDA expense less பண்ணலாமா? Cost less expense less பண்ணலாமா? Cost 50,000 minus 5,000 45,000. You will get the total income of, sir, here total income is equal to gross total income. Why? No, chapter 6a. Up to 3 lakh rupees nil, 3 lakh to 6 lakh at 5%, 15,000. Sir, 6 lakhs to 8 lakh 52,000. Why? Because VDA will be taxable at a flat rate of 30%. It's like winning from lottery money. Casual income madri VDA. Correct? 30%. So 8,97,000 la 45,000 போச்சுனா 8,52,000 கரெக்ட்டா? அதுக்கு 6 lakhs க்குமான கேப் 2,52,000. அதோட எத்தனை percentage? 10%. Come to 25,000. அப்ப 15,000 plus 25,200 comes to 40,200. எதா புரிஞ்சுக்கிறியா? Now tax on income on VDA at எத்தனை percent? 30%, which is 45,000 into 30% comes to 13,000. So subtotal comes to 40,200 plus 13,500 comes to அதுக்கு மேல 104%, 53,700 into 104% come to, they said that less tedious under section 194S. அது இக்னோர் பண்ண சொல்லிட்டாங்களா? Mr. Harshis என்ன person? Since it does not have any income under the head PGBP and consideration payable by him does not exceed how much? Accordingly, Mr. Harsh need not deduct tedious under what section? In consideration payable to Siddharth. அப்ப எவ்வளவு ரூபீஸ்க்கு மேல? 50,000 ரூபீஸ்க்கு மேல பே பண்ணாதான் எந்த செக்ஷன்ல? அப்ப net tax payable is 55,848, which will be round off to net tax payable 55,000. With this, my dear lovable students, we can declare that out of 200 questions, what we have planned, we have completed. Sir, 200 questions. If you are feeling this as helpful, 2 marathons, which is part 1 and part 2, comprising of the entire, sir, the assessment procedure. Share your happiness in the comment section. Share it to your friends if needed. Revise and rehear it for as many times as possible till your examination. Write the answers by your own and inform me what is your requirement area of revision. We'll do even that also. I'm wishing you all the very best for this attempt. Do it very, very well. Most important 200 questions which cover all the area. We'll meet at the appropriate time with appropriate revision. Till that, thank you and bye-bye from ANM.